Hey people, Shinobi no Kami here. This a new fanfic that I will be uploading in 9 to 10 hour long parts. In this fanfic, Kurama is a female who trains Naruto to be strong and powerful like her. There is a small harem of 3. So let us see how the elemental nations, specifically Konoha, are rocked to their very foundations by Naruto, who's been under the tutelage of the most powerful Biju in the world. So let us begin. Chapter 19. Chunin exams final. 1 month later, it's been exactly 1 full month since the preliminary matches of the Chunin exams concluded, and it was finally time for the final matches. Konoha was bustling with people from all over the elemental nations to lay witness to this year's Genin hopefuls. The crowds were even greater than usual because of just who would be fighting in the matches, many of the participants being of famous lineages and would promise to present matches that wouldn't soon be forgotten to those lucky enough to witness them in the large arena dedicated for this event. The arena itself was full to the brim with the audience that will witness today's events, all of them shouting to each other on just who would win against who. While many backdoor bets were made amongst those brave and rich enough to do so. Many prestigious people were there to witness the matches as well, including lords of the elemental nations, but most importantly 3 of cages of the famous hidden villages, Hokage, Cage, and the Raikage. Hokage Dono. It's been a long time, the Cage greeted, his face hidden by his ceremonial robes. That it has Cage Dono, please have a seat. You as well Raikage Dono. Sarutobi greeted, hiding his anger at both Orochimaru's gall at pretending to be the Cage, and from the Raikage's past actions against Konoha, more specifically the Hyuga clan. All 3 leaders sat, and began a rather strained conversation concerning the exams. So I've heard that the famous Uzumaki clan has decided to partake in this year's exams. The Cage questioned, sounding interested, making Sarutobi nod. I've also heard that the boy who was originally heir to that clan is participating as well. I wonder who would win if they fought. He mused, getting a slight glare from his sensei. In the end it won't matter, Cage Dono. The Raikage answered, making the other 2 leaders look at him questioningly. Because my shinobi will be the one left standing at the end of the exam. He elaborated smugly, a smirk gracing his lips. Because if she isn't, she will never see her Ka-san again. He mentally threatened, as if trying to send the message telepathically to Yugito. We'll see, Raikage Dono, we'll see. However, Hokage Dono, I've noticed none of the participants around. Where are they? The Cage questioned. They are in the waiting room until it is time for the exams to start. It gives them time to mentally prepare themselves for their match without all of this noise. He said, making them all laugh. Differences aside, all 3 of them agreed it was far too noisy. Waiting room. In the waiting room all but a select few of the participants lounged around, each in their own little area, mentally preparing themselves for their matches. No words were spoken, complete silence reigned throughout the room, a tenseness clearly evident to those had cared to notice, while the others just sat oblivious, too concerned with their own matters. Finally a turn of the doorknob seemed to knock everyone out of the tenseness, as Naruto and Natsumi walked in the room. The pair looked around the room, and expressed their salutations to the Sand siblings with a smile and nod, while just passing over others such as Valios. However, a certain candidate caught Naruto's eye and zoomed over to her, noticing she was staring at the floor. Yugito-chan, Naruto's boyish voice called out to the woman who seemed lost in thought. Yugito looked up at being called and warmly smiled, seeing her friends, more specifically Naruto. Hi Naruto-kun, Natsumi-san, she greeted, before gesturing for them to sit down on the couch she herself sat on. The 2 gladly sat and began to chit-chat quietly with her. However, Naruto noticed that during their conversation Yugito had began to unconsciously rub the palms of her hands in a soothing motion. Nay Yugito-chan. How are your hands? He asked in concern during a pause in the conversation. His question caught her off guard until she noticed what she had been doing and looked down in slight shame, as the memory of what had happened to her during the month hiatus flashed through her mind. Flashback. Damn it, these guys are relentless. A weary and severely beaten-looking Yugito huffed out, while she ran from 2 shadowy figures behind her, gripping her right arm in pain, trying to stop the wound from bleeding. These guys, they know I'm a Jinchuriki. But what the hell did they want from me? She questioned. I suppose it doesn't matter at the moment, all I need to do is get them cornered and then they are all mine. That old council room should be around here, that's my best bet. She concluded, remembering the mental blueprints of the old buildings she had been escaping through. It had only been 2 weeks since the preliminary matches had ended, and Yugito had just finished her daily training outside the borders of Kumo. She was heading back to rest up for the next day, when a pair of odd-looking men in black cloaks with red clouds appeared before her. There wasn't much of a conversation, they simply demanded she go with them. She refused, and after that all hell broke loose. She had no idea who these guys were, but after only a minute fighting them she knew they were no amateurs. Both of these men were oddities to her, each having strange but very powerful abilities. The first was a tan-skinned man with a bandana-like headband rest against a gray coif, that showed him as a nuke nin from the recently created hidden waterfall village. He had green pupil-less irises with the rest of the eye being red. He wore a black mask leaving only a small section of his cheeks and eyes visible. But the oddest thing were the 4 masks attached to his body. If the masks themselves weren't odd enough, the man was able to use an odd technique that allowed the masks to come off his body and actually come to life and even fight. Making it in reality a 6-on-1 fight, instead of 2-on-1. If the first man was strange, the second man took the cake. While looking more normal than the first man, in actuality he was far stranger. During their fight Yugito had been able to severely injure him, and yet he seemed to be unfazed. He explained that because of his zealot-like activism, his god Jashin favored him with immortality. His religious beliefs were later proven to be more than just bravado, when he used a technique in conjunction with large symbol on the ground and her own blood. While using this jutsu it changed his appearance, making his skin turn completely black with a white exoskeleton appearing over it. Once standing on the symbol, he used the large 3-bladed red scythe he lugged around slashed his own arm. And much to her surprise she felt the same injury he inflicted on himself. She quickly put the pieces together and figured out that he was able to injure whosever blood he consumed as long as he was within the symbol. She was able to get the man out of the symbol and cause its ruin before she was able to escape into nearby ruins. Yugito maneuvered through the building, and finally found herself in a large room that she was hoping to find. Perfect. There is only one way out of this room, you're both mine. She mentally thought, letting some of Izanami's chakra accelerate her healing. Where are you, kitty kitty kitty? The scythe-wielding man joked, as he and his partner casually walked through the building following the small trail of blood. Hidan. She is still a Jinchuriki, so don't let down your guard. And despite how much I would like to kill you, I know Leader Sama would never allow it. The red-eyed man said in a gruff voice. Hidan waved off his warning. Mama, you worry too much, Kakuzu. You need to use some of that money we get from bounties on other things than just the Akatsuki. Like say booze and hookers perhaps. We can't squander our money on earthly pleasures. The two quieted down when they entered the council chambers, and looked around suspiciously, noting no other exits than the one they just came from. Neko cch-shan. Hidan cooed out in a way that could be considered lustful, though under the circumstances was decidedly anything but. However, his laid-back demeanor changed when the doors to the chambers behind them closed and locked. The pair turned around to see a feral-looking Yugito with purple wisps of chakra swirled around her violently. It's time for Kitty to play. Yugito taunted, as a feminine but powerful roar escaped her throat. The chakra around her glowed before engulfing the woman in its flames. The pair stepped back, noticing that Yugito began to grow and change. For the next minute the two looked on in curiosity, as Yugito began her transformation. Her cloths had quickly burned away, leaving her stark naked for a few seconds before she fell down on all fours, with her bones beginning to crunch and break. However, they noticed that it wasn't in a negative nor painful fashion since he wasn't screaming. Instead, the bones seemed to be breaking so that they could grow, and grow they did. By the time her transformation ended, Yugito was now a 3-story cat which looked like a ghost. The true form of the Nibi no Nekomata. Hidan whistled in astonishment. That's some transformation, however that puts us in a bind, Neko-chan. You see, we need you alive and you transforming won't guarantee that. He explained as if it was nothing to him to kill her. In truth it wasn't, he had killed hundreds of people in the past, what was one more? Even if he'd admit she had a body that put any he had seen previously to great shame. If you think you can take me now, then try. But I've blocked the only way out of here, so I'm afraid you are now in over your heads. Yugito's voice growled, before opened her maw with chakra beginning to collect between her teeth. Yamiten, Shinka no Kanpaku, darkness style, ghost of the sacred flame. She yelled as a pair of spectral flames shot out of her mouth right at the pair. The two quickly dodged it with no problems, but noticed that the flames didn't extinguish afterwards. They landed on opposite sides of the room, each preparing in their own way to fight, Kazuku releasing his masks, while Hidan prepared his ritual symbol. I won't give you time to finish that. Yugito roared at Hidan before charging him. However, before she could get to him, two of the masks jumped in her way. The masks then, to both Yugito's digest and concern, merged together before their mouths opened, one of them releasing a large flame, while the other shot a gust of wind. The two attacks merged into one, which caused Yugito to jump. She had been able to get out of the way in time, which was lucky for her considering that the moment the jutsu hit the opposing wall it slammed right through it as if it wasn't even there. She is faster now, to be able to dodge my Kaden and Fuden, Kato-kan, fire and wind style, vortex flame combination, Kazuku mused after seeing Yugito jump out of the way. Yugito's eyes narrowed at the increasingly dangerous men, before she raised a paw with her claws glowing black and swiped at him. Yamiten, Bakiatari no Fuzen, darkness style, sins of the damned. She roared as the growing claws flew through the air screaming towards Kazuku. One of the same masks from before came between Yugito and her. Prey. It opened its mouth and shot a concentrated blast of wind at the incoming blades. The two attacks collided before the wind attack was able to throw the blades off target and slam harmlessly into the stone walls. Her lack of getting a single attack through made Yugito grunt in frustration. It's as if I'm facing 5 shinobi instead of just one. He can use any kind of elemental affinity he wishes to counteract anything I throw at him. She growled, trying to figure out what she should try next. Kitten, your assumption is right. But use that to your advantage. Try to maneuver yourself so that the mask that attacks you next will hit another mask when you dodge. Use his own strength against him, Izanami suggested. Yugito mentally nodded in understanding before she put the idea into action, and summoned another blast of Shinka no Yukai. As she predicted, Kazuku was able to deflect it with the wind mask, and counter-attacked with another mask she recognized from before as the lightning. She quickly maneuvered herself so she was standing in front of the water mask, and just let the lightning mask attack. Yugito mentally smirked, and at the last moment jumped out of the way of the lightning strike. She turned her head to see if the plan worked and smiled slightly, seeing the jutsu about to hit the water mask. However, her smile faded when at the last moment the lightning veered off, right in her direction before striking her, making her roar in pain as the electricity passed through her. You thought I'd let you destroy one of my own masks? Kazuku questioned as if you a genin. Kazuku stopped playing around with her. My ritual to Jashin-sama is ready, so get me some of her blood. Hidan yelled over all the commotion. Kakuzu spared a glance at Hidan, before his masks returned to his body, and he released a torrent of dark thread-like tendrils from his arms. Jongu, earth grudge fear, he said, as the dark tendrils began to snake along the floor, before rising up and shooting themselves at Yugito. Yugito jumped out of the way of the tendrils, but with the hundreds of them rocketing at her she couldn't avoid them all, especially with her large size. Shit, she cursed, knowing what would happen. She landed with a loud thud, with her right hind leg wobbling under the pressure. Seems I got you, Kazuku stated calmly. Yugito looked down and noticed that her leg was bleeding on both sides. Damn, they didn't just stop when they hit me, they went through my whole leg. She realized, grunting in pain as the trails of blood flowed down her phantom-like appendage. Jashin-sama thanks you, Hidan shouted with insane glee, as one of the tendrils dripped her blood on side, making Yugito look on in horror. Hidan smirked at both her expression as well as his own sadistic glee at what he was about to start. He licked the blood from the weapon and his skin changed one again. These guys are just too much. I need to get out of here. Yugito thought, disgusted with herself that she'd actually have to run away from a fight like some coward. She summoned all her remaining strength and shot towards the exit. Tisk 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 Nako-chan. You know we won't let you escape. Hidan said with an insane chuckle. Jujutsu. Shiji Hukutsu, sorcery. Death controller possessing blood. He called before slamming his scythe deeply into both his thighs, standing in his newly formed symbol. Yugito immediately felt the same stabs in her own thighs and roared in pain. Her hind legs gave out, causing her to fall and skid on the ground, stopping only 10 yards from the doors. She began to drag herself along the ground with her claws towards the exit, leaving a heavy trail of blood behind her. However, after only a few attempts she collapsed on the ground exhausted and feeling weak from blood loss. So much so that her transformation forcefully receded, leaving her stark naked with bruises, gashes, and deep bleeding cuts all over her, the most prominent ones on her legs. "Hidan, cancel your jutsu, we need her alive," Kazuku ordered. "Kitten, I know you are tired. But you have to get away from these two men that are going to kill you if they get their hands on you. So please, move," Izanami shouted worriedly, causing the blonde to stir with a groan. Her vision was slightly blurry, but she could still see the exit, and with all her remaining strength began to crawl once more to freedom. She was able to make it a few more yards, but was stopped dead when a hand grasped her ankle. "No, no, Neko-chan, no escape for you," Hidan taunted, before pulling her towards him. He quickly grabbed the girl by the neck, her arms, lifted her up and walked over to the locked door, with a smirking. He pulled one of her arms to the side and slammed a kunai into her palm, before doing the same to her other hand, crucifying her to the door. Her groan of pain sounded like a wounded puppy, her consciousness slipping in and out of her grasp. "You really do have one smokin' hot body there, Neko-chan. Although I must stay celibate, I can still give you a nice send-off before your life ends," he continued, letting his tongue lash over her dirtied and sweaty neck, as a glint shined in his eye. "Oi Kazuku, look at this," he yelled, while holding up the odd three-pronged kunai he just picked up. "It's a rather strange kunai, don't you think?" he inquired, turning it at different angles trying to examine it. "And we've seen many strange weapons in our line of work. Stop wasting our time," he ordered, anger lacing his voice. "We have but this kunai, it reminds me of something I once heard about dealing with a keke genkai. It's on the tip of my tongue but I can't remember," the zealot answered, a look of frustration on his face. Kazuku grunted once more in annoyance, quickly turned to his partner, grabbed the kunai from his hand and turned to Yugito. He tilted her head up so her half-lidded eyes looked at both him and the kunai he waved in front of her. "What is with this kunai?" he questioned rather boredly, only wanting an answer to appease Hidan's annoying curiosity. Yugito's vision blurred in and out, but one of the times it cleared she recognized the special kunai that she had always kept on her persons no matter what. Her eyes widened slightly, as her focus cleared and looked at the kunai and all the memories it brought with it. Naruto-kun, she thought in a weary and lamenting way. Being in this situation caused her to look back at just how much he had changed her, and just how deeply her feelings had truly grown for him since they first met in that forest. "Oi Neko-chan, we're talking to you, damn it." Hidan's voice kicked her out of her memories and back to the present. It was a gift," she rasped out. "That's it. Is there anything special about it?" he inquired, his tone urging her to spill everything about it that she knew. Just what it means to me," she answered back, her throat feeling dry. "There you go, Hidan, nothing overly special about it. Probably a custom-made kunai from her boyfriend or something," he responded, looking back at the contemplating immortal. Kazuku waved the kunai in front of her tauntingly with the blade facing the ground, before letting it fall. "Now, where were we?" Hidan questioned maniacally. He leaned his face in with only inches separating them when the kunai struck the ground and a flash of orange light appeared, blinding all in the vicinity. "Begin playing. Vestige by TM Revolution, you will not touch her again." An emotionless voice boomed, before a roar of gurgled pain sounded through the room. That voice. Yugito thought, her mind hazy from fighting the spell of unconscious that was placed on her. She focused her eyes as best she could at what had happened, only to dilate surprise at what she saw. Crouching right in front of her was another man wearing a dark orange flak jacket and black Junin attire. The back of his head adorned with unruly orange hair, with fox ears lying flat, usually a trait related to fear or extreme anger. 5 flowing orange fox tails squished about in front of her in an almost protective fashion, ready to strike down anyone who would dare come near her. Even with her mind as unclear as it was, could never in her life forget the only person that looked like that, and opened her mouth to say the person's name. Naruto-kun. She called, her voice hoarse and raspy, part of her fearing that it was only an illusion and he would disappear the moment she called out to him. "You will pay for the pain you have caused her," he promised, as his katana, which she had just now noticed, sunk even deeper into the chest of Hidan, causing him to spit up blood. "Hidan!" Kakuzu shouted in surprise, his eyes finally adjusting to the orange flash that had occurred, only to see his partner hunched slightly over with a katana protruding out of his back. "Just who the hell are you?" Hidan rasped out as dribbles of blood fell from the corners of his mouth. Naruto's answer was to push off his bent legs, causing Shinku Kaijin to delve completely into the mon's chest up to the hilt, while propelling him backward and Naruto forward. As Hidan continued back, Naruto took a hard step forward and stopping his momentum, causing the sword to slide out of the strange man. However, in the second this happened, Naruto had twisted the sword to the left, now holding it sideways, before he slashed in the same direction, ripping the blade out of the man in a sideways slash completely through the man's chest. A wave of blood flew through the air as the sword arced through it before resting at Naruto's side. Hidan was sent torpedoing at Kakuzu, who had no time to react and was hit by the immortal man. Naruto stood up straight and tall, his back still to the injured woman as his tails flailed about, expressing the anger that his body refused to. Rivers of blood drained down the edge of the sword, drops of blood fell littering the ground with the crimson liquid, as the blade itself seemed to hum in satisfaction. "Yugito-chan." Naruto's voice called out to her, still holding the malice from before, making her flinch and slightly fearful of answering, even though they were friends. Hi. She rasped out. "Rest now, Yugito-chan. But do not fall asleep. Promise me you will stay awake." His voice now warm and comforting and slightly pleading, compared to the tone it held only a moment before. Her eyes widened slightly as his request, but understood that he was simply concerned for her life. He had probably noticed how badly hurt she was, and was just worried about her. I promise." The ends of her lips curled up into a brief smile, happy that he kept his word at being there for her whenever she needed him. The two cloaked men were able to recover from the surprise attack, while the Jinchuriki talked and were now standing side by side. They both looked annoyed at the intruder of their mission, though Kakuzu only looked annoyed at the newcomer, while Hidan was livid as Kakuzu patched up his chest using his tendrils. "You ruined my fun, so in return I'll sacrifice you to Jashin-sama." Hidan growled out. "Hidan, we are here for the girl, remember Leader Sama's orders. You can play with whoever he is after she is in our custody." Kakuzu scolded his irate partner. Hidan clenched his teeth, knowing his partner was right. "Fine. Just get me his blood so we can get him out of the way and get what we came for," he grumbled. Kakuzu nodded, and let his four masks come back to life, ready to fight once more. Naruto's only response was to their actions was to raise his sword in the basic style of Kitsune Ise Ryu. Kazuku wasted no time in attack, sending his lightning mask forward, its mouth opening before an electrical surge collected and shot off at Naruto. Naruto used his speed to dodge the bolt, but was surprised when it turned and headed right towards him again. "My masks have absolute control over the elements. That lightning will follow you until oblivion because it's following your chakra signature," Kakuzu explained. Naruto ran around the room with the lightning bolt on his trail. No matter how swift his twists and turns, he just couldn't lose the jutsu that followed him. "Guess I have no choice," Naruto concluded, before turning in midair, and skidded backwards to a stop, striking the ground with Shinku Kaijin as he did. It wasn't long until the jutsu struck Naruto, making him growl in pain, which caused Hidan to sadistically laugh. That is until he noticed Naruto wasn't turning into a charred corpse like all of Kakuzu's other victims did. The jutsu soon receded, leaving a smoldering, but mostly unhurt Naruto, but before he took out the sword from the ground, and disappeared a small dust cloud in the air from where he was just standing. Kakuzu's eyes narrowed at losing track of his enemy, before feeling a breeze behind him and a pain to shoot nearly an inch into his neck before stopping at the sound of metal clashing against metal. Kazuku looked in the direction of the pain, and saw Naruto's blade in the corner of his eye, before they went slightly wide at the implications. Whoever this man is, he isn't joking around. He is going for a finishing blow early on and without mercy. And worse yet, he seems to have the skill to accomplish it, he thought, feeling blood drain from his neck. "Gomen. But I cannot allow you to kill him, no matter how stuck up he is." Leader Sama would not be pleased upon hearing his defeat. Hidan stated matter-of-factly, a long chain-linked scythe extending from his two hands. He stopped the strike with his scythe. I guess I owe him one, Kazuku conceded, realizing why Naruto had stopped his attack. The two weapon users stared each other down, before Hidan flicked his wrist, making the scythe screech down Naruto's blade faster than the Hanyu thought possible from the sheer size and probable weight of the weapon. Naruto drew back his own blade from within his opponent's neck and jumped back from the scythe's strike. Unfortunately, it nicked him in the arm, making Hidan smirk at the implications. He landed quietly and checked the wound for any deadly poison, and when finding none just let his healing ability close the wound, never noticing that it didn't closing. This battle is over, however I would like that sword first, if you would Hidan, Kakuzu called, making Hidan smirk in approval before jumping back into the ritual marking he had used on Yugito. Yugito had watched the fight with blurred vision, and thought Naruto could win against the two with how he was fighting. But the moment she saw Hidan activate that same ritual he used on her twice before, her blood to run cold and fear to creep into her. She had to warn him about what that jutsu could do. Naruto-kun, she rasped out. Her throat completely dry, causing her voice to only come out as a harsh whisper that Naruto had heard but wasn't able to reply to when Hidan's voice echoed throughout the chamber. Jujutsu, Shiji Hukutsu, sorcery, death controller possessing blood. His skin once again turned black as the familiar exoskeleton appeared on top of his skin. Naruto just looked on in curiosity, before he saw Hidan plunge his scythe into his own right arm. Naruto's right arm, which held Shinku Kaijin, violently twitched as the pain was transferred to it, causing his grip to slightly shake but not let go. Naruto's expression hadn't changed, and just looked at his reacting arm in morbid curiosity. The pair looked rather perturbed at Naruto's reaction. No one had before reacted as little as Naruto had when Hidan used this jutsu. Not even a grimace of pain crossed his face. That is a very interesting jutsu you have, Hidan, was it? Naruto asked, not expecting an answer. However, if you expected that to stop me, you are sorely mistaken. I have taken far worse in my home, so you'll have to do better than that. He stated while slicing his thumb along his blade's edge. However, you will not have the opportunity to again. Hake, Shinku Kaijin, release, Crimson Ash. Naruto shouted, as he swung his katana in a wide horizontal arc. End song. The two men weren't worried when they saw Naruto swing his sword towards them. However, that all changed when the blade itself burst into flame, shooting out towards them at an unbelievable velocity in the same arc motion. The pair had no time to react from the sheer shock at what they witnessed. Even if they did, they doubted they'd be able to escape such an attack without being severely injured in the process. If they even survived, well for Kazuku anyway. Hidan, though would survive, wouldn't mean he was any less shocked that such an attack from a weapon could exist, nor admit that being hit by it wouldn't hurt like hell. The flames were nearly upon them, when an explosion rocked in the far wall. And from the dust shot black flames which trailed in between the pair of men and Naruto's flames. The two flame attacks collided in a stalemate of power, the flames twisting and turning within each other, trying to engulf the other and absorb its strength. But no matter how much they struggled, they were completely deadlocked. Soon, however, both flames died down from their caster's call. When the flames completely receded, and the smoldering earth stopped steaming, Naruto saw two people he recognized immediately. Itachi, he growled out. Naruto-kun, you look, well. The emotionless Uchiha stated, not quite knowing the word to describe Naruto's new look. Ah, this must be what you really look like. I've been wondering ever since I saw that genjutsu over you in Wave. At first I thought that's what it was, but I dismissed it off since you seemed far too young. But apparently I was wrong. I'm also interested to know what kind of genjutsu that was, since not even my Kekkei Genkai could penetrate it. He commented offhandedly. Itachi, Kisame, what are you two doing here? Hidan asked, slightly angered that these two would show up like this. Saving your lives apparently. Kisame said, eyeing Naruto. But even more so his still flaming sword with a glint of interest in his fish-like eyes. What do you mean? We had him perfectly well before you two showed up. You know that Kazuku can't die that easily, or me ever. Hidan stated, wanting to get some answers as the intrusion. You seem to not realize who he is despite his name. Itachi answered, his Sharingan swirling. This is Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, he stated flatly. Naruto's two first opponents looked back at him with arched brows. So we were fighting your target this whole time? Kakuzu questioned, only getting the slightest of nods from Itachi. What is the big deal then? The four of us can handle him easily enough, and then we'd have two captured instead of just one. Hidan stated, only to see Itachi shake his head. You all know as well as I do what happens to Jinchuriki who hold demons with the power of 5 tails or more. He deadpanned, while pointing at Naruto. And it seems Naruto has already gone through his sosei with Kyuubi. Meaning those tails aren't just for intimidation anymore. He concluded, making the immortals look at Naruto in a new light, before Hidan gawked slightly. He has 5 of its tails, he said almost unbelievingly. Correct. And from what my Sharingan is telling me, you both have been fighting him at only his normal chakra output. He hadn't even decided to use any boost from his tails in the fight, but with all 4 of us we could beat him anyway, so his tails won't matter. Hidan said, while subconsciously rubbing the slash mark on his chest, wondering how that situation would have ended had Naruto used all his power in the strike. That would be a gamble at best. Hidan. The Kyuubi was the strongest of all the demons. Its tails were immensely more powerful than the other Bijus. The power difference between Nibi's 2 tails and Kyuubi's could be astronomical. Not only that, but we don't know many of his skills, nor are either of you at a level to fight him equally if he does release his power anymore. There are too many variables to consider with him, especially with that legendary blade by his side. Forged from Kyuubi itself, Shinku Kaijin. Itachi tried to explain their situation as bluntly as possible, making Kisame look astounded at hearing the name of that legendary blade, a blade in which anyone who calls themselves a swordsman knows. Itachi felt another chakra signature, albeit a weak one, and looked over at Yugito. We will retreat for now, however Nibi will still be our consolation prize. He reassured them, before shunshunning towards Yugito, intent on not leaving the mission empty-handed. When Itachi phased in front of her, his eyes ever so slightly darkened at who he saw right in front of his face. A cold steel blade was pressed hard against his throat. If he moved at all he would be dead. So, you somehow were able to learn the Yondaim's Kekkei Genkei. Itachi said almost nonchalantly, Naruto's cold amethyst gaze unwavering into his opponent's red. Your silence tells me I'm right. Not that you really had to, since I know that the Hiraishin is one of the few jutsu in known existence that my eyes can't follow despite it being chakra-based. He stated as if the two were having a normal conversation in a restaurant. Itachi. Naruto's voice was cold, colder than even his. I've already warned you and your partner of what would happen should either of you try to hurt someone I care about. And not even the fact that I want to shake your hand for destroying that dishonorable kun once called Uchiha, will stop me from going through with my promise. He said with finality, pressing the blade even deeper, slightly constricting Itachi's windpipe. Leave, now. If you do, I will let you 4 live. If not, I will kill you without any more hesitation. Naruto finished, his ultimatum on the table with the ball, now in Itachi's court. The 2 men stared at each other for what seemed to be eternity, before Itachi's eyes turned back to their coal-colored black. He took a step back from Naruto's blade, and shunshed next to Kisame. Naruto's guard didn't falter an inch, and just stared at the 4. We will leave, Itachi commanded, the 3 others looking at him in slight surprise. We can collect her later. He explained, feeling the gazes on him silently asking for an explanation. Itachi. Naruto called out from the opposite side of the chamber. She is under my protection as is Shukaku, should any of you hunt either of them again, no quarter will be given and I will not hold back. He continued before releasing 3 taels worth of ki upon the chamber, forcing both Hidan and Kazuku to fall to a knee while Kisame and Itachi's legs began to buckle from the pressure. And whomever it is will die. Naruto's voice was completely otherworldly and demonic, as if Naruto was the reincarnation of Kyuubi itself, and just as quickly as the pressure came, it left, releasing the men from its grip. Itachi's Sharingan activated again in surprise, the tomo spinning wildly as he looked as the now stoic Jinchuriki. To think that a boy could hold such great power in so little time, and to even cause my body to react in such a way to ki. He will truly be a worthy opponent to test myself against if the time comes, however I will need to refine my skills some. Akatsuki's mission has dulled my strength compared to how I was back in Anbu. The Uchiha prodigy thought. I understand Naruto-kun, I will let Leader Sama know of your declaration. Until we see each other again. He agreed, raising his hand signaling for them to leave, which they did in their various Shunshin styles. Oh, good luck healing you and Nibi from my poison. Here's a hint, medical chakra won't work. Hidan's voice called out, his tone smug and sadistically playful before disappearing into the wind. Once Naruto's senses told him they were far enough away, he unsummoned Shinku Kaijin and turned towards Yugito. His expression turned to worry and fear at seeing her head hanging limply down, her body still crucified to the door, her legs and right arm completely red with her blood. He rushed to her aid and as carefully as he could ripped the blood-coated kunai out of her palms. He carefully scooping her up in his arms and sat down Indian style with her ghostly white naked and bloodied body draped across his lap, allowing her head to rest against his arm. Naruto quickly looked her up and down to assess her injuries, not even registering she was stark naked. Damn, he wasn't kidding, that poison is affecting our healing abilities. He cursed, noticing that the wounds on his arm had failed to heal. I need to stop the bleeding first. He said medical chakra wouldn't work. But he never mentioned Onipo Jutsu. Naruto conversed with himself. The idea came to him. With the greatest of care he placed Pale Woman on the ground before grabbing medical gauze from his pouch. He wrapped the gauze around his right hand, before going through a set of seals with his left. Onipo, Suba Fukatsu Demon Art, Saliva Restoration. He said, before pressing the hand on the large slice across her right thigh, letting the gauze soak up as much of the blood as it could. Naruto bent down and slowly draped his chakra-enhanced tongue along the wound slowly, his hand moving at the same speed as the gauze so that no blood could escape while he used the jutsu. When he finished with the wound he smiled lightly, seeing the small amount of blood on top of the wound sizzle, dissolving all of the bacteria that accumulated in the wound from the dirt she dragged herself on and Hidan's poison. Once he saw the blood stop sizzling, and her wound already beginning to close from his saliva, he moved onto her left thigh. He followed the same procedure, though this time noting that her body shivered, and a low gurgled moan escaped her throat. I really need to find a new way to administer this jutsu, cause I'll be damned if I do this for a male, he thought, mentally shaking his head, while sighing at the fact he began to smell Yugito's body unconsciously give off pheromones. Well, at least she is unconscious. I doubt she's want me to do something like this if she was awake. He finished, slightly chuckling at imagining her reaction. Oh, just how wrong he was. Naruto successfully healed her legs, before doing the same for the cut on her right arm as well. Once he finished with the hard stuff he pulled her back on his lap. He concentrated then, before Yugito's body slightly glowed purple. I certainly don't envy medical shinobi. It's no wonder why they need such great chakra control, he mumbled offhandedly, his brow stained with sweat, as the aura around the woman in his arms dimmed before disappearing completely, leaving a much cleaner looking Yugito, though her skin tone was still a ghostly pale. Now I just need to get her up. Izanami-san, if you can hear me, I could use some help. He requested. Naruto adjusted her in his lap, before slightly shaking her, hoping that she would wake up with his motions and her prisoner's words. He continued his motions for a good minute before feeling her body move, turning towards him, snuggling into him. Yugito-chan, wake up, he called, warm but firmly. The young woman weaseled around slightly in annoyance before turning her head towards the voice with her eyes fluttering open. Naruto-kun? She questioned, her voice raspy and only loud enough to be a whisper. Truth be told, the poor woman was finding it very difficult to focus clearly and only saw blotches of shapes, but Naruto's form was rather recognizable even in that state. He sighed in relief. Hey, welcome back, he greeted with a happy smile. In response, she weakly brought up her left arm and cupped his whiskered cheek with her hand, thumbing his birthmarks tenderly, which made Naruto's body shiver and a low moan to gurgle in his throat as a pink tinge graced his cheeks. Naruto wouldn't ever tell anyone, but ever since his sosei, both his whisker marks and tails had become hypersensitive, and even more so as time went by of him being a Hanyu. By now they were so sensitive that Natsumi, who was the only one who knew about it, considered them two of his erogenous zones. Although a harsh touch wouldn't do anything but piss him off, A gentle enough caress of his whiskers or tails, and his entire body would heat up from the type of contact. Which unfortunately for him was exactly what Yugito was currently doing to him, even though she had no idea. Arigato, it was very kind of you to appear before me as Naruto-kun, it makes it a bit more easy to take. Tenshi-kun, she thanked warmly, her lips curling into a happy and appreciative smile. Angel. Naruto mentally questioned at hearing her address him as such. Kami-sama. She thinks she died. He figured out, slight shock appearing on his face. Yugito ch. He started before being interrupted by her hand moving to the back of his neck, pulling his face to only millimeters apart. Their noses barely touching, each looking into the other's eyes. Let me just give you my thanks for such a kind gesture, Tenshi-kun, onegai. She pleaded cutely, her voice though slightly sad at the situation she thought she was in, still held warmth and happiness in it before pulling him down the last inch and pressed their lips together in a passionate kiss. Naruto at first freaked out at her actions, considering what they both just went through. An intimate moment wasn't what he thought would occur. Unfortunately, from her caresses moments before, his rational brain functions had shut down for now, and all his current thoughts were concentrated on the soft and oddly warm lips, along with the curvaceous body and his arms they were connected to. The kiss to him seemed to express many strong emotions that Yugito currently held: sadness, fear, happiness, regret, love. He knew he would have to explain the situation to her, but at the moment didn't want to disappoint her with what she thought was really happening, and allowed himself to kiss her back. He squeezed her body gently against him, making her moan in both happiness and contentment. The kiss lasted a few moments longer before the two split apart, lightly panting, each with a slight blush on their cheeks. You taste sweet. I wonder if that's how Naruto-kun would have tasted. She questioned more to herself than him, with a small giggle, making him arch a brow in interest. Arigato, Tenshi-kun. I'm ready now. She stated, her voice just above a whisper now, her words giving him all the meaning he needed, if he was truly an angel, that is. Naruto couldn't help but smile and chuckle lightly at the woman in his arms, before flicking the tip of her nose playfully with a finger. Nay, Yugito-chan, what I was going to say before you kissed me was that you aren't dead. You fell unconscious from blood loss, but I was able to heal your wounds. And with Izanami-san's help was able to wake you up. Though it wasn't for the reason that just happened, even if it was a great kiss. He explained, a warm and slightly devilish smile on his lips, simply waiting for the woman to figure it out. Yugito just looked at him oddly, her head tilting to the side, making her look rather cute. What does he mean I'm not dead? She mentally questioned. When I fell unconscious I felt so weak. But when I awoke I felt so much better. She explained as if he could hear her. But then if he is an angel, what reason would he have to lie to me? What would he gain by doing so? Unless he really isn't an angel. And if that were the case, then I just, oh, my, Kami-sama. She finished as all her thoughts lead to one conclusion, that she really was still alive. And just said all those things to the only guy she'd ever had feelings for, and to top it off just kissed him. Bingo. Izanami's voice roared in Yugito's mind, before she finally couldn't hold it anymore and burst out laughing. Oh, Kami-sama, kitten laugh, that whole scene laugh asterisk was priceless. Laugh, she roared while rolling on the floor of her cage, holding her sides to keep from busting a rib. You know, laugh, I'm never going to laugh, let you live this laugh downright. She questioned, still on the floor. Yugito was still too surprised to answer the demoness in her head, her facial expression showing the same shock her mind had at the realization. Naruto could only snicker slightly at the poor woman's expense. He soon grew slightly concerned when after a few minutes she hadn't moved. He lightly shook, getting her attention back onto the topic at hand. Nay, Yugito-chan. Are you alright? You finally believe you're still quite alive? He questioned softly. Yugito didn't have the courage to trust her voice at the moment, and just nodded her head in affirmation before turning her face into his stomach in a childish attempt to hide herself, wishing she could just vanish. Naruto chuckled slightly, but also felt sympathy with how things ended up for her. He mentally admitted that if he were in her position back when he was scarred to tell Natsumi his feelings for her, he probably would have ended up in a similar situation as this. He squeezed her body gently to give her a signal that he wanted her attention, which worked when he saw her turn her head. Yugito-chan, we can talk about it later, nay. But I woke you up because I need you to give you a transfusion. You lost a large amount of blood and need to get it replenished some before I can get you to a hospital. I don't want you falling sleeping again until that done. You promised me, remember? He questioned with a very weak stern look, making her look down in slight shame at not keeping such a simple promise. Gomen, she answered lowly. He frowned at her reaction, and leaned down to give her temple a reassuring chaste kiss. It's not a problem, Yugito-chan, I'm just glad you are alright. You had me really worried, I thought I lost you for a while there. He replied warmly, the tone and smile he gave her making her expression soften, and body to relax. Arigato for saving me, Naruto-kun, she responded, her eyes looking back at him. You aren't out of the woods yet, Neko-chan, he teased, his smile growing, making her smile slightly in response. With the situation now calmer, Naruto's vision started picking up the fact the woman in his arms was still completely naked. He turned his head swiftly to the side with a small blush, his motions making Yugito tilt her head in confusion. He was a gentleman after all, and unless given permission wouldn't ogle a woman's body unless it was Hana or Natsumi. Yugito-chan, Gomen, but in my haste I completely forgot until now that you lost your clothes. And unfortunately I wasn't expecting a fight when I felt the Hiraishin kunai, so I didn't bring an extra set. He apologized. Yugito's face flushed red at the implications of what he just said. This really was just not her day. She squirmed slightly in his grip, to try to get his attention while using her arms to hide her assets. Naruto hesitated a moment before looking back at the still blushing woman, before thinking a moment and thought of an idea. Without a moment's hesitation he switched his grip on the woman and then pulled her from his lap, causing a small eep from her, and then sat her back down upright, her front facing away from him. I thought maybe you'd be more comfortable like this, he explained, getting a slight nod in both affirmation and appreciation. Hold on one more second, he commanded, before Yugito heard a zipper and then clothing shuffle around. Here, I know it's not much, but it's better than what was left of your clothes. He finished before a black shirt went over her head. Yugito was surprised at what he did, but was thankful for the slight emotional protection it served from her embarrassment as well as warmth. Arigato, Naruto-kun, she said while sliding her arms into the short sleeves. Not a problem, just sorry I don't have bottoms. He apologized. Got you ready? He questioned, and got a nod. Naruto nodded back before grabbing a kunai from his pouch and put his arms around Yugito, his wrist and the kunai in front of her. He quickly slit his wrist, a few quick drops of blood fell to the ground. Drink, he commanded softly. Yugito was still slightly apprehensive, she may have had a demon inside her, but she never found the taste of blood appealing. And in fact found the taste appalling the few times he had it. So Izanami's bloodthirst tended to be wasted on her, much to the dismay of the demoness. But she knew that Naruto was only trying to help her out, and decided she would listen. She grabbed his hand and forearm in both her own, bringing the bleeding wrist to only tongue's length away. She lightly flicked her tongue across the red liquid in a form of taste testing, and was surprised that his blood didn't taste anything like what she had expected. It's sweet, she noted, the cringe on her face at the prospect of drinking blood relaxed, and actually changing to a slightly pleasant one. His blood still held the coppery taste that all blood seemed to, but his also had a hint of sweetness to it that made his blood palatable to her. She gathered it was because Naruto was a Hanyu, and demon blood may just taste different. She got over her hesitation quickly and with more reverence placed her entire mouth over the bleeding wrist, before she began lapping up the stream of blood in a slightly enjoyable way, though not as enjoyable as Anko when she was in the same position a few weeks earlier, at least to Naruto. Yugito became so relaxed at what she was doing she actually fell back, lightly thumping against Naruto's chest while continuing her ministration on his wrist. Lucky, Izanami whined, her tone almost making the demoness's disappointing and jealous pout visible to the Jinchuriki. Naruto allowed the transfusion to go on another 10 minutes before he told her it was enough. She let his wrist go, though Naruto heard the slightest of whimpers from her at having to, making him silently chuckle. It seems his blood had quite the effect on the opposite gender. I could probably use that with Natsu-chan later, he thought with a smirk. Okay, Yugito-chan. You should be alright until we can get you proper medical treatment, so let's gather what's left of your things and head out, nay? He questioned, getting a nod from her. She sat up slightly, so he could move because with the shirt only reaching her hips she didn't want to give him an Accidental. Show if she stood up from his lap with his face right there after all. The two looked around and only found his Hiraishin kunai and the purple scroll for Izanami's body. Not much left, I guess, Yugito-chan. Let's get you back to Kumo, he suggested, his tone growing harsh when he said her home, as his head swiveled around looking for anything they might have missed. Yugito grunted in response. The prospect of going back there not appealing to her in the least, but knew she had to. She turned the corner of one of the fallen columns that lined the battered chamber to meet back with Naruto, to only stop in her tracks when she saw him again, considering they began their search immediately after getting up. Kami-sama, Kami-sama, both she and Izanami said breathlessly at once. Since Naruto had given her his only shirt, the only thing that covered his torso now was his dark orange flak jacket that was still unzipped and opened, which greatly showed off his chiseled stomach, toned chest, and strong arms. Both females just gaped at him while he continued with his final sweep of the chamber. That amount of sexiness should to be illegal, Izanami said, her tone already filling with lust and want. Kitten. Can you let me out, just for 10 minutes, please? She asked her friend, her voice pleading to get out. Gomen, Izanami-chan. But after what's happened, I don't think he is up for anything like that, Yugito answered, while the little voice in her own mind was pleading for the same thing. Just 10 minutes. You're like the sex Nazi kitten. She growled out pathetically. Kami-sama, Natsumi-sama is so damn lucky. If I could have him for just 30 minutes, I wouldn't be able to walk straight for a week. She declared, her voice heavy with longing, and slight moans that caught the attention of her friend. Kitten, I think I'm going to go get some sleep now. She finished, her tone pausing from heightening moans. Well, at least now I have some blackmail on you, Izanami-chan. Because I wonder what Natsumi-san would say about what you are doing to the thought of her mate. Yugito said, her voice half lustful from Naruto, and half smug from getting revenge on her friend, who only grunted in response before Yugito couldn't hear her anymore. Yugito-chan, Naruto called out, making her blink several times. You spaced out on me, you okay? He questioned, concern evident in his voice. Yugito quickly looked away in embarrassment, before nodding. Hi, Gomen, Izanami-chan wanted to talk to me. She explained, only telling the half-truth, before looking back at him and noticing something odd. Naruto-kun, why is your headband over your eyes? Alright, well, there isn't anything left, so let's get going, but I'm still concerned about you, and considering you have no footwear or pants, I think it'd be best for me to carry you. As for my eyes, well, I don't think I could stop myself of staring so. He explained, scratching his head sheepishly, leaving his sentence to make sense on its own, which held true since Yugito's hand subconsciously went to the hem of the shirt and pulled it down as far as it would stretch. Arigato, she said in appreciation, although the small voice in the back of her mind was slightly disappointed he didn't take advantage of her attire, or lack thereof. Not a problem, now, he said while pausing, turning around and falling to a knee. Hop on, he commanded jokingly. Yugito hesitated a moment before moving to him and crouched down so she was lying on his back, her arms around his neck, head resting on his shoulder, while his hands kept her steady by gripping her thighs gently. His tails wrapped around her for protection, warmth, and to keep any prying eyes from getting a free show. His particular grips causing her insides to slightly melt and bite her lip to hold back a moan that was threatening to escape from the sensations of his hands gripping her and his soft fur seeming to caressing her bare skin. I have your kunai, and Izanami's scroll in my pouch, so just point to Kumo and hold on. Hi, she stuttered out as she pointed west, before they disappeared from the scene, only a small dust cloud in their wake at where they just were. It had been a good 5 minutes while zooming thought the mountains, most of which were only splotches of brown and gray from the speeds they were going. The pair had been completely silent since they were off, and it was driving Yugito nuts. Mainly because she was still embarrassed about what she had said and done, and what made it that much worse was that Naruto hadn't spoken a word about it yet. In truth, she had hoped he'd ask her about it, she so wouldn't have to be the one to initiate the conversation, but seemed that Naruto wasn't going to. So with an audible gulp decided to lay it all on the line and moved her mouth next to his ear so he could hear her. Naruto-kun. Hi. About what I said and did. It's okay, Yugito-chan, I understand. He interrupted reassuringly, unknowingly saving a little bit of her dignity by not having to say it. So you know that. You like me. Hi, what you did back there showed me, he interrupted again. Unfortunately, I don't quite feel the same way about you. I see, it was now her time to interrupt him, especially since she didn't nor want to hear any more. Yugito's her heart sank as her expression saddened immediately after hearing him. Her limbs and muscles slightly gave out at knowing the only man she ever had feels for didn't return them. Not that she could really blame him, when you already have two very attractive women by your side such as Hana and Natsumi. Why would you need another? She could hear Izanami in the back of her mind cursing the man she was riding on, wanting only 10 minutes with him now to rip him to pieces for hurting her. She sunk her head back down to his shoulder, wishing she was anywhere but with him, while tears threatened to fall from the corners of her eyes. Her face scrunched into one of utter self-loathing and anger. I'm a Kumo Kunoichi, not only that but I'm one of the best the village has for Kami's sake. I shouldn't be so emotionally weak. She mentally screamed at herself, feeling her tears becoming harder and harder to hold back, with her teeth clenched tightly. And yet, I can't help but feel sad. And alone. I know he doesn't want me to feel bad since he is my friend, just because he doesn't have those kinds of feelings that I do for him but it still hurts, so much. She thought, as her already fragile emotional defenses finally broke in hot, salty tears fell down her cheeks. Yugito was a few seconds away from a quiet sob escaping her, when she felt a head lean back and press against hers, and the hands holding her thighs squeezed gently to get her attention. Yugito-chan. You really should have left me finish before you jumped to the very conclusion that is making you sad and cry. He stated, his tone was strong and cut through the billowing winds easily, while also being warm and comforting. What I was going to say is that, while I don't have those same feelings for you right now, that doesn't mean I won't develop some later. I mean for Kami-sama's sake, you're beautiful, smart, strong, caring, and a good person. I would be a complete fool to not notice those things about you. He reassured, his words shocking the kunoichi on his back, and making her blush at his description about her. So I don't want you to think that it's because you aren't attractive to me or I won't ever like you in that way. Truth be told, that is probably the farthest thing from the truth. But because of the Chunin exams and the invasion, I can't really be thinking about that kind of stuff. And the only reason Hana-chan and I are as close as we are is because we had a past prior to me returning and our feelings apparently grew over the years. Had we not, I probably would have told her the same thing I just told you. He explained before sighing. I hope you aren't too upset with me, but I promise that if after the invasion is over and done with, and while getting to know you better as friends I begin to develop feelings for you, we'll just see where things lead, okay? Until the time let's just continue to be good friends, ne Yugito-chan? He asked, nuzzling her head slightly in a reassuring fashion. Yugito for her own part just listened intently to Naruto's explanation, and while listening became slightly embarrassed at her childish way of acting on her emotions. There was a major invasion that was going to occur in a few weeks and she was trying to get Naruto to notice her, when he had much bigger and important things to think about. She listened to the rest of his words just as intently, and her tears of loathing soon grew to tears of happiness that he wasn't actually writing her off like it first sounded. He was simply postponing the sheer possibility something may happen for a later and less chaotic time. Once he finished his explanation, and she felt him nuzzle against her, a wide grin was placed on her lips before she slightly nuzzled back, telling him she understood and agreed. Arigato Yugito-chan, he whispered after feeling her response. Although I hope you know that if anything does happen, you should be prepared for a talk from Hana-chan and Natsu-chan. They are rather protective of me, as you've seen. Plus they hate sharing, he joked, shaking his head. Yugito heard him, and giggled, though was soon deep in thought about his words pertaining to the other two women in his life. She hoped that they wouldn't mind sharing him with her as well. But if she had to fight for him, she would do so tooth and nail. But what mattered to her most right now was that the man she had feelings for didn't dismiss her after finding out. With that thought in mind, her smile grew before she snuggled her head into the crook of his neck and just inhaled his scent in a long intake of breath. Arigato Naruto-kun, she thought happily, a goofy, happy smile on her lips while she rested against him. His musky and unique scent entering her nose whenever she breathed. You have her wrapped around your little finger now, Naruto-kun. You better not hurt her. Then again, I trust Natsumi-sama's judgment for mates, so I can trust you wouldn't ever do anything to purposely harm her. Izanami thought, with a happy smile on her face at seeing her friend so content, especially after how she first reacted from her assumption only minutes earlier. Naruto was finally able to calm down when he felt Yugito nuzzle into his neck, because up until that point he was slightly afraid that he had completely crushed her emotionally. He knew the fear of both complete vulnerability when expressing your feelings to someone, as well as the fear of rejection that goes with it. And for people like them, those fears are doubled because of how their lives were lived in their younger years. Knowing that she was going to be okay, he sped up and only a few minutes later reached the end of the mountain ridge and saw the walls of Kumo. He smiled slightly at the prospect of getting Yugito medical attention, but then immediately frowned at exactly where she was going to be getting it. The village that vilified her entire existence. Yugito-chan, we are here. But rest for a little while longer, we'll get you to a hospital soon. He offered, only getting a mumble and slight nod from her. He smiled at her, figuring she must have fallen asleep after their emotional talk and from the fight itself. Naruto created 2 kage bushins, and had one hinged into Yugito in the cloths she wore from the Chunin exams before the other lifted her up like the originals were. Go to the village and ask for Akiko to help out, I don't trust anyone else. Once she is there, explain who you are and then dispel yourselves. He ordered, before the clones nodded and were off towards the hidden village. It had been nearly 15 minutes before Naruto felt his clones disperse and their memories flood his thoughts. He was happy to know Akiko was able to be found and even had medics at the ready. Unfortunately, the gate guards also informed the Volt Kumo's Anbu, who were also there, as well as another man who made Naruto's fists clench in anger. The Raikage. Shaking his head at the annoyances, he decided to let Yugito sleep a bit longer. He summoned his Onipo Genjutsu to lose his tails, ears, and feral features before traversing the last bit of mountainside, then mad dashing it along the dirt flatland leading to the village's gates. Kami-sama. Yugito. Akiko yelled in surprise and horror at seeing the true condition the two were in, and finally realizing why the Bushins had asked to bring medics. Naruto stopped in front of the group, and tried to reel in his anger at the Kumo shinobi sans Akiko. You're just lucky I haven't found her Ka-san yet, or you'd never have seen her again, he thought, his jaw clenching. Get her on the stretcher. The Raikage commanded. The medics swiftly listened, jogging up to the Jinchuriki pair with the stretcher, with Volt officers right behind them. Yugito had been awake the moment Naruto stopped at the front of the gates, fear creeping up on her face from seeing the Raikage there along with his personal Volt, whose masks she knew, intimately, from her days when she was viciously beaten as a child in the village. Her body subconsciously tightened around Naruto, her hands gripping his flak jacket for dear life, as she tried to hide herself amongst Naruto's disheveled hair. Naruto, feeling the fear and apprehension in her, began to growl ferally at the oncoming men, his body tensing and eyes darting, looking for even the slightest movement for a weapon. If they struck, he would at least take out all of Kumo with him. Give, Buki Heim, to me, a Volt officer commanded, his arms outstretched. No. I told my clones to get Akiko-san, he answered defiantly. Perhaps, but she only a genin, and has no real experience on how to deal with her. The Raikage retorted, venom falling off his tongue when he said, her. Which is why my Anbu and myself came. He explained. Now give her to them. He ordered, his tone harsh with the authority of Kumo's leader. Too bad for him Naruto wasn't from Kumo. Experience, or no, I know she trusts Akiko-san, that is why I called her here. Naruto explained, his own tone growing sinister. The Raikage's brow rose. Young man, I do not know who you are, but you obviously don't know that I am the Raikage, the leader of this hidden village. The aged man said. I could tell very easily by your robes, but unless Yugito trusts you, that means little to me since I'm not from your village. Now please let Akiko-san take her, she needs medical attention. The Raikage's eyes narrowed at the man's disrespect, she was his shinobi. His weapon to do with what he likes. However, he saw Naruto's unwavering gaze staring right back at him, and realized that unless he allowed the girl to take his weapon, the man wouldn't let her go. Very well, Akiko, take her to the hospital to get her the attention she needs after losing whatever fight it was she was having to cause this. He commanded, making Naruto's jaw clench at the barb. Akiko and the medics quickly came up to Naruto and he gently placed the now healthier-looking woman in the stretcher, but noticed a drop of blood fall onto it staining the green fabric. He looked over and saw that the medic who was holding the stretcher at the end where Yugito's legs rested had a blush across his cheeks, a perverted grin on his face and whose nose was bleeding while he looked down at her unclothed creamy legs and other places. Naruto's demonic growl knocked the man out of his perverted thoughts before all the blood rushed off his face when he saw the look on Naruto's. Naruto quickly took off his flak jacket and placed it over Yugito's hips and legs, leaving his torso completely bare, making Akiko slightly blush at the muscular man in front of her. "I suggest you do your job and nothing else," Naruto suggested, his voice completely without emotion, making the occupants around him shudder slightly. "Akiko-san, I leave her in your hands. And if he even so much as touches her inappropriately while treating her, tell Yugito," he commanded while pointing at the white-faced man, his legs promising to give out any moment. "Hi, arigato Anyo. Kazama Arashi, a friend of Yugito-chan's. I was at the Chunin exams, your match was quite impressive," he complimented warmly. "Arigato, I will do as you ask Kazama-san," she bowed and turned around, but was stopped by Naruto's hand on her shoulder. Akiko turned only to meet with a kneeling Naruto who moved in close, his face next to her ear, making her blush slightly at his proximity. "Akiko-san, give his to Yugito-chan the next moment you two are alone," he whispered while stealthily placing his three-pronged kunai in her pocket. He stood up and smiled at the young genin, before feeling a soft hand grab his wrist. He looked to see the hand belong to Yugito, and he just smiled brightly at her as they looked at each other. Their gazes expressed the silent conversation that went on between the two, before she too smiled, releasing his arm. Naruto looked back at the Raikage who nodded to the medics before they and Akiko jogged into the hidden village, leaving Naruto, the Raikage and his Volt outside. Once the group was out of sight, the Volt quickly surrounded Naruto, leaving only one large gap, and that was right in front of the Raikage himself. "Now that they are gone, I can ask my questions," the aged man explained with an aggravated look. "First off, how exactly did you find her? And there is no point in trying to deceive me. I see that you wear no village's headband, so if we capture you that means no one is going to come for you. So I suggest you answer truthfully and I may consider to let you go without you losing a limb, or two," he suggested, smirking at his slight threat. Naruto dismissed the threat the moment it was spoken. "I was running through the mountains to get to Konoha because I have business there. But I heard an explosion and decided to investigate. When I arrived, Yugito was in bad shape fighting with two men in black cloaks with red clouds. I intervened and was able to get them to retreat before I treated her wounds as best I could so I could bring her here for better help. How she lost her cloths I do not know, they were already gone when I got there. The shirt she is wearing is mine, obviously," Naruto explained, deciding to tell most of the truth but leaving many of the finer details out. The Raikage looked at him to see if he could see any deception in Naruto, and after a long minute decided that he really couldn't tell. "I will believe you. For now. But I will ask for a report from her when she awakens," he stated more as a blunt threat, so that if Naruto was in fact lying he would try to sniff it out. Unfortunately it didn't work and Naruto didn't flinch one bit. "Now tell me exactly how you know her. Because I know for a fact no one ever comes to visit her. We met at the Chunin exams as I told Akiko, and just hit it off during the breaks in the exam. I was planning on coming to visit her later in the week actually," Naruto answered, once again only telling the half-truth. "I see, I will have to have a talk with her," the lightning leader stated more to himself than the Hanyu in front of him, making Naruto's gaze harden, not liking the tone the man used. "Very well, Kazama-san, you may be on your way, I have no more further questions for you," he concluded, waving his hand in dismissal, getting a nod from Naruto and turned around before the Raikage's voice called out, making him turn his head back. "I forgot one more thing actually," he said before snapping his fingers, and the surrounding Vold unleashed their katanas. "A lesson to teach you some respect. Leave him alive but without an arm," he commanded sadistically, before turning around and snapped his fingers again, which sent the Volt jumping at Naruto. The Raikage smirked while he walked back towards the village, hearing the clang of blades, battle roars, as well as groans of pain permeate the air. "You're not a very good teacher," an emotionless voice mocked, making the aged man stop dead in his tracks. The Raikage whirled around, before his smirk turned into an expression of utter shock at what he saw. In front of him stood an unscathed Naruto with a sheathed, Soden case, in his right hand. While his 5-volt guards groaned and held different parts of their bodies writhing in pain on the ground, their swords lying next to them. The thing about it was that it seemed that Naruto had fought with the sheath still on the sword, so the injuries were only painful, not life-threatening. How? He questioned, his voice stuttering from the sheer shock of a man defeating 5-volt level guards in close-range combat. His reaction was priceless in Naruto's eyes, and figured this would be a good time to try to get Yugito a break from these assholes. At the thought of this, Naruto's lips curled into a sadistic grin. Quality over quantity, they may have had me outnumbered, but my Kenjutsu is one of the best and strongest styles in the world. They really had no chance once they drew their swords against me. Naruto said smugly, and for good reason. His boasts were all true. His proof was lying on the floor after all. Now there was something I wished to tell you, he said before phasing out of sight to reappear in front of the Raikage, who only had enough time to draw his kunai before feeling the sheath tip pressing against his throat. I want this village, or at least the shinobi in it, since you control them, to stop disrespecting Yugito-chan. She is a good person and is keeping all of you safe by not letting the Nibi destroy your precious village. He commanded, smirking when seeing the Raikage's eyes widen that Naruto knew what she was. That's right, I know she is a Jinchuriki, another one of my friends is one as well. So I could easily tell she was just like him. Now if I come later to hear that my request of you hasn't been met, I will return and you will not like what I would have in store for Kumo. What I did to those 5 was child's play to what I'm truly capable of. Naruto threatened, his voice as cold as a glacier and eyes as dead as the Shinigamis. And, what will I get in return? The Raikage bargained. Never had he seen nor felt an opponent like Naruto. Sure, he knew he was strong and had an entire village to back him. But he knew Naruto was strong as well, and was only one man. One who could easily gain entrance into a hidden village and do almost anything he liked without notice. A shinobi without a village with revenge on their mind could be even more dangerous than an army of shinobi. In truth, I don't have to give you anything, since if you don't listen I will just take everything. However, if you meet my demands I will consider joining Kumo's shinobi ranks for Yugito-chan. He offered, knowing that the Raikage would never pass up a chance like this, especially after seeing what he had done to 5 armed Anbu officers. Naruto smirked inwardly, when he saw the Raikage almost orgasm in his ceremonial robes at what Naruto just proposed. Just make a simple order to not harass his weapon anymore and he would gain a shinobi of this caliber. There was nothing to even think about. I agree. The Raikage almost blurted out, but reeled his excitement in at the last moment, making Naruto smirk again. We have an accord, however, as to the stipulations, Raikage-sama. Naruto began. Deals always had stipulations. When I say disrespecting, I mean badmouthing her as a woman, her as kunoichi, her reputation in the village. She is not to be touched in an inappropriate manner unless given permission to do so by her. I want you to make a public announcement to the village of what Yugito-chan really is to Kumo. She is a heroine, not a demon. And finally, I want you to release her Ka-san. He stated his demands clear and cut, but when he saw the shocked look on the man's face, decided to speak up. She told me about her life here, and I want that to change. He explained. I will do as you ask, however I cannot promise that everyone will change. The leader answered, said slightly pleading. Naruto nodded at the truth of the statement. That is understandable, you cannot force people from their beliefs no matter how idiotic. Therefore if I see a generous change in the village's attitude towards her, that will be acceptable. And about her Ka-san. She is very sick and shouldn't be moved at all. Very well, once she is better I want her to be given back to Yugito. He is still trying to hold on to the mother as a bargaining chip against either myself or Yugito-chan. I'll have to find her before he gets a chance to then. Naruto thought. Was there anything else, Kazama-san? Naruto thought for a moment, and did find things he should change. But knew that once he found Yugito's mother the changes wouldn't be needed. And he would find her for Yugito's sake no matter what. No, that is all. When Yugito-chan returns to Konoha for the finals I will ask her how your end of the bargain has come along, Naruto said, putting his hand out. Very well, I will get started right away. The Raikage retorted, extending his own hand before shaking Naruto's. For your sake I hope you do. Naruto said, the true meaning behind his words clear as day to the Raikage. Naruto took his hand away before looking back towards the village, worry shooting across his gaze before he vanished in a swirl of purple flames, leaving the Raikage alone. We'll be able to beat Konoha for the top spot as the most powerful nation with her and Arashi on our side, the Raikage thought greedily, a devilish smirk across his lips, before turning around and walked back inside the village, leaving his Volt on their own to get help. The next day Yugito was released from the hospital, and was surprised at the change in civilians' attitudes towards her, though she could tell most were forced smiles and gestures. Still some were genuinely repentant and acted as such. Many of her shinobi comrades did the same. It wasn't until a few days later that she learned from the Raikage himself about the deal he struck with Naruto. She was shocked at this, but also figured it was something that Naruto would do and silently thanked him. In the past walking through Kumo was hell for her, but now for the first time in her life she was being appreciated for who she was, and her sacrifices, if even only a little, it was still enough for her. Flashback end. Yugito shook her head of the memories, and just looked at her friends with a smile and small blush on her cheeks. I'm doing alright Naruto-kun, she responded. He nodded. Good, 'cause I want you at top form for our match, he retorted with a smug smirk. She smirked as well. Not to worry. But don't cry to me when I beat you into the ground either, nay. Oh ho. So the Neko finally shows her claws, nay. He taunted playfully, while chuckling. As Naruto laughed he felt something warm and soft press against his cheek, making him slightly gasp at the contact against his whiskers. When the feeling left him he turned to see a slightly redder Yugito, her eyes looking at anything but him. I just wanted to say arigato again for what you did. For saving me and for Kumo, she explained, seeing the dumbfounded expression on his face at her kiss, failing to notice the arched brow on Natsumi. Seems, Hana-chan and I are going to have a talk with her sooner than expected. She concluded. Although perturbed at how Naruto's list of extremely close female friends was beginning to get out of control, she understood the reasons behind it. Naruto was a beacon of understanding and a shelter for loneliness for people who have had harsh lives. They flocked to him like sheep to a shepherd for comfort and guidance. And let's not forget he is just one gorgeous man. Not a problem Yugito-chan, like I said back then. Will all participants of the final matches please head over to the fighter's box? A monotoned voice called out through the speakers on the wall, interrupting Naruto's sentence. After the announcement all of the fighters, roused from their trance-like states, got up from where they were and walked to the entrance of the arena. Don't lose Kyuubi, because your defeat is only allowed by my hands, a harsh voice whispered near Naruto, before he felt someone shove their shoulder into the back of his. The two demons and Yugito turned to see a smirking Valios walk past them, looking Naruto dead in the eye, before continuing on to the entrance. I hope Lee really takes it to him, Natsumi said, making the other two look at her strangely. They were still bummed they had missed Haku and Lee's match, and to make it worse Natsumi wouldn't tell Naruto anything about it. The two just shrugged before they began to move out as well, that is until a certain gourd caught Naruto's eye. Naruto jogged up to Hisan's siblings, leaving Yugito wondering what he wanted with them, before she and Natsumi caught up with them. Guys, he called out, getting their attention. Hey Naruto-kun, Temari greeted, we need to talk, he said seriously, before moving back into the room, his friends following close behind. I found the proof I need for Baki to call off Suna's aid to Oto, unfortunately, he explained. Really? That's great. That means we don't have to listen to that damn snake anymore. Kankuro rejoiced. Why did you say unfortunately? Gaara inquired. Naruto had hoped that he wouldn't be the one to pay attention to the little details. Naruto looked at his three friends, before looking down and biting his lip in apprehension. He was never one to take bad news well, until he grew up, that is. So giving it to others was even harder, and even worse when it was his friends. Because I figured out that Orochimaru is using your. He paused, shifting his body uncomfortably. To-san is a puppet, or at least his position is cage. He finally explained, getting a confused look from Kankuro, and a shocked one from Temari. Please elaborate Naruto, Gaara pleaded, his tone showing his worry. Although their father had been very cold to them in the past, once Naruto came and left, the man changed and was a great father to the three. They grew quite close after a few years, and even more so when they began their shinobi training, with their father taking a great interest in teaching them what he could. Flashback. Damn that bastard. I swear he is going to burn for this. A slightly sweaty Naruto cursed while looking down a ravine in the middle of the deserted desert. Hi, he certainly will, Naru-kun. But it seems we at least found the evidence we needed to stop him, Natsumi reassured, her tone slightly saddened. The two looked down in the ravine to find the rotting corpses of the Sand siblings' father and his gust son as Anbu bodyguards. The bodies were still festering with maggots, with decomposition already rotting away the last remnants of flesh that were still on the corpses. Naruto jumped down, and with a heavy heart chopped off the quite faceless head of the former Kazekage before sealing it into a scroll. Naruto jumped back up, landing next to Natsumi, and both used a weak Doden jutsu to give the men a proper burial. Once finished, the two said a silent prayer, before continuing on to their destination. Flashback end. Naruto shook his head of the memory, before looking back up to his friends and sighing before answering the redhead. We found your two Sans corpse while we were crossing the desert. And from the looks of his body, he has been dead for a while, at least a few months. Naruto finally explained. The moment he explained himself, all three of the siblings had different physical reactions, but all their emotional ones were the same: sadness and rage. Kankuro's arms flexed, his fingers twitching wildly, while the puppet on his back began to chatter, but nothing more. Tears had already began to fall down Temari's eyes, her fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles were white. While Gaara's expression had changed only slightly, his emotions were expressed with the sand that was violently twisting around his body that almost seemed to scream for blood. Gomenasai, Naruto whispered with a apologetic bow. If you three are really that upset, then may I suggest you bottle your anger up for now so nothing seems amiss before the attack begins. Once it does, let it loose on the Oto shinobi that follow the man that killed your two San, Natsumi suggested. The siblings soon calmed, but could easily tell their rage was being contained if only slightly. Will you show us where? Temari hesitated to ask. Hi, once all of this has come to an end. Naruto answered with a sympathetic smile. The three siblings nodded in agreement and bowed in thanks before turning to head towards the arena. Wait, I need to give my proof to Baki-san so he can tell the Suna shinobi they've been doped. But I don't know where he is. Do any of you have something of his? Naruto questioned quickly. I do, Kankuro said after they thought a moment. Kankuro took off the fingerless gloves he was wearing, which Baki had given him earlier for good luck, and handed them to Naruto. Naruto took them in thanks and used Kuchio's no jutsu to summon Hyuujin once more. Hi Naruto-sama. The little kid yipped happily, the only ones understanding him being Naruto and Natsumi. I didn't know Kitsune were a summoned creature, Kankuro stated, quite surprised at the turn of events, while Temari was biting down the urge to grab the little kid and squeeze it to death. Soft and furry things are every female's weakness. Hi, they are my personal summons thanks to Natsu-chan here. Naruto answered, before looking down at the sitting silver-furred kit. Hyuujin-kun, I need you to smell this and tell me the different scents you pick up. He ordered, placing the gloves at nose level with the kit. Hyuujin did as was ordered, and quickly found the scents, before sitting back down. I have done as you asked, Naruto-sama, I found 2 heavy scents. The kid yipped, before pointing its snout at Kankuro. His and another's. But this one is much older, probably an adult's. The kid surmised. Arigato Hyuujin-kun, great work. Naruto praised, making the kit's tail begin to wag in happiness. Now I'm going to need you to take this scroll to the man with that scent and give it to him. But be warned, there are many people around and you cannot be caught, so use whatever means you can to get it to him. Once you have accomplished this, come find myself or Natsu-chan here, understand? Hi Naruto-sama, I will not fail you. He yipped once more before grabbing the scroll in Naruto's hand in his mouth, and a second later completely disappeared from sight. Amazing, they must be great for infiltration, Temari said, her tough exterior activated once more the moment the kit disappeared. That they are. Kitsune are known for being tricky and great with genjutsu. Naruto said with a small hint of pride. But now that is done, we should get to the arena before the matches start. He finished, giving Kankuro his gloves back. The group left the room and walked the long hallways leading to the fighter's box, when a familiar scent filled Naruto's nose. Naruto smiled warmly, before turning towards one of the side hallways, seeing both Hana and Haku standing there with smiles on their faces, seeming to have been waiting for him. He told the group that he'd meet up with them in a minute and walked over to the two girls. "Hey Hana-chan, Haku-chan. What's up?" "Nothing Naruto-kun, we just wanted to wish you good luck in the finals. Even if we know they are going to be stopped," Haku explained, before moving up to him and giving him a friendly good luck hug, which he returned. Hana walked up to him next, kneeled to be eye level with him before cupping his cheeks in her hands, and pulling him into a deep kiss that made Haku blush and silently wish she had someone she was close to like that. But that could wait until she decided what she wanted to do with her life. "Good luck Naruto-kun," Hana whispered in a husky voice, after they ended the minute-long kiss, making sure she left one final sensual lick along his lips. "Arigato," he said with a stupid grin on his face. They said their goodbyes, before the girls left to get back to their seats in the audience, as Naruto jogged to get to the fighter's box. He reached his destination quickly enough, stopping when he reached Natsume's side. The box itself was really only a large waiting area high in the arena where the fighters had one of the best views of the fights, without all the crowding. Naruto surveyed the arena, making note of many people he knew: Kushina, Kasumi, who looked okay after her defeat, and Kiyoshiro, who had an eye patch over his right eye and evidence of a rather large scar going vertically down under it. He noted many of the council members and their families, as well as the Junin sensei for the Konoha 12, although noted that Kakashi wasn't amongst them but took no heed over it. His gaze finally took him to the cage box, which was on the opposite end of the arena. His eyes hardened when he saw the cage talking with Sarutobi. His emotions were roaring to come out, but he calmed them by gripping the metal railing for dear life. The thought of Orochimaru got him thinking about someone else as well, and began to look for her through the crowd. With her inversed ponytail and purple hair, as well as the rather unique style of clothing she wore, it wasn't long before he found one Mitarashi Anko in the standings with the other Junin, though noting she was slightly removed from them all but Kurenai and Asuma. He saw her munching on some dango sticks, which he quickly learned was one of her food fetishes almost as much as her blood one. He couldn't help but slightly frown when he saw that forced and easily fake smile she put on when a fellow comrade other than the two previously mentioned tried to talk with her. Seeing that fake smile and goofy mask she always wore as emotional body armor got him thinking to the little talk they had a week earlier one night when he was training. Flashback: it was only a week until the final matches of the Chunin exams, and one Mitarashi Anko had just gotten back from an A-ranked assassination mission. Currently the purple-haired woman was gracefully jumping from branch to branch at a lazy pace while picking her teeth with a toothpick after just visiting her favorite dango stand for a post-mission reward. Most people would think her insane, well more so than usual, if they saw where she was taking her stroll: Training Ground 44, the Forest of Death. Although many people, Konoha shinobi included, avoided that forest like the plague, only setting foot upon the forest when absolutely necessary, Anko was quite the opposite. She found the large, vicious animals that lived there were like kindred spirits, causing her to be quite comfortable in that setting. An infarct after becoming a Junin herself, got permission to build a house within the confines of the forest and had lived there ever since. The forest is quite tonight, she mused after jumping off yet another branch. Too quite, in fact. There can usually be some ruckus of animals heard and yet nothing, she concluded, her eyes growing dark, and thoughts ominous. Anko, with the grace that only Kunoichi seemed to possess, pivoted her foot after landing on another branch and changed her direction by 45 degrees, after deciding to make a quick security sweep around the forest. After some time of circling the forest, she was about to give up when she heard a strange grunt. She immediately pulled out one of her poison-tipped kunai and went to investigate who or what made the sound. She quickly reached the origin, and hid behind one of the gigantic trees that surrounded the area. She slowly and silently sidestepped along the perimeter of the tree until her vision allowed her to see into the area the grunting came from, and was surprised at what she saw in the small forest clearing. "Arashi," she whispered questioningly, as she watched him in both curiosity and fascination. Naruto was currently in his normal, adult form, clothed in his usual attire, standing in the middle of the clearing. But if that wasn't odd enough for Anko to see, what he was doing made it that much more. Naruto was going through what looked like almost choreographed tai chi like what she would see in those cheap knockoff shinobi movies. But the difference between that and what he was doing was obvious when you watched him. His body moved through the different stances with a fluidity that could remind someone of the gentle waves of the ocean. His posture solid after striking every position with precision. To the naked eye most would describe his moves as a beautiful dance. While that description would still hold true, only a shinobi could truly appreciate all the subtleties of his motions. Not only that, but the fact that although his stance after every motion seemed to hold a delicacy to it that made it seem like it could never hurt you. Only someone in Anko's profession could see the true strength in his strikes. Strikes that if connected against a person could easily cause severe damage if hit in the right places. Anko watched this deadly dance continue, her eyes almost glazing over, mesmerized by the moves Naruto went through. After a few more minutes and one final position, that to Anko could be considered a killing blow, Naruto got out of his stance, his body standing straight up, before he released a long controlled breath. However, what Anko never expected to happen occurred when he had released his breath. Large cuts and lacerations appeared all around the clearing and surrounding trees. The cuts were deep and a good 2 feet long. He was using wind manipulation while doing that. She questioned to herself, her eyes wide in shock after seeing the devastation that dance most people could think was beautiful had created in the vicinity. "You can come out, Anko-san," Naruto's masculine voice called out, making her slightly jump. "He knew I was watching?" She questioned, before in the corner of her eyes noticed that one of the wind blades had struck the tree she hid behind, and was only about an inch away from hitting her, which would have more than likely ended her life. He nearly hit me," she thought, her fascination turning into rage at the fact. Without missing a beat, she stepped from beyond the tree and marched into the clearing, a look of rage on her face. "You nearly hit me," she yelled, only a few feet away from him, the grip on her kunai tightening. "Well, what do you expect, Anko-san? Someone I couldn't identify at the time, sneaking their way around me. This village may not be at war, but that doesn't mean that those who reside in it are always safe. Me especially, with my relationship with this village's pariah. Besides, when I smelled snake and dango, I changed the course of the wind so it wouldn't hit you," he coolly explained. Anko's rage quickly subsided at hearing his logical explanation, and found him to be in the right in his actions. "Gomen," she whispered, it wasn't often she admitted being wrong. He waved his hand dismissively. "Not a problem. But why are you here anyway? From what I heard, people hate to be in here and only do so when ordered. Which is why I am. The quiet is nice for training." She perked up slightly. "Oh, I live here actually, and was just heading home after an A-ranked mission," she explained. "I see, so you were patrolling the area then?" he questioned, getting an affirmative nod from her. "My apologies then for the intrusion. I didn't know you lived here, or I'd have asked beforehand," he apologized with a slight bow. No, it's all right," she stuttered out, not used to people addressing her with such manners. "Anyo, what exactly were you doing anyway? It looked beautiful, but I could see the strength behind it," she asked. A small smile graced his lips at her appreciation of his style. That is one of the taijutsu styles I learned in Iowa during my travels. It's a style mostly using your opponent's body size and momentum against them, expelling as little force yourself as possible. It's a style that many kunoichi used to use because of their more lithe body frames compared to men. But I find it just as good for me as well. It's also a good way to relax the body and mind after a long day of training," he explained sagely, though slightly lying about where he learned it from. Natsumi hated anyone learning the kind of jutsus she knew without her permission. His explanation, while the slightest bit sexist with its backstory, actually piqued Anko's interest. A style completely relying on opponents' power to use against them while expelling the least from yourself. That is a style many of the more physically weaker shinobi and kunoichi in Konoha would like to get their hands on. After all, not everyone can be as strong as Maida Guy. "Anyo, do you think that you could maybe teach that style to me?" she asked, both slightly disgusted with herself for asking someone else for help, as well as asking as meekly as she had, even if it was to the man who had saved her life only weeks before. "I'm afraid I can't, Anko-san. he answered, making her unconsciously pout cutely. It's just a personal motto of mine to not teach anything I know to people that I don't completely trust. And while I trust you because of your relationship with Hana-chan, I don't currently trust you completely, perhaps in time, but not right now, I hope you understand. He explained. Although Anko was disappointed in not learning a style that could possibly allow her to win a taijutsu spar against Konoha's reigning champ Maeda Guy, she couldn't blame him for not teaching her. Although I don't like it, I understand your sentiments about teaching people. Naruto only smiled, and thanked her for understanding, before he noticed her eyes flash a quick emotion that he could recognize without trouble: loneliness. In truth, he noticed that look in her expression on a few occasions when he went to go see Hana and had been meaning to ask her about it, just never found the right opportunity to. He decided that if there was a chance, now was probably the best. Anyo, Anko-san, forgive my curiosity. But after meeting you several times, I've noticed some things that I became curious about. Mainly the fact that many of the civilian and a few of the shinobi in Konoha look at you in a way that reminds me of Naruto. Not only that, but I also noticed that you tend to force certain emotions out when people are around you, much like he had when I first met him. I'm just wondering what happened, he asked. Anko looked at Naruto dead in the eye, before one of her fake smiles crossed her face. Arashi-san, I'm not sure what you mean. Everyone has their off days, it's not like some conspiracy against me. She let out an obvious fake laugh. Anko-san, if you don't wish to tell me, I understand, especially after what I just said a little while ago. He answered back. While I can't nor will force you to tell me, I'd appreciate it if you at least didn't lie to me about it. I know what I saw, and I have no question about what it means. He finished, his voice firm. Anko's laughter died quickly, before a frown crossed her lips and a far-off, sad mist seemed to fill her eyes. I don't wish to talk about it, she said truthfully, her voice losing the pseudo-jovialness to it. I understand, he said before an idea crossed his mind. I have an idea, Anko-san. He offered, getting the woman's attention. A bet, of sorts. We have a friendly spar, and whoever gets 3 solid hits on the other wins. He explained. And the wagers? She inquired, the thought of a spar making her brighten slightly. He smiled almost devilishly. That's the beauty of it. We each wager what the other wants. You want my training, and I want your story. It'll be a battle of our wills, in a sense. Anko snorted at the man's ingenuity. While he teased her with his training, he is able to get a chance at learning about her past, which only a select few know the real truth of. She looked into Naruto's eyes for a good minute, seeming to analyze the enigma that stood before her, and soon finding the idea of learning the taijutsu style too good to pass up, nodded in agreement. Great. Now as for the rules to the duel, nothing but a single taijutsu style is allowed, including those banned or jutsu that are taijutsu oriented. All you can use is your fighting style, agreed? He questioned, seeing her eyes narrow to slits. She was hoping he wouldn't be so specific to the terms, but nodded nonetheless. Very well, mine will be what you saw me using, he said while walking to the other side of the clearing. Naruto turned, and dropped into the stance Anko had recognized earlier, before dropping into her own, which made Naruto raise an eyebrow. Hibiken, snake fist? He questioned, making Anko now raise her own eyebrow in question. She knew her ex-sensei hated people to know his jutsu, so she found it strange that he knew the man's personal style. Orochimaru is someone I plan on killing for what he did to Naruto-kun and Natsumi-chan. And knowing what my enemy can do could save my life. He continued as if reading her thoughts. Seems this fight is a bit uneven then. She admitted. Not really, I've only heard of the Hibiken, and only saw it once while fighting Orochimaru himself. You have already witnessed the style I'm using, so I find the playing field fairly even. He retorted. It won't matter, once I beat you anyway, she said smugly while smirking. We'll see, Anko-chan, he taunted, making her hiss. Not unlike a snake. The two began their duel and quickly found that the playing field really was even. Naruto's style had a disadvantage because Anko was smaller than him, so the grapples and maneuvers were harder to execute and deliver. While Anko's style just didn't seem swift enough to hit Naruto's constantly flowing stances. The two were at a strong stalemate, but still getting hits on each other when they grew slightly winded. The duel didn't seem close to an end. It was almost an hour later, and the duel was still going, with both Naruto and Anko having 2 hits on the other each. Currently Naruto had just thrown Anko into the air heading right towards a tree, but at the last moment used her flexibility to twist her body so that her feet hit the tree before ricocheting off the tree right back at him. Naruto was surprised at this, but had enough time to step back enough so her incoming fist missed his face. As she passed him though, he was able to grab onto her and after a few maneuvers had her pinned in his arms which wrapped around her arms and chest, her body pressed against his chest hard enough that she couldn't escape but not so much that she was being crushed. "Give up Anko-san," he said, an unseen smile on his face over his victory. "Not a chance," she said angrily, before using the limited maneuverability in her left forearm and hand to twist back about to use one of the most powerful abilities, known to kunoichi, the groin grab. The moment she felt something belonging to Naruto she grabbed onto it for dear life, and although she expected a sound to come out of him, she most certainly didn't think it would be a primal growl. He should be on his knees begging for mercy by now, she thought, confused after hearing the growl and feeling his grip had actually gotten tighter. In morbid curiosity she gave what she was holding onto another swift squeeze. And her eyes widened in realization at exactly what she was grabbing. "I'm grabbing his, Kami-sama. He's a freakin' monster," she yelled in her head, while her hands actually began to subconsciously move up and down ever so slightly. "Like said I win," he stuttered out slightly, when he felt her slowly stroke him. "What do you Maya?" she said almost on autopilot, her mind still racing at the thought of Naruto being that big, before her thoughts were brought back when she felt a light tap on her forehead, and saw Naruto's fist on it. "Ah, I guess you do." She relented, though her hand was still moving up and down his pants. Naruto quickly released his grip on her, but saw she wasn't moving away and still going on with her ministrations. "Anko-san, could you let go?" he requested, slightly embarrassed at the turn of events. Something sexual always seemed to occur when a female was alone with him, he noted. "Huh," she mumbled, seeming to be in a daze, which was slightly true. Most of her thoughts were now on the enlarging member of the man she was still grabbing. "Anko," he said with a little more force, making her jump and finally release her grip on him. "Ah gee, Gomen," she apologized, even though in the back of her mind a voice screamed for her to not only continue but go even farther. "Kami-sama, he is a beast. I hope Hana-chan can handle him. Because he might just split her in half." She thought, the blush on her cheeks that began when she realized what she was doing, becoming redder. "But if not, I could always ask to join if they both agree," she finished, while unconsciously licking her lips, her gaze right where she was grabbing him moments before. A loud and quite exaggerated cough broke her out of her sexual musings. "As per our agreement, I won the bet, so I think we should get comfortable so I can hear your story." Anko sighed. She really didn't want to tell Naruto her story. But he won the duel fair and square, and despite what many in Konoha say, she tries to be an honorable shinobi as long as it doesn't have any hefty negative consequences to herself or the few people she cares about. "We should just go to my place, it isn't far from here and it's more comfortable than sitting on rocks," she suggested, getting a nod from him. The two headed off, with Anko in front, which Naruto was thankful for considering he had to readjust himself while on the way. As Anko surmised, the house was only a few minutes away, and the two entered the small but cozy house. Naruto made himself at home as per Anko's threat of castration if he didn't, and explored the house a bit while she made some tea. Anko soon called Naruto back to the small dinner table where a plate of dango and tea was set up. He smiled appreciatively at the food and drink. "Wow, you didn't have to do all this for me." Naruto sat down and went to grab a stick of dango, only to be immediately smacked on the hand for his efforts. "Who said it was for you?" she teased with a sly smile, before grabbing 2 sticks, and sat down, a euphoric smile quickly crossing her lips as she munched on the treat. "I was only joking, Arashi-san, go ahead, just leave the last one for me," she said with a laugh that sent a chill down his spine at the fact that she said she was kidding, and yet he couldn't shake the feeling that if he didn't really leave her the last stick, he'd be missing his stick before he left. "Arigato Anko-san," he thanked before grabbing a stick of dango for himself. "Please, whenever you are ready to talk," he reminded her. Enko took a sip of tea to clear her throat of the rather starchy food, before lightly sighing with a forlorn expression crossing her face. It's all because of Orochimaru. She began. Naruto's grip on his cup unconsciously tightened at the man's name. When I was younger he was my idol. He was smart, strong, cunning, slightly handsome, to some. Traits most people admired about shinobi, things I admired about him. I wanted to be like him in every way. He was everything I wasn't as a teenager. So when I became a genin and was put on his squad, well, you could imagine how happy I was. She explained, the shadow of a warm smile creeping on her lips. After a few months my team went to the Chunin exams, and after that I became a Chunin, which I was ecstatic about. Then something happened right after that changed my life forever. Orochimaru asked me to become his apprentice. She paused, while unconsciously rubbing her neck in phantom pain where that strange tattoo Naruto had seen before was. Of course I had accepted without hesitation. I mean, he was one of the legendary 3 Sannin and a Hokage candidate. Who in their right mind wouldn't accept? And for a while everything went great. She spoke, her voice becoming softer and softer with each passing word. That is until the day Sandaime-sama had confronted Orochimaru on the grounds of treason, murder and kidnapping. In truth, I did help him collect people, but he told me they were only test subjects for a new medicine he was testing, that could increase the survival rates of shinobi severely injured while on missions. He said they would go back home within a few days, and to not worry, they wouldn't be harmed. What was I supposed to do? His words were so convincing, and he was my sensei. She said, defending her actions, her emotional barriers beginning to break down from her reliving her past once more. Naruto could see the emotional turmoil that Enko was going through, if not for the cracking of her voice while speaking, then the fact she began to shake slightly. Her hands squeezed themselves so tightly on the table it looked like they were losing blood flow, they were so white. Naruto knew it was only moments before she broke down crying. Even the strongest of shinobi have emotional scars so deep that if brought to light could break them down in the same way. Before she could get a chance, however, Naruto reached out and placed a hand on top of hers and squeezed it reassuringly. She looked up at him, tears already forming at the corners of her eyes, and was slightly shocked to see him smiling at her. Enko-san, he voiced warm and soothing to the woman's ears. You have no need to defend your past actions with me. I understand what kind of man Orochimaru is. I won't ever blame you for the despicable things that he has done nor the things he made you do yourself, so don't think you need to defend yourself with me, alright? He questioned, squeezing her hand again in the same way, getting the slightest of nods from her. Now whenever you are ready to continue, please do so. Arigato. Her voice was now hoarse. Naruto sat there for a good minute waiting for her to calm herself enough to continue her obviously tragic past. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly, before continuing on. Although Sandaime-sama had cornered Orochimaru, just like the snake he was, somehow was able to slither away and escape. However, not before destroying his several laboratories across Konoha, his notes on what he was really doing in his home and secret compartments. And in the final act of betraying the trust I had in him, marked me with a jutsu he was creating. Unfortunately, the jutsu knocked me out from the pain. In the next moment I was awake. I was in a Konoha jail cell being interrogated about everything he had been doing since I became his apprentice. After they finally told me what happened to Orochimaru after I blacked out, I told them everything I knew. But I saw it all of their eyes. They hated me as much as they hated Orochimaru himself for what he had done. She spoke, her voice growing cold and hateful. And it wasn't until a few weeks after my imprisonment that I was finally released at the behest of Sandaime-sama. He called me into his office right after my release and requested I tell him everything I knew. I did so without question. After he heard the story, he decided that I was only a pawn in Orochimaru's plans, whatever they truly were, and shouldn't be severely punished as such. Compared to people I used to call my comrades and even friends, he was one of the most understanding, and I was never able to tell him how much that meant to me when it was me against the village. He allowed me back into the shinobi ranks, with a few months probation as per the order of the council. I thought that with his decision things would at least become normal after a while and people wouldn't think ill of me. But I was wrong, so wrong. She continued, her voice growing softer again. All of the village vilified me for being Orochimaru's apprentice. They seemed to treat me as if I was that damned snake himself. People cursed me, called me, snake whore, traitor, and sometimes much worse. They started horrible rumors about me. And no one save for a select few that I could literally count on one hand, ever came to my defense. I quickly shut myself off from everyone but those people, hiding my true feelings from everyone. After a few years I was finally able to ignore the stares, whispers, and abuse and allowed myself to work on my career. And from that hard work I became a Junin. The rest is as you've seen. But no matter what those people say, I know who I am. And no matter what, that man will die by my hands. She finished, her voice growing vengeful. A dead silence entered the house once she finished her story, both of them thinking about her story. Enko, like many other of the people Naruto had met during his training, all seemed to live lives that were forced upon them in one way or another. Natsumi, Gaara, Yugito, Haku, and now Enko. All of them forced to lives that weren't of their own choosing. A low growl emanated from his throat at this fact, and caused Enko's attention to be put on him. Gomen, he murmured, noticing her watch him. Gomenasai about how things turned out for you, Enko-san. I'm sure it wasn't easy for you to live here. From my experience, people tend to use scapegoats to allow their inner feelings out. Naruto-kun with the Kyuubi attack, and now you with Orochimaru. And unfortunately, as long as those people have those scapegoats to make them feel better, they will never realize the wrongs they themselves have committed and that they are the true monsters after everything is said and done. He explained, getting a nod of understanding from the woman. Unfortunately, I can't relate enough to your situation to really console you. But if I may suggest, talking to Naruto-kun about this. If there is anyone in this village that can understand and sympathize with you about your life, it's him. I know you don't like talking about that part of your life with people, but I really think it'll be good to talk with someone who you can relate to that deeply, because he went through the same thing yourself, and sometimes was even worse off than you were. You don't have to talk to him. I'm just saying I think it could open your eyes to a few things that you've closed yourself off from all those years ago. He suggested with no hint of command nor hidden agenda. She looked at him a moment, wondering what he would get out of this. After all, no one does anything for free, especially in the world of shinobi. Though no matter how hard she stared, or tried to make him feel uncomfortable and spill some kind of light at her, his gaze never wavered from hers. She respected that. Many couldn't hold a gaze at her for that long. For those who knew her anyway. She decided to take a chance on his words. And if he really did lie, well, he'd be missing the appendage that made him the opposite sex now, wouldn't he? I may just do that. But I don't really know the kid other than what I've heard or seen during the exams. Nor would I have a clue on how to even approach him. He doesn't seem very sociable, besides with people he is already familiar with. She admitted. He smiled knowingly. Actually, it's all on exactly how you approach him that can make him seem cold and unsociable. He's told me that most of the time people just think he is a kid and converse with him as such. Or in this village, well, I'm sure you can imagine. In truth, if you approach him in a friendly manner and converse accordingly, he will act the same way back with no qualms. In reality, he is actually quite sociable. Naruto explained almost sagely. I see, perhaps I will try. Arigato, she said with a small smile. It's not a problem, I'm glad I could help in some fashion. He answered with his own smile. And thank you for telling me your story. I could see how hard it was for you to tell me, so arigato. You beat me fair and square, my honor forced me to tell you. She admitted, making him smirk. I see, well, considering that, I may consider teaching you that style. But I'll decide later. He said, seeing a spark of fire enter her hazel eyes at the notion she might still learn the style. Unfortunately, it's getting pretty late and I've kept you from rest long enough, so I will wish you a good night, Enko-san. He finished, standing up, and bowed slightly. You too, Arashi-san, she smiled back, before Naruto waved and disappeared in a swirl of purple flames. Enko took Naruto's suggestion to heart and the next day went to search for his child self in hopes of speaking with him. She was finally able to find him and the two quickly hit it off once their introductions were finished. And Naruto was right, Enko had felt a lot better than she had in a long time after talking with a kindred spirit about each other's lives. She enjoyed it so much so that for the next few days she had actually met up with him and just talked to each other, silently becoming friends. Flashback end. Naruto's musing was cut short, when he felt something rub against his leg. He looked down to see Hyojin next to him, and nodded to the kid before the silver-furred fox vanished once again. Naruto kneeled next to the railing, before feeling Hyojin jump into his shoulder. "Report," Naruto ordered softly. "Hi Naruto-sama. I was able to find the Suna man whose scent I picked from the gloves and gave him the scroll." Hyojin yipped quietly in Naruto's ear. "I see, good work Hyojin-kun," Naruto praised, letting his hand slide across the kid's fur. "Arigato Naruto-sama. Now I would invite you to watch these fights. But unfortunately there is a war that's about to go on that I'd rather not have you get swept up in. Go back home Hyojin-kun, and arigato for the help." "I understand, and arigato for the thoughtfulness Naruto-sama. Good luck with the war, one know you will not lose." The kid yipped, with what sounded like pride in its voice before jumping off Naruto's shoulder, running around the corner of the fighter's box and poofed out of existence. "So everything for Suna is in place," Natsumi's voice whispered. "Hi, Baki got the scroll, and with the instructions I left he should see it when my match is taking place. So now all we do is wait," she spoke more in general than to Naruto, but making him nod in affirmation nonetheless. "Ladies and gentlemen, please settle into your seats. The final matches of this year's CHUUNIN exams will begin in a few moments." An excited voice called out through the speakers inside the arena, making everyone begin to settle down. "It begins," Naruto said, almost ominously. A few minutes passed while the whole arena whispered, and waited with bated breath for the matches to begin. All of a sudden a Konoha Junin appeared in a swirl of leaves to the middle of the arena floor, making everyone's attention turn squarely on him. "My name is Shiranui Genma and I will be the proctor for the final matches that will begin now," he said, his tone strong enough to carry over the entire arena. "For the first match, will Sabaku no Tamari and Nara Shikamaru come down to the arena floor?" he ordered in a lax manner. "Good luck Tamari," Naruto called out, after receiving the same gestures from her brothers. The two opponents entered the arena floor a few yards away with Genma in the middle of them. "Sabaku no Tamari, Nara Shikamaru. Are both participants ready?" he questioned, seeing Tamari flip her battle fan open, and Shikamaru just look on boredly. "Very well, Hajime," he called out before jumping out of the way, letting the final matches of the Chunin exams commence. "Canon battle winner, Sabaku no Tamari," Genma stated, most of the crowd silent at the turn of events on how the battle had ended, though someone finally began to clap, before the entire arena started to clap at Tamari's unorthodox victory against the Nara genius. The two participants walked back to the fighter's box, with Tamari getting congratulations from her family and friends, while Shikamaru got an earful from Ino. The crowd calmed shortly after, allowing Genma to announce the next match. "Now for the second match, will Hyuga Neji and Natsumi come down to the arena floor?" he ordered, his tone already expressing his annoyance at having to constantly repeat himself before and after every match. "Good luck Natsumi-san," the Sand siblings and Yugito gestured to her, making her smile and nod in appreciation, that is until she felt someone pinch her ass. She quickly turned to see the offending assailant, ready to kill if necessary, only to see a smirking Naruto wink at her. He then leaned in with his mouth breathing right on top of her ear, wished her good luck as well, before smirking and lightly nibbling her ear only to lean back a moment later with a shit-eating grin on his face. Natsumi herself wasn't sure whether to give him a nice lustful kiss or a punch in the nose for doing that to her before her match, but decided on doing something about it later, and just smirked back at her mate. The crowd itself was whispering to themselves about the matchup, many wondering just who would win, this unknown girl or the Hyuga prodigy. "Tu-sama," a young Hyuga girl called out. "Hi Hanabi." The leader of the Hyuga clan, Hiyashi, answered. "Do you think Neji-san will win? You should know better than many Hanabi of just how strong a Hyuga is. And Neji is a prodigy within the clan, branch family or not, it will take a very strong opponent to beat him. But to answer your question directly, I have no doubt that Neji will win this match," he answered, making his younger daughter nod in response. "But why does that girl give me such an ominous vibe?" the clan head mentally questioned, his eyes unconsciously hardening while watching Natsumi walk towards the arena floor. "What do you think, Ka-san? You have fought alongside the Hyuga clan before. Kasumi asked, looking back and forth between the opposing teens, in an attempt to figure out who would win. Kushina's gaze darkened when her daughter asked her that, many thoughts racing through her mind, mainly being memories of Natsumi and Kyoshiro's match. They are both strong, and at first glance I would go with the Hyuga simply because of his Kekkei Genkai. But the Kyuubi's companion is not one to trifle with nor one to underestimate. Kyoshiro-kun's injuries are proof enough of that, and who knows what else that demon has probably taught her that we haven't seen. However, if I were to bet, I would put my money on the girl. Kushina answered, after analyzing the situation as best she could with the information she had. The two Uzumakis turned to their left when they heard a growl of hatred emanate from that direction. Daten noticed that it was coming from Kyoshiro himself. "It's bleeding again," Kasumi stated, seeing that blood was slowly oozing out from under his eye patch, as Kyoshiro continued to growl and stare daggers at the back of the young girl who bested him. "I will not lose the time we face each other." The usually emotionless boy cursed her mentally before grabbing a cloth and wiped away the blood from his face. "Interesting match, Hokage Dono. Who do you believe will win between the two?" "I would bet money on the Hyuga boy. His Kekkei Genkai is quite powerful, and I've also heard he is the next prodigy to come out of that clan," the Raikage spoke. "In most circumstances I would agree with you, Raikage Dono. However, Natsumi is a rather unknown shinobi, even to me. She only joined Konoha's ranks a few months ago, so most people don't know what she is truly capable. But if her preliminary match against the Uzumaki boy was a taste of her strength, I think this match will prove to be quite entertaining." The Hokage answered, doing his best to sound unsure of who would win, even though he knew the outcome the moment this match was announced a month ago. "I see. Well, I hope you were right. The last match ended rather blandly, so I do hope these two will be able to put up a better show." The Raikage retorted. "You have no idea," Sarutobi mentally chuckled. The two participants made it to the center of the arena a few moments later, taking the same position the last participants took. "Hyuga Neji, Natsumi. Are both participants ready?" Genma questioned, seeing Neji drop down into his family's Juken Taijutsu style, while Natsumi just looked on with a smirk. "Very well, Hajime," he called out before once again jumping out of the way to allow the second match to begin. Without a wasted moment, Natsumi sent a pair of kunai at Neji, who looked boredly when he took out his own and deflected the weapons. "Trying to keep your distance from me to have an advantage?" he rhetorically questioned. "Simply warming up," she dismissed, while yawning, which made the usually stoic Hyuga grunt with a small scowl. "Do not underestimate me," he advised coldly before launching himself at her. The two began a heated taijutsu match, or more precisely Neji was launching Juken strike after Juken strike while Natsumi simply evaded them, using her impressive flexibility. "So she is toying with me?" he mentally questioned, while launching another two-fingered strike, but when he predictably missed, pivoted his body and started spinning rapidly. "Kaden," he shouted, before a blue chakra barrier shot forth from him, hitting Natsumi in the chest, sending her skidding across the ground, her feet digging into the ground. "Seems I got a bit rusty all those years I was within Naru-kun," she mentally thought, forgetting just how annoying Hyuga jutsus were. Natsumi dusted herself off, before flowing through a set of hand seals, and then slamming her hands into the ground. "Doryu Dango, Mausoleum Earth Dumpling," she called out as a large ball of mud formed almost 3 stories tall, and wide between them. Neji just smirked at her. She couldn't possibly think that he wouldn't be able to dodge such a large object. However, he didn't have to wait long to find out when he heard her call out another jutsu from behind the large mud ball. "Uzumaki no Kaden, Karyu Enden, Uzumaki Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Projectile." She can use Uzumaki style jutsu. I wasn't expecting that. But then again, she was apparently that boy's traveling companion. So I suppose it's not out of the question for her to have learned some of their jutsu, him being in exile or no. Neji thought, slightly impressed that she hadn't passed out from using it, after hearing the reason more shinobi didn't learn the Uzumaki jutsu. Before Neji now stood a 3-story flaming ball, with most of the audience wondering just what exactly her plan is, while others were seething in rage. "That damned Kyuubi. It's actually disrespects us so much as to teach someone our clan's jutsu who is an outsider." Kushina mentally screamed, gripping her armrest so tightly that it cracked under the pressure. Her three children not faring much better at the blatant show of disrespect. Kushina quickly turned her head towards the fighter's box and saw Naruto smirking knowingly while staring right back at her, his gaze expressing mirthful slyness, with the devilish smirk being the icing on the cake. Gonna need to show Natsu-chan a good time once all of this invasion business is behind us for that little jab on my family, he mentally thought, continuing to smirk at his mother. Back in the arena, Neji wondered what she was going to do with that giant flaming ball. He would have tried a preemptive strike while running around it, but he had no idea what she was doing on the other side. Despite his blood limit, patience was an ally at this moment. However, his and the audience's answer soon came when the ball shot off like a pinball towards him. Moving slowly at first before greatly picking up speed, with him never noticing the indentation Natsumi left when she punched it. Neji was shocked on just how she was able to move it when no jutsu was called out, and trying to move it physically was suicide with the fire. He didn't have much time to think on it, however, and began to run out of the way as the ball rumbled across the ground. He got out of the way simply enough, and turned to see just what would happen to it when it would hit the arena wall. However, what he never expected to see was Natsumi standing in the path of the ball as it roared towards her. He came to a skidding stop, and looked on with the audience in morbid fascination on what would happen. None of them able to see Natsumi hand sealing, thanks to the giant flaming ball clouding their view. Uzumaki no futon. Datapa Uzumaki wind style, great breakthrough. Natsumi's voice called out, before a giant gust of air shot from her small frame, and within seconds stopped the rolling monstrosity. Not only did the ball stop, but it began to spin the other way right towards Neji. With the increase in air adding fuel to the fire, the flames burned brighter and hotter, actually making the air around it slightly distorted from the sheer heat. Most of the audience gasped at this turn of events, most not believing she could stop such a large object with a futon jutsu alone. Meanwhile, Neji cursed under his breath. He knew Natsumi wouldn't be an easy opponent to beat. But he figured he had her outmatched at the very least with battle tactics. It seemed, however, that the girl was well versed with strategic usage of her surroundings and jutsu. But then, living for over a millennia will do that. Neji was already on his way to the other side of the arena to avoid being hit once more, keeping his attention on the position of the ball. His pupil-less eyes soon widened at what he and many of the shinobi in the audience saw next. Neji chanced a glance over his shoulder to make sure his eyes weren't lying, and lo and behold, they weren't. Currently falling from the air was Natsumi, heading straight into a crash course with the rumbling ball. Everyone watched shocked and odd expressions at just what she had up her sleeve next, with none but Naruto ever having a thought close to the truth. Within the last few yards between her and the rolling ball, Natsumi made a fist and launched it forward, colliding it with the ball. Upon the impact, the ball seemed to give out before getting many gasps of surprise when it literally exploded outwards, sending flaming earth all around the arena. However, that wasn't the only thing that went flying through the air. To those seasoned shinobi who watched the match, the multitude of reflections of sunlight were easily seen, from all metal weapons that were cruising through the air. She somehow implanted those weapons inside the ball as another attack if she couldn't strike me with the ball itself. Just how many moves ahead is she thinking? Neji mentally yelled as he dodged the first wave of flaming mud. He quickly realized that he wouldn't be able to dodge them all and grabbed two kunai in each hand, gripping them with his ring, pinky, and thumb, leaving his middle and pointer fingers extended outward before getting into a stance many of the Konoha shinobi and Hyuga clan recognized. Hake. Rokujuyansho 8 divination signs, 64 palms of the hand. He yelled, before beginning to strike the flaming mud balls with his extended fingers, and using the kunai in his hand to block the hail of weaponry shooting towards him. The audience looked on astounded at these two fighters, the first battle being nothing compared to this one so far. Natsumi using 3 powerful jutsu in a row, 2 of them from the infamous Uzumaki jutsu no less. With Neji using the Hyuga jutsu with the precision known throughout all of the elemental nations. The audience wanted more. And who were they to deny them? The heavy cloud of dust that formed when the explosion occurred finally began to disperse, giving everyone a better view of the arena grounds. Large clumps of mud were lying all along the arena floor, many still sizzling from the flames they were once surrounded by, as kunai and shuriken were strewn about, lodged all along the floor and wall. The two fighters stood at the opposite ends of the arena, Natsumi looking slightly dirty, but other than that she was only smirking. While Neji was panting from the exertion he just went through, along with a few random cuts along his body. In truth, he was saving that jutsu as a finisher, but he underestimated her and this was his punishment as such. That was impressive, I clearly underestimated your tactics and abilities, he commented once he caught his breath. That you have. I suggest not making it again, she answered smugly, in truth enjoying this fight. She hadn't been able to let loose like this in a long time. Do not worry, I will not. He paused before putting the quite dented kunai in his hands back into his pouch. Let us end this. He finished, getting into his family's stance once more. Natsumi just smirked again before running at him, with them starting another round of heated taijutsu fighting. This time however Neji took no chances and went full out, causing Natsumi to do the same, though letting his get a few shots in so when she beat him he wouldn't cry about it. Unfortunately her arrogance got the better of her and Neji was able to strike her in her thigh, causing her growl in slight pain and stumble a little. But that little was all Neji needed, and he took full advantage of it, obvious by the fact he took the same familiar stance when he used his jutsu. Natsumi realized she couldn't jump back in time, noticed it was slightly different than the last one. Certain others in the crowd also realizing the almost insignificant looking change in Neji's stance. How could he have possibly learned that? Only the main house has ever taught that jutsu. Could he have taught himself? No. But then how? Hiyashi thought, with widened eyes at Neji's stance. Hake. Hyakunijuwa Hachisho, 8 divination signs, 128 palms of the hand. Neji said, before unleashing his jutsu upon the prone girl before him. The audience watched with bated breath as Neji attacked his opponent, his hands seeming to blur out of existence, before reappearing once the jutsu finished. Natsumi was sent flying through the air from the momentum he caused to her body during his attack. She landed with a heavy thud, her body not moving voluntarily, only spasming every few moments. Proctor-san, call the match, Neji ordered out of breath, just using his last resort to win. A jutsu he had only just mastered a week prior to this, never getting a chance to practice it on a real opponent. Hi, winner. Genma began before an astounding feeling of chakra came from the downed girl. Genma's pause caused the rest of the audience to pay more attention to the arena, with a few of the more perceptive shinobi in the crowd realizing why. However soon everyone in the audience saw why. Blue chakra began to wisp around Natsumi's fallen form. And after a few seconds her body began to move, and after a full dozen seconds Natsumi was sitting down with a smile on her face. While I commend you on being the first one to hurt me like this in such a long time. Unfortunately for you however I have grown an immunity, of sorts, to your taijutsu style. She explained, while letting out a sigh, getting back to her feet and wiped off some dirt that collected on her clothes. You cannot keep my tenketsu points closed. She explained bluntly with a sugar-sweet smile on her face, that a few of the younger males in the audience blushed from. That's not possible. Once tenketsu points are closed that can only be reopened from a hyuga, medical jutsu, or from the body's natural healing. But even then it's impossible for tenketsu to be reopened and fully functional after such an incredibly short period of time. I'm afraid your bluff against the hyuga's strength is only that, a bluff, he shot back, not believing a word she spoke. Natsumi simply shrugged at his retort, clearly not caring at his barb about her honesty. I have no reason to elaborate on the matter, I simply told you so you'd concede the match so we can move on to the next one, she said nonchalantly. Neji allowed his hyuga pride to drop for a moment and scowled at the girl's blatant disrespect, his hands curling into fists. I will not, he announced with finality, the slightest bit of anger leaking out of his words, before once more getting into his family's taijutsu stance. Natsumi sighed loudly at the boy's stubbornness, though frankly she wasn't surprised. The Hyuga were once of the most egotistical, snobbish, and in truth annoying clan she had the displeasure of meeting. Apparently these facts hadn't changed despite the several decades since she'd last spoken to one. Very well, I will end it quickly so your ego isn't bruised. Too much. She retorted sweetly, that smile belying the slyness within her, before she raised her hands putting her fingers in a cross seal that a few of the Konoha Junin easily recognized and quickly looked suspiciously at her, wondering just how in the world a girl like that knew a forbidden kinjutsu from their village. Cage. Bushin no jutsu. She called out as 20 clones of her appeared. Neji quirked an eyebrow at this. Many of the shinobi in Konoha at least knew of this jutsu and its ability, including him. You realize that you won't win with just those, right? He asked rhetorically. We'll see. She responded, raising her hand and lazily pointed at him. Ike, go. She commanded, her bushins launching at him without a second thought. Neji just shook his head at her foolishness before, beginning to spin in a circle, a familiar blue dome surrounding him. He was too tired to fight all of the clones one-on-one, so destroying them all at once would be prudent. Kaden, he shouted, as the clones began to jump at him, though quickly disappeared once they connected with the chakra dome. Good, exactly what I needed you to do. Natsumi mentally smirked, before flowing through a set of hand seals. Uzumaki no Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu, Uzumaki fire style, great fireball technique. She yelled before a superheated blast of fire shot out of her mouth, shooting through several of her clones, and collided with Neji's barrier but unable to break through it. By now she should realize that she can't get that jutsu past my defense, so then why? He mentally questioned before feeling his answer, and his eyes widened at the realization. Damn her. She wasn't trying to break through the Kaden. She was using it. She is letting the spinning of my chakra from the Kaden to act as a blender for her own jutsu. The fire is spinning with my jutsu, and making it into a fire-based tornado. And I'm in the middle of it. If I stop spinning, the fire will engulf me, but if I continue, the fire will burn out all my oxygen. Damn her. Neji thought, examining her tactics, while already profusely sweating and finding it hard to breathe. The crowd themselves watched with excitement on how this was going to end, even though many already knew how it would. That girl. She seems to have a great amount of knowledge in fighting a Hyuga, to be able to turn our own jutsu against us in such a manner. Just who is she? Hiyashi pondered, while watching Natsumi continue her jutsu. I concede. A raspy and choked voice called out, mostly drowned out by the raging flames. But both Natsumi and Genma clearly heard it. Natsumi immediately stopped her jutsu, allowing the flames to naturally die down, and Neji's Kaden soon come in view. Once the last lick of flames disappeared, Neji stopped his jutsu, his form looking like a wet rag doll. He was breathing heavily, with sweat pouring down his face, neck, and arms. While blood that rolled down his body from his still open cuts seemed to cauterize from the last moments of ungodly heat. Winner, Natsumi. Genma called out. The crowd completely silent at how the battle ended. Way to go, Natsu-chan. A boyish voice screamed out, making everyone look at him, and Natsumi herself smile. Most scowled at the face of a smirking Naruto, while others from the different countries followed his lead and began clapping and howling in approval over the exciting match. The two opponents shook hands in good sport before separating to head back to the fighter's box. Quite the unexpected ending to such an exciting match, the Cage mused, while clapping. That was Cage Dono, Sarutobi retorted while clapping as well. We can only hope the rest of the matches will be able to keep the crowd as entertained as this one. The Rakage said, putting in his 2 cents. It seems Kyuubi will continue to desecrate our clan, Kushina whispered angrily. But, what if we actually deserve it, Ka-san? Kasumi mentally questioned. Her once steeled conviction slightly broken after her defeat by her brother. Her old ideals constantly questioned from Naruto's actions and words during their match. Natsumi and Neji reached the fighter's box, to both greeted by their teammates and friends, Neji in consolement, and Natsumi in congratulations. Though Naruto's was a bit more friendly than the others. The crowd was still talking about the match that just ended, when Genma's voice rolled over them like a maelstrom, their voices quieting down immediately. Now that the arena has been fixed, we can continue to the third match. He called out. Will Aburame Shino and Sabaku no Kankuro come down to the arena floor? He commanded. Shino was already heading towards the stairs that lead to the arena, when Kankuro spoke from the railing. Proctor, I concede. He called out loudly, immediately getting boos from the crowd. Very well, winner is Aburame Shino. Genma called out. Kankuro, why did you concede? You could have possibly won. Naruto questioned, confused at the boy's actions. We are still acting like we are helping Orochimaru in the invasion, so I would have quite anyway to save my chakra to fight Konoha. But now it's to fight against those bastards that killed Toussaint. The puppeteer explained, his voice letting out some of his still bottled-up anger, getting a nod and a sympathetic look from Naruto. Will Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto and Niyugido come to the arena floor for the fourth match? Genma called out, the crowd quickly growing silent at Naruto's name. Many of the foreign audience whispering, shocked about if that boy really was the late Yondaim's son. Guess that's my cue, Naruto said sarcastically. Good luck Naruto-kun, Tamari said with a smile, her brothers wishing him well too. Naruto nodded and turned towards the stairs before, yelping from both feeling and hearing his butt get slapped. He turned around, even tough he knew who had done it and could only smirk in response to seeing her own mischievous one. Natsumi pulled a Naruto and teased him a bit before wishing him good luck. But stopped him again when no one could see her, and snaked her hand down his pants, stroking him quickly a few times, making him groan from her touch before letting him go on his way. Such a vixen, he accused, while heading towards the stairs. Only with you Foxy-sama, she responded in a sexy voice, making him groan again. Naruto soon reached the arena where Yugido waited, and looked towards the crowd, the entire arena quite save for a few hushed whispers. Now let's see what her partner is capable of. Hiyashi thought, Hanabi looking at him before turning back to the arena. Let's see what you are made of, Kyuubi. I want to once again see the beast that stole my husband and child away from me. Kushina urged angrily. Good luck, Kasumi quietly thought, fearing that Kushina might somehow hear her cheer. She herself didn't know what compelled her to say it. But if she were to be honest with herself right now, it just felt right to think when she looked into Naruto's blue orbs. Finally I get to see what he is capable of. Show me, boy. Show me what that beast has taught you. Show me what you are fully capable of, so that I may know your strength when I get you into, nay. Danzo, who up until the time had passed the exams off as a nuisance within the shadows, now came out into the light to watch the match he was waiting a month for. Oh ho. So the Sochi of the Yondaime finally returned Hokage Dono. For shame you not letting that get out. The Raikage said, feigning surprise at Naruto's return after the reports of the boy's disappearance spread throughout the elemental nations all those years ago, as well as realizing that Konoha must have kept it a guarded secret, after the fiasco of losing him in the first place until the exams. You know as well as I, the kinds of enemies shinobi make, especially Kage's Raikage Dono. It was safer for him to be kept under the radar until the appropriate time, Sarutobi answered slyly. I suppose you are right, though it is a shame that his debut to many of the foreigners here was against my shinobi. He has no chance against her, I'm afraid. You should have him forfeit before he forfeits his life instead. The Raikage suggested. His tone smug and full of confidence. Let's allow the match to continue, Raikage Dono. We might all be presently surprised at what Naruto-kun is capable of. Sarutobi said, hiding the smirk on his lips the best he could before turning his attention back to the arena. Seems people were waiting on my fight. Naruto mentally sighed out. He didn't want the spotlight. Yet anyway. Naruto's musings were cut short when Genma's voice presided over the arena. Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, Niyugido. Are both participants ready? He questioned, getting affirmative nods from them both. Very well, Hajime. He called out, jumping out of the way. The two Jinkuzuriki looked at each other for a moment, before Yugido fell into her taijutsu stance, one that Naruto hadn't seen yet. However, Naruto raised his hand in a pausing motion, making her tilt her head to the side in confusion. Nay, Yugido-chan, there is something I want to show you after outmatch. However, I won't show it to you if you don't show me that you gave your all in outmatch. If I don't think you fought me with all your strength, not only will I be insulted that you threw your punches against me, but I will not show it to you. And trust me, this is something you've wanted for a long time. Naruto explained, a knowing smirk on his face. Yugido looked at Naruto oddly for a moment when he said this, although truth be told part of her had decided even before the match began that she didn't want to go all out against him. However, once he declared his intentions, her views drastically changed simply because there was only one thing that Naruto knew she wanted desperately, her mother. Naruto-kun, tell me one thing. The thing, is it what I think it is? She questioned the results of this match, how hanging in the balance of his next words. Hi. Naruto answered, before in the middle of it a fist impacted his face sending him skidding across the arena floor before finally being stopped by the wall, a crater in the shape of his body now indenting it. Most of the crowd looked on wide-eyed at the abrupt start, most not hearing the fighters' conversation moments before so only saw Naruto get socked in the face. Many of the council members smirked in satisfaction at Naruto's pain, still feeling the embarrassment and anger he caused them during their meetings those months ago. The crowd looked on to see how Naruto was, awed at the kunoichi's strength. Naruto was hunched over, his cloths already scratched and dirty, his mouth bleeding from the punch, yet there was a shit-eating grin on his face. He quickly stood up and wiped the blood off before beginning to chuckle. The chuckle turned into a small laugh, the laugh grew into an uproar of hysterics, though not the insane kind. More of the satisfactory kind one would hear from someone who finally found what they were looking for after searching for a long time. Good Yugito-chan, good. That's exactly what I was expecting from you, now that I know you are ready let's begin. Naruto stated, a same smile on his lips, before he disappeared from the front of the wall, only a cloud of dust where he had once stood. The moment Naruto disappeared most of the non-shinobi audience lost track of both fighters. The reason being that they were in a heated taijutsu battle going at very high speeds. Speeds that most seasoned Junin could keep up with, but everyone else could only follow. What was going on from the sound of flesh pounding flesh, ground being torn up, and the few times they stopped in a position that was a stalemate. The rest of the time they were looking around frantically trying to follow the erratic sounds resounding all across the arena. Impressive Hokage Dono. I never would have thought any genin from Konoha would be able to stay on a level playing field with that particular shinobi of mine, the Raikage complimented. Sarutobi simply nodded, while wondering why Naruto was playing with the young girl. If he was serious he'd have finished this match already. There is something going on here that he hasn't told me. Something probably dealing with whatever they were speaking about at the beginning of the match. He thought, his gaze hardening, not liking that Naruto, friend or not, was keeping possible vital information from him. The Kyuubi boy is very interesting, perhaps I should try to recruit him into Oto. It should be easy enough when this idiotic village already planted the seeds of distrust within him. I'll simply capitalize on their mistake. Orochimaru smiled behind his white mask, watching the high-speed match with growing interest. This boy is far more talented than I gave him credit for. If only we were able to enforce the CRA on him he could be within the Hyuga's grasp. All that power. Hiyashi thought, his Byakugan activated, his hands slightly clenched at letting this boy slip through his fingers. At that moment the two fighters jumped back, skidding along the ground before coming to a stop, both slightly out of breath, looking scruffier with their cloths ripped and with bruise marks. Although Naruto still that had grin on his face, Yugito looked ready to maim him if only to get what she so richly wanted. Out of nowhere dark purple chakra began to seep out of Yugito, until her entire body was surrounded by the chakra. Her appearance changed slightly into Naruto's true form, her nails and teeth elongated into claws and fangs. Her eyes shifted from her usual emerald, to now a light yellow with black slits down the middle. Long-time residents of Konoha shuddered with unconscious fear at the feeling of her chakra, reminding them of the demon that attempted to destroy them. Wasting no time, Yugito began to hand seal the moment her breathing normalized, Raiden and Yamiten, Raikage, lightning and darkness style, lightning shadow. She yelled before slamming her hands together, as the skies above the stadium began to grow dark. Naruto looked up in curiosity, and quirked an eyebrow in response before analyzing the situation. Seems her lightning affinity was trained greatly during that month. She can create storm clouds now. This might be a problem as she uses real lightning against me. He thought before hearing a roar of thunder race across the culminating storm clouds above, making his smirk disappear. Well, I did tell her to be serious. Not bad, Yugito-chan, he complimented, before his entire body tensed up. The ground under him buckled, leaving him in two small craters where his feet were. He released the first chakra and key limiters he had, drenching the arena with it as his body began to glow blue. Shiroi Renge no Ryu, White Lotus of the Dragon. He called out, before the blue chakra sprang out and created two dragon wings behind him, most of the crowd gasping at what he had just done. Unfortunately for the crowd, they had no time to react to the situation that was occurring because a lightning bolt shot down out of nowhere, exploding on the spot Naruto was just standing in. While most of the less observant crowd only saw the lightning from above, the more trained shinobi noticed that directly from Yugito's shadow seemed to shoot out a black lightning bolt that collided with the one from the sky before they exploded. "To-san?" Nara Shikamaru asked in a shocked voice that was uncharacteristic of him. "Hi. She seems to have the darkness affinity," Shikaku affirmed, many of the shinobi looking at them oddly. "Darkness affinity?" Ino questioned sitting next to them. Shikaku nodded grimly. "Hi, up until now only the Nara clan and a select few individuals in the entire elemental nations have been known to have the darkness affinity. The ability to control the shadows and things that have to do with darkness. The user can warp them, change them, manipulate them into nearly anything they wish. The darkness affinity is greatly affiliated with participation in the occult, mainly because the strange and usually heretical rituals these people perform involved someone with a strong affinity with darkness. Many people with the darkness affinity tend to be shunned by society, calling them witches or warlocks. In truth, someone with the darkness affinity on any particular night could with little effort kill someone of cage-level power as long as there were enough shadows for them to use. It is said that both the darkness and its opposite light affinities are so powerful that only 1 out of every 1 million people are born with it. The legends behind this, which many believe, is that if someone were to master either of these affinities, with darkness they could have the ability to raise the dead to do their bidding as slaves. While the light affinity allows you to completely resurrect people who have died. I have only heard of one person still living ever trained in the light affinity, which is a woman by now well into her 70s living in Suna. I believe she is the Oba-san, grandmother, of the legendary shinobi puppeteer Akasuna no Sasori of the Red Sand. Skikaku explained, most of the shinobi scooting slightly away from the Naras. Not many people knew of the terrible power that clan possessed. But now they have a small taste of what they were truly capable of. Damn, I didn't think she was going to use Izanami-san's chakra so soon. And to use her darkness affinity with such proficiency, those two must have been in contact with each other for a good number of years. Naruto thought, as he continued to dodge the lightning bolts that were nipping at his heels, as a trail of impacts along the arena floor followed close behind him. This is taking up too much of our chakra. And his jutsu is still allowing him to be faster than real lightning, which is just a pain. Yugito analyzed while concentrating on Naruto. You could always use Akiko-chan's jutsu that she taught you for this match. Izanami suggested, quite enjoying the match so far, more like watching Naruto's ass while he jumped around. Yugito blasted her lightning a few more times, though strategically placing them so Naruto was forced to jump farther away from her. The moment a final bolt created an explosion, she released her current jutsu and demonic chakra and immediately started sealing for her next one. Raiden. Gekijuaryoku, lightning style, deadly gravity. She called out before slamming her hands into the dirt, making the entire arena floor and wall glow yellow for an instant. Luckily for her and unluckily for Naruto, she was able to cast her jutsu in time, because the moment the lightning stopped, Naruto pivoted his footing and shot off directly at Yugito, planning on returning that punch she gave him earlier. When she casted Akiko's jutsu, he was only a few feet away from her, his fist already cocked back for the blow. However, the change in gravity forced him to lose his footing and almost slam into the floor from the pressure. He was able to catch himself and launch into the air, flipping over Yugito, and landed with a loud impact a few yards away. I see Akiko-san has taught you a few things during that month's hiatus. Naruto stated nonchalantly, making Yugito turn and smirk. Hi. But there is so much more. She answered, Naruto not quite sure whether to take her almost purring out those final words as a good thing or a bad. Yugito once again summoned Izanami's chakra, making her smirk disappear and replaced with of concentration, before sealing once more and Naruto recognizing them. Damn. She is using Akiko-san's gravity jutsu to slow down my movements. And I was only barely able to outrun her lightning unhindered. With this new handicap I will have no such luck. Naruto thought, who would have been impressed with her strategy, had it not been him she was using it on. Unfortunately for Naruto, he didn't have much of a chance to think of a way out of this before the same storm clouds as before resurfaced upon the sky, with the ominous thunder beginning to sound. Raiden and Yamiten. Raikage, lightning and darkness style, lightning shadow. Yugito said, her voice slightly strained from the gravity affecting her. Naruto cursed once more before the two lightning bolts struck his prone form from earth and sky. Grunts of pain could be heard through the stadium, with the foreign crowd cringing at the sight. While many other people smirked in satisfaction at Naruto's obvious pain, mostly being from Konoha. Damn, I didn't think I'd have to use this so early on. He groaned through gritted teeth, before biting his thumb and outstretched his arm, as a set of seals erupted from his hand and what most would describe as a rip in the dimension appeared. Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning. He groaned out as a blue-hilted sword began to come out. Naruto grabbed the hilt and ripped the sword from the seal, immediately releasing it from its sheath and slid his thumb against it so the blood ran down the length of the blade. Hake. Sotenkei's release, Azure Breeze. He called out as the blade itself glowed blue and then abruptly exploded in a gust of wind. In place of the metal blade was now a literal blade of blue wind. To any of those observers that knew of the Rasengan, it looked much like that jutsu only in the shape of a katana blade. Most of the crowd began hushed whispers about the name of Naruto's sword. Legendary blades held by demons and heroes alike were known by many even amongst civilian peoples. And Sotenkei's was no exception, being said to be forged using the fur of the mate of the Kyuubi no Kitsune itself. So for Naruto, a mere genin, to proclaim he now held it in his hand was something many people found hard to swallow. Unfortunately for them, their doubts and more importantly fears were realized when Naruto swung the sword upwards towards the sky. The blade extended towards the heavens, looking like a large tornado extending from the hilt, causing the storm clouds Yugito created to disperse into nothingness. Her jutsu literally stopped by this sword. He was able to stop my jutsu with a simple swing of a sword. Yugito thought, shocked at the immense power a sword like that must hold. Gasps of astonishment and fear washed across the audience who witnessed this. Many of the shinobi awed at the display of such power. Meanwhile, Kenjutsu users currently needed a change of pants from their multiple orgasms at seeing the power of such a legendary blade with their own eyes. The Konoha shinobi looked with nothing but fear written on their faces that the Kyuubi had such a powerful weapon by its side. That was a good strategy, Yugito-chan. Naruto panted out, finally relived from not being electrocuted. And you would have had me too had I not had Sotenkei's, he said, smirking before letting the sword puff out of existence. Damn him. He seems to have the answers to everything I throw at him. She mentally cursed, although truth be told was slightly glad he stopped her jutsu so she could stop causing him pain. And I've probably only gotten him use about half his true power so far. She admitted, releasing a very unladylike light grunt. Naruto, growing weary of the gravity affecting him, began to hand seal when he remembered how Yugito herself was able to get out of the jutsu when Akiko first used it against her. Doten. Tsuchiketa, earth style, earth column. He called out, slamming his hands into the ground before hundreds of 1x1 pillars of earth and rock jutted from the ground, raising both Naruto and Yugito a good 2 stories into the air. Finally remembered that jutsu's weakness, I see. Yugito said snidely, her teeth gritted together that her main advantage was finally taken out. Hi, but that's not why I did that. Naruto retorted, before hand sealing once more. Ninpu. Kurigakur no Jutsu, ninja art, hidden mist technique. He said as a burst of mist exploded from his body that encompassed all of the top's pillars that were erected, so now none of the audience could see either fighter. Seems we'll have to wait and see what happens now. Hiyashi mused after he attempted to breach the mist with his Byakugan, while the rest of the crowd booed in disapproval. He can't possibly think this is going to help him. Yugito thought, slightly insulted at the possible jab to her skills, especially since Izanami's chakra allowed her vision to see clearly past the mist. She located Naruto quickly enough, but her eyes widened as she mentally cursed when seeing him already hand-sealing with a 3-pronged kunai she was more than intimately familiar with in his hand. Ninpu. Kage kunai no jutsu, ninja art, shadow kunai technique. He called out before throwing the kunai at Yugito. Yugito, although hadn't seen Naruto use the Hiraishin when he saved her, she still knew of that jutsu's abilities and she wasn't about to test herself against it. The moment Naruto released the kunai, she jumped into the air and launched a bombardment of her own kunai where he stood. Naruto smirked, which made her raise her brow in question, before he disappeared in a brightly yellow light. Yugito swiveled her head while still in midair to see Naruto now have a shit-eating grin on his face and another 3-pronged kunai in his hand before he launched that one. Yugito's eyes widened at the realization she just played into his trap, as his second kunai was flying towards right where she was going to land. That is until that kunai burst into several dozen each spreading around connecting with different columns around the one she wound land on. I can't do anything to get out of the area in midair. She realized after running through any possible options of escape. Yugito's toes barely touched the rock pillar before she felt a fist connect with her spine, sending her forward, before a fist impacted her face sending her spinning to the left. A foot to the ribs was her salvation, careening her back to the right. The crowd was getting antsy, especially at the sounds of pain-filled grunts and groans entering their ears, and not being able to see anything. Some of the crowd began to raise their voices at being gypped their admission fees if they couldn't even see the matches. While others used their imagination to try to visualize the beating that Yugito was taking, obvious from her constant moans of pain escaping the fog. Yugito-chan, concede please. Naruto commanded while sending another punch to her skull, though noticeably softer than the ones before it. No, I want you to show me what you promised you would. And the only way to do that is to beat you. She growled, before a mouthful of blood flew out of her mouth from a rather vicious uppercut to her jaw. Very well, Naruto said solemnly, sending another devastating kick to her ribs, the faint sound of one cracking evident to the two Jinchuriki. Damn it, I have to win this match, to see Ka-san again. Izanami-chan, please. Yugito thought, her voice pleading to her demoness and friend. Izanami was torn at the moment. On the one hand, they both had made a promise to each other that no matter what happened in this fight Yugito wouldn't be allowed to use more than one tail's worth of power. While on the other was Yugito's pleading to do the opposite. Not only that, but it was so Yugito could finally see her mother again after so long. Izanami decided to see how the fight was going, and saw Yugito's painful but also pleading expression on her face. Izanami bit her lower lip in uncertainty, still unsure of what to do. Onegai. Yugito's voice yelled, completely begging for her friend's help. But, she paused, trying to think as quickly as she could on what to do. And finally decided on her answer even though she didn't like it. Take it kitten, take it and kick his sexy ass. She answered back before releasing all but a little remaining chakra to Yugito. Naruto and the rest of the crowd easily felt the immense increase of chakra. Most of the crowd quickly silenced themselves at the overwhelming power exuded from within the fog. Naruto himself knew exactly what Yugito was doing and just continued on his onslaught, hoping that her body would give out before any plan she may have been concocting would come to fruition. Unfortunately for Naruto, with the increase of chakra came an increase of speed as well for the women in her hand, sealing speed greatly increase. And Naruto only noticed at the last moment she had even begun sealing, but was able to give her one final punch to the jaw before heard her call out her jutsu. Raiden. Anzen Denatsu, lightning style, dark voltage. She called out, a small amount of blood flowing out as she did so. The audience quickly noticed a dark storm cloud much like earlier in the match begin to hover above the area of the fog that they heard the grunt emanate from. And to their surprise, as quickly as the cloud came, a large lightning bolt shot down right into the fog. In the meantime, Naruto was on his way around to strike Yugito once more, but in the corner of his eyes saw something penetrate the fog flying right at her. He hesitated only a moment, but that was all she needed, before the lightning struck her body, electricity now shooting off her body in little waves. Naruto continued his assault on her and was successful in hitting her, but was surprised when he felt lightning shock him, making him jump back. It's just like Reiga's Reigeki no Yoroi lightning strike armor, he thought to himself, shaking his hand in vain to get the numbness out of it. Naruto was about to go in for another strike when he saw Yugito turn towards him. She had a smirk on her lips, making him arch a brow, wondering just what she had to smile about, considering her body was as bloody and thrashed as it currently was, even with Izanami's healing abilities. Katsu. She whispered, but Naruto clearly heard it, making his eyes grow wide. The lightning that surrounded her erupted from her body, training along through the fog, which Naruto just realized was just a giant amplifier to her now. The crowd was still looking on with bated breath, wondering just what was going on in there. Then they began to hear what could be considered a buzzing sound emanate from the center of the fog before streams of lightning shot along the entire area that the fog covered. The lightning lit area up like a Christmas tree, that is, until they saw a smoldering body launch from the bottom corner of the mist and landed solidly in the ground, making a smoking crater. Damn, that hurt. Naruto mumbled out, as he picked himself up from the crater, with remnants of the lighting jutsu still jumping along his body. Naruto cancelled the mist jutsu, seeing that now it was only a liability to him, before kicking off the ground and landed on the closest rock pillar. Naruto's gaze hardened when he looked upon his kunoichi friend at the other end of the rock formation, many of the other onlookers gasping at what they were now seeing. Reikage Dono, I believe the elemental nations still abide by the rule that if a country with a Jinchuriki wishes to have said person participate in the Chunin exams, the other participating countries are to be alerted. Sarutobi scolded, while being slightly shocked at the form Yugito now took. Yugito herself had dark purple chakras surrounding her body, taking the form of what resembled a cat, with two tails at her back and pointed ears atop her head. Hi, I believe that is correct, Hokage Dono. But I do not recall you advertising your own either. Besides, I gave you fair warning at the beginning of this match about no one being able to beat my shinobi, but you allowed the match to go on. The man retorted with a smirk, seeing his most powerful shinobi finally going to her maximum level. Naruto-kun is a known Jinchuriki, so I had no reason to announce it since those shinobi and their respected nations already knew of him and his prisoner. I suppose so. Very well, I will concede to your point. I will make a formal announcement of apology once the exams are over. Hi, very well, Sarutobi agreed. Naruto saw the same that everyone now did and was disheartened that Yugito was willing to go this far. Though in her defense it was his fault since he dangled her mother in front of her the way he did at the beginning of the match. Although a happy leer soon graced his face, he didn't like that Yugito was going this far, but he certainly couldn't lie and say this match wasn't exciting to him either. Unfortunately, Naruto's leer disappeared when Yugito's arms extended outward and two balls of purple chakra began to grow in each hand. Naruto could feel how powerful the jutsu she was summoning was and was slightly concerned that the match was going a bit too far now. Yamiten, Shinka no Psycho Yukai, Darkness Style, Supreme Ghost of the Sacred Flame. Yugito growled out, before the two basketball-sized balls of chakra were slammed together, expanding into a large ball that was now only slightly smaller than Kasumi's Cho Udama Rasengan, from Naruto's previous match, though Naruto noticing that it was gathering even more chakra. Damn, with all that chakra she is putting behind that, I don't have many options that'll keep us both in one piece and won't also force me to release all my suppressed chakra. He mused before sighing, and released his second chakra limiter as he formed a Rasengan in his right hand. I was hoping to not show anyone this attack, even during the invasion. Oh well, I reap what I sow, I suppose. He concluded almost whimsically. Up in the stands, many of the shinobi had different thoughts on the matchup as well as what Naruto's answer to Yugito's jutsu was after they felt another increase in his chakra. He doesn't honestly think that a normal Rasengan will be able to stand up against a Jinchuriki's attack in a two-tailed state, does he? Kasumi asked, trying her best to hide the worry that was raging within her over her brother. If he does, then he is a fool. Daten will be a good riddance if he is killed. Kushina spoke harshly, her gaze hardening towards the two fighters. Oni-sama, Kasumi thought worriedly. If you are really foolish enough to only use a Rasengan to fight against her, then you don't deserve to be in. Nay, anyway, Naruto. But I doubt you are that incompetent, so let's see what you are truly capable of in such a situation. Danzo thought, a small smirk on his lips at how this match was going. There was so much more potential in Naruto than he even gave the boy credit for initially. As the crowd watched on, they noted Yugito just standing until finally realizing she was simply gathering as much chakra as she could. Naruto just sighed and let his arms fall to his sides, the Rasengan still in hand. To the surprise and awe of the crowd, the Rasengan in his hand seemed to fluctuate as if something was trying to break out of the ball from within. That is until the ball shape literally broke and the pent-up chakra began to ooze its way up his right arm, encasing it in its chakra. The audience was entranced at what was happening. The chakra just continued to flow upwards before completely engulfing Naruto's right arm up to his shoulder, and yet the chakra kept going upwards until at around 3 feet just stopped before seemingly becoming encased once more. To the audience, they had never seen anything like this before. While most of the shinobi were in the same boat, to manipulate a jutsu like the Rasengan in such a way. Not even Jiraiya of the Sannin would try a dangerous maneuver like that. Naruto is something else, said Toad Hermit, complimented from his seat in the VIP box of the stands. He certainly is. Tsunade said with a ghost of a smile on her lips while looking on in both pride and guilt at Naruto's match, guiltily for actually feeling proud of Naruto when she had no right to. So he is finally going to use one of them, Fumetsuo no Rasenkan, swirling fist of the immortal king. Natsumi spoke, her voice laced with excitement, making the Sand siblings looking at her strangely, which she quickly felt and decided to answer their stares. You see, Naru-kun has already created 3 original jutsu from the Rasengan and currently working on a 4th. Though not even I was allowed to see them while he worked on them, much to my own disapproval. But I was able to grab a peek of the very one he is using now. Unfortunately not even I know what it is truly capable of since he hadn't mastered it yet when I saw. She explained, with an exciting glint in her eye. The Sand siblings just looked on, rather shocked at Naruto's abilities, now even more curious at Naruto's jutsu, as everyone waited for these 2 powerful genin to launch their jutsu. This next attack will end it, Yugito-chan, so make sure it counts. Naruto's advised, only getting a nod in response. The winds in the arena began to pick up as the 2 fighters put the last bits of chakra into finalizing their jutsu. The purple ball in Yugito's hand swirled dangerously in her palms, while Naruto's jutsu had picked up in concentration, now spinning with a wild fierceness, almost seeming to scream for its opponent's blood. Naruto's free hand went behind his back before pulling out a normal kunai. When this hits the ground, he commanded, leaving the meaning behind his words easily interpreted by both Yugito and any of the audience that was able to hear him. After she nodded, Naruto threw the kunai high into the air. Everyone watched in excitement as the kunai began to fall from the sky. The moment he kunai landed on one of the outlying pillars, both Yugito and Naruto shot off the ground, lunging at each other. As the crowd looked on, the battle seemed to slow to a crawl the moments before the 2 fighters would collide, with Yugito's fangs bared menacingly and her dark jutsu spinning wildly thrust out in front of her. While Naruto had his teeth clenched together with his arm and jutsu thrust forward as well, the attacks millimeters away from clashing. The second they touched, time seemed to move back to normal speed as the jutsus fought for dominance for their masters. The winds within the arena billowed as if they were in the middle of a tornado, most of the crowd blocking the offending wind from their faces so they could watch the match continue, most of them shocked that genin could be this powerful. The powerful stalemate lasted a good half-minute before the veteran shinobi noticed something, as did the fighters themselves. What they noticed was apparent when both attacks seemed to give up on fighting each other and actually looked to be combining, which made all who noticed grow shocked expressions at what would inevitably happen. Which occurred only moments later when a large wave of chakra was expelled and then an explosion occurred where Yugito and Naruto were standing. A large plume of smoke encompassed that area of the arena, not allowing anyone but those of the Hyuga to know what happened to either fighter. Though they didn't have to wait long before from the right end of the smoke Yugito shot out of the cloud right into a group of remaining pillars, crashing through them and into the ground. However, at an angle which made her continue on rolling across the ground until the wall itself stopped her with a loud thud, the purple chakra that had once encompassed her gone. Meanwhile, Naruto had also flown out of the dust cloud on the opposite side right into a few of the rock pillars. Though his trajectory was higher than Yugito's, and after going through the pillars, actually continued in through air not only into but even through the arena wall and smashed into a nearby house if the explosion beyond the wall was any indication. The audience looked on in silent excitement to see just how this fight would continue on, or end. They quickly turned from Yugito's slumped position to the hole that Naruto made in the wall, wondering just who would get up first if either did. The dust finally settled to show that most of the middle of the arena was adorned with rubble, with all but a few of the rock pillars which Naruto had called upon earlier in the match in pieces and scattered across the arena floor. Genma, shunted back to the arena, having prior to then left to leave the fighters without a hindrance of safety for him. When he looked over at Yugito, he noticed that she was struggling to get up. She looked quite ragged, much of her clothes were ripped and shredded. While many of her minor wounds already healed, her more serious ones were still visible. However, you could tell just how much punishment she went through from all of the blood that was on her cloths and caked on her flesh. Yugito rose, albeit on stumbling legs, and began her slow trek back to the center of the arena to either claim her victory or wait for Naruto's return from outside the wall. All but the Hyuga could only guess as to which would occur. Now that she was in the center, everyone's attention was on the hole that Naruto had created, everyone simply waiting for the blonde's return. However, after a solid minute pasted, Genma decided to end the match. If it took the boy this long to show himself, either he was dead or unconscious, either way the match was over. Since the other fighter has not returned within a suitable amount of time, the winner of this match is Matt. Naruto's voice called out before appearing via Shunshin in the arena's center across from Yugito. You know, the match could have waited a few moments so I could give the owner of the house I just wrecked a check for the damages. But it took longer than I thought cause he decided to get on my case about demons. He sighed out, his annoyance evident in his tone. Naruto-kun, Yugito rasped out, her tone slightly scared, concerned, and ashamed, her eyes wide in horror as she looked upon her friend. Hi? He questioned, ripping his gaze away from Genma and back to his opponent and friend. Naruto saw the look she was giving him, and tilted his head to the side, before looking at the audience. Many of them having the same expression of shock while looking at him. Figuring it had something to do with his look and decided to give himself a once-over, and quickly realized what everyone was looking at. His entire right arm that had once held his Fumetsuo no Rasengan was completely black and charred. Granted, he had many other cuts and bruises along his body, but his arm was the worst injury. I did that to him, she thought, guilt heavily weighing on her shoulders now. Oh hi, that, he said almost whimsically, before poking his burnt arm a few times, causing a few flakes of the skin to fall off when he did so, getting many of the audience to begin to look sick to their stomachs. I suppose this would normally hurt a lot more than it does to me right now. But compared to the things I've had to face when I was a child in this place, something like this a dull pain in comparison. He explained, his gaze and voice growing cold, causing those Konoha citizens who participated in his beatings to grow ghostly pale at his words. Besides, it's an easy fix, he said dismissively, before sealing with his good hand and pressed his open hand against his chest as a light green glow encompassed his body. Many of the people looked on in fascination, especially Tsunade, her apprentice Shizune, and any other medical staff stationed there, all realizing it was some kind of medical jutsu, a powerful one at that. The cuts and bruises on him all seemed to disappear in under a minute, after that released his jutsu and let out a sigh of exhaustion. Although Naruto for the most part looked fine now, his arm still looked burnt to a crisp, many of the onlookers wondering if he lost the ability to use the arm completely, and if he'd still continue with the fight if that were true. Both their and Yugito's concerns and questions were put to rest when Naruto made a fist with the burnt hand and flexed the arm. When he did so, the charred skin flaked off much like a snake's shed skin that had been burnt. Once all the blackened skin fell and he released his fist, it revealed a perfectly unmarred right arm with just his sleeve missing now. Naruto tested the arm, seeming to make sure it worked properly before forming a Rasengan in it and released it just as quickly, nodding in satisfaction. I'm ready to continue, however. He started before pausing and looked at Yugito right in the eye. I wish for you to reconsider, Yugito-chan. I can feel you are on your last legs, and not to sound high and mighty, but at this point, despite making me release all but my last chakra limiters, I still have a large amount of chakra compared to you. You cannot win against me anymore, he explained, his tone stern yet still holding a friendly warmth to it. Gomen, Naruto-kun. She shook her head, getting into her taijutsu stance once more. But I must win to see her. Naruto smiled at his friend's determination, if slightly foolish. But he could certainly understand her reasons. And in truth he'd be just as stubborn, if not more so, if some of the people close to him were in trouble. Naruto nodded in acceptance of her wishes before he disappeared and reappeared in front of the blonde. Gomen, Yugito-chan. But you lose, he whispered, before they both locked gazes for a brief moment, until he thrust a fist into her stomach, making her spit up saliva and blood as she lost consciousness, landing slumped over on her friend's shoulder. Call it, Naruto ordered sternly, while moving Yugito's body around so she was now resting in his arms, bridal style. Winner, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Ganma shouted, and a moment later Naruto disappeared from the arena in a swirl of purple flames. The entire arena was in a complete and awkward silence at everything that transpired in the match. Many not believing what they saw, while others not believing that genin were capable of it, even more so that the demon spawn was that powerful. Everyone was knocked out of their musings when clapping was heard from the far side of the stands. When they looked, they saw both the Hokage and the Case Cage clapping charismatically, obviously showing their appreciation for such a good match. The audience soon followed suit until the entire arena was cheering for the great match. Although it was obvious the cheers were coming from the non-Konoha and Whirlpool crowd since they cheered Naruto personally while the others just clapped as to not look foolish. It seems Valios-kun will have quite the enjoyable match when it's his turn to fight the Kyuubi, if this match was an indication as to his full strength. Kushina mused, with a smirk, having full confidence that her child will still be able to beat the beast. Kasumi hid her frown by looking at the floor. You're wrong, Ka-san, Valios-kun cannot win. Not against him, he can't, Kasumi argued, knowing and feeling that deep down Naruto's match was only the tip of the iceberg of what he was truly capable of. Hi, you will make quite the addition to my army. You will be my greatest weapon to allow the root of Konoha to flourish. Danzo appraised with a small smirk before he disappeared back into the shadows from whence he came. The entire reason for him being there now complete. That was quite the match, Hokage Dono, Raikage Dono. I feel rather jealous you have such strong genin. The Kazekage joked. Hi, Naruto will definitely make a very good addition to my army in Oto, very good indeed. Orochimaru laughed mentally. Ah. Hi, that was quite the match, I never would have guessed that boy could defeat my shinobi Jinchuriki or not. Konoha's claim of being the strongest village still seems to hold some truth. The Raikage complimented, holding back a growl. By the way, Hokage Dono, can you tell me where he took my shinobi? Sarutobi shook his head. I don't know, truth be told, but I'll send some of my Anbu to find him and return her to you immediately, Sarutobi answered truthfully, having no idea why Naruto had taken her, before calling a pair of Anbu, giving them the orders to find him. Seems you were holding out on certain things, Naruto-kun. Sarutobi thought, before looking at the audience and seeing all the fearful Konoha faces. And it seems you took a liking to your role at scaring the people of Konoha that spited you. It truly is a shame they weren't nicer to you, or else they might have had you on their side instead of against it. Oh well, reap what you sow. Where did Naruto go? Temari confusedly asked. I just spoke with him, he said he was going back to the mansion to dress Yugito's wounds as well as reintroduce her to her long-lost Ka-san. So for now let's just enjoy the last few matches before the invasion begins, Natsumi answered back boredly, now that the fun of her mate's match was over. Namikaze Mansion. In front of the Namikaze Mansion arose a burst of purple flames before they disappeared, leaving Naruto and Yugito in its wake. He walked up to the gates and deactivated the mansion security before moving inside. He quickly maneuvered through his home while canceling his Onipo Genjutsu, letting the large dam of chakra overflow, recharging his depleted coils, before reaching his destination, the living room. He reached the couch that laid in the corner of the room and gently placed Yugito down. Ah, Naruto-san, is that you? A woman's voice called out from the direction of the kitchen. Naruto turned his head, looking at the entrance, awaiting the woman's inevitable entrance. He didn't have to wait long when the form of a woman who looked to be in her 40s came into view. She had long black hair that went a little past her shoulders, and chocolate brown eyes that expressed a warmth that could easily be proven by the woman's personality. She was quite attractive, and in all honesty Naruto was not expecting Yugito's mom to look so youthful. She was wearing a simple long forest green skirt that went to her ankles, and a navy blue shirt, as well as a pink apron that made Naruto lightly chuckle from the look. His laughter was cut short when the sound of a plate breaking rung in his ears. He looked at the woman's expression, fear, anxiety, but most of all hope could be seen written in her face. Is that my Masumi? She asked, though haggard, in fearful breath. Hi, this is your Masumi, Elena-san. He answered back with a small smile, immediately noticing Elena move closer, forcing him to put up his hand in a stop motion. Gomen, Elena-san, but I'll need you to wait a few more minutes. As you can tell, she is quite beaten up and will need a few minutes to recover. Why don't you go make us some tea, and by the time you return she'll be ready to be reunited with you, I promise. He reassured her. Elena hesitated, her thoughts conflicted. But when she saw and heard Naruto's words she let her tense body rest, and nodded before silently going back towards the kitchen. Naruto could only smile at the woman's love for her adopted daughter even after over a decade and a half's worth of separation. He turned back to Yugito and placed his hand on her forehead and stomach, encompassing her body in a light purple glow. After a few minutes of Naruto's healing jutsu, the purple aura surrounding Yugito dissipated, leaving her skin now unmarred as if the two hadn't done battle, although the blood was still caked onto her. "Ah, Elena-san, great timing, I was just about to wake her up," Naruto said, easily smelling the prepared tea. Elena turned the corner, and placed the tea on the small table near the couch, and sat herself in one of the other open seats. Do you think she'll recognize me after so long?" she asked, her tone reflecting her obvious nervousness. "Hi, I think she will definitely recognize you," he reassured with a smile, before turning back to Yugito. "Nay, Izanami-san, would you mind waking up Yugito-chan here? There is someone she would definitely like to meet after so long." The two simply waited, and soon enough Yugito began to stir, if the groan of pain was any indication. "Welcome back, Yugito-chan," Naruto greeted. "Naruto-kun," she retorted groggily, her vision trying to orient itself. The room still slightly spinning. "Where am I?" he chuckled. "You're at my home in Konoha. I brought you here after our match ended so I could get you properly healed. I won our match, by the way." "I see," she answered, her tone soundly slight dejected. "So, you won't let me see Ka-san, will you?" "I don't know, you'll just have to ask her yourself," he answered, trying to hold back his amusement. Yugito looked at Naruto oddly because of his answer, before anger began to well up in her from seeing his bemused smile. "Hisui Hime, Jade Princess," Elena called out, her voice and words causing Yugito to freeze. There was only one person who ever called her that in her life. Slowly but surely her face turned towards Elena, Yugito now quite fearful that what she heard was only a figment of her imagination. When she completely turned, she saw a woman sitting before her, a woman that she immediately recognized, and knew was her mother. "Ka-san," Yugito said almost breathlessly, making said woman smile warmly, and nod slightly. Yugito, seemingly in a trance, began to get up from the couch and headed towards the older woman, their gazes never leaving the other, until Yugito was standing right in front of her. "Ka-san," she repeated in the same tone, while her quaking hands were brought up to touch the woman's face, making sure she was truly real. "Hi. It's your Ka-san, she is finally back, my Hisui Hime," Elena retorted happily. Naruto gave the two the space and time they needed, feeling happy that he was able to keep his word to Yugito. As he watched, he noticed Yugito's eyes begin to water, the same as Elena herself. Not a moment later did the two suddenly jump into a bone-crushing embrace, finally letting the unshed happy and sad tears they held in for more than a decade of separation fall. He let the women have their moment while he prepared the tea in each cup, since he guessed many questions would be shot at both him and Elena in the near future. When he was finished with the preparations, he saw Yugito curled up in Elena's chest, lightly sobbing, while her mother warmly petted her head, and cooed reassuring whispers to her. Naruto himself wished he could have let the pair stay like that for as long as they wished. Unfortunately, an army of Odo shinobi were knocking at the door of Konoha, and they weren't going to wait for someone to answer it. "What, no love for the guy who saved her?" he said with a pout and a tone that clearly said he was joking, though he didn't expect the answer he got from Yugito. One moment he was standing there watching Yugito in the embrace of her mother. The next he was thrown into the couch, as a pair of soft lips assaulted his own, while feeling a body straddle his lap, pressing against him while he was forced in a sitting position. Although he was certainly surprised, he wasn't one to be easily upstaged, and as soon as his senses returned the kiss. He let his hands settle on Yugito's hips, giving them a soft squeeze every so often, making her moan lowly at the sensation. After a good minute, Yugito finally released her lips from his, only an inch away from each other, with a small line of saliva still connecting the two. She was gazing into his eyes, her happiness, warmth, and gratitude for what he did radiating from her jade orbs. In one final act of thanks, she laced her tongue over his slightly parted lips and took back their liquid connection. "Arigato, Naruto-kun, arigato," she whispered breathlessly with a tinge of pink on her cheeks, her hot breath tickling his lips, as well as his nose when he smelled the slight arousal coming off of her. He grinned like an idiot. "Not a problem, Yugito-chan, I told you I would find her for you, and I would never take back my word, especially from a friend," he whispered, before the grin turned into a smirk. "And although I was only joking about what I said before, I certainly don't mind the reward. So if there is someone else you want me to find, just let me know." He joked in a husky and teasing tone, winking at her, which made her blush deepen. An exaggerated cough coming from behind them, tore them from each other, and looked back to see Elena with her arms crossed, her brow arched, and a shit-eating grin on her face. While I don't mind my daughter doing those things with a man that she obviously trusts, especially one as handsome as you, Naruto, I'd prefer it to happen after more than 10 minutes have passed since we've been reunited after over a decade and a half, as well as not right in front of me. I have to act as both her Ka-san and Tu-san, you know, so don't think I won't give you the talk. Hiro-san, she said, her tone giving off a teasing as well as seriousness. Yugito's blush came back full force when she realized what she did in front of her Ka-san. A kiss that primal and passionate shouldn't be seen by anyone, especially one's parents. And with an almost inaudible eep, quickly jumped off Naruto's lap right onto the farthest seat on the couch from him, while Naruto just laughed nervously at the situation. Gomen Elena-san, I think Yugito-chan was just happy I brought you back to her is all. And unfortunately what I think you're thinking here is jumping to conclusions. There is a lot we must talk about first, however, he said after calming down and motioning for her to take a seat again. Hi, like explaining this whole situation to me, Naruto-kun. Yugito spoke up after, finally calming down. Her tone while speaking his name was threatening, making him slightly nervous. Anyo, well, he stuttered before coughing to get some kind of semblance of calmness back. Basically the story goes like this. After I told you about helping you find Elena-san, and you went back to Kumo, I began my search. He stated before grabbing his tea and took a long sip. Unfortunately I couldn't find much for the first 3 weeks. Only tidbits from the shinobi of Kumo but nothing solid on her whereabouts. Not only that, but there were other situations that called for my attention. One of them being you and that group Uchiha Itachi was with. Fortunately though, on the final week before the exams were to start I was able to find someone that knew where Elena-san was being held and convinced him to tell me everything. The problem was that the location he gave me was surprisingly back in Fire Country near Konoha. Apparently Kumo spies found one of the Snake Sanin Orochimaru's old, abandoned laboratories and used it to keep Elena-san hostage. That is why you could never find hide nor hair of her in Kumo. She was never there to begin with. And the Raikage unfortunately had the brains to have the only connection between Kumo and his shinobi in Fire Country be a single Junin, who would check on the situation in the laboratory once every month. So digging for clues was nearly impossible unless you knew where to look. Hell, it was pure luck that I even found the Junin while I was on my way to Kumo. He explained, before letting out a sigh. But I'm getting slightly off topic. Once I found the location I rescued Elena-san, killed the shinobi, and destroyed the lab. He finished. She nodded in understanding. I understand that. But that doesn't quite explain why you didn't come to find me to tell me you found her. She answered, slight anger leaking off her words. He frowned, and looked down slightly ashamed. Gomen Yugito-chan, but I have a few reasons for that. The main one being that by the time I found the laboratory it was the day before the exams, so you were already on your way to Konoha anyway. Therefore it would have been safer for the both of you if I kept Elena-san in my home for the day. Another reason is that if I had told you about her too soon, I know you would have angered the Raikage by quitting being a shinobi to be with her. But the uproar that would have caused, would have been a catastrophe for everyone within the walls of Konoha, since Orochimaru's army is right outside waiting. The third reason is that had you defected too soon from Kumo, there wouldn't all that much I could do to protect you or Elena-san from both the Raikage, and I'm sure Konoha's council once they heard about the situation and didn't want even more hostilities to occur between the nations, so they would have ordered your return to him. I needed to keep you clueless until the last moment, so I could use the invasion as a distraction for you both, he explained, with his frown soon deepening. And the last reason was because of my own selfishness. I wanted to see how strong you were, and I knew that if I did what I did at the beginning of our match you wouldn't pull your punches against me because we are friends. Despite this, however, I know you are angry with me for not telling you as soon as I had Elena-san in my protection, and for that I apologize. Gomenasai Yugito-chan. Yugito looked at Naruto's amethyst eyes, and could only see sadness and self-loathing about what he had done. She understood his reasons for why. But it still angered and hurt her to not be told as soon as possible. She was about to open her mouth to respond when Elena cut her off. It's all right Hisui-hime, forgive him, she approved kindly, nodding to her daughter. She is right, other than the last reason, Naruto-kun did all of that for you and your Ka-san's protection and happiness. Izanami concurred. Yugito fidgeted slightly, her anger and happiness warring for dominance. She truly wanted to just hug Naruto again for returning her mother to her, and yet her anger wouldn't let her, because he kept it a secret from her even if only for one day. Nay Yugito-chan, I understand. You don't have to forgive me. And in truth I'm just glad I could reunite you with Elena-san after so long. He replied sullenly, easily sensing her turmoil. Naruto got up to put his cup in the kitchen, while hiding the slight sadness he held. However, he was stopped when a slightly calloused but soft hand grabbed his wrist. He turned to see Yugito looking up at him, a small smile across her lips with a look of guilt in her eyes. Gomen Naruto-kun. You say it was selfish of you to make me fight you seriously. And yet here I am angry at you for making me wait another day to see my Ka-san, the person you brought back that I've been waiting for over a decade and a half to see again. If anyone is selfish here, it's me for being angry at your actions when I know deep down you only did it to protect myself or the people in Konoha, which include Ka-san. I'm the selfish one, Naruto-kun. Gomenasai, please forgive me. She softly pleaded, looking down at the ground, unable to look at him anymore, her tone easily expressing her sadness at her inappropriate feelings towards the situation. Naruto only took a moment to react to her words, and with a twist of his wrist he was now the one holding on to her hand within his, while he tenderly caressed the back of her hand with his thumb. Yugito looked up at his actions, confusion written on her face, before she saw the large and quite happy smile on his face. It's okay Yugito-chan. All is forgiven, nay. He offered warmly, his attitude being contagious, making her smile happily, as a few tears fell down her face. Arigato Naruto-kun, he just nodded in affirmation before letting her hand go and went back into the kitchen. The happy mood was ruined when a tremor rocked the house as a large explosion was heard coming from the direction of the Chunin Stadium. Elena and Yugito immediately stood up on reflex, with Naruto walking back into the room. Guess the invasion has started. Naruto stated knowingly, while going to grab his orange flak jacket that he discarded while healing Yugito. Elena-san, Yugito-chan, this is between Konoha and Oto. So I'd like to ask you both to stay on my property until Natsu-chan and I finish this, so you don't get involved. Especially with the wreckage still out there and I'm sure by now looking for his, Buki-hime, Naruto requested. But I can help. Yugito countered, which only made Naruto smile warmly. Hi, I know you can Yugito-chan, and I'm appreciative of the support. But in reality all I did was heal your wounds, your body is still fatigued from lack of chakra thanks to our battle. If you went with me you would be in bad shape if one of the stronger enemy shinobi fights you or worse yet the wreckage. Besides that I'd be worrying about you too much to keep my concentration on fighting. I wouldn't be able to bear it if you or one of my other friends were hurt or worse because of me when I could have prevented it. Please just stay here and keep your Ka-san safe. Hell, you can even release Izanami-san here to stretch her legs a bit. My 2 set it up so that those outside the grounds can't feel powerful ki auras within, so she won't be noticed. She hesitantly nodded. I understand, I may not like it but if you ask it of me I'll do it Naruto-kun, she retorted with a cute pout, which made him smile. Arigato Yugito-chan. He answered back, before turning to Elena. Make yourselves at home. When I finally return is when you'll know the invasion is over. He explained as a puff of smoke appeared with Izanami now standing in its wake. You hear all that Izanami-san? Hi Naruto-kun. Now go on, and get that sexy ass of yours out there to help Natsumi-chan, she said in a seductive but dismissive tone. Alright then, stay safe you three. He retorted before being engulfed by a column of purple flames. Elena looked at the new woman, but more importantly her appendages, before quirking an eye. Should I even ask? She questioned. She is my perverted demoness Ka-san, Yugito answered, while shaking her head at Izanami's euphoric expression while seeing Naruto leave. Izanami heard this and smirked. You call me perverted? Yet if I recall kitten we both agreed that if he gave either of us the slightest, go ahead, we'd jump his bones all night. Izanami retorted with a devious smirk, making Yugito blush. Elena quirked a brow. My, seems my Masumi has certainly grown hasn't she? Elena teased, making Yugito pout and her blush darken. Alright, enough of turning my Masumi into a human tomato. Instead I want to hear everything that I've missed over the last 17 years. And that especially includes Hiro-san. I know that kiss wasn't just one of gratitude Hisui Haim, she commanded softly, taking her seat again with a smirk, seeing Yugito turn even redder at being so easily caught from secretly enjoying the deep kiss she shared with Naruto. Then again, it's a parent's job to embarrass their kids at any opportunity after all. Chapter 20, Invasion. Arena, Chidori. Sasuke yelled as he plunged his electrified hand into Gaara's chest cavity. Most of the audience gasped at the sight, while others cheered on the Uchiha prodigy, that is until Gaara exploded in a cloud of sand. "Tsh, that sand is starting to piss me off," Sasuke muttered under his breath while looking for his opponent's location. Unfortunately for him, he found him, right after Gaara encased his body except for his head in sand. "Uchiha Sasuke, this match is over. If you care to look around you, you'd notice that the audience is completely silent." Gaara spoke motionlessly, as Sasuke looked around the stadium, indeed seeing that many of the audience were not only silent, but oddly enough sleeping. The reason for this is that Odo secretly planned to start an invasion and the eventual destruction of Konoha during our battle. And it has just begun, he explained. "What?" Sasuke shouted in shock, now trying to struggle to get free, however finding it useless, just glared at the redhead. "How exactly did you know about it?" "That is simple," Gaara retorted, his sand loosening its grip slightly. "Up until a few hours ago Suna was planning on helping Odo in said invasion. However, some evidence has come to our attention that made us withdraw our help, transferring our allegiance back to Konoha." He finished, finally releasing his sand, though keeping it ready in defense in case Sasuke did anything rash. "Well, I certainly don't have the facts, nor the authority to dispute your claim. However, if I find out what you told me is a lie, not even the Land of Wind will stop me from hunting you down. That Uchiha Sasuke is none of my concern at the moment, so I suggest we make haste in dealing with Odo," Gaara retorted, shrugging at Sasuke's threat before he shunshed away in a swirl of sand. "Well, let's see if Odo has any worthy shinobi," Sasuke thought, before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. And soon after, a large explosion rocked the Chunin Stadium, giving the signal that the invasion had truly started. "Stance, Yash, it seems that Uzumaki Naruto's information about the invasion was accurate," Guy shouted to Kakashi only a few yards away after slamming a Odo Junin into the stadium wall. Kakashi didn't respond to his self-appointed rival's words, at the mention of Naruto, thanks to still having the foul taste that their last conversation was comprised of playing in his consciousness. Fortunately for the slightly solemn Junin, a welcome distraction made itself known in the form of Sasuke, shunshing next to him, weapons already brandished. "Ah, good Sasuke, you're here, this'll make my job easier," he started, after just ending the life of another Odo shinobi. "If you haven't been filled in already, Odo is invading, meaning the exams are cancelled. However, this is now a real fight, so leave no notions of mercy in your mind from this point on. I know that, Kakashi, I may be a genin, but I'm also an Uchiha, which means I know what it takes to be a real shinobi, so don't baby me like you would Sakura," he retorted after launching a kunai at a distracted Odo shinobi who died from the weapon lodging itself into the side of his neck. "Good, then I have no reason to keep you here. Sasuke, your new mission is to release your genin comrades from this genjutsu, and to have all of them, including you, escort the civilians in the arena to the safe houses in the village, understand?" "Hi. But what about after my mission is done?" "Defend the village," he ordered bluntly. "Hey, just the answer I wanted to hear," Sasuke answered back with a smirk, his Sharingan swirling violently with anticipation. Sasuke finished off the enemy attacking him before jumping into the stands and released his comrades before giving them the new mission, then bounded off to release the civilians from the sleep genjutsu. "Fighter's box, what do you think, Natsumi-san?" Haku questioned after hearing Kakashi talk to Sasuke. "I suppose we should help them evacuate, though I won't be doing that personally," she responded with a sneer, making her feelings about what could happen to the people of Konoha clear. "Haku-chan, Hana-san, I'll leave it to you, since you are both Konoha shinobi at the moment." "And after?" Haku questioned again. "Hana has her own job being a chunin of his village. You, however, have no true allegiance to Konoha, nor will I force an obligation on you since you are traveling with Naru-kun and I of your own free will. So in that sense you may do what you wish, whether it be defend this place, or go back to the compound and wait with Yugito and her Ka-san. I understand. What about us? Kankuro questioned. What about you? Your alliance with Konoha still stands thanks to the evidence we've found. Simply join the fray and help out. She answered, amused that the boy asked such an obvious question. What about you, Natsumi-san? Tamari asked. Oh, me? She questioned, feigning ignorance, before a menacing smirk crossed her lips. I'm going to have some fun before Naru-kun gets here and we take care of Orochimaru. She continued, her voice cold, and filled with almost an insatiable bloodlust. Now I suggest we get to it. The more we wait the more people will die. Granted I don't care, but the people my mate cares about does, and that is enough for me. She finished before disappearing in a burst of red flames. The remaining four were still slightly on edge from Natsumi's final words and tone, but quickly shrugged it off and shunshed to their respective missions. With Hana and Haku, alright everyone, please try to stay calm and follow us, we'll do our best to lead you safely to the closest safe house. Hana requested after she and Haku gathered any of the stragglers within the arena that Sasuke and the other genin didn't get. The little over 24 civilians hesitantly nodded to Hana's request. They found it smarter than to argue with a shinobi in this kind of situation. Their understandable fear was suppressed, if only for a little while after she spoke. With Hana in the front of the group leading and Haku in the back, making sure no ambush appeared. The group flowed through the streets of the chaotic village, hoping against hope that they could get to their destination with little but better yet no resistance from the invaders. Fortunately for them, it seemed that the Oto shinobi had their hands full with the Leaf and the now understood allied Sand shinobi, keeping them otherwise incapacitated to try to attack. Unfortunately, as the group crossed one of the larger streets in the market district, their luck finally ran out. Oh, what do we have here, boys? A gruff voice called out before a man, who was obviously an Oto shinobi as indicated by his headband, appeared in front of Hana, blocking her path to the alleyway they were heading towards. Seems we found some stragglers, Taiko. Lucky us, another voice called out behind the group, and as they looked around they noticed they were now surrounded by about 20 Oto shinobi. Seems so. I suppose we could call this the spoils of war. Well, at least the women anyway, the man designated as the captain said with an almost sickening smirk, as he eyed some of the more bustier women in the group. You won't lay a hand on them while I'm here? Hana shouted, a kunai ready to strike in both her hands. Oh, so we have a volunteer. Okay, I'll respect your request. Boys, you know what to do. But leave her alive. She isn't bad looking for a Leaf. Unfortunately, we don't have time for your games. Haku finally spoke up as she popped the top of a large animal skin canteen that she had prepared in case of just such an occasion during the invasion. Hana-san, get these people out of here, she commanded coldly before letting the water inside the canteen into the air. Hyoten, Sensatsu Susho, ice style, death by 1,000 flying water needles. The minute the attack began to rain upon the Oto shinobi, they were forced to dodge the frozen Senbon needles. Hana gathered the frightened civilians and herded them into the alleyway they were originally running towards. The sound of battle soon began to quiet down the more they ran until it could be heard no more. Personally, Hana was worried about Haku the longer they ran, whether she was helped by Naruto or no. 0.20 vs 1 was never good odds even for an Anbu. Though as they continued to run with Hana's directions, her worry was destroyed when Haku jumped down from one of the rooftops and got in stride with the group's speed. Gomen, I was only able to incapacitate 6 of them before they regained their composure. And they are still after us. We have about a 30-second lead if that. The teen spoke, though slightly haggard breathe. Don't apologize, you did well to do that much damage with only yourself and the limited water you had with you. Hana consoled her partner, noticing the few gashes she had across her body, no doubt from the stronger of the Oto shinobi. Hana looked back and easily made out the remaining Oto shinobi running after them. She bit her lip in concentration, trying to think of a way out of the seemingly hopeless situation. And to make matters worse, it seems that luck wasn't on her side today, because the civilians that were now in the front basically leading the rest were so frightened by the chase that they took a wrong turn and ran right into a dead end, with everyone following their lead. Neither Hana nor Haku had enough time to make up the mistake and were forced to follow everyone. Gomenasai. The man who was leading them screamed while pounding the side of the building, realizing his mistake in the unintentional situation he put them all in. Fear can be a powerful tool to the enemy after all. It's not your fault, Hana tried to console the man, before the remaining 14 shinobi caught up to them, with both bloodthirsty and lecherous grins on their faces. Seems the mice finally gave up, the captain leered. Any ideas, Haku-san? Hana whispered. Haku frowned. Only one, but it will only buy us time. Nothing else, and it'll use up the last of my water. Hana clenched her teeth in frustration and nodded. Do it, we'll just have to think of something on our feet while you give us that. Hi, Haku quickly reached behind her back and grabbed another animal skin canteen, ripped off the top and splashed the water on the ground in a straight line between them and the Oto shinobi. Stop the bitch from using her hyoten again, those Senbon were a pain in the ass. The captain ordered right after noticing what Haku did. Too late. Haku responded before hand sealing and slammed her hands on the ground in front of the soaked ground. Hyoten. Hiro no Jutsu, ice style, ice prison technique. The Oto shinobi were already on their way to stop Haku, but as she stated it was already too late to stop her, and the moment she shouted her jutsu the water on the ground froze, before a large wall of thick ice jutted from the ground. The ice wall grew to about 15 feet before it began to curve towards Haku and the others, and then stopped when it smashed into the side of the building behind them. The dome now gave them 45 degrees of protection, with the Oto shinobi only able to reach them by going through the ice wall itself, thusly buying the group what little time it could. Hana just stared and whistled in astonishment. Damn, she said impressed, if Haku could create something like that with only that little bit of water, it was no wonder why Naruto wanted her as an ally. I really hope you don't think that this little prison of yours will hold us back. The captain taunted before hand sealing and let out a Kaden jutsu, which did nothing but slightly melt the ice barrier. Alright, I'll give you that, it's impressive. But it will crumble eventually. He finished evenly. He's right. It's only a matter of time before they break through. Hana agreed before looking at the building behind them. Damn. And I don't have enough space to safely use Suga on the wall. If it crumbles we'll be crushed. We may not have to wait that long. It seems they figured out a way to get through. Haku said, making Hana look back to see what she meant. Hana saw that 6 of the Oto shinobi were gathered closely while hand sealing a jutsu she was very familiar with. But that's not what surprised her, it was the fact they were apparently going to combine it into a single jutsu. This is the end of the game, mice, the captain said with a sadistic grin. Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball technique. The 6 men shouted, letting streams of flames shoot from their mouths, before combining into a giant fireball that screamed right at the ice barrier. The fire jutsu didn't take long to smash into the barrier, and in only a few seconds, large cracks could be seen in the impact area. Both Haku and Hana knew there was nothing left they could really do. They narrowed their eyes sternly at the still smirking shinobi on the other side of the barrier, and just waited for the fireball to come. They wouldn't die like sniveling cowards, they were shinobi, they would die with some dignity and honor at the very least. The fireball finally cracked through the barrier, sending large chunks of ice flying through the air, with the searing heat blasting through the enclosed area, seeming to be the prelude feeling of their deaths. In the last moments Hana closed her eyes as a tear fell down her cheek at her final thoughts. Naru-kun, I don't want to die. A female voice shouted from the civilian group, making everyone close their eyes, cringe at the fear and helplessness in her voice that everyone felt at that moment. Everyone waited for the inevitable feeling of the flames licking their skin, as their bodies burned down to the bone. And yet after a few moments the feeling never came, instead a cool breeze shot past them, making a few shiver at the pleasant reprieve from the heat. Hana and Haku quickly opened their eyes after feeling the heat leave the area and gasped at what they saw. Begin playing. Meteor by TM Revolution. A red-hilted katana was lodged in the ground in front of them, but what made them gasp was the fact that the large fireball that was heading towards them seemed to be cleanly sliced in two and transversely cancelled by what seemed to be when the sword had descended. Only a moment later did the question that plagued the minds of both them and the Oto shinobi who witnessed this as well finally get answered, when a man landed next to the sword before grabbing it from the ground, his back to Haku and Hana. The man seemed to be his own fashion designer by wearing cloths that weren't official for any nation. He wore a pair of loose flowing black pants. He also had a dark orange flak jacket, a black headband across his brow that was quite long, the two bands actually reaching down to the back of his knees. The last, odd, garb he wore were the white ankle socks along with the black sandals that wrapped around his toes and heel. "And who the hell are you?" the captain shouted. "Naruto-kun," Hana said disbelievingly, before the man finally turned slightly so the Hana's group to see his profile, one in which he was smiling. "Yo, Hana-chan, Haku-chan, seems I just made it, nay." Naruto joked, before turning back to the Oto shinobi, his smile gone. "I'm glad I was. But I'm afraid now isn't the time for our reunion. You still have a mission to these people to complete. I'll cover you, take this time to get them to safety." He ordered, the happiness in his voice a moment ago now gone. "Naruto-kun, we can't, this building is behind us and those shinobi are in front. We have no jutsu concentrated enough to get through either without jeopardizing the safety of these people." Hana countered, after getting over the shock that Naruto had showed up. "Understood," Naruto said, before flicking his thumb across the blade of his katana. Hake. Shinku Kaijin release, Crimson Ash. The blade turned into its new fiery form while Naruto pointed the hilt towards the wall behind the civilians, before the fire extended towards the building. Luckily Hana remembered what that sword could do and made everyone move out of the way. The fire quickly burned through the multiple walls of the building before returning to the hilt and turning back into a blade. A perfect circle was now burned completely through the building, allow for an escape. Everyone on both sides but Hana and Haku were awed at what Naruto had just done. But their surprise was stopped when they saw him move his free hand. He bit his thumb and extended his arm, before he summoned Soden-K's, now dual-wielding. "Now get them to safety, Ike, go," Naruto ordered, though in no angry or spiteful fashion, before he disappeared from where he stood, only a small dust cloud now there. The group had wanted to leave, but it seemed that Naruto's quite bloody battle had captivated them into motionless onlookers. Naruto moved through the remaining Oto shinobi with a vicious grace that seemed to call for the utmost respect from both allies and enemies alike. And despite ganging up on him with multiple weapons and numbers, Naruto just seemed to weave in and out of any attack like water would against a rock, while dispatching the offenders in various gruesome ways. The last one being in half across the torso with the slash so strong that the upper portion was launched, landing in a sickening crunch against one of the remaining buildings, leaving a blood stain where it hit. By now only two remaining Oto shinobi were left after he just finished dispatching Anther, the two who also seemed to be the strongest. They both jumped at either side of him, their kunai fighting for dominance against his blades. "Hana-chan, Haku-chan, hurry and get out of here, Ike," Naruto ordered once more, while keeping the two shinobi at bay. The group seemed to snap out of their daze and quickly rushed through the building, while slightly whispering about how glad they were to have such a strong shinobi on their side, if only they knew the truth. Hana was the last to leave the scene, still standing in the hole he made for them, watching Naruto. "Damn, we need to get them. After everyone died, it's the least we owe them," the Oto captain growled out while struggling against Naruto. "You two aren't going anywhere," Naruto retorted while slicing his fingers across his blades. Hake. Shinku Kaijin, Soden-K's release, Crimson Ash, Azure Breeze. He yelled, before his swords took their true forms, and blasted the two shinobi through the air and right up against the walls of the opposing buildings in a blaze of fire and torrent of wind. End song. Hana just gasped at the aftermath of when the blue wind and red fire receded back into their blade forms. The only thing remaining of the two Oto shinobi were large bloody streaks across the walls. Naruto cleaned his blades with a swiping motion before letting them puff out of existence, as he himself did the same. "You know, I don't mind it when women make their own choices. But when it happens to be my women, I'd like it if they'd listen to me every once in a while." Naruto's voice cooed in Hana's ear, her face wide in surprise. One moment he was in front of her, the next he has his arms wrapped around her tenderly while whispering hotly in her ear. "Unfortunately, as I said before, Hana-chan, our reunion will have to wait. This village needs your protection a lot more than I do, so until this is over, take care and be safe, nay," he finished, before nibbling her ear for good luck, making her slightly whimper. Naruto let her go, and pushed her in the direction Haku went, not allowing her to stay with him. She hesitated for a moment while looking back towards him, but knew he was much safer than anyone else in the village, so she turned and ran to catch up to Haku. Naruto just smiled and shook his head in jest, before he completely dropped his genjutsu, his tail swaying back and forth, while his ears twitched. Now if I want to find Natsu-chan, I should probably head towards where the majority of the fighting is. He thought out loud, before disappearing in a burst of purple flames. Arena, chaos, bloody chaos, those was the best way to describe the current scene in the Chunin exam arena. The entire stadium looked as if it went through a war zone, which ironically it was at the time. There was massive amounts of blood streaming from everywhere, puddles of the scarlet liquid actually starting to drip down from the upper levels. The corpses of shinobi on both sides were strewn about as well, providing any onlooker with the smallest inkling to what a shinobi war was really like. The ground itself was upraised and destroyed in many places, surely the aftermath of jutsu being thrown by both sides to finish off the other. For those who believed in the afterlife but more importantly hell, if they looked at the arena now would swear they were already there. However, to most veteran shinobi this was a commonplace, especially if you were old enough to have witnessed, or participated in the Third Great Shinobi War. Those were the types of shinobi that were currently still fighting in the arena stands, many of whom were Junin on both sides. Kakashi, we have to finish them off and help Hokage-sama. Guy yelled, right after sending yet another Oto shinobi through the stadium wall. I know, but we have to deal with the shinobi down here first. Besides, he is our Hokage, he'll be fine on his own until we can help him. Kakashi retorted while slicing the throat of his opponent, before looking down at the arena floor. Right now I'm more concerned about that woman. He finished, making Guy look down where his gaze landed. What do you mean, my eternal rival? Her flames of youth are burning brightly by the looks of things, whoever she is. Kakashi's eyes narrowed at his words. That's the problem. I've been watching her since she first appeared, and although she has our headband on, I don't know who she is. Apparently you don't either. Not only that, but her fighting style is one I've never seen before. And to make matters worse, the Sharingan can only keep up with her but can't copy or identify the style she is using. I just don't like having allies. I don't know about Guy, especially ones who are that powerful. I mean, she has dispatched almost twice as many as we have, and we started fighting before her. He explained. I can understand your sentiments, my eternal rival, but if she is on our side we shouldn't worry about the specifics of who she is. If she proves to be disloyal or a spy, we'll simply have to deal with her. I also think you're slightly annoyed you can't copy such a devastating style for yourself. Though I can't blame you, I suppose I wouldn't mind learning it myself. Guy thought, not being naive enough to think that those with the Sharingan wouldn't try to wrap their claws around a powerful taijutsu style like hers. The perfect example being Lee and Sasuke. I suppose you're right, Guy. Let's just leave her be for the time being, but I still don't like it. Not only that, but her appearance also bothers me. It's like she is the mother or sister of Natsumi. I mean, aside from this woman being an obvious adult, she looks exactly like Natsumi, right down to the hair and eye color, and even clothing style. And what is with that strange ripple? Is it a genjutsu of some kind? Kakashi thought, his mind racing around to try to find any plausible answers to the questions in his head. With Natsumi, this is so fun. Natsumi squealed out, after gutting another Oto shinobi with her bloodied hands, easily feeling the blood and organs squish between her fingers. Natsumi quickly looked around for more prey but unfortunately found no one left, making her pout rather cutely if not for the fact that she was completely drenched in the blood of her enemies. Many of whom were lying around where she stood disemboweled, with many of their organs slipping out of their corpses. Dismembered and beheaded, with their arms, legs, and heads lying all around the battlefield. Or simply had too many holes in their bodies to live any longer, basically becoming a human version of Swiss cheese. Bah, guys can't even let a girl have any fun. She huffed in disappointment, before she sensed someone appear behind her and without missing a beat sent her right elbow sailing back. The assailant, she noted, didn't move an inch from their spot, and right before she felt she was about to make contact, felt her elbow get stopped by an offending hand. This surprised her, considering she put enough force behind the swing to make the Oto shinobi she had just finished off sail in the air. When she tried to get her arm free, the person quickly maneuvered her arm, so it was now behind her back in a submission hold. By now, however, she got the scent of the person who she attacked and just smirked to see what they would do next. To her contentment, the person wrapped their free arm around her shoulders, above her chest, before pulling her against them with their face so close to her head she could feel their breath on her neck. You know, if you wanted to mix it up and try it, rough, all you had to do was ask. A husky voice whispered against her neck, making her shiver. Perhaps after this is over, she whispered back, the hint of lust in her voice not escaping her kidnapper's hearing. The two would have continued with their little game, but unfortunately several unwelcome players entered the scene. I'm not sure who you are, but I suggest you let her go. And if you didn't already know, demons aren't exactly welcome here. Kakashi's voice commanded, after him, and several Konoha Junin shunshed onto the scene, and while not completely recognizing the man, easily saw the multiple tails and ears he had, which made them come to current conclusion, seems our little game would have to wait. The man sighed out in annoyance, before quickly sucking on Natsumi's neck for a few seconds and then let go, though not before smirking in satisfaction at hearing the almost inaudible moan that escaped her throat. The man completely let go of her, before the pair turned around to face the Junin who, while not in fighting stances, still had weapons brandished just in case things went south. Why does he look like Hana-chan's boyfriend? Several of them thought, slightly shocked and confused, noting the similarities in hair and eye color as well as clothing style. You know, Kakashi, it's rather hard to role play with my mate when people come out of nowhere and start demanding things of me and call me a demon on top of that. Oh, and to answer you, hi, I'm quite aware of the collective mindset this village has, considering I've never been welcome here since the day I was born, he retorted in obvious annoyance. Well, you'll have to forgive me for wanting to protect a shinobi of the leaf from a kitsune demon. And what do you mean born here? I think I'd recognize something that looks like you being born here. The man snorted in amusement. I have no wish to explain my origins to you, nor do I wish to forgive you, especially after you threw the chance away when you tried to order me to show Uchiha Sasuke my Shiroi Renge no Ryu, so he could steal it. He answered with a smirk. Many of the Junin were surprised by the man's words, most from hearing that Kakashi would do something like that, though in truth not being truly surprised with the Sharingan involved to help a single student. And Kakashi himself, because the only person that knew about that conversation was a 12-year-old Naruto. His eyes narrowed at the man's insinuation. Who exactly are you? Kakashi almost growled out the question, slipping into a fighting stance, which made the man sigh. The man hand sealed and a puff of smoke engulfed him, before it disappeared, and left a 12-year-old Naruto in his place. Does this answer your question? I don't understand, Kurenai stated, after her mind couldn't come up with a good enough explanation. Naruto shrugged. It's fairly simply, this isn't the real me. The man you saw with the tails and ears is what I really look like now. But there were things I had to do in this village, and your own actions towards my real form should answer any questions on why I took up this appearance when I returned. And no, I won't answer any questions on what happened to me. The Junin couldn't argue with that, even though they wanted to. I see. But you must answer me this. Are you a threat to this village? If I sense you're lying, don't expect to leave here alive, Kakashi said, while lifting his headband. His eyes widened at what he saw. What the? There is some kind of chakra cord connecting Naruto and the woman together, and it's originating from his seal. He thought, his eyes darkening at the possible implications. Naruto released his genjutsu, and returned to his real form, before shrugging. Relax, Kakashi, if I really wanted this village destroyed it already would be. Besides, I'm the one who told the Hokage about Orochimaru's invasion in the first place, remember? Why waste my breath trying to protect this place if I wanted it destroyed? He answered as if it was obvious. Kakashi conceded to Naruto's points, and stood up though still on edge. So, is she the same? She looks exactly like Natsumi, just a lot older. Is that a genjutsu as well? He questioned. To answer his question, Natsumi dropped the rest of her genjutsu to reveal her own tails and ears. Any more questions? Natsumi asked, getting bored from the interrogation. Does Hana know? Kurenai questioned, her face full of concern for her younger friend, as well as a scowl in case Naruto was just playing with her emotions the whole time. Hi. Dachi and Ka-san Sum-san, were the second pair of people I told after I returned. She knows about my situation, as well as my relationship with Natsu-chan here. At first she was understandably upset, but she has accepted it and seems to be more than willing to be with me even so. Lucky bastard, most of the men present cursed mentally. Is she a Jinchuriki as well? Guy questioned. No. Although she is as like me in the fact that her life hasn't been the best, and has been betrayed just like I have. Among other things, that is one of the reasons why we are together. I find what you just said ironically funny, and I also find it disgusting and sad that you are sleeping with the enemy of this village, Naruto. The very enemy that destroyed over 2/3 of the village. Forced your Two-san to sacrifice his life. Made your Ka-san, your clan, and the rest of the village despise you and vilify you, making your life a living hell in the village. Isn't that right, Kyuubi no Kitsune? Kakashi accused, making the rest of the Junin look shocked at the implications. You aren't hailed as a genius for nothing, Kakashi. Natsumi retorted after catching the kunai that Kakashi threw at her between her fingers once she confessed. However, there is so much that this village is ignorant of when it comes to my past with this place, and the life Naruto and I have shared since my sealing into him 12 years ago. So before you go and try seeking vengeance, you should go talk to Sarutobi-san. He knows about Naruto and I, and has given us full discretion on our actions if someone from this village attacks us. Especially when our actions up to this point have been nothing but in its best interests. As my mate has already stated, neither he nor I have returned to this place to destroy it. And to be perfectly honest, I'd have much rather never come back here after we left. But Naruto has people that are important to him here that he wanted to protect from Orochimaru. That's why we are here, nothing more, nothing less. Kakashi, do not raise your weapons against her again. Just because we're here to protect Konoha doesn't mean I'll take any disrespect from this place like I used to when I was a boy. Leave us be so we all can do what we must to protect this place. Naruto suggested, after walking in front of Natsumi to act as a shield. Not that she needed it. Guy walked up to Kakashi and put a placating hand on his shoulder. Kakashi, despite my not liking it, they are right. So far they have done nothing but help us in this invasion. Therefore we have no current proof of their unythfulness. And if Hokage-sama finds out about any attack we staged against them, it won't look good. For now let's leave them be, and if that their loyalties change, that is when we shall show them out power of youth, not before, no matter how much we want to. He offered. Kakashi stared daggers for a moment more before sighing in defeat. Very well. But I want a full explanation on just what the hell is going on after all of this is over, Naruto, he commanded, making the demon pair shrug. If I may suggest, there are multiple snake summonings within the village, and Tsunade and Jiraiya can only take a few at a time. Naruto suggested, pointing in at least 6 different directions. Yosh! Guy shouted before jumping off in one of the directions. Don't think you're completely off the hook. I want answers after all this is said and done. Kakashi reminded the demon pair, before disappearing in a swirl of leaves, with the rest of the Junin following suit soon after. They love you, Naruto said sarcastically. She snorted. Hi, I feel all bubbly and warm inside. She retorted with her own sarcasm dripping from her lips, before looking at the purple shield that was erected on the roof of the cage box with Orochimaru and Hokage currently battling inside it. What should we do about that? He craned his neck to look. I have an idea, but I'll need you back in the seal to make it easier. If it works I'll let you out afterwards. Natsumi nodded and walked in front of him before kissing him and quickly disappeared back into the seal. Naruto put Kaname's body into the red scroll, before grabbing one of the few remaining whole Oto shinobi corpses, and disappeared in a burst of purple flames. Rooftop. Taiko, what can we do? A cloaked Anbu officer yelled to his commander as their unit could only watch helplessly as the Hokage and Orochimaru fought within the confines of the strange barrier. As you saw with Bear, there is nothing we can do, Hawk. The designated captain answered while pointing his head in the direction of the dead Anbu officer who moments before tried to force his way through the barrier to only get burned to death after being thrown back. Until this damned barrier lifts, all we can do is prepare and wait. For being the personal bodyguard unit for the Hokage, you aren't doing a very good job by just giving up like this. A voice taunted behind the group of 5 remaining Anbu. The men swung around already in fighting stances, but were confused as to who was standing in front of them. Who are you, demon? The captain asked, not hiding the venom in his voice. Naruto just shrugged, getting slightly irritated at constantly being asked that same question whenever he appeared. Call me what you will, but right now what and who I am shouldn't really matter. Especially since I'm going to attempt to get in there and give some backup to Oji-san. Unfortunately for you, there doesn't seem to be a way to get inside without getting burned alive. Bear already proved that. The captain countered while pointing to his downed subordinate. Besides, without identifying yourself, how are we to know that you are in fact here to help? Demons have never been known to help humans, especially not Kitsune demons, and especially not in Konoha. Naruto gave them a reassuring smile. Well then, it's fortunate for you I'm fairly strong and am confident in my ability. As far as my loyalties, I'm wearing a Konoha forehead protector, and just finished dispatching a few Oto shinobi, one of which I'm obviously holding. As far as being an evil demon, I mean, really think about it. If I was that evil, would I even be talking to you civilly right now, and offering my help to save your leader? Or would I most likely be enjoying a cup of your blood using your emptied skulls as my glass? He questioned, his sarcasm so rich you could cut it with a knife. Now if you don't wish to try to get through the barrier, that's fine by me, but I plan to at least attempt to. He finished jumping into the air before the Anbu were given a chance to stop him. In midair, Naruto threw the dead Oto shinobi's corpse past him, and when he reached about 3/4 of the way up the erected barrier, used the corpse as a springboard to give himself another boost, now easily clearing a good 100 yards above the top of the barrier. Taiko! Hawk! Shouted. Calm down, Hawk. There isn't anything we can do, and besides, the damn demon made a point. If he wanted to kill us, we would have been dead before he even spoke his first word. For now we'll just have to see what he can do. Maybe he can bust through that barrier, and help Hokage-sama. If not, well then that's one less demon we'd have to deal with later anyway, so it's a win-win for us. Let's just wait and see how this plays out. Nonetheless, get in formation, Alpha, in case this barrier goes down. We'll need to strike hard and fast so Orochimaru has no chance of defending himself. He ordered, getting a shout of, "Hi," from his subordinates. Good luck, whoever the hell you are. The captain thought, while he watched Naruto descend towards the barrier before his eyes widened, seeing his arm become encased in a swirling mass of chakra. Don't tell me, this guy is him. Should I think I screwed up royally if that's the case? Kyuubi must have taken over, and is trying to take out the strongest of us first, damn him. He raged in his head after recognizing the jutsu the man was about to perform. Hell, he had just witnessed the demon brat use it not a good 30 minutes ago in his match against that Cloud Kunoichi. Naruto was speeding towards the top of the barrier with a Fumetsuo no Rasenkan swirling fist of the Immortal King in his right arm, as he looked within the transparent barrier, and saw Orochimaru using a jutsu that seemed to be raising coffins out of the ground. At the moment the third and final one was slowly drawing forth. Damn, he is already using the Edo Tensai. He thought after remembering the description of that jutsu Konami had told the demon pair before she died. I see, he is trying to resurrect them. He continued on after concentrating his vision on the symbols on the coffin lids, noticing they stood for first, second, and fourth, the last one making his eyes widen in realization. I see, he concluded, while reaching the last few yards between him and the barrier while cocking his fist back. Barrier, I have to stop this last one, no matter what. Sarutobi mentally screamed. Ninpu, Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu Ninja Art, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Sarutobi called out, after he had released a shuriken from his pouch. The lone shuriken multiplied into a few dozen in number, all heading towards the final coffin, which was already halfway out of the ground. But their battle was interrupted when Naruto appeared in between the shuriken and the coffin. Not only that, but that he had Shinku Kaijin in his hand, and when the shuriken were in range deflected them all, apparently in protection of the final coffin's resurrection. Both Sarutobi and Orochimaru were surprised at the intruder, Sarutobi in the fact that Naruto had just stopped him from preventing the snake Sannin from finish his jutsu. While Orochimaru was both happy that the intruder stopped Sarutobi, but annoyed and confused as to who this person was, as well as how he was able to bypass the one of his most powerful barrier jutsu. Naruto. Why did you allow him to finish that jutsu? Do you know what you have just done? Sarutobi shouted in anger and apprehension, knowing exactly what was behind those coffin lids. Hi, I know what I did. And I stopped you because I wanted to have a little chat with him. Naruto said, knowing that the Hokage would know exactly what he was talking about. While this is all very fascinating, I'm afraid I don't know how you are. But I thank you for your assistance, so as a reward I'll allow you to become one of my experiments. Orochimaru hissed out with that infamous smirk in his lips. No thanks. And don't get me wrong either. I didn't stop them for you, I did it so I could have a few words with my two-san. Now Orochimaru wasn't hailed as the genius of the Sannin for nothing, so with the few sentences the Kitsune spoke, most of the puzzle pieces in this situation fit together. Once it all clicked, the snake-like man couldn't help but laugh loudly at the sheer irony. I see, so this is your true from Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. So it seems that you went through your sosei while you were gone for those 6 years. And to have gained control of 5 of Kyuubi's tails, I'm slightly impressed. Not only that, but you stopped the Hokage from preventing your own two-san to be resurrected as my own personal weapon to destroy the very village that he sacrificed his life and your humanity for. Kami, this irony is so delicious that it has just got to be fattening, he retorted while laughing in his dark manner. Orochimaru, don't take my actions as helping you. Once I finish talking to him I plan on killing him, Naruto said emotionlessly, making Sarutobi look wide-eyed and Orochimaru to stop laughing. Besides, it's not like I'm leaving Oji-san all alone to fight the Shadaime and Nadaime. He finished before grabbing the red scroll, sliding his nipped finger across the seal before a puff of smoke appeared. Orochimaru looked on in morbid curiosity. You didn't get the ambition to learn every jutsu in the world and not allow someone else to show you one. Unfortunately, it would have been in his best interests to do so in this case, because once the smoke left, there stood Natsumi in all her four-tailed glory. Kan Tsukumu, soul inhale. Orochimaru said almost dreamily, remembering when that old jutsu was being developed in one of his laboratories. So Konami-chan survived, did she? And even taught you her prized, well, at least to her, jutsu. If that's the case, I can assume that that pretty little thing is the Kyuubi no Kitsune. I certainly never imagined the most powerful Biju to exist to be female, though I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Natsumi snorted angrily. Fortunately she did, although she is dead now. But we owe our current lives to her. And in respect, we promised her we'd kill you, and we plan on making good on that promise before this invasion of yours is over. She growled. I see, well, if that's the case, I suppose I can't change your feelings on the matter. So we might as well get started, nay? The pale man questioned in a sickeningly sweet tone, that just made your teeth rot from hearing it. Both Naruto and Natsumi jumped back, landing next to the Hokage. I suppose I don't have to tell you how foolish this plan of yours is, Sarutobi grumbled. Nope, but don't worry, you'll have Natsu-chan here as your backup, and you already know how strong she can be. And what about you and Minato-kun? He wasn't said to be the most powerful shinobi that ever resided in Fire Country for nothing, you know. Saying you'll kill him, again, so nonchalantly will get you killed instead. I never knew how strong my two-san was, so I can't and won't say I'm stronger than him. But I'm still confident with my strength and skills. No matter what though, I'll have to kill him, if for nothing else then so he isn't forced to destroy his beloved village with his own hands while his mind screams in pain over being controlled to do so. I suppose there is nothing more to say then. Sarutobi relented with a sigh of frustration. 3 distinct thuds were heard, which brought the 2 talking males back to the present situation. The trio looked on, as they watched the 3 previous Hokages limp out of their coffins. Oh, little Sarutobi, is that you? The Nadaime asked, his voice gruff from not being used after so many years. Sarutobi himself couldn't help but let tears flow from his eyes at seeing his mentors and friends back in this realm. He knew they weren't in control, but it was still wonderful to see them again even in these circumstances. Who are those with you, Sarutobi-kun? I don't recognize them, the Shadaime questioned. Prior Hokages, I'd like you to meet Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. The Sochi of the Yondaime Hokage of Konoha, my Sochi. Minato spoke up with a proud smile, making everyone but Orochimaru look on shocked. How did you know? Naruto asked, rather surprised that Minato could so easily recognize him in his true form when people who've seen him alive couldn't. Minato just chuckled at his son's question. I can tell that you haven't had any kids yet, my Sochi, or else you'd know that no parent will ever be able to not recognize their own flesh and blood, no matter how different they may look. He responded with a smile that Natsumi herself realized is where Naruto inherited his own from. And, while I would like for someone to tell me who that attractive woman next to Sandaime-san is, I can tell I wasn't called back for a social visit. You are correct, Yondaime Dono, it seems that he has summoned us to aid him. Apparently to fight your Sochi, Sarutobi-kun and that woman. Shadaime stated, making Minato turn and look wide-eyed at his summoner. Orochimaru. Okay, someone better tell me just what is going on. Minato shouted, now completely confused. Last he checked Orochimaru was a Konoha shinobi. Much has changed after you died too, San. I'm afraid Orochimaru is now the mortal enemy of Konoha. Naruto answered. Quite so, Naruto-kun. And while this is all fascinating, considering this is the first time I've used the Edo Tensei to summon such powerful souls, I must ask that we continue where Sarutobi-sensei and I left off. Though with a few more participants, obviously. The pale man spoke, now brandishing 3 kunai with an odd talisman at the end of each. Mad Orochimaru. For someone who enjoys their sadistic lifestyle by either physically or emotionally torturing people until they want to kill themselves and then torturing them even more. I would think you'd enjoy leaving my 2-san and I to talk. Especially since I had planned on telling him about my life. Naruto quickly responded, hoping that his little caressing of the snake man's ego would allow him to speak with Minato with his consciousness still his own. So, he wants to speak with Minato, nay. Orochimaru stopped his feet at Naruto's interesting words. In truth, his curiosity, sadistic, and vengeful side slowly began to take over his thoughts on just the implications that Naruto spoke meant. Oh, this will be just too delicious for words. The very man who stole the title of Hokage from me, who then sacrificed his life and his Sochi for the sake of the village. The man who hoped that his faith in the villagers would be proved right by them seeing the boy as a hero. Only to now have that same hero tell him that his beloved village vilified, beat, and cursed his existence, after being abandoned by his Ka-san. Kami. I must have been a very good boy to have gotten such a wonderful present so early before Christmas. He concluded while imagining the absolutely devastated, and betrayed expression of his rival after hearing his son's story. The thought making his lips stretch to their utmost limits in a sadistic smirk so grotesque, it would cause children to weep and grown men to piss themselves if they witnessed it. Very well, Naruto-kun, I'll allow your little talk. If for nothing else than to hear the anguished, and betrayed screams of Minato after you are done. However, I'm ordering Minato to fight and kill you after your talk is over. He agreed, his tongue extending out to lick his lips in a hungry way, barely holding back his glee, which made Minato himself quirk an eyebrow at both his summoner's words and actions. Understood, then if you don't mind I'd like some peace and quiet while I tell my tale. Naruto responded, though it was with a tone that was silently asking permission, of which the snake Sannin simply nodded. Don't go too far, I want to hear him. Hi, Natsu-chan, Oji-san, I'll leave these 3 to you. I'll be back when I can. Naruto reassured them before moving towards the closest part of the barrier. Minato-kun. You understand your orders, correct? Orochimaru inquired, knowing full well that Minato had no choice in the matter, but just wanted the satisfaction of having the man say with his own voice he understood that his orders were to kill his own son. Hi. Minato answered through clenched teeth, before running to catch up to his son. His fist shook in rage, knowing full well of Orochimaru's almost orgasmic enjoyment of seeing another's suffering. It was one of the factors that cost him the Hokage title in the first place. Naruto and Minato quickly made it to the barrier, before Naruto charged a Fumetsuo no Rasenkan swirling fist of the immortal king, which made Minato look shocked and quite proud, never expecting his son to create an original variation to one of his own original signature jutsu. The barrier quickly gave way with a hole slightly bigger than an adult body thanks to the power behind Naruto's jutsu. Now with the barrier slightly open, grabbed Minato's wrist, and shunshed away in a burst of purple flames, as the barrier quickly regenerated before any Anbu had a chance to enter. Seeing them gone, Orochimaru looked back at his sensei and demoness. Now that they are gone we can begin. Orochimaru stated, bringing everyone back from looking at the pair leave, before shoving the pair of kunai into the heads of the Shadaime and Nadaime. Kill them, he ordered. The opposite pair got into their own fighting stances, readying themselves for a fight that wouldn't easily be won. Happened to have a plan. Sarutobi whispered to his newly appointed partner. No. You know these two better than I do. But I will take the Nidaime, I'm sure you understand why. She answered, making him nod in understanding. She would have a great disadvantage against the Shidaime's Kekkei Genkai. She may look human, if only slightly, but her chakra is still demonic. He thought, his gaze now hardening towards his assigned opponent, one of the very founders of Konoha itself. There was a short stare down between the two pair of shinobi while Orochimaru leered on with unrestrained glee on the sidelines, before all four isopered leaving only broken roof tiles where they once stood. The battle of some of the strongest warriors in Konoha finally began. Chapter 21. Family Reunion Hokage Monument. Atop the Hokage Monument a large wave of purple flames appeared before just as quickly disappeared, leaving Naruto and Minato in its wake. So, what? Minato was about to question, but was stopped cold when Naruto quickly turned around and sent a powerful punch right into Minato's face, which sent him tumbling across the ground a good 20 yards away and into the underbrush of the forest that resided on the monument. Minato shook his head from the haze that clouded his vision thanks to the sucker punch he just received before got back to his feet, wondering what brought that on. When he looked for Naruto he noticed his son was sitting at the edge of the monument with his legs hanging off the side looking on towards the war-ridden village. He noticed his reserved body language and gathered there was a reason for his actions. He sighed and walked over quietly and sat down in the same position Naruto was in. Care to explain what that punch was for? He grumbled out, while massaging his already sore jaw. That was for birthdays 3 through 6. Naruto answered, sounding both upset and sad at the same time, making Minato look on curiously. Could you elaborate? I'm not exactly up to date with the current news as you could imagine. He laughed at his own stupid joke hoping it would lighten the tension that hung in the air. I suppose you wouldn't. Not that I could blame you considering your circumstances. However, let me ask you this, what do you think happened to me, Uzumaki Kushina, and this village after you sacrificed your life to seal the Kyuubi into me? His asked, looking him directly in the eye, his tone now completely void of all emotion. Minato was at a loss for words. Of all the questions he figured his son would ask, something as elaborate as this wasn't one of them, at least right off the bat. Nonetheless he thought over everything that happened during the day of the attack, as well as his life within the village prior to that fateful day. Finally, after a few minutes of silence, Minato began to speak up. Well, I won't lie and say I thought everything would be perfect after that day occurred. I'm not naive enough to think that everything in the village would go back to the way things were before it. However, at the very least I would think that once things began to cool down, Sarutobi would tell everyone what occurred and how the fox was defeated, but more importantly how you played the key role for their survival. He began, before pausing and let out a frustrated sigh and looked at his son. Sochi, I wanted for the village to look upon you as a hero. I know that is slightly idealistic within the circumstances, however I had faith in my people. I believed that the majority of them would see you as such. I never once thought everyone would see you as what you should be. Many people lost more than they ever dreamed of that day, and I don't think anyone could blame them for being hateful and vengeful. Unfortunately, that is just how people are in the world we live in. But because from the very start I knew you'd at least have your Ka-san, the Uzumaki clan, the Inuzuka clan, as well as your godparents by your side, you'd protected from any misguided treatment towards you. While those souls were re-educated into how you were supposed to be treated. As far as you and your family, well, if that punch was any indication, I'd say my wife's clan trained you since the day you could walk. Cause that punch was no joke and I think I lost a tooth. So I could only guess that by now you are probably a Chunin or even a Junin, especially with the Kekkei Genkai you along with the training you've probably received. He said, chuckling again, still massing the pain in his jaw. So, tell me, was I in the ballpark? He questioned with a smile and almost childlike curiosity in his sapphire orbs. Naruto almost wanted to throw up at the garbage Minato just spewed out. However, in truth he couldn't really blame him, many of his points even he agreed with himself. I mean, who in their right mind would distrust a village they were the faithful leader of? Who would believe their spouse, immediate family, and that the child's own godparents would just up and abandon a child? Not many, and not even Naruto himself. After tossing around Minato's words in his head, he let out a long-winded sigh. Unfortunately, that little vision of yours is so far from reality. I could call it a utopia in comparison to the truth of the matter. Naruto answered cynically. Naruto's answer and tone made slightly Minato shiver on just what exactly his son meant. What exactly do you mean? Could have really been bad. He felt his palms get sweaty, and feel an almost unbearable heat rise under his skin awaiting the answer. Naruto could only laugh in an almost maniacal fashion at his father's obvious disbelief and fear of the truth. I've explained my life story far too many times, and I grow tired of it. So I'll do the lazy thing and just show you, though I hope you don't have a weak stomach cause you will not like what you see. He faced Minato without blinking when he spoke. The only sound that could now be heard was the man's fearful gulp. I've been through the horrors of an entire shinobi war, my Sochi. I think I can handle this. He feigned courage, but deep in his heart he wasn't quite sure he wanted to go through with this based on Naruto's reactions on the subject. Naruto just smirked, and shook his head almost whimsically before going though a few set of hand seals. Very well then Two-san, you're about to see just how far down this foxhole really goes. He said with a leer, which made Minato gulp again before he felt fingertips press against his forehead. Anapo, Suji no Suna, demon art, sands of the past. He whispered before Minato's vision blurred then go completely white. Minato opened his eyes, and allowed his vision to clear only to notice that he was in exactly the same spot on the Hokage monument that he was in before the flash of white. Sochi. He called out. Right here, Two-san, a voice called out making Minato whirl around, and see Naruto. What exactly was that jutsu? You said, Anapo, I've only heard legends of those kinds of jutsu, where did you learn one? Naruto smirked a little. All your questions will be answered fully in time. As for the jutsu I used, it allows the user view the memories of someone else or relive their own starting from conception. Our case being the latter. We are inside Konoha, exactly 10 years ago. The very day Uzumaki Kushina, your wife, my Ka-san, and the whole Uzumaki clan, betrayed me, and exiled me from the clan, abandoning me in this village. I was 2 years old at the time if you were curious. He explained while looking down across the village with a painful, betrayed, and hateful expression written in his face. Minato was shocked at his words. Betrayed, exiled, abandoned. Who in their right mind saw fit to exile my Sochi from his own clan? Because I know my Benihime would never do something like that. Not to her own flesh and blood. He thought, aggravation seeping into his expression represented by a stern look at his son. Naruto felt his Minato's stare, and sighed already knowing Minato wouldn't believe his words, alone. Which is the reason why he used the jutsu in the first place. However, in truth he had hoped Minato would take his word for it so he wouldn't be forced to completely crush the man's faith in the people and village he loved, so much in face he sacrificed his rather short life so they could survive. Nonetheless, he would show him the harsh reality that was his life within the village, if for nothing else then for Minato to understand the truth about what his sacrifice had brought to his own flesh and blood, and the world revolving around Naruto when he was a boy. We should head to the gates, they will be leaving soon. And this is something you must see. Naruto suggested coldly, before grabbing Minato's wrist and jumped into the air without fear, and after a moment of Minato freaking out from the sheer stupidity of the action found himself not falling but actually flying, quite swiftly towards the village gates. In fact, for the next few what seemed like hours to Minato, he was subjected to watch what Naruto himself had to go through within Konoha between the time that Kushina abandoned him, and his eventual, self-exile. During these multiple events in the boy's life, Minato couldn't believe what he had witnessed. People in the streets cursing his name and existence, some even throwing things at him just as he simply tried to walk by. Store owners charging triple the price for clothing that was either too big, too small, or so ruined no one would seriously wear them. Any food that was sold to him was past its expiration date by at least a few months, or the store owners simply didn't allow him entry at all. Children mimicking their parents by cursing the boy, and not allowing him to play with them, some even beating him up if he attempted to get too close. The weekly if not almost nightly beatings that he was forced to endure by inebriated adults, and sometimes even shinobi who even had the audacity to claim killing the child is what Minato would have wanted, which only got worse when October 10th rolled around. The second to last scene Minato bore witness to was the final day Naruto was in the village before he left, complete with the beating, the note from Kushina to the Hokage, as well his meeting with Natsumi and finally leaving the village. But the worst, the very worst thing Minato was forced to witness was the same event Naruto had decided to show Yugito. The night that he was raped. His very own son was raped by a villager he died to protect. During this whole interaction Naruto watched his father very closely, wondering just how he would react to what he would witness. Whether he would blindly believe these events to be fake and curse the boy for making him watch the lies of the Kyuubi. Or if he would realize what his precious village was truly capable of behind the walls and veils of the supposed, family-oriented, village. To his surprise, Minato had a large range of reactions as he watched Naruto's life in the village. It ranged from utter disbelief at the first events occurring, to shock as the scenes just seemed to go on, to parental rage obvious by the gritted teeth, clenched fists, and the cold reflection in his sapphire orbs which Naruto guessed was what Minato looked like on the battlefield, as he continued to see how his village treated his only son in such an inhumane way. But the reaction that surprised the Hanyu the most was the last scene he showed him. Minato looked on horrified the moment the man stood with his member behind his son, and when he finally penetrated the poor boy, Minato could hold it in no longer and fell to a knee and emptied his stomach of all its contents into the street below. By the time he finished dry heaving when there was nothing left in his stomach, Naruto could see streams of tears also began to fuse with the sticky yellow puddle on the ground, as Minato's shoulders shook ever so slightly in rhythm of his crying. "Now you know the truth," Naruto said, his tone almost sounding sad that he just crushed his father's view of his village, almost. Naruto snapped his fingers, and the scene and screams of his younger self quickly dissipated in a flash of white. When Minato felt the world around him changing, he opened his eyes to find himself back on the monument, and the moment he looked at his son a new trail of tears began to flow. "Sochi, your sorries now are useless, what you saw was the past and there is nothing you could have done. Your reactions to the events you witnessed were proof enough to me of your true feelings. But even so had events after I left the village not been as good as they were, I dare say I'd hate you as much as I hate Uzumaki Kushina. Besides at least you now know why I punched you," he interrupted, but finished with a smirk. Minato turned to face the village, not really sure what to say as the scenes flashed in his memory, which made his fists clench in anger. Tell me why you don't seem to want to seek vengeance on this village, and even me for what we've put you through." Ironically enough, he began before sighing, "You can blame the very demoness you sealed in me for that," he said while chuckling, making Minato look at him oddly. "What do you mean?" He began before the word demoness slapped him in the head. "Wait, demoness? You mean Kyuubi is a female?" he questioned, before Naruto nodded and smirked knowingly, before it all clicked in Minato's mind. "Sochi. Was that woman you summoned in the barrier really the Kyuubi?" Hi, Minato looked dumbfounded. One of the few times in his life actually, there were so many questions that swirled around in his head at the moment. "Could you please explain? There are too many questions you're making arise." I gathered as much, considering when I told Inuzuka Sume, Inuzuka Hana, and Oji-san. They too had many questions. However, before I answer them, I'll answer your original one. The reason I don't burn this village to the ground and curse your name till my last breath is for two reasons. The first being that, I would much rather just spend my time enjoying life with Natsu-chan, and Hana-chan, than worry about vengeance on a place I already know I can easily destroy. As for the second reason, it's because despite what you witnessed, there were still a handful of good people that tried to help me, and as my thanks to them I decided to spare their home. I see. Well, Sochi, you are much nobler than most. Personally, I don't think I would have been able to do the same thing as you, and decide to spare this place, which is surprising since I was once its Hokage," he said, chuckling lowly. "By the way, when you mentioned your reason you spoke two names, care to elaborate for your old man?" he questioned with a fatherly glint in his eye. That can be explained with what I was about to show you actually. But don't get any ideas, I'm not going to share, nor show you more than the barest of minimums when it comes to my private life so you understand the circumstances up to this point in time. He replied, giving him a glare. Hi, no worries, Atu-san knows when not to pry, but still I'm proud. He said with an almost perverse smile, making Naruto shake his head in disbelief. Aro-tu-san, he whispered. Now, as I said before, I decided to leave the village for about 6 years to go and train with Natsu-chan. That was when my life turned around for the better. And I will show you glimpses of my life from the time until now. However, I will only show you times that I deem you worthy of seeing or those that are necessary for you to understand how events leading up to today have come to be. He explained. Understood. But may I ask a favor? He paused to gauge Naruto's reaction before silently giving him the go ahead. This might be the only time I can do this with you, and as your Atu-san I'd like to know a little of the women that have claimed your heart. I'm not asking for the more private moments, but just little bits and pieces of how you and the other two got together. I understand if you say no, but I just wanted to know if they and you are happy. He almost whispered, making Naruto slightly smile. I'll think about it. Naruto responded in a warmer tone than he had been, before resealed and pressed his fingers against Minato's forehead once more, sending them both into his mindscape. For the next few hours, which in reality were only a few minutes in real time, Naruto showed Minato how his life after his self-exile began. However, with Minato still being an enemy, no matter how unwilling, Naruto refused to allow Minato to witness him train with Natsumi. As the scenes and the years rolled by, Minato smiled at his son's progress not only in the shinobi arts but also as a human being. It warmed the man's heart to know that even after all the adversity he was forced to live with, Naruto could still genuinely smile, albeit only with Natsumi or Konami. But still. And while he was surprised to witness Naruto's sosei, and learned Naruto was now a Hanyu, which finally explained his unique appearance to Minato, he was happy that Naruto had decided to grace him with a few of the moments that Naruto and Natsumi had shared together. Especially the one that he had anticipated the most. The night the two finally confessed to each other. Of course he whined like a little kid when the scene changed right before the good part started, which made Naruto slightly embarrassed to be related to him. Finally the scenes entered the more recent months, mainly when Naruto had heard about Orochimaru's invasion plan and transversely Naruto's re-emergence in Konoha. To Minato's dismay, the village had stayed in the same bigoted mentality as it had 6 years prior, and he was forced to witness these scenes as well. Though thankfully Naruto had Natsumi, and the backing of the Inuzuka clan this time around, so Naruto could tolerate the villagers easier. However, despite witnessing it firsthand in the first batch of Naruto's memories, when Kushina came into view, his whole body froze, while his heart sped up like it wanted to rip out of his chest. Benihime, I can't believe this is who you turned into after that day. I trusted you more than anyone to love, take care of and protect our child, from the very people that even you turned out to be. I love you so much, Benihime. But I'm ashamed of you at the same time. And to make things even worse, you turned Naruto's own Tanekage step-siblings against him. I don't know if I can forgive you, Koichi, beloved. He thought as he watched the scenes roll on. Soon the scenes skipped through the Chunin exams, the month off, and the Chunin finals, before finishing off to right when Minato himself emerged from his coffin. Minato heard a snap of Naruto's fingers before the area burst with a white light, and the next thing he saw was the Hokage monument once more. Now you know what is currently happening. Seems so. And after all that, I can understand why you would get tired of repeating the story so often, seemed like a long one. Minato chuckled. Arigato Sochi. For sharing your life with me, even the abridged version. Truth be told, after everything I've witnessed and even though I feel proud of you, I can't help but feel disgusted with myself for being the focal point of all this. I may have sealed her into you for the village's sake. But it was still my fault things happened to you the way they did. Perhaps I should have shown you the conversation when Natsu-chan also blamed herself for how bad my life was and sometimes still is. But I'll tell you what I told her. In reality, I can't blame anyone for the situation I was and still am in. I can't blame you for your decision as a Hokage to help save thousands of lives by sealing Natsu-chan into me, and it's a decisions I know you couldn't have made easily. At one point I put myself in your position and I couldn't come up with an answer, so I know it wasn't easy for you. Besides, as you said, as far as you knew, you were leaving me with a loving family. You couldn't have had any idea that they would abandon me like they did. Just like I can't blame the villagers, well mostly, I can blame them for not getting to know me before deciding I was Kyuubi and beat me. But still after that day they were all afraid, and angry. And fear and anger have a nasty way of dissolving one's logic and common sense to even the most simplest of questions. I can't and won't ever blame Natsu-chan for her role either, she lost just as much as the villagers did that day. So to me, while certain situations could be helped but weren't, I still can't seem to rightfully blame anyone directly for how my life was, well aside from Orochimaru, he said before chuckling. Besides, if things had been different I'm not so sure that the few things in my life I could honestly say I couldn't live without. Natsu-chan, Hana-chan, Yugito-chan, and the other people close to me, I may never have met them or had the same relationships with them that I do in the life that I lead today. In truth I should probably be thanking both Natsu-chan, you, and the villagers for putting me through all that, because not only am I stronger from it, but I'm also happier as well. Well then, despite me still feeling guilty, I'm glad you are happy and I could be a slight part of that. Minato responded with a small happy smile. Hi, arigato, Naruto retorted with a smile of his own. So tell me, how exactly do you feel after witnessing everything? Minato's smile waned a bit. Truth be told I'm still a bit shell-shocked over everything. I mean I never in my wildest nightmares could have imagined something as bad as how your life was. But to answer your question directly, I'm disappointed in my village. But not only them but Kushina-chan as well. I'm also very angry, honestly after seeing all that. If Orochimaru had ordered me to destroy Konoha right now I'd be sorely tempted to not want to disobey. And surprisingly enough after what you just told me, I'm also happy, because as you said even after all you went through you've still managed to find two, if I may be so bold as just a man for a moment, very attractive women to be by your side, as well as general happiness in your life. Hi, that I have too san that I have. He smiled almost dreamily, memories of all the good times with his women floating in his head, before it quickly left and he sighed. Unfortunately I've said all I've came here to say, so there is only more last thing for us to do. He paused in a serious tone before standing up with Minato silently doing the same. The two stared at each other for a moment before closing the gap between them and embraced one another. I may have to fight you, but I just want you to know that I love you too san. Naruto said quietly, a tear silently falling down his facing. Arigato Sochi, and know that I love you just as much, and that I'm very proud of the man you are today and I always will be. Minato whispered, allowing his tears to freely fall knowing this will probably be the last time he'll see his son. Let alone be able to hug him. The pair hugged for another minute before releasing each other and wiped their eyes. They quickly moved back a few yards from each other, before each lost whatever emotions were on their faces, now in their shinobi mode. Naruto pulled out a pair of kunai from his holster, and threw one to Minato who caught it with ease around his pointer finger, allowing it to spin around before gripping the handle. You know you had me at a disadvantage with no weapons, hi. But I like to keep my honor intact despite being a shinobi. I suppose a lot of people have told you how foolish that is considering the specs of our job. Natsu-chan reminds me whenever she gets a chance, he smirked, making Minato do the same. Well let's just see how good you really are Sochi, on the count of 3. Ichi, ni. Minato continued, both of the fighters gripped their weapons tighter their eyes concentrating on their opponent, while their bodies tensed. San. San. They both shouted at the same time, before phasing out of existence, and immediate sounds of metal clashing against metal resounded on top of the monument. With Team Whirlpool, Ka-san, these shinobi are no fun. Valios whined after just slamming his open palm straight up into an Oto shinobi's nose sending the bone right into his brain killing him. Why can't we just leave, and go back to train? Because Valios-kun, first of all Konoha may not be the clan's home anymore but at one point it was and we should protect it. For old time's sake. Secondly Orochimaru is the leader of Oto, and the Uzumaki have a bone to pick with him, lest you forget he tried to kidnap one of your cousins in the past. And lastly, we still haven't finished our main objective for coming back to Konoha in the first place. And I'll be damned if I don't free my Soshi's soul from that demon's grip once and for all. She yelled above the screams in response, making Kasumi go rigid considering her recent thoughts concerning her brother. I don't think I can go through with killing him anymore, Kasumi confessed, struggling with her feelings on the subject. Plus I owe that girl after what she did to my eye. Kiyoshiro agreed, his voice holding an uncharacteristic edge to it that could cut steel as he absent-mindedly pressed his hand over the patch on his eye, while torturing a group of Odo shinobi with one of his more ingenious genjutsu. Understood. But I don't have to like it, Valios sighed after just breaking the spine of another poor soul. The Uzumakis were finishing off the last few enemies inside the Chunin arena after the Konoha Junin abandoned it for more strategic places to fight in. And while the Konoha shinobi didn't know why they were helping, they certainly weren't picky about their allies at the moment, so they allowed them to fight under their own discretion. Once the Odo shinobi were finished off, the family regrouped only to all jump back in different directions before dodging a hailstorm of kunai that almost darkened the sky as they fell down to the earth, and what appeared to be all over the village. When the family got back together, they examined the kunai that were now scattered across the entire arena, wondering just what happened. Though when Kushina picked up one of the odd kunai, she immediately dropped it as if it burned her. It can't be. She whispered, her facial expression one of shock, confusion and slight horror, an expression in which none of her children noticed. Neika-san, what's with this weird-looking kunai, and what's with this seal? Valios asked, after picking up the three-pronged kunai and analyzed it like a scientist would. It's impossible, she said in the same whispered voice, though this time her kids heard her. What is that kunai? It's the essential part to activating the Namikaze Kekkei Genkei Jutsu, Hiraishin. But the only person who knew how to use it is dead, which can only mean. She tried to explain before an almost blinding flash of yellow and orange encompassed their vision, and an explosion rocked the arena, causing a large cloud of dust to form, and her to stop talking mid-sentence. The Whirlpool team looked on mostly in curiosity, astonishment, but fear from Kushina. As the dust settled, two human forms could be seen, well, one being human. The other they could swear looked like a fox. As the dust settled, their suspicions were confirmed when both Naruto and Minato's forms appeared while being in a stalemate of strength with their kunai. Minato-kun, Kushina gasped out in a whisper, when she saw the pale-skinned version of her dead husband, now standing only a few yards away. Naruto himself easily caught her words and looked over to see his family standing there watching the dueling men in shock. Minato noticed his son's gaze and followed it before he nearly dropped his kunai in his own shock at seeing his wife once more. Naruto himself knew a break in their duel was in order thanks to this new situation that arose, and released the pressure on his kunai. Kushina-chan, Minato said, surprised, before walking in a zombie-like fashion out of the crater they formed. Kushina's body moved seemingly on her own, her gaze completely transfixed on the golden-haired Hokage. The two walked up to one another as their children watched in fascination. When the pair reached each other, they looked into each other's eyes before slowly moving into an intimate embrace. The romantic episode making all but Naruto forget the situation they were in. Is it you? Is it really possible? Kushina whispered, her tone making it obvious she had already begun to cry. Hi, although the means in which I am are less than favorable. He whispered back, while stroking her back tenderly. I can't believe you're really back, my Yuko, sunshine, my Koishi, beloved. Benny Haim, Crimson Princess. He cooed back, taking in the scent of her hair, and the feel of her body against his, that he missed so much. Unfortunately, the sound of the war raging around the group spurred them back to the present, and made the couple end the embrace though still standing closely. You know too, San, if I didn't have the senses that I did that proved your words genuine during our talk, I'd think you were lying the whole time. Naruto's cold voice broke the verbal silence in the area, focusing everyone's attention on him. Ka-san, get away. The Kyuubi finally showed itself. Valios shouted immediately, all three children now in their fighting stances after registering Naruto's Hanyu appearance. Kushina's happy appearance quickly turned to scorn when her gaze went to Naruto once more, before she pulled Minato along towards her children. Minato-kun, we could use your help dealing with Kyuubi again, Kushina said warmly once she reached her children's side and took her own stance. Minato just listened at Kushina and her children's words about his son, and the flashes of Naruto's memories spun through his head. His expression darkened before he slowly stalked up to Kushina, who noticed this and looked at him oddly, before a resounding slap could be heard throughout the entire arena. What the hell is wrong with you? He shouted at a gaping Kushina who was cradling her reddened cheek. Do you have any idea of what your actions did to our boy? Do you have any idea what his life was like after you abandoned him in Konoha? Your name may be the same, but you, not the same Uzumaki Kushina that I once loved with every fiber of my being even after death. The Uzumaki Kushina I fell in love with and had a child named Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto with would never, ever, abandon her child like you did. She'd sooner kill herself. I don't know what went through your mind when you thought Naruto here was the Kyuubi. Nor what went through it when you brainwashed these children into believing that lie as well. Gotten even worse to think that I had wanted to you kill him in my stead. All I truly know is that man standing behind us is and always was our child Naruto. I've seen his life through his memories and I must say I am sorely disappointed with you, as well as this very village I once served and gave my life for. He shouted, breathing heavily after his tirade. Everyone but Naruto had their jaws open in shock that Namikaze Minato would chew someone out like that, let alone his wife. Naruto himself simply watched the scene unfold and was rather curious on how Kushina and her children would react to probably the only person in the world that could knock some sense into them about who he really is. Not that it mattered to him much anymore. Kushina herself stood like a statue as the scene played out, mostly in utter shock that Minato would strike her like he had as well as berate her so soundly. However, her brain quickly registered what he said and she soon felt slight betrayal and rage from Minato's words. That thing standing there, her son. How absolutely absurd. That thing isn't any Sochi of mine. Not anymore. She replied coldly, looking at Naruto with a dagger-like stare. Minato a split second later had the collar of her shirt gripped in his fists with her face mere inches from his own. His cold sapphire eyes that Kushina always considered one of his best and most attractive attributes stared at her like he was the Shinigami itself. What did you say? He whispered, a low growl entering his voice. I said that is not my Sochi. She shouted, the suddenness of it making Minato let her go and even take a step back. Look at him. My son would only be 12 years old this year. Yet you, telling me that this man who looks almost 30 is my Naru-chan. On top of that, look at him. He is the Kyuubi in human form. He has kitsune tails, and ears, claws, fangs, and even slitted eyes just like the damned Kyuubi that ruined our lives the day it destroyed Konoha, forced you to sacrifice yourself, devoured our son's soul and took over his body. So don't lie to me and tell me that thing is my Sochi. Naruto died the day you sacrificed yourself for this damn village and sealed that unholy creature in our boy's body. She finished, her voice becoming raspy from the strain, with tears raging down her cheeks the longer she screamed. After she spoke, Minato chanced a glance towards Naruto who just looked on with an emotionless expression. However, Minato could see when he looked in Naruto's eyes. The slightest spark of a broken heart over what his mother said about him, the last remaining hope of the 2-year-old child within him finally broke. Minato turned away shaking his head, not being able to bear seeing his son in such a state, even if no one else could. You're wrong, Kushina, there is so much you don't know about him. And if you did, you'd see that you harbored ill feelings towards your own son for over a decade. However, he has already told me he doesn't care about making amends with you anymore, and although I find that extremely sad, I can't and won't argue against it. But I just want you to know one very important thing about Naruto being a Jinchuriki that only a select few know in the world. He paused, making sure Kushina was listening intently. Naruto doesn't look like he does now because of the Kyuubi taking over his body. He looks like that because every human being that has a demon of 5 tails or more sealed in them must be reborn into a Hanyu so they don't die. The Sosei ritual they undergo turns the human into a Hanyu, which will allow them to survive with the demon sealed in them. Naruto's new appearance is the result of his own Sosei ritual. It has nothing to do with the Kyuubi taking him over, so no matter what, Naruto would have become a Hanyu so he could survive with his demon. Him looking like Kyuubi is just a coincidence of Kyuubi itself being a fox demon. Naruto could have very well looked like something completely different depending on the demon I sealed in him. He explained, hoping that explaining Naruto's appearance will make Kushina understand. Kushina heard Minato's words, and while the majority of her was denying the possibility of what he said being the truth, in the deepest part of her heart she had hoped beyond hope that it was real. That somehow the man standing in front of her really was her son. But when that feeling crossed her mind, realization began to sink into her thoughts, that is before the realization turned into utter fear. Fear that if Minato was right, not all of the things she had said and done to Naruto really was done to Naruto and not Kyuubi. Kushina's eyes widened, in her face now an expression of horror at the implications. But to protect her mind from both the truth and a mental breakdown, the anger she had for over a decade washed over the fear and the lingering guilt, which made her face turn to one of hatred and scorn. I don't believe it, I can't believe. She was silenced once again when Minato grabbed her shoulders and shook her. You do believe. I saw your face, Kushina. You know you've never been able to hide anything from me before. You're just too afraid of what it could mean about the life you've led until this day, and realizing that all you did was torture and abandon our one and only child that day so long ago. While Minato spoke, Kushina vigorously shook her head, not wanting to hear nor believe what he spoke. It's not true, it can't be true. She shouted in anguish, more tears flowing down her face. Minato's patience was running thin, especially since Kushina knew that he spoke the truth and yet forcibly denied it for her own selfish sake. He growled at her before understanding that he needed her to calm down, so he lamentingly slapped her, though less harshly than last time. You know it's true. If Naruto really was the Kyuubi, why is he fighting to protect Konoha against Orochimaru, instead of helping to destroy it? If Naruto really was the Kyuubi, why didn't he kill your daughter, but instead saved her life when he fought her in the preliminary matches? Would the Kyuubi you knew do that? Would Kyuubi save someone? No matter what you say, that man is our Sochi. You can't deny the truth anymore, Kushina. Our Sochi is alive and he is standing right in front of you. No, she screamed in response, her body giving out, making her fall to her knees before falling back on her butt from her mental battle, her own arms wrapping around her as her body shivered, her face one of shock and horror as slowly the truth of her life began to dissolve the veil of hatred that covered her mind for so many years. The children themselves didn't know what to do, especially at seeing their mother in such an emotional state. Kiyoshiro seemed no different than he had since the talk began, although Minato's words did strike him as intriguing considering the sense it all made. If that man really was Kyuubi, why did he protect people so much? First his sister from her own jutsu and now Konoha itself, those actions certainly didn't seem like the work of a demon. Valios unfortunately wasn't as sensible despite being a genius, and figured that Naruto just used the Yondaim's visage to try to convince them to stop their hunting of him. Valios just sneered at Minato's form, knowing full well of the Yondaim's reputation and knowing he would have no chance on defeating him, let alone him and Kyuubi. Kasumi herself, though outwardly worried about her mother's current state, was inwardly crying happily that she was right about Naruto, that her brother was alive, he was really alive. In truth, she wanted to run up to Minato and thank him for proving, at least to her own doubts, that Naruto really was still Naruto, before she would have run and glomped her long lost elder brother. But at the moment she knew there was too much tension and raging emotions to do something like that. So she simply watched the events unfold and hoped things would turn out better by the end. Kushina continued to play a mental game of tug-of-war with her decade-old hatred on one end, and the ever-growing flicker of hope and truth on the other. Neither side could get ground nor give it, and with her indecisiveness not giving her the answers she searched for, only one variable remained that would determine the winner, Naruto himself. Kushina calmed down slightly, her body stopping its shivering episode, and allowed her to stand once more. She took a deep breath, before taking the plunge, and lifted her face to look Naruto right in the eyes. It's said that the eyes are a window to a person's soul, and to Kushina, that couldn't be any closer to the truth than it was right now as she gazed into Naruto's slitted amethyst orbs. She searched his gaze for any evil, anger, hatred, vengeance, anything she could think of that reminded her of what the Kyuubi had been like when it attacked Konoha. And to her hope's hope, in her hatred's hatred, she could find only a human's amount of any of those feelings written in his eyes. It was true. The man in front of her. The man she threatened with death. The man she exiled and abandoned over a decade ago. The man she hated beyond anything in this world. That was truly still. Her own son. Both Minato and Naruto could see the mental turmoil going on in her mind as she looked at her son. They watched as the truth and anguish of realizing it washed over her, as sorrowful tears climbed to the edges of her eyes. As a single tear finally fell down her cheek, She took one final look at Minato before she shunshed away in a tunnel of water, not able to stand being in the same presence of the first two most important people in her life. Kyushiro and Valios quickly followed her example, both wondering what had happened, while Kasumi lingered there a while longer. She looked longingly at her brother, her feelings easily written on her face before she couldn't take it anymore, and ran at him before gripping him in a strong embrace, her own tears finally falling as well. Gomenasai, Oni-sama, she whispered before, shunning away to meet back with her family. Minato walked towards Naruto before stopping alongside him. That conversation could have gone better. He sighed, lamenting that he had to yell at his own wife in that fashion. So what do you think? Naruto shrugged. She certainly came to an euphony, so let's just see what happens after she calms down. Are you willing to give her another chance after seeing the way she reacted? He questioned, hoping that even despite his words, he could convince Naruto to reconcile with Kushina and the Uzumaki clan. Naruto snorted indignantly. You should already know the answer to that after seeing my memories. She gave me up at the age of 2 because of her own hatred, selfishness, weakness, and fear. And just because I see the villagers in the same light and don't completely blame them, doesn't mean I'm willing to give them or her a second chance. They both gave up that right after what they did. Forgiveness and reconciliation are out of the question now. And they have only themselves to blame for that. It is my concern no longer. Kasumi, I may reconsider, however. She seemed to question Kushina's words after I saved her, and has acted different towards me ever since, as that hug just proved. I see. And although I'm sad to hear that, it is certainly within your right to decide such. He sighed, slightly hoping that his family could at least try to come together, but he couldn't blame Naruto after what he had witnessed. I suppose we should continue where we left off. Hi. He snapped his fingers, causing all the kunai but one to puff out of existence. No keke genkai, just old-fashioned shinobi skills, nay. He challenged. Hi. And I'm still impressed that you thought of the idea to use the Kage kunai no jutsu in combination with the Hiraishin kunai. Wish I thought of it, would have saved me a bunch of money on kunai forging materials. He playfully grumbled. Think of it this way, you're the two-san of a genius, he replied with a toothy grin. Minato couldn't help but proudly, and amusedly smile. Hi, something to truly be proud of. He retorted, before a rumble from within the barrier grabbed their attention, and they saw half the barrier filled to the brim with trees. Seems our bonding time is over, Sochi. Konoha needs your help, and unfortunately until you defeat me you can't do that. Minato said, obvious sadness in his voice, as he got into his fighting stance. I suppose there is no more delaying it. But luckily Kushina gave me enough time to recover another tail's worth of chakra. Hopefully this will give me the edge I need, cause he was kicking my ass with only using 3 on the monument. I can truly understand why he was considered the strongest in Fire Country. Naruto appraised. Seems so too, san, on 3 again. He responded, getting into his own stance. Ichi, ni, san, Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning technique. They both yelled out, a plume of smoke covering both shinobi. The dust soon left the area, and now Gameiken stood next to Minato, and next to Naruto himself stood a 5-tailed cerulean furred fox that stood as high as Naruto's chest. Oi, Jiraiya, I hope you didn't summon me to help you escape your rightful woman beating like last time. The toad roared. Same arrows, sensei. Gameiken turned his head at both the voice that obviously didn't belong to Jiraiya, but the words striking a fond memory. Minato. You. But how? Both Jiraiya and Gamabunta said you died. Gomen Gameiken, a lot has occurred. But to make a long story short, I died, but Orochimaru made a jutsu that was able to summon me as his slave. And now Sochi is my opponent, which I know I will need your help in defeating. The toad, still surprised at what was happening, took a chance to look at the opponent, and his eyes grew wide at Naruto's appearance. This is way too confusing, my old friend. But if you need my support you have it. But. Are you sure? I mean, if that is your Sochi. Hi, unfortunately I have no choice, my summoner ordered it of me. I see, that is rather unfortunate. Although I must say he seems to have grown up to be a good man. And I guess you weren't kidding when Jiraiya told me that you called Kushina-chan a fox. And an animal in bed, if that boy's appearances are any indication. Gameiken joked, making Minato blush while promising that if he meets Jiraiya again he'll be in the hospital for the next year for telling others about their private conversations. Meanwhile Naruto and the fox were in the middle of their own conversation. "You've summoned me Naruto-sama. I'm Enkai Namida, Ocean's Tear, at your behest." The fox's feminine voice introduced in a yip after bowing slightly. "Hi, I need your help in defeating my opponent. From your name I could probably assume, but your main affinity is water, correct? Beautiful name by the way. Hi, although I'm well-rounded in all of the base elements my expertise is Suiden, with a touch of Hyoten. And arigato Naruto-sama. Good, I was hoping for that, I'm glad I summoned you." He answered back before noticing Minato, and the toad just finished talking. "If you would be so kind N-chan, some water." "Hi Naruto-sama. It was nice slightly catching up Gameiken, but seems they are ready to go." Minato spoke, also noticing Naruto and the fox stop communicating. "If you would be so kind, some oil." Coming up. Both summons followed their orders, and a stream of oil shot out of Gameiken's mouth straight at the fox pair, while a jet of water shot towards the toad and ex-Hokage. Kaden. Gamaiu Enden, fire style, toad oil fireball. Minato shouted, after he finished hand sealing and shot flames out of his mouth aimed at the oil which quickly ignited. Raiden. Kuken Gosunkugi, lightning style, Corona spike. Naruto shouted, as a literal spike of lightning climbed down his arm ending at his open palm before piercing through the tunnel of water. The two groups waited to see who would win in their tag team jutsu, as the few seconds it took for the jutsu to connect feeling like an eternity. The attacks finally met with a symphony of explosions rocking the area, the attacks seeming to cancel each other out thanks to the elements held within. Unfortunately, because of the massive build-up of chakra, the energy just built up until it couldn't hold anymore and caused a massive explosion, plumes of smoke in a large crater in the middle of the arena. "Well, that seemed to do nothing but ruin some earth and give us a nice light show," Minato said bluntly, Gameiken nodding in agreement, before the two jumped out of the way when another shot of electrified water pierced through the remaining dust. "He is right, this is no time to admire our work, let's go Gameiken, more oil." Minato shouted, summoning another, Gamaiu Enden, firing it through the remaining dust cloud. The two teams soon began to jump around the entire arena throwing their combination jutsu at each other, with neither side getting a straight hit on the other, thanks to their odd though successful teamwork. Eventually the teams found themselves back where they first started, though it seemed that all but Minato appeared to be tired, and had a few scrapes and bruises, apparently one of the perks to being summoned the way he had. "Gomen my friend. But it seems I have no chakra left," Gameiken said solemnly. "It's fine and arigato my friend for helping me even through these odd circumstances." "Not a problem, take care Minato," he retorted with a smile, well what could be formed by a toad, before puffing out of the dimension. Minato was about to think up a strategy for fighting against the duo in front of him, but it seemed that Naruto had beaten him to an idea and finished a quick set of hand signs. Suiden. Baku Sushoha, water style, bursting water collision waves. Naruto said before a torrent of water shot out of his mouth and quickly submerged the battleground up to the beginning of the stands in water. That wasn't an attack obviously, so what is he thinking? Minato mentally questioned, trying to think of Naruto's purpose for this water was for. "Nei en-chan. Hi Naruto-sama." The fox vixen yipped though panted breathe. "I can tell you're nearly out of chakra. And I'll send you back to recover soon. But do you have enough to completely freeze the top portion of this water?" "Hi, I believe so." "Great, then after you do so please excuse yourself from the battle, you've done a great job arigato." "Understood Naruto-sama," she answered before crashing her front paws into the water, making the water quickly turn into ice at least a foot thick, leaving swashing water under it. It's been a pleasure doing battle with you," she finished with a happy and feral-looking smile before poofing out of existence. The two men stood there just staring at each other, analyzing the other fighter, trying to find any chink in their fighting ability, or at least one that was big enough to use as an advantage. "Damn, even without the Hiraishin he is still faster than me with my current chakra output, and also thanks to those damned gravity seals he released when we fought through the village before landing here. My only saving grace is that I'm clearly stronger, or else a few of those hits he gave me earlier would have done some serious damage. I'll just have to get faster than him then," Naruto thought, with Minato's thoughts ironically along the same lines as his own. Naruto let out a breath before wisps of purple chakra came off his body. The wisps quickly grew to completely encompass his body. The final touch was the purple dragon wings made of chakra emanating from his back. Shiroi Renge no Ryu, he said in a guttural voice before disappearing. Shit, that jutsu. I still haven't been able to fully analyze it while he used it after activating it in his and Kasumi's battle. Minato shouted in his head, already in a defensive battle, knowing full well Naruto was now just as fast if not faster than him while using that jutsu. The impacts of Naruto's steps were coming closer to Minato, while he tried to find a weakness in the style. Unfortunately he wasn't given enough time when Naruto appeared with his fist connecting to Minato's crossed arms sending the Hokage sliding backwards into the stands making a crater. Damn. His strength is insane. And I've fought Tsunade before. I'm just glad this body can't feel pain or else I'd probably be coughing up blood, if not a lung by now. He thought while climbing out of the crater. He's persistent. He finished noticing the impacts already heading towards him. Minato disappeared from his spot with Naruto following closely behind, the two roaring through the arena, the only time being seen when one was defending themselves from the other's attack. The arena itself looked like it was taking more of a beating than the shinobi themselves. Nothing was left untouched by the two in the once pristine arena. Large holes and craters dotted the entire building, along with the ice that Naruto's companion created. Minato finally led them back to the iced ground, but once he landed the impacts following him completely stopped. Where'd he go? Minato thought, before realization hit him, and he looked up. Damn it above. Minato saw his son in midair a few feet away with his leg cocked back. With nothing left that he could do, Minato crossed his arm letting them take the brunt of the kick. The moment it connected, Minato realized his miscalculation. With Naruto's strength where it was, standing on a foot of ice wasn't the best of spots to be doing so. And after the kick connected found himself being indented into the ice before it completely gave way forcing him into the depths below. Naruto wasted no time, considering this was one of his plans as the two fought, to get him back on the ice. He quickly ran through some seals before punching his arm into the freezing lake. Raiden. Kuken Gosunkugi lightning style, Corona spike. The moment he shouted his jutsu, the lightning ran down his arm before plunging itself into the water. A fierce crackle resounded through the area, before columns of water sprouted out of all the holes that dotted the ice into the air, making the sky dance with electrified water droplets. Before raining down, Naruto pulled his arm out of the water and waited. He knew his father wasn't that easy to kill. Let alone in that summoned body, which he began to believe was indestructible considering all the damage he knew he inflicting upon it. And unfortunately for him he was correct, because he began to feel some vibrations come through the ice from the waters below. He looked around for his father knowing he was the cause, but had turned around at the worst moment because a giant water dragon shot out crashing through the ice from behind Naruto. The dragon raged straight for Naruto's prone form, and all he could do was lock his arm in front of him before the blow was felt. The dragon ripped through him, sending him careening straight into the arena seats. Once the dragon finished its onslaught, Naruto was finally released from his underwater prison, and was gasping for breath, his entire body in fur drenched. He looked up while recuperating, and saw Minato standing where his dragon had broke through the ice, with a happy smile on his face seeming to wait. I'd be cocky too if I had a body that couldn't be destroyed. Naruto thought begrudgingly. But considering I know that jutsu would have incapacitated if not killed a normal shinobi, I can only think of one way to stop him. However, even though I'm losing, I just can't beat down this overwhelming urge to fight him more. Whether it's because he is the strongest opponent I've ever faced, or it's because he's my Two-san, I just don't want this fight to end. But I have to. He finished, the ghost of a happy smile crossing his lips. Naruto pushed himself out of the crater, and lifted his palm to chest level so Minato could see. A Rasengan quickly formed in his hand, and Minato's smile grew even wider at the silent request and followed his son's actions, a Rasengan in his own hand now. The two stared at each other for only a moment before they disappeared charging at each other. Rasengan, Rasengan. They both reappeared only when their jutsu were inches apart before colliding, making the air around their collision shoot back, and the ice underneath them to give way slightly. I am completely impressed, Sochi. Minato complimented with both a satisfied and proud smile. It seems she taught you well, and you've adapted those abilities into becoming a great shinobi. Arigato to-san. And although I've heard rumors about your strength in the village, I didn't think you were this strong. You're and probably will be the strongest opponent I will have the pleasure of fighting. He replied with his own smile, through panted breath. The two continued their power struggle while just staring into each other's eyes, that is until Minato noticed his son form a second Rasengan in his free hand, making him go wide-eyed. He himself summoned another to defend himself, but before he could thrust his arm to meet Naruto's, he saw Naruto push the second Rasengan right into the first two they created. The surge and unbalanced chakra caused the other two to destabilize, which to the shock of Minato caused all three to explode. The explosion sent the two fighters reeling through the air in a beeline to the opposite ends of the arena seats, creating another pair of large craters. Damn, either he is some kind of genius, or completely insane for pulling a stunt like that. Minato said to himself, while pulling himself out of the crater looking like nothing happened. Note to self, don't do that again, Naruto thought, while groaning, pulling himself out of yet another crater. I guess there really is only one way to stop that kind of summon, fortunately I know of such a way. Naruto spoke to himself as he surveyed the area around him and smiled, when he saw an Oto shinobi's dead body that hadn't been completely eviscerated by either Natsumi nor the Uzumaki team. Naruto grabbed the man's body by the throat, not really caring about the condition as long as it served his purposes. Minato looked at his son questioningly, seeing his actions, but dismissed it for later, when he saw him look ready to continue the fight. Naruto used his Shiroi Renge no Ryu once more, and pulled the dead corpse in a more supporting position. Damn, this jutsu again, just how much chakra does he have? Minato thought, while growling slightly. Naruto disappeared with only impacts in his wake leading straight towards Minato, with Minato himself in a defensive stance, thinking the body he is carrying would slow him down enough to be able to defend and counter. When the impacts were a couple yards away, something Minato wouldn't have expected happened. Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him, his chakra cloak and wings gone, now with purple chakra surrounding his hand, as if he was using a medical jutsu. Minato had no time to move in response to his own surprise at the turn of events and just prepared himself for the impact. Kan Tsukomu, Soul Inhale. Naruto yelled, before his glowing hand collided with his Minato. Although the effect it had on Minato wasn't one he would have expected, when his son's hand connected with him, an indescribable feeling overcame him, as if he was lifted out of his body and was flying through the air, and even go so far as being able to see his own body. Ironically, what he failed to realize is that is exactly what was happening to him at that moment. When Naruto's hand collided with him, Naruto's jutsu literally pulled his soul out of the body it was summoned into. Fortunately, Naruto, having performed this jutsu several times, already knew what needed to be done, which was his reasoning for the shinobi's body he just shoved his father's soul into, though technically it is now Minato truly resurrected. Once Naruto felt the merging was complete, he stopped his momentum and dropped his now coughing father. What did you just do? Minato rasped out, while continuing his coughing fit, not registering that he was actually breathing again. I just truly brought you back to life. Welcome back to the land of the living to-san, Naruto retorted with a cheeky grin, though panting quite heavily. Minato stopped his coughing immediately, and looked at his son in questioning shock. What do you mean? That jutsu allows me to move a living soul into a corpse. It's the same jutsu that I used to give Natsu-chan a real body. He explained as if it was the easiest thing in the world to understand, while pointing at what used to be Minato's summoned body, which was now just ash, dirt, and the corpse of a tormented-looking Oto shinobi. So I'm really high, and he doesn't control high, so I can. Hi, Minato just fell onto his butt when their conversation finished. He tried to wrap his head around the idea of it all, him truly alive again. Unable to stop it, Minato began to chuckle before it became full-blown laughter. He laughed for a good few minutes before he finally calmed down, and stood in front of his son, and put a hand on his shoulder. Well, if that's the case, my Sochi, we have a village to save. He nearly chirped, which made Naruto smile and nod in response. The pair looked towards the purple barrier, before shinshining towards it. I wonder how the others are doing. Naruto thought, slightly worried for his friends as he and Minato reached the roof the barrier was erected on. With Hana and Haku, Suga piercing Fang. Hana shouted, her body twisting into a rapid tornado-like spin, ripping deeply into the side of an Oto shinobi, who screamed in pain while falling to the ground. And bleed to death. Hana stopped her jutsu, and panted lightly before surveying her current bloody surroundings. She nodded in approval when she saw Haku taking care of the final enemy shinobi in the vicinity. The area was strewn with Oto shinobi as well as a few Konoha ones as well. Ever since the civilians and dignitaries were safely secured, Konoha's counter-offensive was put into play, having all shinobi but a select few have free range of battle to force the enemy out of the village. Haku and Hana just finished up another section of the market district. Nice job Haku-chan, arigato Hana-san. Haku responded with a small smile, which looked odd on her persons considering she was nearly covered head to toe in her enemy's blood. How is your chakra? Pretty good actually, when you get past their surprise attack, and their sheer numbers it's pretty easy to pick them off. I agree. And since that is the case perhaps we should split up for now to reclaim the village faster, as well as supply backup for any genin caught in the fighting. Hi, that appears to be a good idea. I'll take the east. And we'll meet up at Naruto-kun's house afterwards. Hi, be careful Hana-san, you too Haku-chan. The two kunoichi waved before turning their backs to one another, and headed off in opposite directions. Which unfortunately for Hana was the worst thing that they could have done at the moment, because just then something in the air caught her attention, and the moment she turned to face the unknown source with kunai in hand, a gloved hand punched her in the stomach so hard she split up blood and lost the breath in her lungs forcing her to go unconscious. Her body fell unable to hold itself up, and right when she was about to hit the ground was caught in the arms of a cloaked figure. The only thing able to be seen from the person was a pair of arm guards on his or her forearms, and a mask which looked oddly familiar to her. Once Hana was secured the figure walked back into the shadows of the alley from whence they came. If only Haku had chanced to glance back even once, she may have been able to prevent what just occurred. Chapter 22. Heroic Victims with Natsumi and Hokage, you have any ideas Kyuubi-san? Sarutobi questioned through panted breath, while holding himself steady with his summoned boss Enma who was in his Kongonyoi diamond-like hardness staff form. Not unless you have two corpses lying around that I could use. She growled out, making him look at her like she grew a second head. Never mind, she retorted flatly. Both warriors who though fought valiantly up until this point were reduced to shambles of their former selves. Most of Sarutobi's armor was dented or broken off, with many lacerations across his body. Meanwhile Natsumi though looking much better than him physically, the damage she has taken could easily be seen through the cloths she wore or what was left of them. Her pants now could only be considered short shorts with the many rips in them, and most of her shirt also cut up showing much of her stomach. If not for her demonic healing, she'd hate to see how she'd look at the moment. Although they were still physically able to fight, the main problem was their chakra. Both of them were running out. Normally they both could have handled the previous Hokages fine, but considering the means in which they were revived, it seemed that it was impossible to inflict a mortal or even debilitating wounds on the bodies themselves, they would just be healed immediately afterwards. So even for a demoness who was believed to have unlimited chakra, a situation like this would look bleak. And would be even worse for an elderly shinobi, even one as strong and experienced as Sarutobi was. The two zombie-like Hokages finally fully healed after the combined onslaught of jutsu their enemies fired at them. They each got into their unique stances, before bounding off towards their prey. Natsumi and Sarutobi immediately noticed and prepared themselves to continue on with the fight. Damn it, where is your boyfriend when we need him? Sarutobi growled out, preparing to swing Enma at the incoming opponents, that is before both Hokages were sent careening backwards thanks to a pair of infamous blue spheres. A pair of men suddenly appeared in front of the still living pair, one with a unique white coat with flames licking the bottom, and the other with 5 orange swishing fox tails. You called Oji-san. Oh, and I'm her mate not boyfriend. Naruto joked, while turning his head in a profile view, a large fang-filled grin across his lips. Naru-kun. Natsumi gushed, while launching herself at him, her arms wrapping themselves around his neck. Hi. I brought a friend, he said, poking his head towards Minato, who was just smiling. The two just looked at Naruto oddly, but Natsumi quickly understood what he meant and smiled at him. "Ah, welcome back then Minato-san," Natsumi greeted respectfully. "Arigato Natsumi-san. Okay, someone mind explaining?" "Hi, I too would also like to know why my third killing machine hasn't completed his assignment." Orochimaru's voice cut through the four, after having enough of being ignored. "Gomen. But that would ruin the surprise of figuring out how to undo your Edo Tensei," Naruto said with an intimidating leer. "Don't make me laugh boy. You are far too young and inexperienced to understand the workings of my jutsu. Let alone happen to have learned a jutsu that could counteract it." Orochimaru sneered. Naruto smirked. "Unfortunately for you, I happen to have a very wise demoness by my side, as well as a genius doctor-researcher as a dear friend. So in this case many things are possible, one of them being the complete resurrection of my two-san." "Nice bluff child but I'm not buying it, it's not a bluff. Why do you think I tried so hard to stop you from putting the talisman inside his body? If you had he wouldn't have given me enough time to think up a way to free him, if a way was even possible. And although I wanted to show him how my life was, I simply used how my life had been, and combined that with your hatred of him, as well as your sadistic tendencies to appease you enough to give me the necessary time I needed with him having a clear head. So thanks to you I found a way to do so arigato," Naruto said with a victorious smirk. This child. Orochimaru raged mentally. "He's played me from the beginning, using my hatred of that man, and seducing me with the idea about his life, that would have tortured that man's soul for eternity knowing what he did to his son," he thought, his smirk slowly leaving his face. "I underestimated his cunning and manipulativeness. If not for this situation he would be quite a nice body to take over, or to at least be a subordinate of mine. Well played child, I applaud you on your victory. However that was simply a victory in the battle, you are quite far from victory in the war. I can tell that your little group is quite exhausted from fighting my summons, and with only Minato-kun, and you to fight, I doubt very much that you will survive this encounter." "That's true Orochimaru, I'm the only one that is currently at full power. But really I'm the only one needed to beat you in your summons," Minato announced, making everyone look at the elder blonde quizzically. "Oh, how pray tell exactly this is a fact my dear Minato-kun," the snake retorted chuckling. "Simple. The way my son revived me, showed me another way to defeat you, or more specifically your other two summons. And luckily I know just the Justu for that," he answered back, his infamous Hokage smirk gracing his face before beginning a set of hand signs, a set that Sarutobi and Natsumi knew intimately. "Minato-kun. You can't really be thinking of using that again," the elder man shouted. "Gomen. But apparently without bodies, Naruto-kun's own jutsu won't work. So this is our only option to not only survive but more importantly win." Sarutobi just looked down in sadness and shame, with Natsumi biting her lip for the same reasons. While it was true the man before her caused her own imprisonment, she still respected him for the reason behind it in the first place. "What's the jutsu?" Naruto questioned. "Shiki Fujin," Sarutobi said solemnly, making Naruto slightly gasp and turn towards his father. "Gomenasai everyone, but as I said this is the only way to win. And I've technically been dead for over a decade. So even with my Soshi's revival of me, with me using it again no one will question it. That doesn't mean anything. Your Sochi revived you. You have another chance at living Minato. Let me be the one to use that cursed jutsu. I've already lived a good life, and I'm already considering retirement after this. But retiring by saving the village is a far better way than dying an old man," Sarutobi shouted while trying to reason with the still-sealing blonde. "Gomen, but I too feel that way. Plus even if I gave you the chance, you don't have enough chakra to summon the Shinigami, let alone enough to pull not one but 3 souls with you. Gomenasai, but I'm the only one that can do this now. I've sacrificed my life to save this village once before and I have seen the rotten fruits of that sacrifice. Let me do things right this time, by doing so for my family, not the village but for my family. For once in my life I want to be a two-san, husband, and friend first, and a Hokage second, onagai," he pleaded, tears already rolling down his cheek. The 3 with him were speechless at his words, none knew what to say to argue with him. And deep down they knew they couldn't take away this personal and final request. Naruto walked up to him, and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I may not like it, but I understand Toussaint. Personally, I'd rather have you try to live the life I gave you, but if you feel this way is worth it, I certainly won't stop you. I'm behind you, Toussaint, and I'm proud of you. I'll give you the time you need to complete the jutsu, he reassured with a sad smile, tears also brimming his eyes. Minato couldn't say anything, and saw his other two comrades nodding their heads in an affirmative manner at his request. Minato just nodded in acceptance, silently thanking them for helping him, and respecting his wish. Also, you are finally finished with this overly dramatic scene, Orochimaru said, his tone sounding like he was sick to his stomach. Good, then kill the blonde one. He finished, with a sickening grin. The zombie Hokages nodded at their orders before shooting off towards their target. Naruto, Natsumi, and Sarutobi jumped in front of Minato as a shield until he finished his jutsu. And although all three were severely weakened thanks to their previous battles, they were still strong enough to keep the enemy cages busy long enough for Minato to finish his hand sealing. Fuinjutsu, Shiki Fujin, spirit sealing method. The blonde shouted, after he slammed his hand into the tiled roof. The entire area dropped to such temperatures that breath could be seen. The battles stopped mid-punch and looked upon the effect of the jutsu. There behind Minato floated a white-clad being, that looked like a demon, the Shinigami. Who summons the Shinigami? A voice that caused all living beings that heard it to shiver. I have Shinigami-sama, Minato said while bowing towards the transparent being. The Shinigami looked down to see its summoner, and to those who could see it clearly thought they saw the being actually looked shocked, or as shocked as a death god could look. You have already summoned me once before, and used your soul as the price. How have you escaped your fate? Unfortunately, Shinigami-sama, that is a bit long to explain. Minato answered, scratching his head nervously. It was never a good idea to upset a god. But long story short, I was summoned to this realm by a kinjutsu, and as events came to pass my soul was placed inside a human's, causing me to become alive once again. And now I need your help in free 2 other souls of my brethren that have suffered from the fate of this kinjutsu, as well as take the soul of our summoner. The Shinigami spoke after a minute of contemplating the situation he was summoned into. While I do not approve of the circumstances of the situation at hand, I am honor-bound as a god to not directly interfere with the mortal plane, sans soul collecting. Be that as it may, because this situation is out of my control and I have been summoned once more, I will repeat the process that you had me do all those years ago. Who are the 2 that are your brethren? Minato without a second though pointed at the zombie Hokages. Understood, and the summoner you spoke of. Minato then pointed towards a quite frightened Orochimaru, who since the summoning hadn't moved an inch nor taken the opportunity to kill his enemies due to the simple fear of the god floating in front of him. Understood. You realize that you will be sacrificing your soul for a second time. And no jutsu in the world will allow your escape for a second time. I'll make sure of that, I promise you. Hi, I understand, and accept these terms, Shinigami-sama. Very well, prepare yourself, mortal. The god's eyes soon began to glow a blood red, and the next moment Minato's soul floated above his body. The god grabbed it, before a transparent arm jumped out of Minato's stomach. The arm then shot forward before splitting into 3 smaller ones, all flying towards their targets. The zombie Hokages didn't understand the situation, but they still realized that whatever these hands were, they were clearly an enemy, and began to evade their grasp, the same as Orochimaru had began. Damn, this completely ruins everything. I didn't think those 3 were still strong enough to protect him long enough for him to perform that jutsu. This whole invasion seems to have backfired even before it began. The only saving grace is that I was able to mark Sasuke-kun. So all I have to do is wait until he comes to me. Orochimaru though, as he continued to dodge the agile arm, though noting that the Shadaime had just been caught, and his soul was already being extracted. I can't be captured here. If nothing else, I need to escape and try to plan my next move. But this barrier will have to go, this place is too restrictive with that arm. He concluded, as he backpedaled towards the barrier, before ordering the Nadaime to jump in front of him just as the hand hunting him was about to grab him, but grabbed the Nadaime instead. Drop the barrier, Orochimaru shouted to his 4 bodyguards. The Sound 4 immediately deactivated the barrier and jumped off towards their leader, who was flying through the air towards Konoha's main gate, but the final hand was still following close behind, nipping at his heels. Jirobo. Hi Orochimaru-sama. The boy answered, flying next to the snake Sanin. Good work, was the snake's only response, before he grabbed the overweight teen and threw him at the hand when it would have no time to dodge the body. Seems even you can't defeat me Yondaime-sama. Until we meet again. Orochimaru yelled back while laughing maniacally, as he and the 3 remaining guards continued onto the gates. Damn it. Minato cursed, as he fell to a knee. His comrades and the Anbu officers watching the battle ran to his side. Gomenasai everyone, seems that bastard got away again. He finished, after falling to the ground. It's only a matter of time. His luck will run out soon enough, you can count on that. Naruto retorted, making Minato smile as he closed his eyes, feeling very tired all of a sudden. I'm sure my Sochi, I'm sure. But before he gets too much of a head start you should follow him and finish the job. What about you Yondaime-sama? The Anbu captain questioned. You know what that Judas requires Taiko, nothing can be done. I will die once more, but this time protecting those people that I love. I'm proud to have seen you fight with my own eyes Yondaime-sama, you are an inspiration. He retorted, making Minato laugh. Perhaps, but I'm still only human, I make mistakes just like anyone else. But I'm glad I had a second chance to make amends to those I've wronged the most, at least a few of them anyway. Naruto, are you there? It's getting hard to see. Minato questioned, raising his hand as if searching for him, the light in his sapphire eyes growing duller as the minutes rolled by. Hi, I'm here too San, he answered, grabbing the man's hand in his own. Strong grip Sochi, I'm glad, you'll be able to protect those close to you with that strength. However, never forget that, not only do you need strength of the body and mind, but you also need strength of the heart to protect those you wish to. Hi, Natsumi-san, the now paling man called out, making the vixen quirk an eyebrow. Hi Hokage-san, I've been meaning to say this ever since I saw my Soshi's memories, arigato. Arigato for taking such good care of him, when no one else would. I'm not completely sure of your reasons for doing so, but I'm happy he has someone like you in his life. But more important than that, I would like to apologize for what I did to you all those years ago. I was young, brash, and scared shitless when you came roaring towards the village. I believe I jumped to conclusions before I gave you a chance to explain your reasons for being here in the first place. I as well don't know why you did what you did, but from what I can tell from Naruto's memories, you certainly didn't do it on a whim, or just because you could. For those reasons, gomenasai. Well, you certainly should have done that. But the past is the past, and not even Naru-kun himself blames me for what happened that day. So in response, I can't truly blame you either, there are many people at fault, so apology accepted. She responded with an accepting smile. Ji-san, hi. Good luck with that paperwork after all this is over. Minato said with a smile a mile long. Ass, Sarutobi growled out, but he had a large smile on his face too. It is time, the Shinigami interrupted. Hi. It's time for you to go after him. Consider this the last order I give as the Yondaime Hokage of Konoha. Minato said proudly, before his hand slipped out of Naruto's, and fell to the ground. The Shinigami felt the last flicker of life leave the blonde man and finally devoured his remaining soul, before leaving the scene as all those surrounding Minato silently shedding tears for the brave man. A man who without hesitation sacrificed his life once more for his loved ones and the village he had sworn to protect as the Yondaime Hokage. A minute passed silently amongst those around the body, only light sobs being heard, until Naruto sniffed heavily and his cracked voice broke the silence. I believe it's about time we exact my 2-san's final wish. He said, though his voice was deeply sad, many could hear the subtle rage in it as well. Those around him nodded in agreement to his words. Taiko. Get you and your men and have them help out any remaining battles going on in the village. We will go to the gates and finish this once and for all. Sarutobi ordered, getting a slightly strained, hi, from the masked Anbu. And Taiko, what you just witnessed here will be considered a SS class secret. You are to tell no one about Minato's sacrifice or anything concerning it unless I order otherwise. If I hear you have, I'll kill you myself, understood? Understood Hokage-sama. The captain answered, slightly terrified of the tone the Hokage just spoke with, while saluting his commander-in-chief, before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. We should get going, Naruto suggested, turning to face the gates. OG-san, in case what you said comes up later, Team Whirlpool spoke with my 2-san before we came here. Understood, I won't hold him accountable if they bring it up with me. Let's go, we have a snake to skin, preferably while alive and screaming for mercy. Natsumi said with a sadistic leer, before all three of them disappeared only small dust clouds where they once stood. Never noticing that Minato's body had turned back into the Oto Shinobi's form once more, almost as if Minato was never there. Konoha gates, most of the invading forces were destroyed within the village limits, the only remaining sections being those near the main gates. The remaining forces on both sides continued the fight near there, when Orochimaru and his cohorts arrived. Those battles surrounding the group stopped suddenly when they arrived, the Oto shinobi wondering why their cage was there as the plan didn't call for his presence, while the Konoha shinobi were just shocked to see him. TSH, seems we'll have to clear out a few rats before we can escape. You three kill any you can. Orochimaru ordered, before summoning Kusanagi from his mouth and began to mow down any leaf shinobi he could find while heading towards the gate. Unfortunately for him, these distractions gave Naruto, Natsumi, and Sarutobi enough time to catch up to him. This is as far as you go, Orochimaru, Naruto shouted to the pale-skinned Sannin, who just finished skewering a leaf chunin. I suppose it is Naruto-kun. He responded, turning around, an insane smirk on his lips and blood splashed across his clothing, his sword glistening crimson in the sun thanks to the blood raining down the blade. Before either group attacked, Kabuto, Shunshin to the left of his master with an unconscious young woman draped across his arms. Kabuto quickly whispered something in his master's ear, but with the sound of battle neither Naruto, nor Natsumi could hear him. Not that Naruto was listening at the moment considering who the woman was. Hana-chan. How? He whispered, fear etching into his voice. Orochimaru's smirk grew even bigger with what Kabuto told him, and grabbed Hana from him. He draped his free arm across her shoulders to keep her standing up, and slid Kusanagi across her neck, resting the blade against her jugular. From your expression it seems that Kabuto-kun's information about who this young woman is to you is correct, ne Naruto-kun. If so, please be kind enough to not move or she will die. He teased, that insane glint in his gaze once more. By now the fighting within the area had pretty much concluded with Konoha winning the majority of them. Orochimaru's remaining forces, which consisted of a small battalion of Junins, Kabuto and 3 of the Sound, 4, were now surrounding his position. With those Konoha shinobi, many of whom were the majority of Konoha's clan heads, now standing atop the rooftops of the surrounding buildings. Orochimaru looked at his options, and the only good one being using Hana as a hostage, and with Konoha's family first principle, he could make it out if he played his cards right. Fortunately for him, another 2 avenues would open up for him in a few moments, the first one being when his third in command, Kimimaro, appeared before him with yet another girl in his arms, his back facing the enemy, keeping her identity hidden. Orochimaru-sama, I thought you would like this, one of the Junin gave her to me. The albino teenager said, extending his arms as if to show off the young girl to his leader. Orochimaru chuckled at his luck even in a situation as bleak as this, when he gazed down at the child. Misa, I finally have one of the things I've been hunting for. The body of an Uzumaki. Very good, Kimimaro-kun, let Kabuto-kun handle her. He chuckled, making Naruto and Natsumi look stunned, when they realized who the girl was. The boy nodded, and handed the girl to Kabuto, finally allowing the Konoha shinobi to see who the girl was. Kasumi, where the hell is your family? Naruto growled out at the turn of events that befell him. Well, it seems that even Lady Luck shines upon me rather than you, Konoha. Orochimaru shouted, making everyone clench their teeth in anger. Just then, the snake's second avenue opened up, when a little blue-haired girl's voice could be heard coming out of a side alley that led to the open street everyone was standing in. Ka-san, where are you? Ka-san, the little girl shouted, coming out of the alleyway, and walked into the street where everyone was. I thought all of the civilians were brought to the shelters. Sarutobi shouted, now fearful of the girl's fate. Oh, this is just too perfect. Orochimaru thought with a wry smile. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his arm that held Kusanagi in an arc, with the sword extending outwards. Most of the Konoha shinobi didn't have enough time to react when they saw the movement of his arm, and failed to stop him in time before he cut clean through the building behind the little girl. With a strained creak, the building began to tumble forward from lack of support in a direct collision course with the girl who just noticed what was going on and began to scream in fear. Kami-sama no. Sarutobi gasped, knowing he couldn't reach in time, and seeing that most of his shinobi who were already running towards the girl wouldn't make it either. However, just as the building began its descent, it was stopped by a pair of arms, the very arms belonging to the village's bane, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, which made many of the Konoha shinobi stop their advance and all look on in shock that the demon would protect anyone. Naruto stood underneath the building and was holding it up with what little strength he had left, his arms and veins bulging from the strain. His fox tails were securely wrapped around the girl in a protective cocoon, with only her head sticking out. "Nei Mocha-chan, are you okay?" Naruto asked the young girl in a strained voice. Hi, arigato Mr. B. But how do you know my name?" She responded, still frightened after seeing the building above her, and now the strange-looking man in front. "Not a problem, just sit tight, I'll protect you Nei. And I know you from when my Sochi told me about helping your dog Yoshi in the vet's office," he responded, knowing a little white lie would be easier to explain in the situation than the truth. Mocha just nodded, and slightly nuzzled against the tails, enjoying the feeling of the fur against her despite the danger she was still in. My, I never thought I would see you of all people protecting someone from this village, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said in almost a giddy way as he watched the scene unfold. "I could never blame a young child like her for the ignorance of her parents, especially after what I myself went through in this village. I'm not that ignorant myself." Naruto grunted out, his arms falling an inch from the weight of the building. "Good for you then, at least you are smarter than the people here. Too bad they'll never learn that lesson from you since they hate you and Kyuubi so much." He answered back, turning towards Natsumi, when he said, "Kyuubi," which made the Konoha shinobi who didn't know her true nature quirk an eyebrow at this action and filed it in their brains for later analysis. "But alas, I believe I've overstayed my welcome. And although my main mission wasn't fulfilled, I still come out on top with what I have gained." He smirked, before sliding his tongue across Hana's forehead, cheek, and lips, causing Naruto to growl demonically. "Sayonara Konoha, Sarutobi-sensei, Enko-chan, and especially you Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, it's been fun." He finished, before extending his arm in a lightning-fast motion once more, his sword doing the same, aiming right for Naruto. "Damn, I've used up too much energy keeping this building from falling. I tore my muscles in my left leg from the initial shock, and I can't use any tails to pull out my Hiraishin Kunai," Naruto thought as the sword shot towards him. The scene unfolded as if slow motion to the rest of the Konoha shinobi, most too exhausted to deflect the blade from its intended course in time. To the horror of few and the silent satisfaction of many, the blade finally pierced its target, making Naruto yell in pain and cough up blood as the sword pierced through his chest, heart, and back, before retracting to its normal length. "Naru-kun," Natsumi shouted in fear. He might be immortal and have a demon's healing ability, but a damaged heart is still very life-threatening. The building fell a few more inches thanks to the shock to Naruto's body from the injury. A small pool of blood had already began forming at his feet from the wound on his chest and the blood running down the corners of his mouth. His head began to bob, before completely falling, and just hung there as he struggled with the building above him, and the pain racking his body. The only sound now was Orochimaru's laughter at the pathetic-looking form of Naruto. "My, how the mighty have fallen. All this thanks to you protecting someone from a village that would sooner kill you than acknowledge your humanity. Well, as a parting gift Naruto, since I doubt you'll survive that wound, I'll promise you one thing." He paused, to make sure Naruto was listening intently. "My men will take very good care of your girlfriend," he promised, his voice brimming with cruelty and lust just to pronounce what exactly his men will later do. "All of you have served me well, and I have one final mission for you. All but my bodyguards are to delay the enemy's pursuit as long as possible," he ordered to his remaining troops, before he, Kabuto, and the remaining sound, 4, shunshed away. For the next few moments no one moved, many from trying to comprehend what exactly just happened, but Sarutobi came back to his senses quickly. "Capture them. We need information on where he might be taking Hana-san and Uzumaki-san," he ordered, his voice bringing everyone back from their stupor. The battalion of Odo shinobi backed up into a circle, kunai in hand prepared to stop any pursuers of their leader at all costs. When the Konoha shinobi were preparing to fight and capture them, a malicious wave of ki blasted across the surrounding area. The ki so potent most of the shinobi there were literally choking on it, and trying their hardest to continue breathing steadily, while the ones that were too low on chakra collapsed unconscious. What in Kami-sama's name? Sarutobi questioned, while struggling to catch his breath and swiveled his head looking for the source of this unholy feeling. Dear Kami-sama, no. He heard a feminine voice whisper in worry and fear, emotions that she hadn't felt since the day of her sealing. Sarutobi looked towards the voice and saw Natsumi looking in another direction, her face etched with the same emotions that were displayed by her voice. Sarutobi followed her line of vision and his eyes widened in shock at what he saw. An almost ravenous-looking blood-red aura surrounded Naruto. Small whip-like tendrils lashed out in random directions, incinerating anything they touched, the waves of ki emanating from the aura. The ground surrounding him cracked and shattered from the malicious chakra swirling around him. His body itself pulsing with unnatural energy, the veins on his arms being easily seen, as his blood seemed to be pumping through them at an alarming rate, while an inhuman growl from the Hanyu's throat could be heard that became louder and louder each passing second. The onlookers watched the man's unholy transformation with fear and horror etched into every fiber of their being. Many of whom were reminded of Kyuubi's attack as the same feeling that overcame them then that was felt by them now. Natsumi herself looked on with something akin to curiosity at the moment as she watched, but with the same fear and worry as before. Her vision allowed her to see past the shrouded aura to see Naruto's face, and what she saw made her shiver to the core. Naruto's face was scrunched in a look of pure and unconditional fury. His jaw and teeth clenched tightly together, so much so she guessed that the blood coming out was not only from his chest wound but his gums as well. She could see that his eyes were tightly shut, but that an odd red-colored mist, much like steam, was escaping his closed lids. Dear Kami-sama, what is he? What is happening to him? Kakashi choked out, being close enough to Natsumi to have heard her speaking before. Suddenly a flash of red covered the entire area, blinding many and forcing them to look away as if looking at the sun itself. When the light disappeared and they could see regularly again, they grew even more shocked than they were moments before. The reason being, when they looked upon Naruto to see what happened, they saw that the building he was holding up completely vanished, and his arms were now at his sides. 3 stories of stone, steel, and wood completely gone in an instant, and in its place was red dust that shined oddly in the sun's rays while falling to the ground, as if it was snowing. But the flakes in this case were painted blood red. It quickly dawned on the onlookers that the building didn't simply vanish, but that Naruto's chakra, and transversely Naruto himself, destroyed the building so completely that all that remained of it in existence was the red dust that was still falling to the earth around him. When they looked upon Naruto himself, they immediately noticed the changes in him. His claws and fangs, which had been longer than normal already, were even more so, reaching about 3 inches now. The whisker marks on his cheeks now took over a large majority of his cheeks while widening out, reaching his lower jaw, much like the stripes of a tiger. His hair and fur turned a crimson color much like Natsumi's and seemed to have taken a very dangerous sharp edge to the ends of each hair, many of the Konoha shinobi being reminded of the toad hermit Jiraiya's Hari Jizo jutsu. The scariest change to him was his eyes after he opened them. The entire eye was drowned blood red in color, with the same wisps of energy that came off his body now coming out of the corners of his eyes, making for a rather intimidating and terrifying figure. His final change was a 6th fox tail that protruded out of his back and swished menacingly with his original 5. Kakashi's question was finally answered when Natsumi saw that 6th tail, while only feeling 3 remaining on her persons. Begin playing. Never meant to belong by Bleach Ost D. Demonic bloodlust, Natsumi whispered. Demonic bloodlust. Sarutobi chalked out, the feeling of ki still bearing down upon the onlookers, while mentally relieved that Mocha had been released by Naruto's tails and was unconscious on the ground now. An ability? No. More like a curse. For those who have been subjected to levels of demonic chakra that are out of their complete control. She explained, while watching Naruto test out his limbs as if he just finished another Sosei ritual. Haven't you wondered why he hasn't been seen with more than 5 tails, when I'm Kyuubi? It's because if he, or someone like him ever calls upon more demonic chakra than they can control, this is the ultimate consequence. All his attributes, strength, speed, reflexes, chakra reserves, pain tolerance, etc. are increased twofold. His thirst for blood that all demons have is piqued and sent over the edge of sanity, even his own deluded thirst for being only half demon. But all that power comes with a heavy price. The person's entire consciousness is wiped clean while they're in this state. All that left is a bloodthirsty killing machine who can't tell friend from foe, and will never stop killing until there is nothing left alive surrounding them. My Naru-kun, my Koichi beloved, this should never have happened to such a person like you. I can never forgive myself for knowing and not stopping this gomenasai. She explained, hot tears of regret and sadness streaming down her face at seeing her mate in such an opposite state of his true self. Kakashi and Sarutobi were shocked at what she just told them. Neither could comprehend what was happening to Naruto at the moment. But what they did know was that everyone around him was in danger. Unfortunately, before he could give any orders to retreat, Sarutobi noticed Naruto take a step forward. This lone step kept everyone's gaze mesmerized, before Naruto disappeared from that spot. Immediately everyone looked around to locate him until they heard horrified screams engulf the area. Everyone turned towards the scream's origin, and the sight they witnessed next would be etched into the memories of all present shinobi for the rest of their lives. Standing in the middle of circled at the battalion of 9 Oto shinobi created before they were about to fight the Konoha shinobi was Naruto. And above him hanging helplessly in the air were 6 of the Oto shinobi being impaled by his tails. Their entrails and organs skewered and ripped asunder by the steel-like hairs and easily visible to the onlookers, as their blood rained down from their gaping wounds, his protruding tail tips, and the ripped organs that dangled from said appendages. Meanwhile, Naruto himself had a stoic expression on his face as if he hadn't just killed 6 people. The only emotion expressed on his visage was sadness and rage coming off his eyes. He looked towards the sky as blood rained down upon him, his entire body now drenched in the life-giving liquid. Most of the shinobi present save a few could account for a time when they ever witnessed a scene so gruesome, so shocking, so horrifying, so inhuman, in all their lives as shinobi. The scene making many of the greener shinobi, and even a few of the veterans present for such a scene bend over and release the contents of their stomachs onto the rooftops or streets, depending on where they stood. Demon. One of the 3 remaining Oto Junin screamed, as he tried to scurry away on his butt after falling in surprise from Naruto's horrific attack. His scream however did nothing, but alert Naruto of his comrades and his own still, useful, pulse. He quickly threw the 6 drained corpses on his tails away in random directions with a loud and wet crunch against the sides of buildings and across the dirt streets. His fun with them finally over once their screams and blood stopped flowing. The onlookers just watched in horror as Naruto stalked his prey, his tails thrashing joyously with each step. Kami-sama, is this the power of Jinchuriki? Kakashi gasped, as he saw Naruto grab an Oto man's skull, lift him off the ground, turn him so his back was to him, before finally shooting his clawed hand through the flesh of his tailbone and ripped his spinal column out of his back, an arc of blood shooting into the air from the act. No. This is the power of a being that just lost a loved one. Natsumi answered softly, and yet her voice seemed to carry through the ears and minds of all those who watched. Surely you know how it feels. To have someone you loved ripped from of your grasp. The sad and empty feeling of losing them. The hatred and vengeance against the one who took them away. The wish for redemption for being unable to keep them safe and protect them. That is all Naru-kun is feeling right now. It just happens that because he is a Hanyu, this is a result of those highly intensified emotions mixed with his demonic attributes. But still to turn into this thing. Asuma retorted in disbelief, as he just finished watching Naruto impale his entire arm through the 8th Oto Junin's head. Natsumi stayed silent hearing Asuma's words, and figured that the remaining people watching the carnage thought the same. She sighed in disappointment and exasperation at the foolishness of humans, especially ones from this village. None seemed to want to understand anything about demons or their lifestyles, unless it's to turn them into weapons, of course. Is there no way we can stop him? This isn't him, this isn't Naruto. Sarutobi questioned, with a trench coat wearing, purple-haired Junin mentally asking the same with a frown on her face. Even with all the blood in the air at the moment, she couldn't enjoy it when she saw her friend like this. Natsumi turned to him, with a small smile, with all of the visual, verbal and most definitely mental hostility towards Naruto now, she nearly forgot why the demon pair came back to the village in the first place. To save people like Sarutobi, people who truly understood, and accepted the world and its beings without bias, or clouded notions of the truth, or at the very least tried their damnedest to do so. I've never heard of a way from anyone who has witnessed this in the past. The bloodlust usually runs its course before the being returns to normal. She replied quietly, as the last remaining Oto shinobi died, by being swiftly beheaded with the very same spinal column Naruto had ripped out from one of his comrades moments ago. The air grew deathly silent as the final gurgles and screams of life emptied out of the butchered Oto battalion. Naruto himself looked upon the bloody scene, in a nonchalant manner, as if a once favorite toy of his though now simply thrown aside just broke in front of him, and he couldn't care less. In seeming finality of the scene, he lifted one of his hands and began in an almost sensuous manner lick them completely clean of the remnants of blood that dripped off them, and did the same to the other until his tanned skin was left unmarked by the crimson liquid. By then the remaining Konoha shinobi were frozen to their positions, none knowing what to do now. Sarutobi knew what Natsumi told him, but if he didn't order them to retreat none of them would live, and as most Hokages must do, gave orders that he knew he'd later lament from the bottom of his heart. End song, everyone fall back. Get away from him. Sarutobi yelled out his orders, knocking everyone back from their stunned state of watching the Hanyu, many of them taking a step back from fear of trying getting away from him as soon as possible. Unfortunately this also caught Naruto's attention, and his dull eyes now shone with a new luster at all of the remaining prey in the vicinity. No! Natsumi shouted, stopping everyone in their tracks, including Naruto himself. You don't get it. If you run, he will catch you and will enjoy your deaths even more simply from the thrill of the chase. If you stay still it will at least be less painful. What I'm saying is, as of now, all our lives are in his hands. She explained, many of the shinobi around gulping at just what her words meant, their deaths were assured no matter what. But if we attack him, certainly all of us could take him down. Guy shouted. Nothing can be done to stop him at this point. You people always called him a demon, a monster when he was a child, and still do even today. When in fact he wasn't and only wanted to be treated as a human being. But now, your words have come full circle and this time you truly face the demon you've always treated him as. A demon not even I can stop, even if I wished to. She relented, her gaze staring at the now crimson pools of her love, tears brimming her eyes once more looking at the beast he had become. As the surrounding shinobi pondered her words, and what their current moves should be pertaining to Naruto and their own survival, none of them seemed to notice when a blue-haired little girl had awakened, and walked until she was only a few yards away from Naruto. Anyo, Naruto Nisan's two-san. Are you okay? You look kind of funny, Mocha questioned, not realizing what happened to him. Most of the shinobi gasped when her voice rung through the street and they finally noticed her in her new proximity to the bestial Naruto. No. Sarutobi growled out in fear, not wanting to think about what Naruto would do to a defenseless little girl. We have to do something. Kurenai shouted, her motherly instincts unconsciously kicking in at seeing the little girl in danger. What can we do? We just witnessed the power that thing holds. Trying to save the girl is suicide without a plan. Kakashi answered bluntly. I know that, Kakashi. But we have to do something. Anything to help her. She just a little girl. Kurenai responded, tears threatening to fall down from her exotic eyes. If what that woman stated was the truth, our lives are already over. We should at least try to save the girl. Asuma responded, agreeing with Kurenai. Unfortunately the group of Junin weren't given enough time to form any kind of plan, because Naruto soon began to take daunting steps towards Mocha, his tails twitching like before. The group's eyes widened at their limited time, most just wanted to rush in and save the girl, but they knew with those tails acting almost of their own most would die before even touching her. By now Naruto was only about 10 steps away from Mocha when he stopped at seeing two people appear in front of her, small dust clouds beneath their feet, and their arms spread out in a protective fashion staring down Naruto with determined gazes. The Konoha shinobi were taken aback by the duo, not only by their suicidal actions at trying to get between him and his new prey, but of who they were. The first one being Naruto's own companion Natsumi, while the other being the strangest of the two, the Kumo Kunoichi whom Naruto had beaten and kidnapped in the final rounds before the invasion. I don't know what exactly is going on here, but I know that isn't Naruto-kun. Snap out of it, Yugito yelled, though her voice was laced with a quiet fear. I know why he killed those men, but to do it so brutally, and without remorse. That isn't the Naruto-kun I've come to know. No matter what, I have to find a way to stop him. The Nibi container thought, reassuring herself of her idiotic but brave actions. She is right, Naru-kun, this isn't who you are. Killing with such savagery and lack of remorse. That isn't the Hanyu that I fell in love with. You aren't my Naru-kun. Natsumi yelled, her own voice full of concern. Naruto's response was a quirked eyebrow, and an annoyed demonic grunt, making everyone else there tense up. Naruto continued on his war path, taking step after step towards the duo blocking his path. When he was about 5 steps away from the pair, 4 of his tails shot out from both sides of him, quickly ensnaring Yugito and Natsumi in their grasp in such a way that neither could hand sign, and Natsumi's own tails were pulled against her, confining them. He lifted the pair into the air and out of his way with little effort, even though they both continued to struggle with their furry bonds. The Konoha shinobi knew there was no hope for any of them now. They had hoped that the women could get Naruto back to his senses due to the nature of their closeness with him. But the moment he wrapped them in his tails, they knew truly nothing could be done. Many of them wanted to at least try to attack him, even if only one of them could get a solid hit in, that is all they would need. But the Hanyu seemed to overflow with power, and his senses almost seemed to allow him to look into the future before an attack would hit him. And now, to make matters worse, he had hostages, perhaps not any necessarily from Konoha, but Yugito herself was a foreign shinobi here for the exams. Therefore she had the same rights as any Konoha citizen would while the exams took place. To not help would be giving Kumo all the reasons they would need to declare war, and they would probably win after the beating Konoha took from Orochimaru. Their thoughts on what they should do were quickly thrown out when Naruto began to move again, his steps slow and deliberate as if taunting those around him to try to stop him like the two females had. Fortunately for everyone, no one seemed to want to try to be a hero today and allowed Naruto his will. He finally reached his destination, and looked down menacingly at the girl who simply looked back up innocently. Everyone tensed in that moment, even the females stopped struggling against their bonds and just looked on with subdued fear at what Naruto would do next. Naruto blinked at the girl, who smiled happily back at him, making him grunt, though it almost sounding like a guttural chuckle with his deeper vocal cords. He began to move once more and slowly bent down on a knee to be slightly more eye level with the cute blue-haired girl. The girl's trusting nature and naivety caused her to do something the adults around her gasped at, and thought they would each have a heart attack at what this would cause him to do. Ever so slowly she had raised her hands up to Naruto's face and with a playful giggle began to gingerly tug and play with the bangs that hovered slightly over his eyes. She's doomed us all. Many of the shinobi thought fearfully as they watched her continue writing their death certificates via pulling on his bangs. Naruto himself hadn't moved an inch since Mocha began to play with his hair, much to the surprise of those around them, though they just wondered when his patience would wane and he'd strike. Finally the moment they all dreaded came, and Naruto began to move. He slowly, almost in a cautious manner, raised his arms heading towards the girl. Everyone tensed as he did this, many still contemplating the idea of attacking him after he slaughtered the girl and the women, while others just wanted to get the hell out of there. Naru-kun, don't do it. You'll never forgive yourself. Natsumi pleaded to her mate while struggling to get free to stop him, knowing the real Naruto would regret hurting Mocha. The tense moment was shattered when Naruto's hands rested under Mocha's extended arms. In a fluid motion he added more pressure to his hold on her, before lifting both her and himself from the ground. The motion so smooth Mocha herself didn't notice her feet leaving the ground as she continued to smile, laugh, and play with his bangs. Natsumi stopped wriggling against the tails and watched, now not sure what will happen after seeing him not attack her when she was only inches away. Everyone just watched with bated breath as Naruto looked on towards the happy girl in his arms, eyeing her as if studying a specimen in an experiment. Silently minutes passed with only the sound of breathing and giggles being heard, no one daring to make a other sound as they watched on. But to everyone's surprise, Naruto didn't kill Mocha in a grotesque way like he did with the Oto shinobi. In fact, he didn't even seem to harm her at all. Even in his grip, the girl didn't appear to be in any discomfort or pain. What surprised them even more than that was the change in Naruto's facial expression. Instead of the emotionless face he had on the entire time he was killing, now a small but clearly evident smile of acceptance was across his lips as he continued to watch Mocha play. No one, not even Natsumi herself, knew what to make of the situation. From what she had heard from other demons and Hanyas, you completely lose yourself to your bloodlust impulse, and won't return to normal until everything around you is dead. Yet here was Naruto under his own impulse, smiling in an almost gentle manner at a little girl that played with his hair. Natsumi would have pondered the situation more had she not noticed Naruto make a move again. This time Naruto pulled Mocha away and out of reach of his hair, getting both a confused look and disappointed pout from the little girl as she looked at Naruto in question. Naruto seemed to ignore her silent question and bent down to one knee like before, and set Mocha on the ground with a small plop. The two gazed at each other for a few brief moments, before Naruto silently turned her around to face the Konoha shinobi who just looked on in fear and confusion. He put his hands behind her back and slowly began to push her away from him and towards the shinobi, more specifically Kurenai. The girl turned around to look at Naruto again, who ignored her and simply made a shooing motion with his hand. The girl pouted once more before getting the hint and walked to Kurenai, who at a speed Minato would be proud of, snatched Mocha into her arms protectively, unconsciously shielding her from Naruto, though a grateful expression was shining in her eyes towards the Hanyu who chose to ignore it. Naruto quickly stood up and looked at the shinobi standing before him, noticing the many reactions and expressions on each of their faces, and choosing to ignore them for the moment commanded his tails to pull the woman back down to the ground. The tails did so and put Natsumi and Yugito on the ground about a foot ahead of him before releasing their hold. The pair just stared at Naruto while he did the same to them, each trying to convey things to the other through their gazes alone, not knowing if words could reach. After a solid minute of this, Naruto's arms twitched slightly, before bringing his arms up and with the utmost care slipped a hand across Natsumi's right cheek, and Yugito's left. Although both girls flinched slightly at the contact after everything they saw him do with those very hands, they each brought their own hands up and gently laid them on his own. Neither of the girls knew why they did this, for all intensive reasons Naruto was still bestial and very dangerous. Yet when they saw how he interacted with Mocha, and when they spent that short amount of time looking deep into his red eyes, something told them that he wasn't a danger to them anymore. So they allowed him to caress their cheeks, and although flinched involuntarily, showed him they didn't mean it when they rested their own hands against his, reassuring him they didn't mind. The moment Naruto's hands rested peacefully against the women, the two immediately noticed a change in him. His pure blood red eyes began to change once more, a swirl of amethyst entering them. They were surprised by the change, and when they zoned out on Naruto's appearance they saw the rest of him changing as well. His whisker marks were receding, his hair and fur softened as enlarging orange streaks spread in them. His extra tail slowly disappeared, before reappearing back behind Natsumi, even his claws and fangs were shortening. But before either had time to say anything about it, Naruto looked up from staring at them to look directly at the shinobi crowd, more specifically at the Hokage, when a guttural voice echoed throughout the streets, surprising all that still watched. "Gomen Oji-san." The voice growled, though as it spoke the voice grew less harsh through each syllable spoken before the voice seemed to return to one most of the shinobi could easily recognize as Naruto's. Everyone was surprised when Naruto spoke after what seemed like an eternity of his silence, as well as noticing that his bloodlust transformation seemed to have ended and now looked back to normal, or as normal and Naruto could look nowadays. Sarutobi just smiled and nodded at his pseudo-grandson, giving him a silent, "Welcome back." Naruto nodded back in recognition, before looking back down to the two women who he was still unconsciously caressing. His face softened, and a small smile graced his lips when he looked at the beautiful pair. "And gomenasai to you both especially," he whispered, his tone denoting his sorrow and shame as sweat began to roll down his forehead unnoticed by everyone. "You helped me return to being me, arigato. I must have made you two worry the most, gomenasai." He finished, after he had dropped his hands from their faces and wrapped them around their waists, pulling them into an apologetic hug. the two quickly reciprocating the gesture, giving no thought to feeling him breathing rather haggardly at the moment. You were angry and sad that Orochimaru kidnapped Hana-chan Naru-kun. Although we don't like how you became, we can't blame you for feeling the way you did. Natsumi whispered, her voice slightly muffled since her face was pressed against his heaving upper body. Although I just found out what happened, I have to say I agree with Natsumi-san on that one, Naruto-kun. I felt the exact same way when Ka-san was taken from me. I could never blame you for this. Yugito responded, feeling her shirt beginning to feel oddly squishy and wet where it pressed against Naruto's chest. That means a lot coming from you both, arigato. He responded, before he suddenly felt really lightheaded, noticed his vision begin to darken, and a sharp pain emanate from his chest and back. Hokage-sama, what should we do? Kakashi asked. Noticing Naruto's subdued behavior is the best time to talk. What do you mean, Kakashi? We will of course deal with the reconstruction of Konoha, as soon as all of the reports on the collateral damage to the village, population, and shinobi are on my desk. Once those reports are in my hand, I will be sending out a rescue team to get Inuzuka Hana and Uzumaki Kasumi back from Orochimaru. Sending a team now is suicide with how the village is holding up, and everyone needs rest. I do not mean to overstep my authority, Hokage-sama. But we both know that wasn't what I was asking about at this time. Kakashi answered lazily, pointing his eye at the hugging trio. We do. Naru-kun, Naruto-kun. Natsumi and Yugito screamed, interrupting Sarutobi, making everyone turn back to the trio, and gasped at the new scene. On his knees and slumped in both women's embrace was Naruto, who looked to now be unconscious and nearly pale as a ghost. Though the reason for that being obvious when you looked at him, a geyser of blood was shooting out from both his chest and back from where Orochimaru impaled him with Kusanagi. By this time there was already a massive pool of blood underneath the trio and was rapidly increasing in mass as blood continued to gush out of Naruto's wound. Both women holding him were slightly panicking at this turn of events when only a minute ago he was hugging them in a thankful, loving manner. The next he dropped his grip on them, fell to his knees and began to gush copious amounts of blood in a matter of seconds all over the girls in the street. What happened? Sarutobi screamed. We don't know. 1 second he was hugging us, then the next, this. Yugito answered, her voice full of panic. Well, we need to get him to the hospital. No. Natsumi, who had been up until that point oddly silent, spoke, making those concerned look at her like she was crazy. Your doctors will probably try something detrimental to his health before ever honestly helping him. Especially looking like he is now. We'll take him back to the mansion and heal him there. She finished, her healing jutsu already working on stopping the bleeding. But, no. It was Yugito's turn to answer, her wits finally coming back to her after her initial shock. I know what kind of things people will do to Jinchuriki, Natsumi-san is right. Naruto-kun is safer with us in the mansion than anywhere else in this village. At least tell me what happened to him. Sarutobi pleaded, concern etched in his voice and face while looking in the demoness trying to save her mate. I don't know, but I can guess. Natsumi sighed. Naruto's body under the influence of his bloodlust must have went into a state of suspension which stopped his blood from flowing out of the body. In other words, his body put itself into stasis, where no wound already received would bleed and no new wound would appear. However, once the bloodlust completely leaves his body, the suspension would end and the blood wounds would appear and flow all at once like a geyser from the time the bloodlust was initialized. But I don't truthfully care why this happened. I need to heal him because once he is the why, won't matter. I'm surprised he is even still alive from all the blood he's lost. She explained, though halfway through she began to sob slightly while healing him, as blood continued to drench her fingers and ground. I see, Sarutobi said thoughtfully, before sighing. And I may not like it, but very well take him back home. But please let me know what happens when you can. He requested, getting a nod from both Yugito and Natsumi. Wait. A new feminine voice called from behind a group of shinobi, making everyone turn to see both Tsunade and Jiraiya enter the area. I can help, let me come with you. Natsumi took a second to look up from Naruto to see his godmother, snorted, and looked back down. Your help wasn't there in his past, and it certainly isn't needed presently. Natsumi almost growled out. Tsunade clenched her teeth in annoyance over the gall of Kyuubi. She was the greatest medic nin in the world, and this demon woman was denying her skills to help her only remaining family. Now you listen here, Kyuubi, I don't care if he says you are important to him. I'm still his Kyuubi godmother despite my actions in the past. And I am the best medic nin in the world, yet you'd deny my skills to help save his life when I'm here, now, just because you both have a grudge against me. Why don't you grow up, and if Naruto-kun here wakes up tell him the same thing. He isn't a child anymore, so he shouldn't act like it, we are human and make mistakes. Tsunade seethed, before taking heavy confident steps towards Naruto, thinking she won the argument. Unfortunately for Tsunade, she didn't quite realize how much worry, stress and fear Natsumi was currently under while trying to save the life of the man she loved. And now she had to deal with an annoyed Tsunade who was yelling at her and taking away her precious concentration on the operation she was performing. A flare of ki shot forth from her, freezing the exhausted shinobi in their places just like Naruto had done moments before. Mistakes lasting constantly over a time of a single decade are hardly mistakes to take lightly, Tsunade. Nor one someone like Naruto-kun and Ikener will forgive a simple, "I'm sorry." Natsumi spoke, her voice becoming low and emotionless. "And speak to me like that again, Ninjin, and there won't be enough of you for even Orochimaru to use as an experiment. Remember exactly who I am. I may feel a lot of regret for my actions those 12 years ago. But I'm still the queen of demons, so show some respect. Because I certainly didn't get the title of Kyuubi from my looks alone, remember that next time you address me." Tsunade and many around gulped audibly when Natsumi said those words in the emotionless tone she had. Tsunade's mind had failed to remember who she was talking to when her annoyance kicked in and now regretted it. She was about to respond with an apology, but Natsumi quickly interrupted her, after wiping her forehead of sweat. "As for denying your help, don't be so full of yourself to think that I denied you because of the rightful feelings Naruto and myself have for you. I denied you because you saw that jutsu he used in the Hokage's office to heal his thigh. Just who do you think taught him that jutsu? Trust me, although Naruto-kun does a better job than me on smaller multiple wounds on a body, my forte is large singular wounds like the one he has. In truth, if I hadn't half-assed myself training in human biology, I could have easily been the best medic the world will ever see. Especially with all the knowledge and chakra reserves I possess. But I'm a demon and have no need for such high techniques for a human body, so I just learned the basics of what I needed and worked on more important things. But even with this limited knowledge, I can perform the most difficult human operations easily like I'm doing now without trouble. Basically what I'm saying is, I'm better than you, therefore you aren't needed. Plus you have little to no chakra left, you'd be a hindrance to me and Naruto-kun's life at this point." Tsunade's fists clenched together. "You damned arrogant little bit. Enough." Sarutobi yelled, interrupting Tsunade from saying something she would definitely regret later. "Natsumi, please take Naruto back home and see to the rest of his wound you haven't already healed." Natsumi nodded. "Yugito, I'll need you to help move him safely." Yugito nodded and headed towards the bloody pair when a large squad of Anbu surrounded the trio in a circle, their swords already drawn. "Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, Kyuubi no Kitsune. You are both under arrest." The apparent captain of the Anbu spoke. "What is the meaning of this, Taiko?" Sarutobi questioned, silently wondering how this situation could get any worse. "Hokage-sama, orders from Danzo-san, Kaharu-san, Homura-san, and half the remaining council to have Naruto and Kyuubi arrested, detained, and questioned." "Under what charges?" "Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, accomplice to the Kyuubi no Kitsune by releasing it back into the world. Attacking Konoha citizens and shinobi alike, more to the point the last remaining Uchiha and clan heir during a mission. As well as what we've just witnessed him do to those Oto shinobi. He is a threat to the village and will be dealt with accordingly. Kyuubi no Kitsune, for crimes against the village for 12 years ago, and attacking Konoha citizens, it is a threat to the village and will be dealt with accordingly. Those are all taken out of context, Taiko. If I thought these two were a threat I'd have already dealt with the situation. Stand down. Hokage-sama, these are orders directly from the council." With those words the Anbu took a heavy step towards Naruto and Natsumi, but another person appeared in front of the bloody pair with kunai in each hand and a sadistic grin on her face. "Gomen boys. But I kinda took a shine to this guy, so I can't have you arresting him and his girl because the council shit their pants in fear and set him up on bogus charges. Of course you're willing to still try, I do so love a challenge and all the blood is making me itch for more after all. Anko said in a sickly sweet voice. One that promised pain if her words weren't followed. Sarutobi coughed, basically ignoring Anko's protective taunt, and spoke to the captain once more. I am the Hokage Taiko. Remember that I rule the shinobi military in this village. The council, unless a civilian matter, which this certainly is not, can't order my soldiers to arrest anyone. I will say one last time, stand down, captain. The Anbu looked at their captain for orders, while the captain just looked at his Hokage as if searching for an answer. A few moments went by before the captain sighed behind his mask and sheathed his katana, his troops soon following. Good move, Taiko. You just saved not only your job, but a good few years of prison time for treason. Sarutobi said with a satisfied smile, before looking back to the bloody pair. Yugito-san, Natsumi-san, please take him. Anko nodded and put her kunai back in her holster before looking back at the trio, the two women nodding in appreciation and mouthed, thank you, to her. Yugito cautiously grabbed Naruto's legs, while Natsumi grabbed his upper body and quickly, shunshined away from the area. The moment they disappeared, the tension in the air broke like glass and many released breaths they didn't know they were holding in. Damn, that was pretty intense, Asuma commented, lighting up a cigarette to settle his nerves and stress. Yash, do you think Hokage-sama did the right thing just now? Kakashi asked. It doesn't matter, we aren't to question his orders. Besides, other than scare the hell out of us, Naruto didn't do anything violent against any of us, if you don't count our enemies anyway. Kurenai retorted, still holding onto Mocha. True, but still, keeping him unsupervised in the village, what if it happens again? Next time there won't be Oto shinobi for him to eviscerate, it'll be people from Konoha. Asuma stated, letting out a drag of smoke, making Kurenai glare at him for not only that nasty habit but also doubting her words about Naruto. TSH. Are you guys really that scared of him? Please, he could have easily ripped us and this village apart with Natsumi alongside him anytime he wished. What you've failed to realize is that we've been at Naruto-kun's mercy since the moment he set foot inside the village. And yet despite this, he still chose to not only warn us about Orochimaru, but fought for us and was detrimental in our victory, even though 99% of the village still hates him, Natsumi or both, with a passion. I'm just glad that I started talking to him before the exams, or I might have become just as bigoted and stupid as you fools. Anko said nonchalantly while leveling a heated glare at all but Kurenai. Enough. An aged voice called out, quieting everyone around. There will be time to discuss and gossip about these past events later. Right now we have a village to rebuild, and 2 heiresses to get back. You all know what needs to be done, now get to it. Hi. All the shinobi, including the lingering Anbu operatives, chorused out before all disappearing in swirls of leaves. Damn, I quit this job after the village is stable again. Sarutobi grumbled. About time, sensei. I heard those brittle bones creaking on our way here with that insane key blasting away. Jiraiya joked, with a silent Tsunade by his side. True, Jiraiya-kun, too true. And was that an admittance to volunteer for the job? He smirked. Hell no, sensei. First, my spy network is too valuable for me to be stuck behind a desk all day. Second, if I was Hokage, I wouldn't be able to continue my research. He grinned. Very well, Tsunade, you're the only one left, and unfortunately Jiraiya does have a point about his spy network. The 2 elderly men looked at the pseudo-buxom blonde, and noticed her rather detached look. Suheim? Jiraiya questioned, but got no response before smirking and grabbed a handful of her ass. Tsunade didn't move an inch more than Jiraiya's action forced, which made both men look at her worriedly. She really tore into you with those comments, didn't she, Suheim? He questioned, while still unconsciously fondling her butt. You shouldn't act so lax yourself, Jiraiya. You're even more guilty than she is about Naruto's life. I mean, the very being that his two-san imprisoned in him was the person to raise him since he was 6 years old. A job you two were supposed to do the moment Kushina left those gates when he was 2. Not only that, but in Tsunade's anger she failed to remember what I told both of you about the relationship Naruto and Natsumi have shared since he left, as well as the little-known facts about Natsumi herself. Once Naruto finds out about this, he paused to shake his head in exasperation. I think you two just lost your chance at reconciliation with him, just like Kakashi. I swear this village is full of fools when it comes to anything dealing with Naruto, even I'm guilty of that. I really don't see why those two haven't destroyed this village and killed us all, we completely deserve it. Perhaps, but as you said, Natsumi-san herself isn't an evil demon, so in that case maybe some of her must have rubbed off on him, and that is what holds him back. And talking about rub, she has a body that could rival a god's. True, she did seem to raise a fine young man, and a powerful one at that. It's unfortunately he will never join Konoha after what we've done to him. But that is presently neither here nor there. He paused to look at Tsunade, who now was staring silently at the two, seeming to just absorb their conversation. Tsunade, you're the only one that can properly be Hokage, or at least until a younger replacement can be found. Thankfully Jiraiya never got the idea to make an official no top day, or else he'd have jumped at the offer. He finished, a ghost of a smile on his lips, on playing with his two students' biggest weaknesses, Jiraiya's perverseness, and Tsunade's hatred of all things perverted. Tsunade looked at her sensei in a contemplative expression, mentally weighing both options, but the moment she saw in the corner of her eye her teammate doing the puppy eye no jutsu on Sarutobi, silently begging to ask him for the job again, a large vein on her forehead pulsed before she sent a chakra-enhanced punch right at the pervert's jaw, sending him through an already wrecked build. Damnatable pervert, she huffed. I accept the position when you step down, Sarutobi-sensei. If for no other reason than to protect the women of Konoha from that, she said venomously while looking at the rubble Jiraiya was still under. Sarutobi just nodded in approval to his new successor, before turning around and headed towards the Hokage Tower, with neither Jiraiya nor Tsunade seeing the shit-eating grin on the old man's face that Naruto himself would be proud of. I still got it, they don't call me the professor for nothing. He thought happily at finally getting someone to take over his job and that damnatable paperwork. I hope Natsumi-san is able to finish what she said she could, because I'm not sure what she, Hana, Anko, or that Yugito girl will do if he doesn't pull through. The village will celebrate, that's for sure. But they will probably burn it to the ground with smiles on their faces. He whispered to himself, while turning his head towards the Hokage monument and gazed at Minato's face forlornly before sighing and shaking his head, trying to psych himself up for the mountains of paperwork he would have to soon burn. Read. All of this shit, on such a beautiful day. Chapter 23, of Rescues. 2 days later, it's been 2 nearly endless days since the failed invasion of Konoha, and the village had been very busy in trying to get any and all repairs going to fix its once pristine form. As the village itself began recuperation, those in seats of power including the village council were still frantic over all the issues that had to be discussed. The foremost issue being the reconstruction of the village and mass burials for the deceased, with many other topics being discussed, the other 2 important being the decision about what to do with one Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. After his spectacle at the gates, many of council members, especially those who witnessed it firsthand other than Sum and Hiyashi, were on edge to continue allowing him within the village walls, and with no supervision to counterbalance the power he possessed. If they had their way, they would have the man bound, gagged, stuffed in a damp cell with chakra cuffs on, and drain him of every sperm he had to get both clan bloodlines he possessed back into Konoha's grasp. Fortunately for Naruto, Sarutobi informed those that didn't know already that since no one could get inside the Namikaze mansion without Naruto's consent, the best he could do was set up Anbu outside the premises, which much to his relief kept the council satisfied for the moment. The second topic talked about was what they could, should, and would do about Hana and Kasumi's kidnapping. However, when the topic was brought up, Sarutobi simply told them he already had plans made for their rescue, which seemed to subdue the tenseness in the room. Though Danzo looked less than happy at the prospect for unknown reasons. Earlier that day, Sarutobi had finally chanced a visit to Kushina to tell her the news of her daughter's whereabouts. And although the woman was still in a deep depression thinking over her conversation with her deceased husband, the moment she heard about Kasumi, well, let's just say training ground 4 wouldn't be usable for a long time. Meanwhile, no one, not even Sarutobi himself, heard about any news on Naruto. Even the Anbuhi stationed at the mansion reported that no one has entered nor left the mansion since they've been deployed there. Sarutobi himself grimaced at the news, and worry etched his face whenever he had a spare moment and an image of Naruto's bloody body emerged in his mind's eye. He did his best to ignore the feeling in the pit of his stomach, and continued to do his best to figure out the best ways to deal with all the problems the village had. One of the major ones about to be discussed in his office once his 4 guests got to his office. Namikaze Mansion, in the master bed laid the orange-haired Hanyu Naruto, with his abdomen completely covered in bandages and a wet cloth resting on his forehead. He'd been out for the past 2 days with a worrying pair of women that stayed by his side the entire time. Though that quickly changed when Natsumi, bonked herself in the head and deciding to cut out the middle man went back into the seal to see how Naruto was holding up, which secretly frustrated Yugito to no end for not being able to do the same and see him. Fortunately for the Nibi container, after 2 days her time to wait for him to regain conscious finished. It feels like I've been stabbed through the chest. Naruto's groaned voice said haggardly before his past memories shot back. Oh yay, he retorted dumbly, rubbing his chest still feeling phantom pain from the blade. Naruto opened his eyes slowly, before surveying his surroundings. Thankfully Natsumi kept him up to date on what happened thus far after he blacked out, so he wasn't out of the loop nor surprised that he was back home. He sat up from the bed and was about to pull the sheets back when he felt resistance and looked over only to see a peacefully sleeping Yugito resting on her arms with her head on the edge of his bed. He leaned over to get a better view of the sleeping woman, and bit back a chuckle when he saw a small puddle of drool under her mouth. He tentatively stretched out a hand and as gently as he could began to caress her head, trying not to wake her, and almost immediately saw a contented smile stretch on her lips and a throaty purr rumble from her chest. Gonna have to do something for her as a thank you for helping me. He thought, letting a happy but small smile grace his lips, as he continued with his ministrations. Don't I get a thank you? I was the one who healed you after all, Naru-kun. Natsumi's voice echoed through his head, her voice sounding so childish he could almost see the pout she probably had on her lips at the moment. You were alone with me for almost 2 days, Natsu-chan. I think that is enough of a reward for you. And if that wasn't, then need I remind you of all the things we did while there? I'd say, in the river, against the tree, on the mountain peak, and atop a bed of roses, were all rewards enough for you, nay? He retorted huskily. Those certainly were very nice rewards, my Foxy-sama, even if not using our real bodies. Very well, I'll let this time slide. She answered back in the same fashion. Though you're just lucky I can't get pregnant in there, mister. Some of those things you did would have gotten me knocked up, for sure. She finished while laughing at knowing she made him blush from the last comment. As the two were talking, a sleeping Yugito finally roused from her slumber only to find a very pleasant feeling rush across her head. It being so relaxing she was tempted to just fall back asleep, but decided to check on Naruto before deciding. She slowly opened her eyes, and let them focus on the room before looking up towards the sleeping man in bed. Only the man wasn't sleeping, in fact was wide awake, sitting up, and was the very person that was caressing her head. Her eyes shot open at the revelation and a breath in her throat caught. Her body tensed but moved not an inch. The sudden tense movement caused Naruto to look down at her. Ohio Yugito-chan, I hope you slept well. Naruto said with a smile, before realizing he was still caressing her head and pulled back his hand, rubbing his head sheepishly. Gomen, I couldn't resist with the way you were sleeping. He finished, chuckling in embarrassment at what she caught him doing. Yugito herself remained silent as he talked. Many thoughts about the Hanyu going through her head, most of them being about what exactly happened after she decided to get a little sleep. Finally, after a few moments, the answers came to her, or the ones she could come up with that were plausible for the situation. 2 of them being the biggest ones that banged against her mind. The first one being what he was just doing to her, which made her blush at the friendly, though slightly intimate act, and the other being, Naruto was conscious. Tears began to run across the rims of her eyes as she looked at the Hanyu, before being unable to control herself and launched towards him. Naruto-kun, she cried, wrapping her arms around his neck in a death grip hug as she released her happy and relieved tears against his bandaged abdomen. Naruto himself smiled softly at his emotional friend and embraced her while running his hands up and down her back in a comforting gesture. The two stayed like that for a good 5 minutes before Yugito regained her emotions and released her grip on him. She sniffled and wiped the last tears from her eyes, before looking back at him. "Baka," she shouted, trying to sound angry at him but failing miserably because she was just too damn happy to see him at the moment. That's the second time you did this to me. If I didn't consider you so close to me, I'd call you an inconsiderate asshole." "Oh hell, you are an inconsiderate asshole," she finished, while chuckling in between sobs, with a small smile on her lips. Hi, that I am gomenasai Yugito-chan," he responded. But in my own defense I had no idea what was going on nor that would happen to me," he said in a scholarly tone with his hand raised in a fist with his pointer finger extended upwards. All in all making for a humorous scene, as Yugito chuckled again, and playfully hit the Hanyu in the shoulder for his goofiness. "Nay Yugito-chan, exactly how long have I been out for?" 2 days, Natsumi-san jumped into your mindscape after the first few hours of getting you under stable condition. "I see," he retorted, his gaze taking on a far-away look, before quickly refocusing and in an odd motion lifted the sheets, looked down and looked back to her. "Anyo, would you mind getting me some clothes to change into? Seems Natsu-chan is still under the impression that I'd be better off if I never wear clothes," he stated, though more to himself than to the currently standing Yugito, who blushed while looking towards where she assumed his crotch was and unconsciously licked her lips, her motions not going unnoticed by Naruto, who now sported a devilish grin. "Or was it that you simply waited for Natsu-chan to go back into the seal so you could sneak a peek at me without anyone stopping you?" he finished in a teasingly husky voice, and an eyebrow perched questioningly. To Naruto her response was cute, bordering on innocently sexy with how her enlarging blush looked on her cheeks at the moment. But he knew he should stop teasing the woman for what they talked about when he saved her a few weeks ago. And also because there was someone else very close to him who currently needed saving. Yugito herself, after feeling her cheeks feel as if on fire from both his words, and her own imagination running wild at the moment. She turned quickly, trying to hide her inflamed cheeks, and salvage any of her remaining dignity as a powerful kunoichi and pride as a woman from the man who just seemed to know how to say the right, and sometimes wrong things to rile her up, in a good way. She left the side of his bed and rummaged through his clothes, grabbing his usual outfit, only his time taking the form-fitting Junin pants instead of the loose kind he wore during the Chunin exam. "Arigato," he said with an appreciative smile, after Yugito had playfully threw his clothes in his face in mock anger at his teasing from moments ago. "Nay Yugito-chan, I know I just got up but I'm going to go after Hana-chan," he continued after changing, and was now standing in front of her before pulling her into another hug. But before I go I just wanted to say arigato, for taking care of a baka like me after I was injured," he finished in a soft whisper next to her ear. Yugito in all honesty wasn't surprised that he wanted to leave right away to get Hana back, so she accepted it and just hugged him back, enjoying the feeling. After all, what would a baka like you do if not for Hana-san, Natsumi-san, or myself around, nay?" she joked. "I'd probably eat ramen all day every day. Wear nothing but, kill me, bright orange. Play pranks on people. Think naively as a shinobi that even enemies who try to kill me can become my friends. And literally shout every single word that comes out of my mouth, along with mottos like, I never give up, cause that's my nindo, it's a promise of a lifetime. Or I end every single sentence I speak with, believe it, or some such nonsense." He joked back, making them both laugh lightly at the absurdity of such a completely idiotic person actually existing. "Nay, what are you and your Ka-san going to do now that I'm back?" he questioned after they finished laughing. I was actually hoping we could stay here a little longer until we decide what to do. If that's all right with you." "Hi, of course it's all right, stay as long as you like Yugito-chan. Though just to let you know, Natsu-chan and myself will probably leave Konoha soon after I get Hana-chan back. So you may want to make a decision by then, nay. Hi, I can certainly understand your reasons for not staying longer than that, Naruto-kun, arigato." The two pulled apart, and gently smiled at one another before Naruto backed up and hand-signed, causing a puff of smoke to arise and Natsumi to emerge. "I assume you heard?" Naruto questioned, just getting a nod from his mate. "Good, less explaining then." He chuckled lightly, before his emotions dimmed and his voice lost all feeling. I'll be back with Hana-chan before tomorrow. In the meantime you should probably pack the essentials in storage scrolls, so that when I establish Hana-chan's safe condition back in the village we can leave immediately after. I know the council is going to try to pull something, after my little episode at the gates, so I'd rather just leave before they come up with any plans if they haven't already. He explained, Yugito and Natsumi nodding in understanding. Good, I'm off then. He paused, before leaning over and kissed Natsumi. Yugito-chan, do me a favor and thank your Ka-san for her help as well. He requested with a smile, before leaving in a burst of purple flames. Hokage Tower. Within the halls of the Hokage Tower, a burst of purple flames appeared before leaving Naruto in its wake. Naruto mentally thanked Sarutobi when he saw Yamato in his Anbu mask and armor, the one guarding the door to his office. He'd have hated to knock out the guards. Yamato himself was slightly surprised when he saw Naruto appear right in front of him, not because he was afraid but because no one has heard anything of the Hanyu's condition, and yet here he was seeming to be fit as a fiddle. Ohayo Yamato-san. Naruto greeted with a friendly wave. Is Oji-san in a meeting? Hi, it just began. Arigato. He retorted, when he sensed 5 chakra signatures in the room including the Hokages, and recognized Sum's immediately. With who is in there it would be best I interrupt. He finished, and was about to turn the knob but a gloved and stopped him. Tell Hokage-sama I at least attempted to stop you. Yamato requested, Naruto easily sensing the joking manner in this tone before nodding. Naruto quickly went into the room and closed the door behind him. Naruto. A pair of surprised voices welcomed the Hanyu, who still had an unknown health condition in the village. Ohayo Oji-san, Ka-san, he greeted with a smile towards Sarutobi and Sum, and walked further into the room completely ignoring the other 3 occupants. Naruto. How are you? We haven't heard a word, and have been worried sick. His grandfather questioned. There is time for that later, Oji-san, but I'm fine now thanks to some rest and Natsu-chan. He answered, stopping behind Sum, putting a reassuring hand on her shoulder. More importantly, I would like to know the actions the village has taken to get back Hana-chan. He finished, squeezing Sum's shoulder reassuringly after feeling her tense upon hearing her daughter's name. Why should you care for? A young venomous voice questioned next to Sum's chair. Naruto turned his head to see the remaining Uzumaki family sitting next to each other. Each of them having different emotions on their faces as they looked at Naruto. Kiyoshiro had an indifferent expression, but there was an underlying sense of curiosity to what his answer would be. Valios. The one who posed the question looked at Naruto with contempt and hatred. It seemed that Minato's speech didn't affect him at all, with Kushina's teachings too ingrained in him to change. Lastly was Kushina herself, who looked at Naruto with an emotionless expression, but not for lack of emotions. But because there seemed to be too many she wanted to express at once. Naruto could see every single one reflecting in her eyes: happiness that she was looking at her son, sadness at being reminded of her lifelong sin, joy at seeing that her son was stronger than herself for not choosing the vengeance he so rightfully deserved against all those who deserved it, herself included. Pain at remembering all the things she said and did, guilt for all her past mistakes when it dealt with him, and finally the most prominent emotion, hope. Hope that somehow, some way she could reconcile with him and be the mother she should have been. To love the son that he always was, and to prove to him that she was sorry for all she did with every fiber of her being. To Naruto it seemed that Minato's words hit her hard, and shook her beliefs to her very core. And if he still had any hopes to become family again, he would probably jump for joy at the possible chance. But alas, Kushina and her family lost their chance many years ago, and her actions after returning to Konoha just solidified his resolve. Don't be so presumptuous, Uzumaki Valios. I wish to know what this village has done so far to rescue one of its shinobi, but more importantly one of my mates. Naruto answered coldly, which made Valios grunt disbelievingly. Now isn't the time for this. Sarutobi spoke up, dreading what would happen inside his office when he saw Naruto enter it, knowing his family was here as well. To answer your question, Naruto-kun, the meeting you interrupted was directly related to that. Which is why Sum-san, Kushina-san and her children are presently here. So you haven't sent any rescue parties to get her back yet? He questioned, making the elderly man audibly gulp, thinking that Naruto would be upset that nothing was in motion after 2 full days. Naruto-kun, you have to understand that. I understand, Oji-san. Naruto interrupted, raising his hand to stop him from continuing on. And in fact it's a good thing you didn't. Because had you sent people I'd have asked you to ask them back because I'll be going after Hana-chan myself. He explained, getting questioning looks from everyone but Sume. Naruto-kun, I know you are worried about Hana-san, but I can't very well send you out alone to save her. In case you forgot, Oji-san, I'm not a part of Konoha, so you can't order me to stay, nor could you force me to stay either. It would be a waste of manpower that you cannot afford at the moment, as well as the lives of your shinobi that would get in my way to save her. And the only reason I'm even here and not already tracking her is out of respect for you. He countered. Sarutobi stayed silent, knowing full well Naruto was right. He couldn't stop the man from leaving even if he wanted to. Well, as you've stated, I can't stop you, but I can ask you to not be reckless with how you go about getting her back. From that episode at the gates I can tell you're very agitated. Try to stay calm. If you let your emotions rule you, Hana-san may die as a consequence. He stated sagely, getting a nod from the Hanyu. And if I may ask, you've stated only Hana-san in your rescue plans. Are you not going to save Uzumaki Kasumi? I ask because then I will have to send my own forces with you to secure her safety if you will not do so yourself. He asked, his tone that of the leader of a village, not as Naruto's self-appointed grandfather. Naruto looked at Sarutobi dead in the eyes, before looking at each of the Uzumakas. He closed his eyes and grunted loudly before disappearing in a swirl of purple flames. Kushina, not knowing what the grunt meant, if anything at all, was worried and stood up quickly. Hokage-sama, I will be back, she stated quickly, her tone denoting worry, before slightly bowing and disappeared herself in a column of water. Sarutobi noticed Valios and Kiyoshiro heading towards the door of his office. You two stay here, she wishes to speak to him alone. Just like he said, you can't order us around if we want to leave, Valios said in annoyance, before he and Kiyoshiro were completely wrapped up in tree limbs that sprouted from the door. Arigato, please hold them until Kushina-san returns. Hi Hokage-sama, Yamato responded through the door. Konoha gates. Naruto appeared a dozen yards away from the gate, and rechecked his supplies that he might need during the rescue. He nodded to himself when the self-check was done and began walking to the gates, already smelling Hana's scent. He would have continued, but he felt a presence appear behind him and stopped to see what they wanted. Matt, wait. Kushina's voice pleaded. Naruto turned to her, and clearly saw the worry etched in her face. What is it? Kushina tensed at the tone of his voice. She could easily tell he was annoyed at being stopped from his rescue. But what she wanted to speak with him about was too important to back down from. I want you to answer the question Hokage-sama asked you back in the office. She explained, but her tone denoted no manner of superiority or malice like she usually spoke to him with. This time it was just a simple request. And why should I? Because she started before her emotions. Over the whole situation, slightly breaking through, allowing tears to brim her eyes. I want to know if you're really so cold-hearted that you would not attempt to save your own Imouto despite your past with us. She admitted. Do you really intend to leave her there once you find that Hana girl? Naruto snorted indignantly. I have no reason to. In fact, for all intents and purposes I have every right to leave her with Orochimaru. She is not my family, she is not my friend, and she has already tried to kill me in our match multiple times. And even succeeded once against my Chishio Bushin blood clone. So you should really be trying to convince me why I should save her, instead of why I never mentioned if I was. Kushina opened her mouth to protest, but closed it sooner after without a retort to his words. She knew deep down he was right. He had no reason to save Kasumi, nor would it be wise to do in his case either. Despite the tears beginning to fall down her face, Kushina's expression hardened, feeling the chance to save her only daughter continued to slip away the more she tried to convince her son. Then I'm coming with you, she argued. I won't get in your way, my strength is on par with the Sannin of Konoha. So I'm coming with you if you aren't willing to save Kasumi yourself. She ordered with conviction in her voice. Naruto just stared at, despite her words, the trembling form of his biological mother. In truth, he was planning on saving Kasumi from Orochimaru the entire time. His grunt in the office was his silent answer that only Sarutobi understood because he was close to him when he was a child, while Sume just had faith in him to do the right thing. The reason why he didn't physically answer was to create as little problems as possible for himself. Had he done so, he figured the Uzumakis would make a tirade about the demon going to kill their heir or some such nonsense. And the reason he was being slightly cruel to Kushina currently was to see how she really felt about the situation and to test her emotional responses towards him when speaking to him. With his unspoken inquiries sated, Naruto turned his back to the weeping mother, his tail swishing about. "You'll only slow me down," he answered. He didn't mean it to sound so cold, but it was just the simple truth of the matter. The only person he heard of that he even considered his equal with speed was Maeda Guy. "Tell Oji-san that I'll return before tomorrow." He finished, and was about to leave, but a hand squeezing his shoulder stopped his movement. Naruto turned towards the hand only to see a fist raging towards his face. With a mental command, one of his tails caught the approaching wrist, stopping the incoming attack. His gaze landed on the heated one of Kushina's. "I'm not leaving my Masumi in the clutches of Orochimaru. And I don't care if I have to break every bone in your body and have to carry you with me to find them. I'm not letting you leave Konoha until you agree to bring me with you," she threatened in a growl. Naruto quirked a brow at her courage to threaten him despite her knowing the difference in their strength, as well as her stupidity at threatening probably the only person that could still successfully track the two females after so long. Before Kushina could try to dodge, a fist slammed into her stomach, making her slump over and cough up some blood. When Naruto pulled back his arm, Kushina crumpled to her knees, gasping for air. "It is as I stated a moment ago, you'll only slow me down. Remember to tell Oji-san that I'll return by tomorrow," he ordered, disappearing in a swirl of purple flames. Kushina looked up when he spoke, and raised an arm as if trying to reach out to him in desperation, but when he shunshed away, she looked wide-eyed and stumbled to her feet. She was about to chase after him, praying she could catch up, but realized the futility. She didn't have any way to track him, and the speed he could travel at, the only thing she could do now was pray. "Kami-sama, I know I don't deserve any favors after all I've done to him. But please let me be wrong about all of the things I've spewed about him. Please allow him even just a sliver of compassion to save my Masumi. Though not for me, I don't deserve such a gift, but for Kasumi-chan herself. She will never deserve what she gets as a hostage under Orochimaru. I will do anything to be able to see her safe and sound again. Onegai." The Uzumaki head silently prayed to God above as she looked sullenly at the opened gates, cradling her stomach. Kushina let a final tear fall down her face, let her gaze drop and turned back towards the Hokage Tower in depression and defeat. Not wanting to be out in public for more than necessary anymore, she disappeared in a column of water back into the Hokage's office to finish off the meeting. Later that evening drew up quickly that night in Fire Country, a night that seemed to hold a strange air of foreboding and evil during its late hours. Although it was the middle of the summer, the night wind gave off a great ominous, an icy breeze that seemed to freeze the bones of the villagers who traveled outdoors when it blew. Many getting the feeling that the wind was possessed by the Shinigami himself. The complete darkness of the night that only subsided slightly thanks to the street lamps, the oddly colored moon, tainted with a sheen of crimson, and an odd purple beam of light that ascended from the mountains earlier in the day. All of this made everyone within the village quite on edge after the sun disappeared under the horizon. Both citizens and some shinobi as well decided to stay within the lit and warm confines of their homes as much as possible due to the strange and frightful night. "Pretty strange night, ne Izumo?" Kotetsu asked his gate guard buddy. I suppose, but for shinobi it's nothing," Izumo answered while boredly looking past the gates into the black-lit forest. "True, but still such strange things, this ominous wind, the bloody moon, and then that strange purple beam. What do you think that was anyway?" "Who knows? But it looked far away from here, and Hokage-sama did send Anbu to investigate. So if it was something we need to worry about, we'll know soon." "I suppose." "Whoa," Kotetsu answered before stopping because of what he and Izumo were suddenly looking at. In front of the pair appeared seemingly out of the darkness itself was a pair of Narutos who had a large bundle cradled in each of their arms. Other than just the sheer surprise of them appearing as they did, they were surprised because of how they looked. Both Narutos were caked from head to toe in dried blood, but they didn't seem to be injured themselves, so that meant the blood had to have been spilled by someone else, and a lot of it from the sheer amount. Not only were the hanyas bloody but the bundles in their arms were as well. The bundles after some time could be identified as two females, with one being quite older than the other, but with cloaks covering them the women couldn't be identified. They were about to question the demon pair on just what the hell was going on, but were interrupted when one of the Narutos spoke to the other. Take her immediately to the hospital. Then go to the Hokage and tell him I'm back and was successful. Finally go find her Ka-san and let her know she is in the hospital. Do not answer any questions, simply do as I ordered and then dispel yourself, understood? Naruto said to the other sternly. Hi. The Naruto with the younger girl confirmed before jumping away towards the hospital. Naruto sighed deeply, before looking down to his own bundle and gently brushed some hair out of the woman's face, smiling as he did so. Welcome back, I'll help you get cleaned up and then get you some rest, ne Hana-chan? He rhetorically asked in a loving manner. Kotetsu finally had enough of the strange scene he was witnessing and was about to question Naruto about what the hell was going on, especially since there was blood involved. But before he even had a chance to start, Naruto shunshed away in a swirl of purple flames, leaving the two guards perplexed. So, that was interesting. Izumo said. Yeah. Kotetsu answered dumbly. So, should we alert Hokage-sama? He told his clone to do so I'd say no since it can't disobey. Plus this night is getting just too damn weird and I'd like to keep a sliver of saneness, and to do so I'll have to act like I didn't just see all that. Hi, you're probably right. But still it seems he just can't do anything normally, nay. Amen to that, either it's his pranks, beatings, blowing up the Chunin arena, or being covered in blood. That guy just doesn't seem to know the word normal. Kotetsu agreed, shaking his head in exasperation while thinking of everything Naruto did within his time in the village. In Izuka compound, Ne-Ka-san, do you really think Naruto can bring back Ne-san alone? Kiba asked while lounging in the living room, though despite his tough exterior he was worried sick about Hana. Hi, if there is anyone I can trust to being back Hana-chan, it is Naruto. Sume, who was in the kitchen cooking, answered with conviction. However, despite her faith in Naruto, she was still worried for her daughter and adoptive son. Naruto may be powerful, but this was still Orochimaru that he was facing. That man wasn't to be taken lightly. Suddenly a knock on the door to the house aroused the attention of the clan head, her son, along with the rest of the clan who were in other parts of the house. I'll get it, Kiba shouted, while getting up and going to the door. Kiba opened the door, but never expected to see who was there as well as the situation they were in. Ka-san. Kiba shouted in both shock and worry. A few seconds later Sume rounded the corner looking at Kiba sternly from interrupting her cooking, that is before she dropped the knife in her hand, gasping while covering her mouth, her eyes wide in shock at who she saw. Before her and Kiba was Naruto and Hana in the same fashion that Izumo and Kotetsu saw them in. Naruto-kun, she nearly whispered, getting a gentle smile and nod from the blood-drenched Hanyu. Hi Ka-san, he answered and took a step into the house. Mission accomplished. He finished, his smile widening, before taking off the hood of Hana's cloak. The Inuzuka pair gasped again, seeing the blood covering Hana's face with worry etched on their own. Kiba, being the closer of the two, took a tentative step closer, and extended his hand as it shook. Is she? He tried to asked, though left the question unspoken in fear of even letting the words leave his mouth as his fingertips finally touched his sister's covered arm. No. She is just sleeping. He answered. Gomen, I know I just brought her back to you, but she needs to get cleaned up. I rushed her back immediately after I found her. He explained, getting sad but understanding frowns from the pair. Let's get her to the bathroom, Sume suggested before walking towards the room with Naruto in tow. The moment the door closed, however, Sume spun on her heels and looked at Naruto dead in the eye. Now isn't the time to lie to me about what happened, Naruto. She stated sternly. Naruto, getting her meaning immediately and nodded, her eyes softened and looked down at her sleeping daughter. I smelled it the moment I rounded the corner. I'm just glad Kiba's nose isn't as trained as mine, so he failed to notice, and I don't have the heart to tell him. She was raped, wasn't she? She finished, her tone completely dead. Hi. He answered simply, while unconsciously pulling Hana deeper into his protective hold. Sume began to lightly cry for her daughter. It was every female's unspoken nightmare for this to happen, and as a kunoichi that aspect of reality becomes that more likely because of their line of work. Add that to Hana's already dismal past with men and you have a very serious situation that Tsume was extremely worried about how Hana's psyche could or would handle this fact now that she was safe. Tsume walked up to Naruto and gently touched her daughter's bloodied cheek with the back of her hand. Do you have any idea if she is pregnant? She whispered, knowing that Naruto knew medical jutsu after the argument Natsumi and Tsunade had when he was stabbed. If she was, God only knows how Hana would handle it, especially knowing it wasn't Naruto's child. I didn't find anything to indicate she was, however it all depends on how many times she was abused, as well as if she took the pill regularly. Though knowing her and her past with men, I doubt she has missed a single day in her life. If you want my opinion, no, I don't think she is. But only time will tell. He answered softly. Tsume nodded at his answer before scooping both her arms under Hana's frame. Naruto understood what she wanted and released his hold on her, allowing Tsume to hold her. Tsume just watched her sleeping daughter, thousands of thoughts going through her mind. Did you make those bastards pay? Her voice finally broke the silence, her tone taking on the aspects of the most feared being in all of existence that even God would quiver at, a vengeful, pissed, and protective mothers. Hi. They suffered, if you thought what I did at the gates was terrible. Those were deaths befitting a hero compared to what I did to those men. To give you a visual, you saw that purple beam in the sky earlier? He questioned, getting a confused nod from Tsume. That was one of my most powerful jutsu I used to blow up the entire complex I found Hana-chan in. There was even less left of that place than the building I vaporized when I was under my bloodlust. You can curse me, attack me, abuse me, scorn me. But the moment you lay a hand on those important to me, especially my mates, your lives are mine, the laws be damned. He explained, getting a surprised look from Tsume before it turned into a feral and approving leer. Hana certainly picked a great mate in you, Naruto-kun, I'm slightly jealous. She responded approvingly, making Naruto smirk. And what about Uzumaki Kasumi? She questioned, making him quirk an eyebrow. Oh please, don't think I'm stupid enough to believe you'd willingly leaving someone even if they are in Uzumaki in the clutches of someone like Orochimaru. You have way more honor than that, and I have too much faith in you to believe otherwise, so where is she? She explained with a superior smirk, with Naruto shaking his head with a smile. Currently in the hospital with Kushina on her way, more than likely, since I had a cage bush and tell her. He answered while caressing Hana's cheek with the back of his hand. See, I knew my faith wasn't unfounded. And you know she is probably gonna want to talk to you, as will the council. Hi, I'm not looking forward to it. But then again, there are a lot of things I'm not looking forward to in the next few days. He lamented, before sighing and letting his hand drop from Hana's cheek. You should get her cleaned up. Aren't you going to? I think she'd want you to do it more than me, she asked, confused at his statement. No. Despite my wanting to be there for her, I'm not sure how Hana-chan would react if she found a man was the one washing her, even if it's me. It would be safer for her for a female to clean her, and no one is better suited for it than you. While she is getting cleaned up, I'll do the same in return to finish healing her cuts. He offered. Naruto touched Hana's cheek one last time before turning towards the door and was about to open it when Tsume's voice stopped him. Please don't think less of me for asking this, especially after what I just said about my faith in you. But I have to ask this. She began, while mentally reprimanding herself for what she was about to ask. Will you still love her like you do now, even if she later becomes pregnant by one of those bastards you killed? She questioned in a shaky voice. Naruto stopped all body movement when she asked, and turned slowly towards his adoptive mother, his gaze barreling down on her own, making her unconsciously shiver from it. I am slightly saddened you would have to ask me such a thing, Ka-san. He began. Tsume opened her mouth to protest and apologize, but a raised hand stopped her. But as Hana-chan's Ka-san, I can understand why, so it's okay. He smiled warmly, letting her know it was alright. But to answer your question, there is nothing in this world or the next that will have me loving your Masumi any less than I do right at this very moment. If she does become pregnant, I will probably love her even more for bearing a responsibility such as a child. And if she even decides to keep it, I will help raise it as if it was my own. The child is not at fault here, and as such should not be punished for the wrongdoings of its two-san. Hana-chan, Natsu-chan and myself will see to it that it is raised with loving parents. I will not have any child birthed by my mates live the kind of life that I was forced to, that I promise you. He declared. Sum could only smile proudly at the man who was standing before her. His declaration was strong and honest. She knew from then on that no matter what, her grandkids would live happily. I'm very glad to hear that, Naruto-kun. Gomenasai for asking again. She bowed for forgiveness. Not a problem, it's your right as a Ka-san. But I should be going, I'll be back in about half an hour. He stated before turning, opened the door and closed it behind him swiftly. Sum just looked down at her daughter and smiled a happy and genuine smile. Hana. You certainly bagged the man of the millennium. I don't think I could have picked a better mate for you myself. I'm so proud of you, and I'm happy that he is yours. I just hope that his love and strength will help guide you through this obstacle. She thought lamentingly, while preparing a bath to clean her daughter. 30 minutes later, another knock on the Inuzuka's door resounded through the house, with Kiba being the closest yet again decided to answer it. Hey Naruto-nisan. Kiba welcomed, letting Naruto inside. Hey Kiba. He greeted, while turning his head side to side seeming to look for something. She is in her room waiting for you. Kiba answered, knowing exactly what Naruto was frantically looking for. Arigato. Naruto thanked with an appreciative smile. How are you holding up, by the way? He asked, making Kiba look on rather shocked that at a time like this he was concerned about him. Things could be better, especially with what happened to Nei-chan. He replied, saddened. I also saw a lot of things I wish I didn't while the invasion was going on. And even though I accepted being a shinobi, it's still tough sometimes. Naruto smiled sadly at the smaller Inuzuka. He too knew what it was like to see the horrors of the shinobi life as a child. Naruto took a step and placed a reassuring hand on Kiba's shoulder. Well Kiba, despite how old I may look now, I do know quite well of what you speak. My advice to you is to think about your personal views on what being a shinobi means, as well as why you wanted to become one in the first place. And think about if those views and beliefs are strong enough to withstand the hardships of the shinobi life that you lead now and will in the future. When I asked myself this same question, the only answer I could initially come up with was power, to gain enough power to protect myself from others. But as time went on and I began to make friends throughout the world, and then when Natsu-chan and I got together, my views changed. The new reason why I wanted to stay a shinobi and become stronger wasn't for myself anymore, but for those I cared for. To become strong enough to protect things that were important to me, so as to not rely on another's strength for things that I should protect myself. I don't know if your reasons are the same or not, but if you believe your reasons are strong enough to weather the storm of a shinobi, then you should stay the course of a shinobi as well. Kiba absorbed Naruto's advice like a sponge, and in Kiba's opinion that was exactly what he needed to hear to clear his mind of his apprehension on continuing his profession. Arigato, Naruto-nisan. He thanked with a large toothy smile, before Naruto ruffled his hair playfully. Now go see to my Nei-chan and cheer her up like you did me. He ordered jokingly. Sir, yes sir. Naruto joked back with a salute, before heading towards Hana's room. As he got closer to the door, Naruto felt worry, and fear begin fluttering in the bottom of his gut. He knew what went on between them now would either make or break Hana depending on how things transpired. He reached the door, before pausing to let out a deep breath to psych himself up, opened the door and walked inside. As he entered the room, he noticed that there was no artificial light being used to illuminate it, and the only presence of light was the red-tinted moonlight that shot through the window. The red light caused the room to take on an ominous quality to it. Naruto quickly recognized the room and all the items placed within it: her bed, dresser, closet doors, nightstand. All of these objects drenched within the crimson light. That's when he saw her shadow creeping across the carpeted floor, up the side and across her bed. When Naruto followed the shadow, he came across Hana and realized why her shadow grew the way it had. Hana herself was sitting on the window sill that jutted out enough to allow such a thing. She was sitting with her back against the wall, her knees pulled up against her chest, her arms wrapped tightly around them. She only wore a white bathrobe that stopped at her mid-thigh and kept her hair out of her ponytail, which made it fall down to her shoulder blades, along with several band-aids on her body. She gazed through the window. But her expression was one of apprehension, forlornness, and worry, with Naruto understanding the emotion placed on her all too well from his own past experiences. Naruto knew this was a delicate situation Hana was in, and decided to take things as slow as possible compared to just walking up to her, grabbing her into a fierce and protective hug and just telling her everything would be alright like he wanted to. The situation called for patience and finesse, and after taking another silent breath, took a tentative step deeper into her room. He saw no negative movement from her and took that as a sign he could continue and did so. He walked slowly to the side of her bed that was closest to her before taking a seat, never once taking his gaze off of her small and fragile-looking frame. Hannah herself didn't even have to look at who was the one that opened the door. The moment his hand touched the doorknob she knew it was him. He just had that commanding presence that she could nor would ever forget. She pulled against her legs tighter when she heard the door slam shut but never moved from her spot, while in truth she just wanted to rush to him and have him embrace her and feel his strong protective arms around her telling her she'd be alright. But she knew she couldn't do that, not after what she was forced to participate in back at the complex. She was afraid of him, no not of him, but what he now thought of her after seeing her and knowing what happened to her. Did he blame her? Blame her for not fighting back enough? For allowing those men to do those things to her? Did he hate her? Hate her for letting men take what was essentially meant for him only? Would he hate her if she got pregnant from one of them? Would he hate her if she wanted to keep said child? Would he hate her if she wanted him to father a child with her that he knew wasn't his? Would he love her? Love her even after what all those men did to abuse and use her like some cheap whore before throwing her back to him like used goods? Would he want her? Want the body that he seemed to yearn for back during that day of the Chunin preliminaries? Want to feel her, taste her, touch her, smell her, make passionate love to her until she screamed his name in ecstasy and he hers? Too many questions plagued the young heiressa's thoughts, and the more questions she asked herself the more her heart began to break. Each piece sinking into the growing darkness within her soul. She wanted to scream, to howl out her fears and sorrows for the world to hear. But she knew it would solve nothing. There was only one person now that could alleviate her affliction of a breaking heart. But she was stone terrified to even open her mouth, let alone ask these questions she desperately wanted answered from the man she loved. The very man who currently sat on her bed watching her with an unwavering gaze. The silence was almost deafening to the pair, but until then neither had the fortitude to start, and in truth neither really knowing where to begin. Naruto however had enough of the silence, knowing full well that it was just making the situation worse for Hannah and uncomfortable for himself, and coughed lightly before speaking. "Konbanwa, good evening, Hannah-chan." He greeted immediately, berating himself for such a lame beginning. Hannah stayed silent in response, and Naruto knew he wouldn't get anything out of her if he was walking on eggshells the entire conversation. Then a thought hit him, and he couldn't help but chuckle lightly in response, though he noticed a sliver of movement on Hannah's part when he did so. "Gomenasai, Hannah-chan," he started before letting his body fall back so his weight rested on his arms against the bed and let his head hang back to face the ceiling. "While this situation isn't funny in the least, I laughed because I remember a time when I was in the same position you were in right now, with Oji-san in mind. It was after one of the worst attacks that ever happened to me in the village when I was 5. I'll spare you details, but in the end I was in the same position you are in now. While neither situations are laughable, what is the fact that despite knowing how you feel, I have no idea what to say to you to make it better. Kind of pathetic on my part, nay." He finished, his mirthful laugh from before turning dark and cynical. Although Hannah hadn't moved as he spoke, her face changed expressions. Rapidly from interest, to anger, to fear, to sadness, to understanding from the intimate information that he shared with her. Information that she was sure Naruto only told a select few about. When she heard Naruto laugh cynically, she couldn't help but turn her head and look at him. But what she saw shocked her. While Naruto was still looking up at the ceiling laughing, there were streams of tears coming down his face and neck. And although he never stated it, she had a strong sense that he wasn't crying because of his own painful past, but because of her. Because he couldn't protect her back then from Orochimaru, and because he couldn't protect her now. That was just the kind of person Naruto was in her opinion, and one of the qualities about him she loved. A single tear rolled down her face as she watched him. She knew he was not to blame for what happened, and yet he still did. She knew despite her own anxiety at the moment she had to relieve him of the burden he carried. He needed to know he was not at fault. And, no, she said, her voice soft and raspy since she hadn't actually spoken a word to her family since she awoke after Sum cleaned her. Naruto stopped his chuckling immediately after he heard her speak, quite surprised in fact that she chose that moment to, but decided to not look a gift horse in the mouth. He sat up and pulled his head back down to look at Hana, who now gazed at him with a sad expression on her face. You aren't pathetic, Naruto-kun. And to prove that, you are here trying to support me, even though you went through something similar to myself and were even reminded of it thanks to me. You aren't pathetic at all. Not to me. She said genuinely, her voice beginning to get back the normal melody it always held. Arigato Hana-chan, that means a lot coming from you. He responded, with a small but thankful smile, before he took a breath and chanced to pose a question. Anyo, if you want. You can join me on the bed. It's much more comfortable than that windowsill, I'm sure, plus I would enjoy your company very much. He offered warmly after drying his eyes. Hana's body twitched automatically from hearing the offer from the man that claimed her heart, but the fear still held her back. She stayed silent for a full minute with Naruto patiently waiting, before she forced her body to move. She moved slowly from the windowsill towards her bed. Naruto, not wanting to make things harder for her, moved to his left to allow her all the room she needed to sit down comfortably. She saw his movement and mentally smiled for his considerate actions, but in a bout of courage and a swift movement turned slightly and sat down right next to him, their thighs and shoulders mere inches apart. Naruto himself, while surprised at her action, was quite satisfied with the results, because it simply meant he was slowly but surely getting through to the proud and strong Inuzuka Hana he came to know and love. Another dead silence engulfed the room, with the occupants now just staring ahead and out the window, neither knowing what to do or say now. Another problem that arose between the two was their proximity now. The problem being that for some strange reason the pair could feel the heat the other generated coming off them and making them itch to be closer to that warmth. Naruto wanted to wrap his arm around her and pull her in close, while Hana herself wanted to fall to the side and just lean her body against his. Naruto mentally grunted to himself at his dilemma and just decided to take a leap of faith. Nay, Hana-chan, he called out, making her turn to him only to see his right arm held up in the air. Can I? He let his actions explain his question, when she saw him ever so slowly put his right arm behind her but didn't touch her. Hana at first didn't understand what he was trying to ask, but after a few moments she realized it, he wanted to touch her. At first the thought of a man touching her again after what happened to her frightened her almost out of her skin. But as her logical side began to beat back her fears with the realization of just who the man was, she decided he was the only one she would allow now. With a tentative nod Hana answered his question, and with a small and happy smile Naruto gently put his arm around her and let his arm rest on her shoulder. Unfortunately, because of the trauma of what happened, her body reacted negatively towards Naruto's touch and Hana visibly tensed and shook enough to knock his arm off her shoulders. Both the pair were taken aback at her actions, though involuntary as they were. Naruto, because of how severe her reaction to him was, which he frowned at. He had hoped she wouldn't have reacted badly to his touch, but he completely understood her reaction and didn't blame her. While Hana shook, and fear erupted for two reasons, first being that when she was touched her body reacted so negatively from his touch her mind recalled images that burned in her memory from the complex. The other fearful reason being how Naruto himself would react to her reaction to him. She didn't want to be afraid of him, she wasn't afraid of him, and yet her body still reacted in the same manner as if it was some male stranger that tried that same act. Naruto pulled his arm back and sadly frowned after he saw Hana's physical reaction as well as her current expression. He simply waited for her to calm down before he would apologize for his actions. After a few minutes of silence Hana seemed to have calmed down, her expression went back to one of sadness, which made Naruto growl at his own stupidity. Hana-chan, gomenasai, I shouldn't have asked to do that so soon. Naruto immediately stopped his apology when he felt a hand fall on top of his own. As well as see Hana shake her head with a sad smile on her lips before turning to look at him. No, she responded in a whisper, as she gently squeezed his hand. I should be the one to apologize, Naruto-kun, I told you it was okay and I still reacted like this, Gomen. Naruto was shocked at her words. And although she was right in her point, he knew it truly wasn't her fault for unconsciously reacting that way after the trauma she went through. And he should know after his own he didn't allow anyone but the Hokage and the assigned head doctor to touch him for a good month afterwards. At that thought, and the memory of what Hana just said and did, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He was completely underestimating Hana's inner strength both physically and emotionally. Only someone with strength like hers could turn a situation where they were the victim and spin it so that they were supporting the people who were originally there to support them. "You're really incredible, Hana-chan," he stated whimsically, making her quirk an eyebrow confused on where that came from. "Only someone with your inner strength could turn the tables in which the victim is the one doing the supporting instead of someone like me," he explained, mentally beaming at seeing the slightest tinge of pink on her cheeks and a broad smile on her lips from his compliment. Hana felt happier than she had all day after hearing Naruto praise her as he had. She felt so good, in fact her fears were momentarily forgotten, which allowed her to blush and even smile because of his words. Knowing it wouldn't last much longer, Hana took the chance and shocked Naruto when in one swift motion she scooted over so their sides were pressing against each other. Her head was lolled to the side on top of his shoulder. And while doing that pulled his arm behind her so it was wrapped around her waist. "Hana-chan, you," but was interrupted with a finger against his lips. "I needed to take a chance, please let me enjoy this feeling," she answered against his shoulder. Naruto just stayed silent in light of Hana's plea to him, and after a few moments a grand smile streaked across his face. He decided to deepen the feeling that Hana wished to preserve by tightening his grip on her, which brought her deeper into him, and then lightly let his head tilt to the side to end up resting atop her own. Hana herself wanted this moment to last forever. She felt unimaginably happy even though a trauma just occurred with her not 24 hours ago. But at the moment she couldn't have cared less. She was in a loving embrace with the man she cared for. Unfortunately, the trauma couldn't be forgotten no matter how much the pair wished it never happened, and her happy moment had to end eventually. At that thought she felt sadness creeping back into her mind and her shoulders sunk at the feeling, to which Naruto picked up immediate and got worried. "Hana-chan," he questioned, but got no response, so he shook her gently. "Hana-chan, what's currently on your mind that's bothering you? I know it's hard to talk about, but please, I'm here to help, so don't be afraid to talk to me," he stated, concern etched into his voice. Hana easily heard his whispered plea to her, and wanted more than anything to spill her heart to him. The problem was that she was afraid, deathly afraid of both his reactions to her thoughts as well as his possible answers to them. She wanted desperately to confide in the man she trusted the most in this world. But at the same time this same man could completely crush her with a single word. She bit her lip in sheer frustration, her mind so encased in her thoughts she didn't even realize she was bleeding. An odd thought then came to her as she was in turmoil, that what she felt now was actually worse than when she was in that complex. At least in that place she wasn't given a choice on making herself miserable compared to now in which everything was based on her single choice. Her happiness or sadness now hinged on this one decision. In response to this her body began to tremble, physically expressing the turmoil her mind was in at the moment. Naruto felt Hana begin to shake in what he figured was something akin to apprehension or fear. Because he didn't know what was going through Hana's mind other than it seemed to be tearing her up inside, he concluded only one thing could be done on his end to calm her. Unfortunately, he only hoped that her reaction wouldn't be even worse with what he had planned, since with only a touch before caused her to shake almost violently. Naruto pulled her against him even more reassuringly, before bringing his free hand to cup her chin with his fingers. He pulled her head off his shoulder and he turned his body to her and her head to him. Naruto gazed into Hana's fearful eyes. He tried his best to portray a warm and reassuring feeling through his eyes so she could calm down. He mentally smiled when he saw her eyes focus more on him than her fears, at least for the moment, which meant it was now or never. "Hana-chan," he whispered in a lover's tone. "I want you to know that no matter what happens I will always be by your side and protect you," he declared with nothing but conviction in his voice before he slowly leaned in and kissed her lips softly, making her body freeze at the intimate contact, but was elated to feel her not have a drastic negative response like when he touched her earlier. "Now please tell me what is wrong," he whispered again after releasing her lips. By now Hana's mind was in a haze. She didn't know what happened really. One moment her mind was raging on one of the most important decisions of her life, and the next she was lip-locked enjoying the feeling and taste of the lips pressed against hers. The haze soon lifted from her mind like a fog after a morning's rain, and was surprised to see Naruto smiling at her with a warm gaze in his amethyst orbs. That smile, it was innocent but trusting at the same time. And his eyes were just the same, they held a person's innermost feelings, that is if one were to look close enough. And as Hana gazed at him, she could see absolutely no ill intent or negative emotion coming off him, only warmth, reassurance, understanding and the most important to her, love. At that moment Hana made her decision. She would lay her feelings and heart on the line one final time and put them in the hands of Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. In truth, she didn't know what her decision would bring either of them after she spoke, but she knew at the very least she would never regret her decision to put her life in the hands of a man like him. Silently Hana pulled herself away from Naruto's body and grasped, making the Hanyu looking at her with puzzlement. She stood up and took a few tentative steps forward where her form was now encased in that eerie crimson moonlit glow. Hana then wrapped her arms around herself, trying to subdue the fear that still resided in her. She let out a long breath, with Naruto still sitting on the bed awaiting her next move. What's been on my mind, is what's been on my mind ever since I woke up back in my room and I didn't immediately see you next to me. She began in a whisper, her fear still holding her back from talking with any semblance of confidence, her words making Naruto quirk a worried eyebrow at her words. Questions, so many questions have passed through my mind and they all pertain to you. She paused one final time to take a deep breath before taking the final leap of faith. Do you blame me? Blame me for not fighting back enough? For allowing those men to violate me as they did? Do you hate me? Hate me for men taking something that I will give willing only to you? Would you hate me if I got pregnant by one of them? Would you hate me if I wished to keep the child? Would you hate me if I wished for you to father the child with me that you knew wasn't yours? Would you love me? Love me even after what all those men did to abuse and use me like some cheap whore before throwing me back to you like used goods? Would you want me? Want to feel me, taste me, touch me, smell me, make passionate love to me until I scream your name in ecstasy and you mine? So many things, Naruto-kun, and I'm just afraid, deathly afraid of your answers. She explained, letting out a haggard and fearful breath once finished, not daring to turn around to look at him, the grip on her arms so hard that her tanned skin grew white from the pressure. Naruto himself was stunned at Hana's confession. Never had he thought she was so deathly concerned about all this. While some of the questions he realized she would think about, others just never even came up in his mind. Silence reigned in the bedroom for several minutes, the female occupant nearly hyperventilating from the long silence as tears began to flow down her eyes. In her mind the silence was Naruto's answer. While Naruto thought deeply on each and every question she posed, to come up with a truthful answer for her. It wouldn't be fair to her to lie to her when she spilled her heart, soul and fears to him so poetically, even if in the short run it would make her happy. Naruto finally reached a conclusion to each question and silently stood up from his seat on the bed, and without a single sound reached to within an inch of Hana's back. In one swift motion he wrapped his arms underneath her crossed ones, resting his hands atop hers which began to glow purple. His tails did the same, wrapping randomly around her body before pulling her against his chest so he could rest his chin on her shoulder and head against the side of hers. His motions so fast she gasped in surprise, and unconsciously tried to wriggle out of his soft vice grip. My Hana-chan is a real baka. He whispered warmly against her ear, making her shiver slightly. And if anyone can understand at least mostly what you're going through, it's me. While some of your questions caught me off guard, which is also why I was so silent a moment ago. Many of them I figured you were thinking about, since I thought along the same lines too after it happened to me. I want you to know, my Hana-chan, that I'm very proud of you. You are taking this whole thing a lot better than most people, and even I did. I'll need to remember to never underestimate your strength in the future. He said jokingly, while nibbling her ear the tiniest bit. But to not leave you hanging, I will answer your questions now, even if some of them I think are silly just because I would never do something like that. But then again, you are a baka. But you are my baka. Now let's begin the list. Nay. I will never blame you for what occurred in the complex. I know from your injuries that you fought tooth and nail against those bastards in the most literal sense. You allowed them nothing, Hana-chan, they took from you. I will never hate you. I will happily accept anything that you give me, Hana-chan, and no one, not even those men, can take that away from us. That is something that is special between only us. He paused to slightly chuckle from remembering a conversation he had with a certain Inuzuka clan head about the next few questions. Believe it or not, Ka-san asked me the same few questions I'm about to answer, and I will answer them the same to you as I did to her. I would never hate you if you became pregnant by one of those bastards. If you do become pregnant, I will probably love you even more for bearing the responsibility such as a child. And if you even decide to keep it, I will help raise it as if it was my own. The child is not at fault here, and as such should not be punished for the wrongdoings of its two-san. You, Natsu-chan, and I will see to it that it is raised with loving parents. I will not have any child birthed by my mates live the kind of life that I was forced to, that I promise you. As for the remaining questions, no matter what happens, I will always want you, to feel you, taste you, touch you, smell you. And I especially make passionate love to you, where I'll make you scream my name for all the village to hear. You have a body that won't quit, and I'm lucky enough to have mates who are beautiful goddesses whom I have the singular pleasure of holding just like I am now. You are my Hana-chan. Now and forever. He finished, with a full body squeeze, hoping, praying that she believed his words, as his hands stopped glowing, feeling that all of Hana's injuries were now healed. Hana heard every one single word that came out of Naruto's mouth when he was talking, and by the end she began to cry once more. Not because of fear, doubt, despair, nor apprehension, but because she was in complete and utter euphoria. Her body began trembling once more as the tears ran hot down her cheeks and across the shit-eating grin on her lips that Naruto couldn't currently see. Naruto felt her trembling and his heart sank, which fell even lower when he heard her lightly sobbing. Go Menasai Hana-chan, He panicked. Shut up baka. She interrupted in between sobs and bits of laughter which confused Naruto somewhat. Please release me, and I'm not crying because I'm sad. She continued on, with Naruto releasing her immediately, though quite reluctantly. I'm crying because I'm happy. She finished in a happy voice that made Naruto go wide-eyed from the change. His eyes widened to the size of dinner plates when she turned around quickly and without warning laid a passionate kiss on his lips. The two just embraced as their tongues danced in place, her arms wrapped around his neck, his around her waist, while his tails wrapped gingerly around her back and legs. Unfortunately for the pair, breathing was on the top three things to live, so they reluctantly released their lips from one another and simply rested their foreheads against one another. See, I told you, you were a baka, he joked, getting a playful bite on his lip. Still she paused, still feeling the remnants of dread in her system. I was scared to lose you whom I care so deeply for. I never told you this, but that day when you asked me out, I promised myself that if we didn't work out I would stop looking for a mate. I put all my eggs in one basket when it came to you, and even though I swore that oath to myself, deep down I knew that if we didn't stay together I would still want a mate and eventually a family. Perhaps it's my clan's genes for the female to want pups and be a Ka-san, but still if I lost you tonight, I really don't know what I would have done with myself. She admitted, her grip on his clothing tightening when she admitted that, which shocked Naruto. He had no idea this relationship was so important to her. Well then, it's a good thing I mean, he whispered softly, after kissing her forehead. That it is my Naruto-kun, she smiled back, before one of his tails involuntarily hit a spot on her that caused her to gasp in fright and her body to tremor slightly. The place the tail touched bringing back very malevolent memories from the complex. Hana-chan, what's wrong? He asked worriedly, reining back his tails knowing they were the cause. He had hoped all this was behind them, but he was being foolish. Hana herself pulled her arms back from his neck to have them now pressed against his chest, causing her body to move a few inches away from his, her head hanging down so her face was out of Naruto's view. Suddenly her hands grabbed a fistful of his orange flak jacket in a death grip before her voice cut the tension. Naruto-kun, she paused to hold in a sob from the images still roaming her mind. I need you to help me, she confided. Of course Hana-chan, whatever it is I'll do it. In response to him she finally looked up, her expression one of fear, as tears continued to fall down her cheeks. I want you to help me forget, she said bluntly, making Naruto look oddly at her. Forget? To forget the memories of that horrid place and what they did to me there before you saved me, she explained. Naruto was at a loss for words. He considered himself fairly intelligent as well as powerful. But for the life of him he couldn't think of a way to do such a thing. Gomenasai Hana-chan. But I don't have a jutsu to my knowledge to change, rewrite, or strip memories from a person. And the Yamanaka clan are the only ones I can think of that might have that ability. He answered, though it was with a tone of regret for not being able to help as she needed him to. Hana's response to him was a gentle smile, and a shake of her head at him. While that is an idea, that isn't what I meant in this case, Naruto-kun. She responded, making him look questioningly at her. I want you to make love to me, she said bluntly, making him look slightly wide-eyed. These memories I have of that place and what those monsters did to me, I don't think those emotional or psychological wounds will heal with time. When people touch me in certain places, memories fly through my mind of that place and what they did. And I don't want to be afraid to touch and to be touched because of them. It's only been a day and I can barely stand it when you're holding me and touching me like you have been, because my memories flash, causing it to feel like they are touching me instead of you. I don't want that, I can't stand that. So I want you to make love to me, make me feel your love so that when my memories fade back to what those men did, you will appear instead of them. When I think of them all, instead think of tonight with you. The way you feel against my skin, the way you taste on my lips, the way you fill me so completely. Everything about tonight will drive out those memories of that horrible place and leave me only remembering us and this crimson night. She paused one last time to gaze into his amethyst pools, her eyes reflecting a pleading desire for him. Please Naru-kun, make love to me, she pleaded in a sexy whisper, before giving him a chaste kiss. Naruto returned the innocent kiss while being completely speechless at her explanation, though he did understand the principle behind her idea. When a bad situation, or in this case memory, occurred, you can try to overlap them with a good situation or memory. Therefore, even when the bad situation or memory is triggered, the good memory will present itself instead of the bad one. Hana released her kiss and looked back at Naruto, awaiting his answer. You're not just using me, are you? He asked with a playful smirk, looking back at her. Of course I am, she chirped. But since when does helping your mate, plus making love, end badly for you? Touché, he replied before dipping his head and kissed her once more, before cupping her cheek in his hand. Are you really sure about this? Hi, I want to be able to know that when you touch me it will always be you touching me. She responded before a small smirk crossed her lips. Besides, I think we've both wanted this for a while, but with the exams. She explained, getting an agreeable nod from her partner before pulling him with her towards the bed and then turning when her legs hit the side. Now, please, Naru-kun, help me forget, she pleaded earnestly. I will do my best, my Tenshi-hime, angel princess. He answered her call, before leaning in and kissed her deeply. 1 hour later, the two lovers finally took a rest, with Naruto hovering above her, neither wanting to break the feeling they both were having. They panted and just gazed into each other's eyes lovingly while their bodies rode their orgasms. Finally the pleasurable haze lifted from their minds and bodies, which made Naruto fall to Hana's side in exhaustion, still panting. He turned over to face Hana, who was staring at the ceiling in a daze, panting just as hard, which made Naruto chuckle softly. That good, huh? He smirked. Without thought, Hana slightly nodded, making him grin fairly, before a few moments later she registered what he said and turned towards him. But you know, now I'll come to expect that kind of performance from you each time. She answered back with her own smirk now. Of course, would never think of disappointing my mates. He kissed her neck, making her sigh in contentment. You know, he started before wrapping her up in his arms and tails, pulling her against him. I'm glad you got over the physical reactions so quickly after what happened. I mean, in my own experience I only allowed Oji-san and the doctor to touch me for the first month. He whispered against her while caressing her back. I think, other than the psychological reasons I said before we started, I recovered so quickly was because I'm a kunoichi. I mean, we all take cortisone classes when we reach a certain age. So the idea of having sex or the possibility of rape is clearly told to us to prepare ourselves for such an event. I just suppose that, and the things I've witnessed while out on missions have given me a fortitude that civilians just don't have, of which I'm eternally grateful for, since I can overcome any further problems thanks to them and you. She explained, kissing him softly at the end in appreciation. Well, no matter what, I'm glad, and I'm happy that I could help you, Hana-chan. And in the future don't be afraid to ask me for anything relating to this subject, alright? I'm always here for you. He kissed her passionately, before looking deeply into her eyes. I love you Hana, I hope you know that. Hana smiled happily and let a tear fall down her face after hearing him say that so delicately and emotionally. She kissed him again before snuggling deep into his grip, resting her head against his chest. Hi, I love you too Naruto-kun. We should probably get some sleep Hana-chan, he suggested. She moaned sleepily, making him chuckle. Naruto kissed her forehead, already feeling her breathing normalize, indicating she was falling asleep, before burying his face in her hair, inhaling her unique scent and allowing his exhaustion to take him. Chapter 24. In goodbyes. Next day, afternoon, the pair completely slept through the entirety of the morning, before Naruto woke up in the beginning of the afternoon thanks to his most hated enemy, sunlight. Damn, it's worse than OG-san's paperwork, he grumbled, his eyes getting attuned to the bright room, and pulled Hana, who was still in his arms, against him before kissing her forehead like the night before, smiling sadly that he had to wake up such a peaceful-looking mate. Hana-chan, he cooed out, shaking her lightly, only getting moans of sleep for his efforts. Hana-chan, it's time to wake up, he continued before kissing her, which succeeded in awakening her. Naru-kun, she moaned through the side of her lips, since the rest was currently be kissed by her lover. Certainly a wake-up call I could get used to, she finished whimsically, her eyes now open and looking back at him lovingly with a smile. I'll remember that, he smiled back, giving her a chaste kiss, before releasing his entangled tails from her body, which caused her to shiver slightly from the draft in the room hitting her bare back. Nay Hana-chan, we have something to talk about before we get up, he said, his voice taking on a serious note. What is it Koichi, beloved? Naruto was rather nervous. He wasn't sure how his newly established mate would react when they just consummated their relationship and confessed their love. He let out a long sigh before looking into Hana's chocolate-brown orbs. Natsu-chan and I plan to leave both Konoha and Fire Country today, more specifically. I'm coming with you, she interrupted commandingly, which surprised Naruto by both her tone and words. But, no. The moment we got together and you told me what your plans were, I knew that you'd be leaving soon after the invasion, because that was the whole reason you returned in the first place. Ever since then I have been speaking to Hokage-sama and my clan, especially Ka-san and my Ototo, about us. She began. And before the invasion began they finally agreed to what I wished. That if we became more than what we were, I would give up my title as clan heir, making Kiba the new heir, and I would resign as a Konoha shinobi with honor and then leave with you. She finished. Naruto was taken aback, and quite speechless at what she just told him. His mind took several minutes to wrap itself around the idea of what Hana told him, before it all sunk in. Hana-chan, you did all that for me? No, not for me, for us, he questioned, getting an affirmative nod. Hana-chan, do you really know what it is you're telling me? You're giving up your current life and lifestyle for me. Do you really want that? Hana couldn't help but giggle at his confused look, and stuttering questions. They made him seem cute. Hi my Naru-kun, I know the implications of my actions. I'm giving up my current life to leave and live alongside the man I love. And in truth there wasn't much inner debate for me to decide what I wanted. It was more of trying to convince my family to let me go, but after they heard my arguments they reluctantly but lovingly allowed it and gave both you and I their blessing. She explained, giving him a chaste kiss. He returned the kiss, and let a small smile grace his lips. I really don't know what to say Hana-chan. I didn't think you thought about my actions so far ahead. In truth I was completely terrified of this conversation, and how we would end up if wrong things were said. He sighed out, letting the stress that was on his shoulders leave him. But thankfully I have a new beautiful and smart mate who apparently is a great tactician as well. His smile grew to a playful grin. Damn right, she smirked. The pair lightly laughed for a few minutes at the lightening mood, before Naruto spoke again. If this is what you really want Hana-chan, I certainly won't try to convince you to stay with your family. I love you and am very happy to know that you'll be right by my side with Natsu-chan when I leave this place. He kissed her, before turning to look at the clock on her nightstand. And while I'd love to stay lying here with you, there are a few things I need to take care of before we leave. So let's get ready, and then while I'm gone you can start packing. But pack light and only the essentials. I know the council is not going to like me leaving after everything, especially since they haven't talked with me, so we'll be traveling light and swift in case they send people after us. Hi. The pair kissed again before getting up from the bed, Naruto allowing Hana the sheet to cover herself, which she was all too glad to take, since she could see the still naked form of her lover stretching and walking around in all his animalistic glory for her eyes to follow. The pair quickly got dressed, though Naruto had to use a hench since Hana completely destroyed his pants, who just looked on sheepishly at Naruto's pseudo-stern look after grabbing them. I don't know when exactly we'll be leaving, but when you feel a tremor rock the village, take it as a warning of my soon-to-be pick-up. He warned, with a smile before kissing her passionately and heading out of her room, leaving her breathless. I'll be ready, Naru-kun, she reassured, before he left her room. Naruto walked quickly towards the exit of Hana's house, but was stopped by Kiba along the way. Hey Naruto-Nisan, hey Kiba, how did last night go with Ne-chan? We talked and she was able to get many things off her chest about the situation. All in all, I think she is going to be fine, all she needs is a little time. The boy nodded. Ah. Anyo, so. Are you like my real Nisan now? He asked with a knowing glint in his eyes. Ah. Naruto stumbled before coughing a few times. We are mates now, if that is what you are asking, Kiba. The next moment Naruto lost sight of the young Inuzuka before feeling the air leave him when he saw Kiba connected to his stomach in an embrace. Cool. Now I can totally shove the fact my Ni-san is like the strongest guy in the village to that damn Sasuke Tem. Kiba said fairly, making Naruto chuckle and pat the boy on the head. Hi, Gomen though Ototo, there are some matters I must attend to. However, I wished to see Ka-san before I left, know where she is. Hi. She left almost a half an hour ago for the daily council meeting. Ever since the invasion, great. That saves me a trip, time, and a few headaches then, arigato Ototo. He thanked, hugging the small boy, before letting go. Naruto smiled at Kiba before turning and headed towards the door, but stopped when he heard Kiba speak. Ni-san, are you really going to leave? Naruto turned around with a quirked brow looking at Kiba, who looked sheepish. Gomen, I passed Ne-chan's room while you were talking and heard a little of your conversation. Naruto frowned slightly. I see, unfortunately the answer is yes, Ototo. While I'd love to stay with my family here, I can't do so with how the rest of the village reacts to my presence. I know it'll be better for me to just leave and allow the village its peace. Plus I hold no love for Konoha aside from this clan and a few others. Kiba smiled sadly. I know, I just was being selfish and wanting you to stay. It's not fair, you can't stay just because the villagers are idiots. Naruto looked sympathetically towards Kiba before moving back and hugging him again. Gomen Ototo, I wouldn't have minded staying, but things aren't always perfect and we must deal with the world as it comes at us. Hi. Kiba responded once they separated. Ni-san, just make sure you take care of her. I know she is going with you, so keep her safe or Ka-san and I will hunt you down. Hi. Naruto smiled at Kiba for his protectiveness of his sister. Grow strong, Ototo, I'm sure I'll be hearing your name in the future. I'll see if I can help with your training if I can ever visit Ne. Hi, arigato. The two embraced one last time before Naruto reached the door to the house. Take care of yourself, Ototo, sayonara. Finished with a smile. Sayonara, Ni-san. Naruto exited the house, closing the door behind him. He stretched out, before letting out a sigh, his smile falling into an emotionless expression before opening his eyes, which now held no joy like it did with Kiba moments before. Let's get this over with, I'm tired of this place. He thought before disappearing in a swirl of purple flames, heading toward the Namikaze mansion. Council room, good, now that we've come to a decision about the Raikage's stay in Konoha until Niyugido is finally apprehended and returned as dealt with. The next topic is the investigation of the kidnapping of one Inuzuka Hana and Uzumaki Kasumi. Many of us believe that it was an inside job to get them, especially since Uzumaki Kasumi is a child of the Uzumaki clan and we all know Orochimaru wanted someone from that clan for several years. And with an evacuation plan that is vastly different than the one he was privy to when he was still here, it seems to me our thoughts aren't unfounded. If any one of the investigating clans has any information, please. Sarutobi spoke before an explosion rocked the village. Anbu. The Hokage shouted, getting several Anbu to show up next to him. Investigate that explosion, make sure it isn't anything serious. Report back the moment you find out the details, understood? Hi Hoka. The Anbu chorused before the doors to the council room blasted open. The remaining Anbu appeared stationed around the room, their swords already drawn. Gomenasai for the interruption Oji-san, but I couldn't help but overhear you and decide to help you out with that. A masculine voice called out from the hallway. Those within the room looked on, wondering who had the balls to interrupt a Konoha council meeting in such a manner unfitting of their status. Their answer was made quite clear when a pair of people entered the room. The council gasped, while the Anbu officers tensed at seeing both Naruto and Natsumi emerge, their tails swaying rapidly behind them. The Uzumaki family sans Kasumi, who were guests for this meeting, wondered why Naruto and his mate were here as well. Is that so, Naruto-kun, Natsumi-san? Sarutobi asked rhetorically. Hokage-sama ordered these two demons to be arrested. They both should have been the day it was ordered. One of the civilian council members shouted. I will do no such thing. If I deemed them a threat to us or this village, it would be a different story entirely. But Hokage-sama, enough. There will be no more discussion on the matter. More importantly, I'm curious as to the help you have, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded and stepped deeper into the room, with everyone but Sarutobi and Tsume tense and on edge since there were two demons in the room and their leaders seemed to not care. I have essential information about the kidnapping of one Inuzuka Hana and Uzumaki Kasumi. Naruto began, making everyone, especially Tsume and the Uzumakas, perk up. While on my self-appointed mission to get them both back, I was able to interrogate an Odo shinobi that was stationed at the complex I found the Kunoichi in. And after some time I came to a few interesting details concerning Hana especially. And what details were those exactly? Danzo asked, trying to defuse the situation after feeling Naruto's piercing gaze upon him when he spoke. It's funny you should ask that, Danzo. It seems that you have a traitor in the ranks of Konoha, more to the point the traitor is in this very room. Haven't you wondered how the invasion was as successful as it had been despite my early warning and personal involvement? He probed, getting the result expected, pandemonium, council members yelling about the lies the demon is spewing, while others stayed silent wondering who it could be if what he spoke was true. This traitor apparently has been in contact with Orochimaru for some time, and used the invasion for many things. Most important, the complete destruction and overhaul of Konoha, with them becoming the new Hokage and supreme dictator of the village. The other main plan was to attempt to get my allegiance under them because of Orochimaru kidnapping my mate. They thought that since Konoha was the man's most powerful enemy, that I would join as a Konoha shinobi so that I could get Hana-chan back. Or at the very least ally myself with you while searching, since an army of hunter nin is better than a single person. Unfortunately for him, he never came to realize just how strong I was. And by the time he did, it was too late to change his plans or get rid of the evidence. Hana-chan had already been taken by Orochimaru, so the evidence was long gone. For several months, and if I were to guess much longer than that, he has played all of you like his puppets, with him being the shadowy puppeteer. Using you all for his own means of creating the true Konoha. Naruto finished, with whispers quickly resounding through the room. While all this is good in theory, this council will require proof of your little hypothesis. Danzo calmly countered, though inwardly he was both worried and seething from his plans being found out by not only the demon, but one of the pieces he wanted to control to revive Konoha to what it should be, Konoha's ultimate demon weapon. That's where the good news is for all of you, I have tons. Naruto said with a smirk. Let me tell you a little story. Flashback, previous day, so they are using yet another of Orochimaru's old laboratories. Kami-sama, just what kind of surveillance does the village do? He thought, wondering how the shinobi could miss so many buildings in their own land. Naruto continued to survey the old run-down complex that resided in a partially hidden part of Fire Country's vast forest. He got up from his crouching position beyond the tree line, brushing dirt off his clothes. Now, to find those two, he whispered to himself, before disappearing with only a small dust cloud in his wake. With Naruto's speed and his new knowledge of the complex's security, he easily made it inside with little trouble, but now the hard part began. Naruto snorted as the smell of rotten blood, pharmaceuticals, and death attacked his sense of smell without mercy. Quickly getting used to it, he began his search of the complex. He rushed through the hallways and corridors, not concerning himself with the foreign smells emanating from each. "Come on, Hana-chan, you gotta work with me here," he mentally pleaded, still trying to find the woman's unique scent, as he rounded the next corner of the dungeon-like complex. Suddenly Naruto's eyes widened for a split second before he stopped in his tracks, and audibly sniffed the air around him, ignoring the horrid smells of death that only grew stronger as he delved deeper into the complex. "Kasumi," he breathed out, finally registering where he smelled that particular scent from and from whom. It seemed the young heiress, despite being a powerful kunoichi at such a young age, still enjoyed the feminine things in life, apparent by the weak scent of perfume that Naruto recalled smelling coming from her during their match. Naruto followed the scent, quickly twisting and turning along the hallways, until he finally came to the hallway where the scent was the strongest and stopped before turning the corner. Knowing Orochimaru as well as Naruto, had he guessed he wouldn't leave such a valuable specimen as Kasumi without constant guard. He closed his eyes, and concentrated on his enhanced hearing, his fox ears twitching every so often from the strain. "Let's see," he thought to himself, as he listened to the number of heartbeats within the next hallway. "1. 2 next to the door. And a third on the other wall facing the door itself," he concluded. "Now how to take them out without making a mess," he mused before his hands clenched into fists unconsciously. Naruto looked down, feeling his hands, and smirked fairly at his body's answer to his problem. He prepared himself for a moment before turning the corner and ran towards the unsuspecting guards. He was able to get the drop on them, stopping in the middle of the hallway between all three. The shock of his presence giving him enough time to chop one of the guards near the door in the neck, making him fall unconscious. The other two were quick to respond to the threat, now brandishing kunai, but Naruto still had enough time to take out the guard that faced the door with an open palm strike in the middle of his sternum, the power behind the blow completely crushing his ribcage, sending the bone shards into his heart and lungs. Thankfully Naruto guessed this, and with a quick twist of his body turned so he was behind the now dead shinobi, with a hand covering his mouth so the blood the man had just thrown up shot into his hand without alerting anyone from the sound or sight of it. He let go of the corpse, and jumped out of the way of the final guard, who seemed to be the weakest, fortunately for Naruto's case. He grabbed the man's extended arm that failed to pierce the Hanyu, and in a few submission moves had the man's arm pinned behind his back, his own kunai pressed against the nape of his neck. Despite the man's position, Naruto was satisfied to know the man wasn't afraid of him, which made the Hanyu smile, before whispering a short conversation into his ear, which by the way the man's body shivered wasn't a conversation that ended well for him. "Now do as I said and I'll let you live, unless you're some kind of masochist and would only enjoy something as painful as that," Naruto ordered, with the man nodding vigorously in understanding. Naruto pushed the man to the steel door that held Kasumi within, and let go of his arm. He then moved himself to the side of the door so as to not be seen while keeping the kunai against the Junin's neck. The guard knocked on the door, and recited Naruto's speech to the guard inside, while Naruto was concentrating to see how many guards were with Kasumi, which after a moment discovered it was surprisingly only one. Naruto's attention was brought back when he heard the click of the lock on the door, and it slowly opened. Naruto immediately pushed his hostage through the door for several reasons. 1. To surprise the hell out of the guard inside to see a comrade fly into the room. 2. It would serve to knock the guy out when he went face first into the far wall thanks to Naruto's strength, and lastly in case the guard set a trap. Luckily no trap was set, and Naruto shot into the room finding the surprised man looking back at him. Naruto rushed him, only giving the man enough time to grab a few shuriken and launch them at him. Naruto didn't waste time dodging the weapons and just took them with a grunt before sweeping the man's feet, knocking him to the ground, with his kunai immediately against the Oto Shinobi's neck lest the man get any ideas. "Who the hell are you?" the man said, knowing that if he shouted his life was over, plus shouting was nearly impossible lest he cut his own throat. "Unfortunately I'm the one asking questions, Junin-san," Naruto answered emotionlessly. "Fine then, what do you want? 'Cause if you think I'm going to tell you anything then you can go fuck yourself. No need for such language, I am merely here for the kunoichi you kidnapped, and perhaps some information," he argued before he smiled demonically, his fangs almost glistening in the promise of pain. "Now if you are a good little Junin and cooperate with me I will let you live. If not you can join your little friend whose ribcage I completely crushed, your choice." He announced his ultimatum. The Junin narrowed his eyes angrily. Don't fuck with me. Even if I cooperate, you'll just kill me anyway, so why should I help? Naruto just sighed in annoyance, before looking harshly at the man right in the eyes. Because unlike you and shinobi like you, I have some semblance of honor. So if I promise to do something and it's within my power to do, I will do it. Therefore I will make a deal with you. If you cooperate with me throughout my rescue, I shall release you under your own supervision. Naruto said harshly. The Junin stared at Naruto, checking to see if there was any semblance of deception in his voice, body language or gaze. And to his surprise he couldn't seem to find any. Of course that didn't mean he would trust him farther than he could throw him, but it did mean he could use it to his advantage later somehow. Fine, if that's your bargain I accept. Good, he said in a chipper voice, before looking towards the back of the cell to see a bound, gagged, bruised and slightly bloody Kasumi, who had been silent the entire time, her gaze wide in many emotions, the most prominent ones being confusion and hope. Kasumi, other than those cuts and bruises, are you all right? He asked warmly, getting a slight nod from the air. Good, now as for you. He turned back to the Junin, and pulled out some ninja wire. Tie yourself up. The Junin did as was told and bound his legs, in one hand before Naruto did the rest. Good, you seem to understand the rules. He mocked, before grabbing the man by his flak jacket and pulled him near to Kasumi. Now tell me everything you know about how and why they were kidnapped. He ordered as he began to untie Kasumi. What makes you think I know? I'm just a Junin stationed here to keep an eye on the brat, he answered, annoyed. Now don't be that way unless you want the deal to end. As for the reason I know is because I know whomever the Junin was that took Kasumi here wouldn't have kept silent about it. He'd have probably told everyone he knew he was the one to capture in Uzumaki, considering the reward he probably got from Orochimaru. The Junin couldn't help but chuckle lightly since Naruto hit the nail on the head. The day the girls were brought there, the Junin who caught Kasumi told anyone he could it was him. The guy was certainly excited, I'll admit that. He confessed. Fine. The guy's story went like this: he had just killed a group of Leaf Shinobi, and was heading towards the academy. He was a rather sick bastard if you want my honest opinion, but I digress. As he headed there, apparently some fighting caught his eye and he went to investigate. Apparently little Hiro-san over here was dispatching a group of our comrades while protecting some ramen chef cook and his Masumi. He asked what the hell the girl was doing, and her only answer was, protecting something important, her Oni-chan. Unfortunately the guy wasn't exactly the sentimental type nor liked shinobi who were, so they tussled for a while, with him eventually winning and captured her. Though he realized that the reason she even fought as long as she did was to give enough time for those civilians to escape, cause when he looked for them they were long gone. He explained. The man's story shocked Naruto. He quickly turned to Kasumi to see if she could confirm the story, but noticed that she was looking away from Naruto with the slightest blush on her cheeks. Naruto wasn't quite sure what to say. He knew Kasumi's mentality towards him had changed slightly, especially with that hug she gave him after Minato spoke to her mother. But still, to go out of her way to protect Kyuki and Ayame because she remembered what he said back in their first meeting in the ramen stand. Naruto was floored at her bravery and sacrifice. Unfortunately now wasn't the time for thanks, that would have to wait until after they were out of enemy territory. And what about the other kunoichi? He asked. Her. He couldn't help but chuckle in a perverse way which made Naruto harden his gaze, not liking it one bit. She, unfortunately I don't have all the details on about what happened. All I can tell you is what Orochimaru-sama told all Oto Junin the day before the invasion. He told us that if a Konoha Anbu officer with a strange symbol on the forehead part of their mask came up to us, and also had a woman with the matching in Inuzuka's description, to just grab her without question and leave immediately. That son of a bitch. Naruto mentally roared, knowing exactly what the symbol Anbu signified, but reeled in his anger knowing it wasn't a good idea to be found yet without Hana. You're a dead man when I get back, he promised. I see. He let out an angered sigh. Do you know where she is being held now? Hi. Then let's go, he ordered before taking out some bandages and wrapped them around the man's mouth as a gag. Kasumi, come over here please, he ordered softly. The Uzumaki heir moved closer to him, but still keeping her gaze away from his, not knowing how he reacted to hearing what she had done. She hoped he was happy and grateful she saved his friends, but didn't really know. She gasped slightly when she felt his hand rest against her chest and forehead, feeling strange from having a comforting touch instead of the violent ones she had gotten used to for the past 2.5 days. Her gasp turned into a content sigh when she felt Naruto's chakra begin to seep into her, knitting her skin back together and massaging her bruises until the blackened skin turned white again as the pain receded. "Arigato," she whispered, making Naruto smile. "Hi. Now let's get Hana-chan and get out of here," he said, pulling he to her feet, before grabbing the Junin and flipped him on his shoulders like a sack of potatoes. "Which way?" he asked, getting the directions via head point from the gagged hostage. The trio swerved in and out of the hallways, maneuvering past the few guards they did find. It seemed Orochimaru only set up enough guards to defend this place until someone could get the kunoichi out of there. After some time of following the man's directions, hesitation and fear began to creep into Naruto. They had done nothing but go deeper and deeper into the complex, which usually meant prisoners here were either dead, dying, or no one cared what happened anymore. He unconsciously sped up from this feeling, but noted that Kasumi didn't waver despite just being healed, making him slightly proud of the girl. Just then a scent invaded his nose, his reaction almost as if he was just punched in the face. This smell, Naruto knew it all too well, a smell he had the unfortunate luck of coming across when he was 5. The smell of sweat, blood and sex mixed into one, a smell Naruto would never forget. And unfortunately it was originating from where the Junin seemed to be leading them. Naruto's breath hitched in his throat at the possible implications and shot forward, and at the moment mentally thankful that Kushina had taught her children so well since Kasumi was able to keep up if just barely with his speed. He gave up on the directions the Junin was giving him, and simply followed this pervasive scent, an ominous feeling in the pit of his stomach telling him the smell had to do with Hana. He ran through several more corridors before what he feared finally hit him, literally in the nose, Hana's scent, which was heavily interwoven with the scent he'd been following. He stopped after rounding the next corner, knowing that she was in the room at the end of the hall. The trio began the slow walk towards the door, each step taken sounding like 100 explosive notes going off in Naruto's head as fear and apprehension gripped his heart like a vice. They finally reached the door, when Naruto put the Junin down and placed his hand on the door before taking a long breath. "Kami-sama, if you have any good karma saved up for me after what happened to me as a kid, onegai use that to show me something other than what my heart is telling me I'll witness beyond this door." He mentally prayed, before closing his eyes and opened the door with a creak. A long moment passed before he opened his eyes and took a step inside, his nose immediately bombarded with that same scent only 100 times stronger thanks to him being at the epicenter. But his brain never registered the smell. No, the only thing his brain registered at the moment was what his eyes were showing him, a scene that will haunt his nightmares for the rest of his life. Warning: this not for anyone below 18 years of age. There are scenes which are extremely gruesome. It not recommended for those underage and sensitive people to listen this. For those who do not want to hear this, skip 3 minutes forward. I repeat, for those who do not want to hear this, skip 3 minutes forward. So for those want to listen this part, let us continue in the middle of the room, chained by all 4 limbs to a flat slab of stone that she was limply lying on, with the only light in the room coming from a dim overhanging lamp above was one Inuzuka Hana, his Hana. She laid there motionless, her usual glimmering eyes now husks of what they once were, which just stared towards the dark ceiling, unblinking. Her once pristine body, save for a few scars she received while on duty, now a shell of what it once was. Black and blues lined her body and face. Cuts, scrapes, and scratches marred her body, especially along her chest, stomach, hips and thighs. Probably when whomever did this cut or ripped off her clothes. And to make things even more unbearable for the Hanyu, caked all over the Inuzuka heiress was the essence of all the males who had probably visited her. Their juices seemed to ooze down her body onto the slab of stone, taunting him with their existence on her. There seemed to be almost no part of her that the essence hadn't gotten its tainted hands on. From the top of her hair to the soles of her feet, even her most private of areas that not even he had the honor, privilege, and pleasure of touching yet was spared from these monsters' taint. There was so much of it that it not only slid down her own body onto the stone, but it even oozed down the sides of the stone where several pools had formed. Naruto's hand unconsciously gripped the handle of the steel door so hard the door began to groan in what one could almost consider pain from the sheer inhuman strength currently gripping it as Naruto simply stared on. Oni-sa, oh my Kami-sama. Kasumi began before covering her mouth and nose from gasping at the sight and throwing up at the smell, after she pushed him aside to see what was within the room. Her outburst caused Naruto's mind to reboot and register the situation they were all in and let out the breath he had been holding in as well as release his grip on the door which groaned once more in seeming appreciation. Naruto grabbed the still-bound Junin and threw him inside the room, closing the door behind Kasumi and himself. Once locked, he rushed to Hana's side. With no care about the guards sensing his chakra, he swiftly broke the chains bounding her to the stone. He began to vigorously wipe off the taint that stained and caked her body, noting now that he was closer and having a better angle. Two things. The first, that Hana's private areas were also still dribbling out the monster's essence. Naruto clenched his teeth in rage of what these monsters did to her. Was it not enough to savagely rape her but to release inside her as well? From that moment Naruto made a solemn vow to himself, that aside from the Junin he had bound, every Oto shinobi in the complex would die a very painful and agonizing death. The second thing was that blood seemed to have mixed in with the essence, in some places as well. He guessed from not only from wounds inflicted upon her, but ones she inflicted upon her assailants. That fact made Naruto smile despite himself, knowing that even in a dim situation Hana didn't give up. That she fought, tooth and nail to keep these men from having her. End warning. Naruto had finally finished getting much of the taint off her body, and was now able to see the extent of her injuries, which thankfully weren't severe, mainly bruising across her body as well as some cuts but nothing life-threatening. Knowing she wasn't in any physical danger, he decided he needed to see how she was mentally doing as well as having her know he was there and she was now safe. He had realized that her look from before was caused by her own mind shutting down while trying to protecting itself from what she had gone through. He moved up to her head and cupped her still slick face in his hands as he leaned in so his face was atop her own. Hana-chan, he called out. Hana-chan, it's me, Naruto. No response. Nay Hana-chan, it's me Naruto, come on, come back to me. Yet again no response. Hana-chan, come on love, you gotta work with me here. Still nothing. Damn it Hana-chan, I didn't come all the way here to save a vegetable, I came here to save the Inuzuka clan heir, a strong, proud kunoichi, and someone I love. Now get your ass up. He commanded. Naruto waited to see if an aggressive approach worked, and with a sigh of relief it did. He could see the flame of life come back to reflect in her brown eyes. But what he didn't expect is how she would respond when she did. No sooner had the flame appeared did she begin to thrash about. Her legs kicked into the air, while her arms reached out and began clawing, scratching, and ripping against anything she could grab, which unfortunately for Naruto was his unsuspecting face and arms. No, get the fuck away from me. You're fucking wrong if you think I'm just gonna let you fuck me like some kind of beast. I already killed one of you fucks and I swear to Kami-sama if you touch me I'll fucking kill you too. You hear me, I'll fucking kill you. She roared with a passion that promised she would go through with her threat until her dying breath, as she continued to claw away at Naruto's face, his skin ripping off under her sharp claw-like nails, his own blood trailing down his face landing on her body as it dripped off. Naruto took the beating, and bit back the pain she was causing him. It was the least he could do for her considering her condition as well as it being his fault she was like this in the first place. She continued to scream, and Naruto would have allowed it to continue on until she was either satisfied or grew too tired. However, with her screams throughout the complex, time was now of the essence to get them out of there alive. Naruto dodged the next incoming swipes from her and in a swift motion pulled her into a sitting position as he wrapped his still bleeding arms around her, embracing her to his chest, their heads next to each other. Hana-chan, it's me Naruto, please stop, it's me. He whispered lovingly in her ear, hoping that hearing his words and voice would rein in her instinctual urge of self-preservation. I said get the fuck away. She screamed again after feeling him embrace her, and when she felt his head next to hers she turned and sunk her fangs viciously into his prone neck. Naruto was actually surprised and bit back a small cry of pain when he felt her fangs rip into his neck. He quickly moved his one arm to press her head against his neck, lest she pull back and rip a chunk of flesh from him. Hana-chan, cough, it's me Naruto, you know me. Come on love, cough, you gotta snap out of it. Remember. I saved you from Mizuki, then I came back to Konoha and we started to date. Remember the night at the park? He spoke between coughing up blood from the neck wound that Hana couldn't release. Hana continued her struggle as her mind was still on autopilot, but Naruto's words were beginning to get through despite her best efforts, a few of his words causing her mind to flash through her memories. Mizuki, making her remember the day that traitor stole the Forbidden Scroll, killed her teammates, and then Naruto coming to help her. Date, making her remember the day they met in Konoha and the talk they had in her home as well as him asking her out. Park, making her remember the actual first date they had, remembering the nice dinner they shared, and then the walk in the park, and finally their first kiss. Finally, as if a haze had been lifted from her brain, her mind came back to consciousness, and she immediately felt the loving embrace Naruto was holding her in, as well as his whispering words of wanting her back and apologizing for not being there sooner. The moment she realized it really was Naruto, her clawing hands stopped their rampage, her fangs loosened their grip, and her eyes began to tear at the rims. Naruto immediately felt the change in her actions and hoped she was now herself. Hana-chan, you finally back with me? He asked, feeling slightly lightheaded from all the blood loss, but still feeling her nod slightly in affirmation. I'm so glad, I've been so worried about you. He confessed, pulling her even closer against him protectively, her own arms now wrapping around him as well. Gomenasai Hana-chan, if only I hadn't left you. He apologized before stopping when he felt her shake her head against his neck, as well as feel her tongue lap at his wound apologetically. I'm alright Hana-chan, and arigato, I'm just so glad you're safe and back in my arms. He hugged her again. But now that you're with me it's going to be okay, I'll get us out of here. But I need you to release my neck, and arigato for staying there so I don't bleed as badly. Hana nodded at his request, and released her grip on his neck, a few spurts of blood shooting into the air before he covered it with an already glowing purple hand. He laid her back onto the stone, and just cupped her cheek with his free hand, with her doing the same. Gomenasai Naruto-kun, she apologized with a weak voice for all the wounds she could see she inflicted on him. His face was a complete bloody mess, as were his arms. If it hadn't been for such a serious situation, Naruto would have joked about having such a hellcat in bed. If this is all I have to go through to get you back, it's well worth the pain. He argued with a smile, making her smile weakly as well. Don't worry Hana-chan, I'm getting you out of here, so for now rest, I know you need it. Nay. He ordered softly, getting a nod in response. Hi. But I just want you to know one thing. She paused, pulling his face next to hers, placing their foreheads together. Throughout all of this, I didn't let them have the sick satisfaction of making me come. Not even once, that's a right only reserved for you. She confessed. Naruto smiled warmly, and nodded gently before kissing her. I know you didn't Hana-chan, it would take a lot more than this to break someone like you. He agreed, kissing her again. Now get some sleep, and when you wake up you'll be home, I promise. He ordered, with Hana only smiling at him again in appreciation before pulling back and allowing her body to fall limp and her eyes closed, trying to regain some of her lost strength. It's time to go. He ordered more to himself than anyone else, his voice now void of all the happiness it held with Hana, as 10 cage bushins puffed into existence. 3 of you grab them. The rest of you get in a circle formation around them. He ordered harshly, before grabbing a scroll and popped it open, before handsealing. Chishio Bushin no Jutsu, blood clone technique. He said, a puff of smoke erupting atop the opened scroll, which a moment ago held several hundred vials of his own blood in them. You, lead them back to Konoha. Their safety is your top priority, kill any Oto shinobi who stand in your way. The methods of death I'll leave up to you, do not fail me. He ordered. The Chishio Bushin nodded in understanding. The Bushin quickly made a Rasengan and blasted away the far wall, before it and the rest jumped through, heading towards the forest. Once Naruto saw they were out of sight, any semblance of emotion left his eyes and face. He faced the door, awaiting the 50 or so Oto shinobi that were assigned to the complex to come. He was not disappointed when a moment later the door flew off its hinges and several shinobi rushed in the room, with many more littering the corridor behind. Who the hell are you? The Junin in the front of the group demanded. Suddenly a blast of ki shot through not only the room and corridor but the entire complex. It was so potent, and the reason being that Naruto just released all 5 of his controllable tails at once. Not only were the shinobi being affected in various ways ranging from losing consciousness to having to struggle to continue breathing, but the complex itself was as well obvious by the creaking of the steel. Naruto took a step forward, getting the attention of the still conscious and by now mostly scared shitless shinobi, who warily took a step back. I am retribution for what you have done to those kunoichi. I am vengeance for the pain and suffering you've caused them. But most importantly, I'm your executioner. Naruto's demon blood affording him a dark, deep and gruff voice reminiscent of a true demon's. Matt. One of the shinobi shouted. We apologize. It was wrong of us to do that. We repent. Give us a chance. The man begged, which only infuriated Naruto more, knowing full well Kasumi and Hana begged for them to stop what they did, so he'd simply return their hospitality, permanently. Say hello to the Shinigami for me, Nay. He requested before flexing his clawed hands and then disappeared from sight. The next thing to be heard was the blood-curdling screams of 50 men being slaughtered. With Bushins, it had been nearly an hour since they began their trek, and thankfully nothing had occurred. However, that soon changed when the Bushins turned back from where they came from, feeling an immense use of chakra. The reason becoming obvious when they saw a large purple beam shooting up from the ground into the sky. Though with them being so close they could tell that the beam was actually spinning much like a cylinder-shaped tornado. Damn. The boss actually used it. The clone holding Kasumi said, slightly surprised. What did you expect? You all know how he feels about Hana, as well as what he felt when he saw what happened to her. Personally, if he hadn't used that jutsu, I'd have been surprised. The Chishio Bushin retorted. What is that jutsu? The still conscious Kasumi questioned, clearly awed by not only the odd beauty of the beam but also the sheer destructive power behind it that even she could tell from so far away. It's the strongest jutsu the boss has ever created. It's one of his variants based on the Rasengan, as well as obviously the strongest. The Blood Bushin answered. He really could have killed me at any time during our match, couldn't he? There is no question that you wouldn't have won. He answered, though noticing her slightly sullen look continued on. But if it makes you feel any better, he complimented you on your strength. You even made him release 2 of his 3 normal chakra limiters. And to do that at your age and only as a genin is no small feat. Junin level ninja have been killed by him using less. Arigato, she answered with a proud smile and an embarrassed blush. Alright, the light show's over, let's go, he'll catch up with us soon. He ordered, sending them back on their way. No sooner had they started again did a flash of orange jet past them, with Naruto appearing several yards ahead. Any problems? He questioned. No, smooth sailing boss, what's with the scroll? The Blood Bushin asked, noting the large scroll snuggled in Naruto's arm. Good, I'll take Hana-chan then. As for the scroll, a bit of evidence I can probably use later that I found at the complex before I blew it up. He answered, grabbing the now cloaked and sleeping woman in his arms. Let's go, it'll take several more hours to get to Konoha from here. Those several hours had passed quickly and silently, with no problems other than Naruto having to recall more Bushins along the way when they ran out of chakra. They were finally about 10 minutes away from the gates when Naruto spoke up. Nei Kasumi. Hi. I just wanted to ask why you protected Kyuki and Ayame. She looked away. Anyo, because you told my family and they were important to you. She answered with a stutter, feeling embarrassed and apprehensive talking to her brother in a normal conversation like this when only a month ago she was ready to kill him. I see, then arigato for protecting them on my behalf and Gomen for not doing so myself and you getting captured as a result. It's alright, I choose to help them on my own. It's why my family wasn't there. They were still absorbing and dealing with your two-sans speech. She explained. I see, still arigato. Now we are close to the gate, Kai. He called out, getting the clone's attention. Take our friend here over to the mansion secretly, I can't have him getting captured. He ordered. Hi, the clone retorted before grabbing the Oto shinobi who looked angrily at Naruto, thinking he had betrayed him. I'm keeping you alive, Junin-san, but unfortunately for you I have a feeling I'm going to need your testimony later. So after you do, that is when I shall release you from my persons and fulfill my end of our bargain. So just sit tight and don't do anything stupid. The Junin grunted disapprovingly, but knew there wasn't much he could do. They soon reached the gates, and the Chichio Bushin cut off from the group to climb over the wall secretly, as all but Naruto and the cage Bushin holding Kasumi dispelled. "Welcome home Hana-chan," Naruto whispered to the still sleeping woman who had unconsciously snuggled closer into his protective hold. Flashback end, that is it for my testimony. Naruto concluded, sighing after he finished his story. That story is quite convenient, and with Kasumi-san and Hana-san absent from these proceedings, it'll be hard to corroborate your story. Danzo countered. Not so my one-eyed, one-armed friend. Naruto joked, mentally smiling when he saw Danzo grit his teeth at the jab, before he snapped his fingers. The council looked on strangely wondering what the signal meant. Their answer came quickly when another Naruto entered through the doors of the room with a tied-up Odo shinobi being dragged behind him. The clone dispersed, leaving the real Naruto to unbind the man, allowing him to stand up, but his legs and arms still bounded. This councilman woman was an Odo shinobi who was stationed at the complex I found the Kunoichi in. He was also the one whom I interrogated and brought all the way back here just to testify on my behalf during these proceedings. Naruto explained, before looked at the man. Tell them everything, he commanded. The man nodded, before his gag was cut. The man quickly told the council everything he told Naruto, making many of the council listen on in shock that Danzo had been a traitor to their village. The man finished his speech, and was silenced by Naruto. Danzo, what do you have to say for yourself? Sarutobi asked, while inwardly leering at the man. He had been a thorn in his side for far too many years, but with this new incident his life was pretty much over. Danzo stood with a deliberate slowness. That I'm saddened to see my fellow councilmen, women and Hokage actually believing such a farce. In case you haven't realized it, the interrogated person was one of our enemies not long ago. Not only that, but the very being that brought him to us is standing right before you. Those facts present, who is to say that they aren't acting together to just get not only myself killed, but to have the people of Konoha begin doubting their own loyalties and trust between one another. Konoha has stayed as the strongest hidden village because of the ideals we have set down and used for generations. If we start to doubt each other now, we may lose that place. Danzo coolly replied, inwardly smirking when he saw many of the council being swayed by his words of Konoha's pride as staying the strongest village, as well as the hatred for Naruto and Odo. Very nice speech, Danzo, you have a tongue of pure silver. If wars could be won on words alone, I would certainly want you to be on my side, and it would be no wonder why Konoha has been at the top for so long. But unfortunately for you, that isn't the case. Words can only take a person so far before other variables catch up and take them out at the knees. Naruto retorted before opening a scroll pocket on his flak jacket and tossed the scroll within to the Hokage. That is the remaining proof I have, letters, documents, agreements and other such paperwork that show Orochimaru and Danzo's connections. He explained, getting more gasps from the council and stares towards Danzo who was gritting his teeth. Anbu, arrest this man, Danzo ordered, slamming his cane on the ground. Everyone waited to see what would happen, and after a few moments when nothing did, Naruto spoke up. Gomen Danzo, if you were expecting your rude Anbu to come to your aid like usual, I'm afraid your luck has run out. That explosion you felt and heard a little while ago was caused by Natsu-chan and I, and the thing that exploded was your secret Anbu base along with your, officers. Your little private army is gone. It's true. It's all right here in these documents. Sarutobi exclaimed while reading, getting the attention of the council, before he looked back towards Danzo, his eyes as cold as ice, making everyone remember why he was the leader of a shinobi village and not just an old man. Danzo, the evidence is undeniable. You have acted behind Konoha's back with AS-ranked missing nin, with plans to incite a coup d'état. Anbu, arrest him and send him to Ibiki until his sentence is determined. Sarutobi barked out. No. Naruto's voice roared, making the room slightly shake and many of the council cower. Naruto, Gomen, but this is how traitors are dealt with. Sarutobi reasoned, not sure why Naruto argued. Gomen Oji-san, but Danzo is mine. He said, his tone one of finality. What do you mean? I already told this council the first time you called me here, if anyone, their social standing be damned, tried to harm those important to me, I will have retribution as I see fit. Not only has Danzo put those important to me in danger for countless years with his dealings with Orochimaru, but he incited the invasion that occurred only days ago. And to top it off gave Hana-chan to him to get me under his control. Therefore his life is now mine to do with as I see fit, and no one is going to stop me. If you do, your sentence will be the same as his own. Naruto explained, staring coldly at Danzo, who was looking very worried. Sarutobi frowned at the man's words. Naruto, I know how you must be feeling, but Danzo must have a proper trial to be sentenced with a fitting punishment. Naruto barked in laughter at Sarutobi's words. Gomen Oji-san, but no one save a select few know how I feel, and you aren't one of them. So unless in the next 30 seconds you go through several years of beatings, rotten food, worn-out clothes, hate, and discrimination, you don't really have much leverage on stopping me from doing what I will to this man. Besides, with treason being the charge, you'll just kill him anyway, so I'm simply skipping the middle man. Sarutobi opened his mouth to retort, but closed it soon after, knowing that Naruto was right. The only person that could truly stop Naruto now was someone who was similar to himself. With silence reigning, Naruto began his slow ascent towards Danzo. Each step almost deafening everyone at what each step meant, one step closer to Danzo's execution, or worse. Danzo looked on with sweat already brimming his brow at the implications. He looked towards those within the room, his eyes looking to anyone for help. With his secret army gone, he only had these people to call upon for protection now. Why are you all just standing there for? You're going to allow these demons to do whatever they want to us. You may think I'm a traitor, but I've helped protect this village more often than any of you. Are you willing to allow these outsiders free rein to do what they want in our village? He yelled, expecting some of the more bolder council members to step up and try to stop Naruto because of their hatred of Kyuubi. But he was surprised to see no one moving, and the civilian council looking away, some ashamed and others scared. I see, you're all a bunch of spineless pencil-pushing cowards. And you wonder why I wanted Orochimaru to destroy Konoha. You're all too weak-willed to do what must be done to bring Konoha to the pinnacle of strength. If I was Hokage, this village would have no rival. No one would dare attack for fear of us. But that old monkey got the job instead and wanted peace. Offering olive branches to our most hated enemies to gain peace instead of conquering them. This village will fall. And when it does, you will all realize your mistakes on being too damn soft to do what should be done. And when you do, I'll be laughing at you from my grave. Danzo roared, his true views of Konoha coming out. Naruto finally reached the crippled man, who just finished his speech, and stared Naruto down with what probably remained of his final bits of courage. Naruto just smirked evilly and grabbed the man by the throat, before flinging him behind him. Danzo sailed through the air before hitting the wall near the Hokage's desk. But instead of falling due to gravity, several kunai embedded themselves into his loose-fitting robes, keeping him pinned to the wall. Naruto then appeared standing just below Danzo's hanging form with his back to the council, Shinkukaijin in his hand as his tails flailed agitatedly. Danzo, for all your bravado, in preaching of a better Konoha than the one currently standing, you failed to realize that for people who live here, peace is something they want. They don't want to be waging war constantly to fight and inevitably lose everything they have because the leaders don't know how to negotiate, because their answers are always violence. You may think peace makes people weak and lax, and while I admit that it is true, that doesn't mean it's a bad thing. Humans beings weren't created to fight despite what you may believe. And although constantly competing with one another, the elemental countries don't always have to decide everything with war and violence. If everything was, then by the end of the war, nothing would be left. People would all but be extinct, the lands would be barren, animals would be gone, so what would be left to rule over for the winners? Naruto said wisely. Danzo couldn't help but laugh at Naruto's naive words. So it seems that you really are human, at least partly. Because I know a chaotic demon like Kyuubi would laugh at your childish words about how the world works. The strong rule the weak, while the weak serve the strong, that is how the world works. Danzo stated before feeling something pierce his stomach, making him grunt in pain. Danzo looked down to see the sword Naruto held in his stomach, with Naruto's face twisted to one of fury. Do not presume to know the reasons why Natsu-chan did what she did. 12 years ago. You have far too many sins weighing on you compared to her to put her in the same league as you. And I will not allow you to speak of her with such an insolent tongue. Naruto spoke, his tone completely dead, making many who heard it shiver. It seems we have nothing more to discuss, Danzo. You are set in your ways and will not change. Not that you'd have the time to. Naruto said, ripping the sword from him, a small spray of blood hitting the floor. I want everyone to watch this, because this is what will happen to those who mess with my family and those important to me. Naruto explained coldly. Naruto took a step back, before slashing his sword a few times. Instantly Danzo's kimono on his torso fell to the ground, revealing his slightly chubby upper body to all those watching. Naruto then plunged his sword inside Danzo's stomach another 8 times, causing more blood to fall to the ground and down the man's stomach. Then in an odd turn of events, Naruto walked back up to the man, and began to heal the wounds. After that, Naruto just stepped back, allowed his sword to disappear, and just started at Danzo, who began to twist and writhe in pain as his small groans of pain grow louder and louder each passing moment. What is he doing? Is he just gonna torture him with pain until he dies? Inoichi whispered to those clan heads near him. That's exactly what he is doing. Hiashi stated flatly, his Byakugan activated. What do you mean, Hiashi? He just healed Danzo, you saw it. Chusa spoke. True. But apparently he only healed what we could see. Hiashi on the other hand can see what we cannot. Shikaku answered. Hiashi, what exactly is going on? Sume said, wanting to know exactly what was happening to the bastard that stole her daughter. He only healed Danzo's skin. His stomach is a whole other story. Hiashi answered, allowing them to realize the implications on their own. Why? You mean? Hi, he is allowing Danzo's stomach acid to leak out through those 9 cuts and literally eat away Danzo from the inside out. Shikaku interrupted Inoichi. Danzo's screams began to reach their peak as he felt more and more of the acid leak out and dribble along his insides. Slithering, burning, scorching, melting. The intense heat, the sheer pain. Danzo never thought anything in the world could feel this painful. And to make it worse, it was an agonizingly slow process which made seconds seem like hours. How does it feel, Danzo? Naruto questioned savagely. I won't give you the satisfaction, you damn fucking demon. He shouted, before his head lurched forward and coughed up a copious amount of blood which splashed across the floor in front of Naruto's feet. That's fine, Danzo, keep up your bravado, it is no concern of mine. I know exactly what you're feeling, so I have no need for you to describe it to me, I was simply curious. By now I'd say the acid has already began eating away at your intestines, and a pool of the already liquefied muscles, tissue and organs is forming as well. Naruto said emotionlessly, while Danzo continued to scream in pain, Naruto's words describing exactly what he was feeling. His organs melting while a feeling of a pool of liquid fire filled his midsection. This is barbaric. One of the civilian council members whispered. But you know we can't stop him. Not only is he a demon, but that woman is too. Another stated. We have to do something. We can't leave them to do what they want. This is our village. And he is supposed to be our weapon, like Danzo-sama said. Another cut off the other two. You're free to try, but I don't suggest it, Shikaku said, after overhearing them. It's almost over, I suggest those with a weak stomach grab a bag, because this won't be pretty. Naruto shouted to everyone above Danzo's continual gurgled screams of bloody murder, as blood dribbled down the sides of his mouth, and down his nasal passages. Danzo's screams seemed to intensify tenfold in the next moment, lurching more blood over the floor. The council looked on in morbid curiosity at what was happening to him, and for a few minutes nothing changed. But after a little while a very low noise began to resound in the room, a sound of something sizzling as if one was cooking bacon. They each searched for the origin, before Hiashi simply pointed towards the screaming Danzo. When everyone looked back they realized what the sound was. In the center of Danzo's stomach appeared a small hole in the skin that seemed to be expanding slightly every so often, but that wasn't the only thing. From the hole an orange liquid seemed to be expelled which dribbled down Danzo's skin. Upon further inspection the liquid was actually what was causing the sizzling sound, and what was sizzling was Danzo's own flesh where the liquid touched. It seemed that there was finally enough stomach acid to eat its way through the outer flesh, and allowing the liquid to expel from the man's innards. The coloration a combination of the red blood and the yellow stomach acid. As the sizzling continued and grew louder in decibels as the skin was eaten away, Danzo's gurgled screams intensified once more, feeling that his flesh was burning both inside and out. As they continued to watch, the hole became even bigger and bigger while drooping down like the melting of a wax painting, which transversely allowed more of the acid to leak out and burn a trail down his body. After a few moments more, Danzo's screams lowered in intensity and slowed in their occurrence until they were finally no more, and the man's head bowed down and hung there dead. The final picture of the traitor hanging from his sleeves with a gaping hole in his stomach where flesh, muscle, organs and bone could be seen partially melted and bubbling, oozing bile with every last remnant spasm of the body. While the last remnants of acid dribbled down his scorched pelvis, privates, and legs which could now be seen thanks to the acid eating away at the remaining clothes it touched. Naruto took one last look at the man before maneuvering around him and grabbed the still useful kunai, which allowed the corpse of the war hawk to fall and make a rather grotesque squish when it flopped on the floor. Naruto pocketed the kunai, and turned back towards the remaining council. I hope his example will dissuade any more attempts upon those important to me. I am still half human, but if you dare to endanger any of them you will be dealing with the demon you always thought I was. Naruto warned, the threatening undertone clearly understood. Anbu, get this traitor out of my sight, Sarutobi ordered. As the Anbu did their duty, Naruto spoke up. Now that my reason to remain is gone, I will be leaving Konoha, sayonara, he stated, while walking towards Natsumi. Oi, what about our bargain? I testified for you, the Oto Junin shouted angrily. Gomen Junin-san, I forgot, Ka-san, Naruto shouted, getting the attentions of both Kushina and Sume, though Kushina looked back down towards the floor saddened when she saw Naruto staring directly at Sume before he threw a kunai at her which she caught easily. Happy hunting, Naruto finished with a devilish smirk after he went over and released the Junin from his bonds. What do you mean by that? The man asked, slightly frightened by being completely surrounded by enemy shinobi. It's mean you should start running, Naruto answered coldly. But you said you'd release me. And I have, but did you honestly think you'd get away from them? He questioned while pointing to the council and a fairly smiling Inuzuka Sume with the kunai glinting dangerously in her hand. As I said, I suggest you start running. The Junin began to sweat, and wanted to curse the Hanyu but knew if he was to survive running was his only option. He staggered up to his feet before he shot through the open doors, and not 10 seconds later Sume followed with a growl so vicious it even scared Naruto, because it was the growl of a vengeful mother. Now, I have finished the last business I have here, sayonara, he concluded before Natsumi and himself disappeared in a swirl of red and purple flames. Their rather abrupt exit caused many to question everything they just heard and witnessed. Anbu, Sarutobi yelled when the shock of Naruto's leaving left him. The remaining Anbu appeared before him. Gather all remaining Anbu and Junin you can, and get to the gates. You are to prevent Naruto and his companion from leaving before myself and the council talk with him. Use any means necessary excluding lethal force, however leave physical submission for the last possible option. I don't want an unnecessary bloodbath on our hands, understood? He ordered. Hi Hokage-sama, they chorused out, before disappearing. Sarutobi sighed before turning sternly to the remaining council who were still whispering about the recent events. I do believe we have a few things to discuss pertaining to Naruto. He began, getting several nods. Very well. Let us begin before we lose this chance. He finished before the meeting continued on about many topics pertaining to Naruto. With Naruto and Natsumi, the demon pair appeared in front of the Inuzuka compound, and knocked on the door. So how was she? Natsumi asked out of nowhere, while waiting for someone to answer the door. What do you mean? I can smell her all over you Naru-kun, so like I said how was she? She answered with her hands on her hips. You could just look for yourself, instead of asking me. He retorted quickly. She huffed indignantly. That's true I could, but we all want privacy, and this is something I wouldn't delve into for that reason. Hypocrite, he smirked, making her pout. Ma, fine she was exactly how I thought she'd be, happy. He questioned. Not really, she confessed. Naruto chuckled and shook his head, before cupping her chin in his thumb and pointer finger and gave her a soft kiss. Gomen, but you know I will not compare my mates when it comes to their performance in bed. You both are too different in your personalities to be able to compare. But if you must know, both of you are better lovers than I could have imagined. You both have bodies I fantasize about, and would ravish you every second of every day if I could. he assured before kissing her again, before biting her bottom lip teasingly making her softly moan. Is that an acceptable answer, my Benny Kisai? He whispered against her lips making her shiver. You're getting a little too good at that, Foxy-sama. She huskily whispered back, before a deliberate cough interrupted them. Mind not making a scene on my doorstep? Hana said with a smirk, a backpack over her shoulder, before moving forward and pulling Naruto into a kiss as well. We ready? Just have to go to the mansion before we go. He answered with a perverted smirk on his face, thanks to being able to taste both his mates on his lips, which made him imagine several scenes with all three of them involved. The three shunted away towards the mansion, and quickly arrived not long after. Naruto released the security seals before they entered the house. We're back, he announced. Welcome home, Elena shouted from the kitchen. Everyone, I need to see you in the living room ASAP, he called out. 5 minutes. Later, everyone who resided in the Namikaze mansion sat in the living room awaiting Naruto to speak. Alright, as all of you know, today is the day Natsu-chan, Hana-chan, and myself are leaving Konoha. And unfortunately, with my absence, the protection I give you will be reneged, and more than likely the village will try to do something, especially with Haku-chan's Kekkei Genkei, and Yugito-chan being a Jinchuriki. So I must ask, what will you do? A silence reigned in the room, the aforementioned people shifting in their seats uncomfortable, either from not knowing what they want to do, or being afraid of saying. Anyo, Naruto-sama. Haku-chan. Naruto interrupted sweetly. What have said about addressing me by that? He finished just as sweet, with a threat of a bop on the head hidden in his words. Gee, Gomen. She blushed in embarrassment at addressing him like that again. But to your question, ever since I've traveled with you and Natsumi-san, I've felt accepted, happy even. I feel more like a human being while I lived with you than just a tool like I was with Zabuza-sama. And I don't want that feeling to go away. I know it's selfish of me, but could I perhaps travel with you? I understand if you don't want me to follow you, since after all you told me to find my own path in life, but no matter what I tried to think up, nothing made feel as happy as I was while I traveled with you. She spoke, trying to hide her blush from admitting such truths, especially with her still rather shy nature, even if she was more outgoing than before thanks to Naruto and Natsumi. And you too? Natsumi asked, looking at Yugito and Elena. The pair looked at one another before nodding and looked back at the demon pair. Yugito-chan and I have talked while you were gone, and in truth many of our ideas and plans wouldn't work for several reasons. But the main ones being that she is a Jinchuriki, no matter what village we go to they will want to use her, either as a weapon, breeding stock, or things we dare not think about. The other main reason is the fear of Kumo. She'll become a missing nin and have Kumo trailing us wherever we go. No village will want to house us, and if they do it's not to help us but probably use her as well. Not only that, but we. Elena paused. We trust you, Naruto-kun. And with both our lives, that's a commodity we don't want to give up easily, I'm sure you understand. She stated, getting a nod from him. Since you two have met, you have done nothing but help my Masumi. You have gone out of your way to protect her from Kumo, to return me to her, and apparently saved not only her but her only friend and Kumo from certain death. Basically what I'm trying to say is that, we both wish to stay with you on your travels, if you'll allow it. She finally said bluntly. Where Yugito-chan goes I go. Izanami stated bluntly with a smirk. Plus the eye candy is certainly a bonus. She purred out. Naruto was rather dumbstruck by both testimonies. He expected that Yugito wanted to keep in contact, but didn't think Haku would want to stay with him too. Could you give us a minute? Natsumi said warmly, before pulling both Naruto and Hana from the couch into the next room. Well, that was unexpected, Hana stated bluntly. Well, not completely, we've helped them out in slumps in their lives, so it makes sense to want to stay with us. Though thankfully it's not like they are wounded puppies who couldn't survive on their own. They seem to want to come with us for at least a few reasons that make sense. Naruto argued. And I'm sure one of those reasons isn't that both Iza-chan and Yugito-san want to ride you like a stallion until they fall into a pleasure coma. Natsumi joked offhandedly. What? Hana shouted in a subdued voice. This isn't helping Natsu-chan. Besides, I've already talked to Yugito-chan about her feelings for me. As for Izanami-san, she just needs a man, or 10. He retorted with a sigh. Well, unfortunately for you, for the time being the only man she wants is the one I'm looking at. Care to explain all this, Naru-kun? Hana said sweetly, with an aura of death surrounding her. I'll explain later, Hana-chan. More importantly, what are your thoughts? Natsumi shrugged nonchalantly. I don't see a problem with it, I've kinda grown attached to Haku-chan. And having another Jinchuriki with us will help in case anything gets serious. Plus I'll miss Iza-chan too much. The demon pair looked at Hana for her answer. I'm fine with Haku-chan, we spoke a lot during the exams and became friendly. Yugito-san on the other hand, I'm not so sure. Naruto frowned at her answer. He knew exactly why Hana felt the way she did, and decided to reassure her. Hana-chan, he called out while cupping her face in his palms. You know I love you. And you know that I wouldn't do anything to purposely hurt you. But I will tell you that Yugito-chan does have romantic feelings for me, but I told her that I didn't feel the same. However, did say that if that fact changed in the future I would speak to both you and Natsu-chan about it, and if you both agreed we would see where things lead. But no sooner than that, you two are my only mates, and I love you both more than I can express. Please don't be jealous or defensive of Yugito-chan befriending me. He pleaded warmly. Hana stared into Naruto's eyes, those hypnotic pools that seemed to just drown her. She heard his words, and while disliking the fact that another woman liked her Naruto, she was glad about how he dealt with the situation. And in the back of her mind she really couldn't blame Yugito for falling for the handsome Hanyu. They both shared so much in common it was slightly scary, so it only made sense that they would grow fond and trusting of each other. She sighed when her common sense overran her possessiveness. I understand, Naru-kun, but I don't have to like her having feelings for you. But I can certainly understand why she feels the way she does, so I can't blame her for that. Just promise me that if things change between you two you really will discuss it with Natsumi-san and myself first. I know it's selfish of me, but I don't want to share you even more unless I really have to. She admitted. Naruto smiled, and kissed her lightly as a thank you, before the trio returned to the living room. Gomen for the wait. Natsumi apologized, before sitting down. As for your decisions, are you completely sure this is what you want? While you may leave us later on, we need to know if you are sure about traveling with us now. Without missing a beat, all four females nodded in affirmation. Very well, get your backpacks and let's go, we leave in 5 minutes. What about me, Naruto-sama, Natsumi-sama? Nobunaga, who had been until then silent, spoke up. For the time being, Nobu-san, we need you to continue spying on Orochimaru. However, once our plans for the future are settled we will call for you to stay with us. Naruto answered. Kanane's spy bowed in recognition of his mission, before bidding the pair a farewell and left the house without a sound. 5 minutes later the group of 6 left the house, safer for Izanami to be in the seal, heading for the gates. Konoha gates, the group of 6 each with a backpack walked alongside each other heading towards the gates. The most peculiar thing which caused all the citizens to give the group wide berth in the street was that 2 of the people had fox-like tails and ears, making many believe them to be demons. As the group closed in on the gates, they saw something that made the male demon snort in annoyance. Surrounding the gates were a large group of Anbu and Junin shinobi, some making a blockade along the archway, some standing along the village walls, along the streets as well as atop the nearby rooftops. Guess they don't want to make our leaving an easy one. Naruto said sarcastically, his tails beginning to swish agitatedly. The group reached the gates and stopped a few yards from the blockade, with several of the Junin recognized from the Chunin exams. What's the meaning of this, Kakashi? Natsumi asked, not even trying to hold back the annoyance in her voice. Orders from Hokage-sama, we are to stop you two from leaving before he and the council have another chance to speak to you. Although apparently the mission parameters have to be expanded to include your other companions. He replied boredly. What more could they want? Hana questioned rhetorically, slightly worried that things might go bad quickly. We will just have to wait and see, Hana-chan, because I really don't feel like having to kill all these shinobi just so I can leave. Naruto responded while surveying the shinobi surrounding them. Don't be so cocky, demon, it's you versus all of us, do you really think you can win? A random Junin said after getting angry from Naruto's words. Naruto would have responded, but sensed people behind him and turned along with the rest of his group. Stand down. I didn't order you to provoke them. So stay put, the council and I merely wished to speak to them. Sarutobi ordered up. The street behind Naruto was now filled with Sarutobi and the remaining council, as well as several other people that the group couldn't see but Naruto and Natsumi could easily recognize but didn't bother to wonder why they were currently there. What is this all about, Oji-san? It's as I said, Naruto-kun, we merely wished to speak to you before you left. I also have a few personal questions I wanted to ask you myself. What did you wish to speak to us about that would warrant this kind of blockade to stop us from leaving? Natsumi spoke up, obviously annoyed. At Natsumi's question, Hiyashi stepped forward, silently taking over as the voice of the council. Simply put, Natsumi-san, both the Hokage and the remaining council have all come to agree that while our prior meetings with you have been hasty and presumptuous on our part, after what occurred in today's meeting, as well as the evidence of your actions since you both have returned, the council has spoken and come to the decision that we wish to have the Yondaime Sochi to remain in Konoha to take over the Namikaze clan as well as all things associated with that clan including its council seat. We want the hero of Konoha to stay, and that includes his partner. Hiyashi said in a gentle manner. While silence mostly reigned in the area, if you listened closely, whispers and murmurs of the implications of Hiyashi's words spread through the surrounding shinobi ranks. The four other members of Naruto's group looked at both himself and Natsumi expectantly of their answer. Our answer is no, Naruto answered, shocking many. Nays. Hiyashi asked. He just offered the man and his partner who was Kyuubi a free return into the village, bypassing the yellow tape required for it, and they both declined. It's simple really, Hiyashi-san. Naruto answered, before sighing at having to explain himself again. What exactly has changed between the first time you asked me to return, and now? He questioned but didn't give him the time to answer before continuing. Nothing as far as Natsu-chan and I are concerned. You really just don't get it, though I'm not surprised since the only people that could are Gaara and Yugito-chan. He answered, but only got confused expressions for his efforts. None of you have any idea what it's like to be hated, despised, beaten till you're at death's door, starved, ignored as if you don't exist, cursed, only allowed to buy food that is rotten, clothes that are too old to wear, abandoned, and betrayed. And all by your friends, neighbors, fellow villagers and even your family. It's ironic really. Natsumi cut in. All of you people in shinobi villages would look upon someone like Naru-kun, Gaara-kun, and Yugito-san as if they were a gift from Kami-sama above if they are a shinobi under your ranks. Yet when they are simply trying to live their lives outside the battlefield, or you see one using their powers during missions, you treat them like plagues that are worth less than the dirt you're stepping on. All you can do is be frightened of their power which you forced onto them to inevitably fight for you, to protect you. Yet the moment they show weakness, or the unwillingness to do what you want and turn their backs to you, you slit their throats when it was you that made them the way they are in the first place. And you call us demons. She ranted before huffing in annoyance over the selfishness of humans. And to make matters worse, it seems that no matter how much we help you humans, nothing will ever be good enough to reconcile with you, especially with those of this village. Naru-kun nearly single-handedly saved this entire village from its inevitable fate while fighting to save you that day. And had he not interfered and warned your Hokage and council about it in advance, your casualties would be so much higher, and the village itself would be in shambles. Yet after all he has done to protect this place when he had every right after what you all have done to him to watch you and this place burn. You damned ningens still have the audacity to speak about him in such a way. So as he asked, why should he and transversely myself stay in a village that treats their heroes in such a manner? After her speech finished, there was relative silence amongst the Konoha shinobi, many actually thinking about her words, questioning how the invasion would have ended up had Naruto not gone out of his way to warn them and even help fight with them. Many of the shinobi realized they owed a great deal to the demon pair, but in fear of being ostracized kept their words of thanks to themselves. You're absolutely right, Natsumi-san. Sarutobi spoke up, gaining everyone's attention. I've said it once and I'll say it again. This village will never deserve someone like Naruto-kun. Jinchuriki like him are given a worse treatment in life than even someone like Orochimaru should receive. And to make it worse, most of the time they don't even ask to become one, or they aren't even given a choice in the matter. I cannot apologize enough for what the villagers have done to him, nor for my own inactions to prevent them from happening. The only thing I can say is that from this day forward if you two decide to stay things will be different. The council has all agreed to pardon all of your past activities against the village, giving you a clean slate. And the major clan heads themselves have agreed upon providing yourself and your clan their protection. So you will no longer have to worry about protecting yourself within your home village. I know it isn't much, but it's a start. Please reconsider leaving Konoha, leaving your home. We want the hero you should have been treated as to stay and resurrect the Namikaze clan. Stay and protect the people the Yondaime, your Two-san died for. Inoichi added. Naruto sighed at his grandfather's plea. In truth, he would have been glad to stay in the land of his birth, the village his father protected with his own life not once but twice, the place where those important to him lived. But his past shot through his mind. The beatings, starvation, hateful screams and fearful whispers, everything. Even if what his grandfather said were true. It's human nature to hate, despise, and fear things that they don't understand or can't control. And in truth, Jinchuriki are uncontrollable by anyone but the Jinchuriki themselves. Naruto stayed silent, mulling over his thoughts as he surveyed the people around him, and found a variance of expressions, ranging from guilt and shame, to pity, to sadness. But most of all, he still saw barely hidden fear and hatred amongst the shinobi. Albeit not physically, but he could certainly smell it coming off many. He sighed out after seeing everyone, including a mob of civilians who entered the area to see what the commotion was all about. Gomenasai Oji-san. But what you are offering me to stay, I don't need any more. It's as Inochi stated, I should have been treated as a hero. I should have been protected by the clans, or even just random individuals. But that was when I was young and defenseless, when I was abandoned by the family I loved, and left alone by my godparents. He paused and walked between Hana and Natsumi, wrapping his arms around their waists. But now, thanks to Natsu-chan, I'm strong enough to protect myself and protect those who are important to me. As for resurrecting my clan, I already have 2 beautiful mates who I plan on starting a family with in the future. Besides, Konoha has lived without the Namikaze clan for over a decade. I doubt it will suffer much with my absence now. The council, after hearing him, could only mentally agree begrudgingly. However, for one civilian council member, Naruto's refusal was too much to take. Here they were giving full pardons to him and the Kyuubi, as well as protection by the major clans, and he had the gall to refuse. How can you refuse such a generous offer? The Haruno head spoke up, breaking through behind the front line of council members. We are allowing you and that woman a full pardon from your past actions as well as protection by the other clans, and you refuse. In case you forgot, that woman you're standing next to is the Kyuubi demon who nearly wiped us off the map 12 years ago. Yet we are willing to pardon that for her. How can you refuse us? You can live here without the threat of what you went through as a child. You can bring back your clan and help give strength back to Konoha and all of Fire Country. Your strength will make the land of fire a place to be feared like it once was when your Two-san was alive. This is the land of your birth. You're the Sochi of the Yondaime Hokage, the strongest shinobi this land ever produced, as well as the clan leader of one of Konoha's most powerful and influential clans. How can you refuse such things? You are obligated to honor your ancestors, but most importantly your Two-san's sacrifice to the land that you are so willing to throw away. She argued, and while not yelling, held a tone of anger and hatred all the same. Those people who still feared or hated them couldn't help but agree with the woman. While those who learned and knew better looked shocked at the woman's audacity. She spoke as if Naruto didn't have any real reasons for leaving, and just felt like it. Suddenly a loud barking laughter resounded within the area, making everyone turn to Naruto. You see, Oji-san, nothing has changed. Naruto reaffirmed. This village too ingrained in its ways to truly change, especially in such a short time. And while I can't blame them for hating Natsu-chan for what occurred, that doesn't defend the fact that those feelings won't change anytime soon. Or at all. People hate and fear what they don't understand or can't control, and I can tell you right now that the entirety of this village save for a few is the same. They hate me because I housed Natsu-chan, they fear me because of my power. I know you are different, however the Haruno head just spoke exactly what many if not all the people here are thinking about myself and her. They aren't genuine in their decision of wanting me, Naruto, back. No. They want the Namikaze back, they want my Kekkei Genkei back, the prestigious clan back. You heard what she said, I'm obligated to stay in Konoha and be used as an economic, political, and militaristic pawn of the Land of Fire simply because my two-san was the Yondaime and both my clans resided here. She completely ignored my argument about why I'm leaving this village, simply for the fact that she doesn't want my clan, my strength, and the strength of Natsu-chan to fall into another village's hands. Naruto countered with a sad smile, before looking around to the crowd. In truth, no one but the Inuzuka, Ichiraku, and you want me back. They either want my clan for its influence in the world, or my strength. But they don't want me back, they'd rather damn me. Naruto-kun, I don't think. I think he is right, Hokage-sama. Yugito chanced to have her opinion heard, which made many scowl at her intrusion. And who are you to involve yourself in Konoha matters? The Haruno head barked, annoyed that someone from Kumo wished to speak. I'm Naruto-kun's friend for one thing, but more importantly I'm a Jinchuriki as well, so I think my words have some clout in this situation. Yugito said, slightly hissing. Please continue. Sarutobi offered. Arigato Hokage-sama, as I was about to say. I know firsthand what this village is trying to do. In Kumo I'm hated the same as Naruto-kun here. In fact, several weeks ago Naruto-kun convinced the Raikage to have all Kumo shinobi stop being hateful towards me. And at first it was nice, the honest smiles, the admiration, the feeling of not being completely despised by my own people. But I could see that the majority of Kumo still feared and hated me for what I am. And in my opinion they always will for one reason or another. I don't think it would be different for any Jinchuriki. You people may say you've changed, that you won't treat us the same as you had in the past, and that you've learned your lesson. And perhaps some of you truly have, which makes my kin glad, but the fact still remains that we will continually be hated and feared. I agree with Naruto-kun in his assessment of your proposal. You offer him admiration, understanding and hope. Things he already has from his mates as well as Gaara-kun and myself. We accept him unconditionally. You offer him protection from the village. Yet you have seen him fight, not only against me but during the invasion, I'm sure. Do you really believe he needs protection? He could beat anyone in this village easily if he wished. Yet for only these things that he already has, you want his power, his Kekkei Genkei, his family influence, his loyalty, his submission to you. I find this proposal highly one-sided, favoring you and damning him. She explained, allowing her views be heard. Her views on the matter only seemed to reinforce the feelings everyone already had, the fear of losing his strength to another village, the hatred of what he is and represents, as well as the guilt and shame of the realization it was their own fault. Also, this is where you've been hiding. A new rough voice called out, a voice both Naruto and Yugito knew all too well. From beyond the council members who separated to make a path for the newcomer appeared the Raikage in his official robes. You've been a very naughty kitty, Yugito. He joked, though there was a threatening undertone to his words. Now that I've found you I can finally go back to Kumo, so let's go back to my room to prepare. He ordered, turning around quickly expecting her to follow obediently, but stopped immediately at what he heard next. No. Yugito's voice answered back firmly. The Raikage turned, with a look of shock and anger on his face at his shinobi, his weapon disobeying him. What was that? I said I'm not going back, not with you and not to Kumo. The Raikage took a moment to absorb her answer, before he began to laugh. Yugito, lest you forgot, your Ka-san is under my protection as well as getting medical assistance from Kumo. He said warmly before his expression darkened, never noticing Elena standing behind the demon pair. And I would hate for an unfortunate accident to occur if you don't cooperate. He said almost sweetly, but his threat was clear as day. Fortunately for you Raikage, I happen to have a much better medical program than you do, and Elena-san happened to be a perfect candidate. So I took the liberty of taking her as my patient so you can free up those funds for other necessities you may need. Naruto intruded on the conversation, keeping the guise of medical treatment in his words. The Raikage took a moment to look at the Hanyu, and although noticing a resemblance to the man that attacked his Volt officers, dismissed it, seeing the demonic features. And just who are you, and what do you mean? I'm shocked, I made such a good impression on you and you forgot me already. He questioned mirthfully, before putting up a henge to lose his tails and ears, making the man gasp. Ah, now you remember, nay. As for what I meant was, I found Elena-san and reunited her with her Masumi. You have no more leverage over either of them. In other words, Yugito-chan is free of you, and her slavery to Kumo as a shinobi is over. Naruto explained, with a smirk before taking a side step to reveal a very pissed-looking Elena. The Raikage looked shocked at what was occurring. He was never informed about Elena escaping or being rescued by anyone. Yet here she was, his leverage over his weapon perfectly fine and now reunited with her daughter. He clenched his fists in anger at both the situation and audacity of Naruto undermining him in such a manner. He soon shot a glare at Sarutobi, after trying to think of any options still available to him. Hokage-sama, I request that you assist me in detaining my shinobi who appears to be deserting me, which will make her a missing nin of Kumo. He requested through gritted teeth, though it coming out more as an order. The problem with Oji-san doing that Raikage is that if he were to order such assistance, I would be forced to protect both Elena-san and Yugito-chan. You see, I have offered them both asylum and my personal protection. So if anyone tries to either attack or restrain them, I will have to retaliate. And Konoha is having enough trouble trying to convince me to stay here, so helping you out will make it nigh impossible to convince me to stay. Naruto retorted, basically giving anyone from Konoha an ultimatum. Gomenasai Raikage-sama, but Konoha must stay out of outside inter-village military politics, especially of villages we aren't allied with. It could cause a war, you know. I hope you understand. Sarutobi answered coolly, making the Raikage grit his teeth, knowing he was between a rock and a hard place. He could either attack Naruto and probably lose, or get Konoha to subdue them under threat of war, a war he knew he wouldn't be able to win. I see. Very well then, for now I shall allow her a short vacation from her duties to the village. He relented, before another dark expression rose up. However, be warned that I will want her back, and won't stop until I see her once again kneeling before me. He threatened, before shunning away. The moment he was gone, both Yugito and Elena let out a breath neither knew they were holding in, before Yugshio turned to Naruto with an appreciative smile. Arigato Naruto-kun, not a problem Yugito-chan, he smiled back. Never a dull moment with you, ne Naruto-kun? Sarutobi asked with a chuckle. Story of my life, Oji-san, he joked back. Is there really is nothing we can do or say to make you stay? Sarutobi asked, a sad smile on his lips while looking at Naruto. Gomen Oji-san, but no. This village holds far too many bad memories and nightmares that I wish to forget, and I'm sure the village will be happy to finally have the demon child truly gone from their land. He smiled sadly back. As the two spoke, it seemed as if they completely forgot everyone else, and were just having a chat amongst themselves, a final talk between family. Where will you go? The elderly Hokage asked. Suna, I promised to help Gaara with his roommate. Shukaku is anxious to stretch his legs some, I'm sure. After that, who knows, I have a few ideas but nothing concrete. As if a veil was pulled up from the two speakers, a new voice called out to them, turning everyone's attention towards the back of the assembled council members, before a group pushed through until they were all seen in the front of the group. Why don't you come back with us? The woman's voice questioned, getting a questioningly look from a majority of the onlookers and a quirked brows from both Naruto and Natsumi. And why would I do that? Last I checked, I was almost as well liked there as I am in Konoha. More importantly, why would the clan and you allow it, especially after my banishment, Kushina? Naruto questioned, staring at his biological mother. Kushina shifted her weight nervously. She had dreaded this confrontation with her son ever since Minato knocked some sense into her. In truth, she was terrified, scared that after all she had done to him, she lost her chance to get her son back. Though no matter what, she had to at least try to get him back, if not to bring him to his only remaining family, then at the very least apologize for her unforgivable actions. I can lift the banishment, and allow you back. After that, I'll announce to the clan you aren't what we all said you were. That you aren't the Kyuubi, but a human, and my Sochi. She answered, her eyes expressing the sadness, guilt and shame she felt. You realize it'll be just like how I'd still be treated if I stayed in Konoha, only on a much smaller scale, correct? People aren't robots you can just reprogram when you want something gone from them, and they immediately respond. People remember what they believe, even if what they believe in is wrong. You can't just say for over a decade I'm the Kyuubi, then out of the blue say I'm human and you're Sochi, and expect everyone to fall in place and act accordingly. I'll still be hated, and ostracized just like here, simply because people have believed I'm evil for so long. he explained, anger slowly rising into his voice. Kushina frowned, but nodding in understanding. I can't defend that, you're right and it's all my fault. For not protecting you better, for not defending you against all those who spoke ill of you, for allowing the village to pressure me into believing their propaganda, for being such a terrible cause-san. But I know better now, I know I was terribly wrong for what I did to you, said about you, treated you. I know you aren't the Kyuubi like I said you were, you're my son, the only piece of my late husband Minato-kun I have left. Please I want to be the cause-san that I should have been for you for all those years. My Sochi, my heart, my love, my flesh, my blood, my Naru-chan, come back with us, with me, Onagai. She pleaded, her emotions so strong she began to cry halfway through her speech. Many of the onlookers were moved by Kushina's words, and even had the effect of causing some of the people who still hated and feared him to reconsider their thoughts. After all, if the woman who was probably the most vocal over his demon lineage had reconsidered her own views, who's to say he really was a demon in the first place? Many looked on towards Naruto expectantly for his answer, but before he could another voice resounded through the area. I think you should reconsider both proposals, Naruto. I mean, you may not believe it, but people can change with time. And while I admit not everyone will change their minds and opinions about you and Natsumi-san there, I believe your actions in the village will give you enough credit to have many of the villagers see you in a new light and accept you in time. Jiraiya spoke after appearing next to Sarutobi via Shunshin with a small warm smile on his aged face. I agree, Naruto-kun. Tsunade, who was next to Sarutobi, let her thoughts be heard as well. Things may not be perfect for you if you stay here, but it will still be a lot better now than it was when you were a child. I even plan to become the Godime Hokage once Sarutobi-sensei retires. So you'll have a powerful ally by your side within the village. Stay and live in the land your two-san lived and died for. Stay and protect those important to you, stay and raise a family where you yourself were raised, stay and be happy with friends and family. She argued, sadness evident in her own voice. Many of those listening gasped when Tsunade said she would be the next Hokage, and were even worried about the fact Naruto would have her as an ally. They turned back to Naruto awaiting his answer. Unfortunately, the problem is that he paused before pulling Natsumi and Hana even closer to him before giving off a genuine smile. I already am happy. My life in this village was a nightmare I wouldn't dare wish on Orochimaru himself. And the moment I left, my life drastically turned around, and for the first time since I was 2 years old I was happy and even had a great friend and sensei in Natsu-chan here. I traveled the world and gained friends, allies, and fond memories I wouldn't trade for anything. While the only good things for me to come from this village after I returned was Hana-chan, the Inuzuka clan, and Yugito-chan. So why should I give up my current happiness for this village and what it's done to me and Natsu-chan? He argued. Besides, he continued, why should I have to fight for any scrap of nice treatment within my home? You say my actions towards the village with the invasion will help give me credit with the villagers, but why should it? I should have been treated like you say I will from the very beginning. I should have been treated like a human being, not some animal or demon, and I shouldn't have had to fight for people to act accordingly. Those involved in the conversation just stared at the orange-haired Hanyu, while they mentally searched for any answer, and unfortunately found none. There was silence for a while until Jiraiya spoke up once more. Was it really so horrible here that you will never consider returning, even if people change their attitudes and ideas about you? He asked, though it was more to himself. The moment the last word left his lips, a blast of ki engulfed the area, though it was only potent enough to get everyone's undivided attention. Everyone stared at Naruto, who was the cause, and looked on in shock as the smile that had adorned his face when he spoke was now gone, a cold expression now etched into it, his eyes shining with an icy rage. Naruto released his hold on his mates and walked past them, his tail swishing about violently, as he stalked towards those who had been trying to convince him to stay or go back to the Uzumaki clan. The shinobi surrounding them prepared themselves for a fight in case Naruto tried anything, which also further proved Naruto's point. He stopped walking a few feet away from the Sannin, and looked at each one for a moment. Was it really that horrible, you ask? He mimicked Jiraiya's words, before a cruel smile graced his lips, making those who saw it flinch. Very well, Since you're all so adamant about me staying, I'll make a bet with you. I'll show you what I went through between the time Kushina abandoned me until the day I left the village. Once you see it, if you can all honestly tell me I should stay in Konoha and go back to the Uzumaki clan because I'll be happier I will. He offered, though didn't give them a chance to answer before he handsealed and pressed his tail tips against the foreheads of Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kushina. Anapo. Tsuji no Suna Demon Art, Sands of the Past. Several minutes passed, with the four not moving an inch, the audience murmuring about what he was doing to them, and whether it was bad or good. Since no one else seems to have the balls. A random Anbu member whispered to himself, before disappearing a small cloud of dust in his wake. Many of the shinobi sensed ki, but weren't sure where it was coming from and were tense about who the target was. A few yards from Naruto and the council appeared the assailant, with his sword drawn and ready to impale his target. Many of the other shinobi realized it too late to be able to stop him, but when he was only a few feet from impaling Naruto in the back, Natsumi appeared beside him but looking in the opposite direction. Her clawed hand shot forward and surrounded his mask-covered face. The power behind the thrust so strong that it held the man's head in a stationary position while the rest of his body continued forward from his momentum, the actions making him look like a rag doll. Then in a fluid motion Natsumi sent her arm and transversely the man's head followed by his body straight into the ground, the impact so powerful that his head made a crater, as his body landed limply. After her actions to protect her mate, she stood up and looked directly at Sarutobi and the rest of the council with disdain. This, she pointed to the now dead Anbu, is exactly why we are leaving, she stated in a tone that allowed no argument. Many looked away in shame and guilt, unable to look at Natsumi after what just occurred, especially when only minutes ago the Hokage stated this wouldn't happen. Haku-chan, Yugito-san, Hana-chan, Elena-san. Get ready to leave, Naruto is just about finished. She ordered. As if on cue, about half a minute later, Naruto's tails pulled back from the forehead, swinging back behind the Hanyu. Everyone looked on curiously at the trio to finally get answers about what exactly Naruto had just done to them. Now tell me I should stay, tell me that I'll be happy here. Naruto growled out to the trio, his tone not hiding his anger one bit, making many flinch at it. As soon as his demand was spoken, the trio each had reactions that shocked those watching, all three staring ahead as if everyone else was invisible to them. Jiraiya simply looked as pale as a ghost, his face having no color. His eyes wide in horror, his mouth slightly open, which only enhanced his petrified look. Tsunade had the same pale complexion as her teammate, but her face was more one of a horrified sadness. Tears were streaming down her cheeks as her hands were cupped over her mouth in shock. But the worst reaction was Kushina. Her face was twisted to one like Tsunade, only worse. Tears streamed down her face, with her mouth open in shock, with her hands gripping her face in horror. What she witnessed hit her so deeply that even her body began to react. It started as a small shiver, before it escalated to tremors. Soon the tremors became so strong that her knees buckled and she fell to her knees, before falling back on her butt. Her expression not changing at all during this as she just stared at the ground as if in a coma, hot tears still falling down her face. Naruto looked at each of their reactions, and snorted in annoyance about having to go so far as to show them his life back then to get them to shut up. What did you do, Naruto-kun? Sarutobi asked, shaken to see his two students and Yondaim's wife react in such a way. I did exactly as I said I would. I showed them my life here, he answered, making anyone who knew the extent flinch. Gomenasai, Naruto, I don't know what to say. Jiraiya's voice cut in, though his usual playful tone as the Toad Sannin was absent, his face looking slightly more normal but still holding remnants of his reaction. There is nothing you can say nor do. Naruto corrected. However, your reactions, as well as I'm sure future nightmares and guilt for what you did or in this case didn't do, which helped to cause all that you saw, are sufficient enough to sat the little vengeance I did have for those who have done me wrong. He shot back, making the two Sannin flinch at his bluntness. Tsunade wanted to retort, but when she tried to talk nothing came out. It seemed her own mind knew that to continue arguing for him to stay was now a moot point, especially after what the three saw, and inadvertently allowed due to their horribly selfish choices towards him. And it seems of one he bets a sayonara. He finished before turning on his heels and began to walk away. A whispered and chalked voice began to speak, that only Naruto, Natsumi with their advanced hearing, and the Sannin being so close could hear. Gomenasai. Naruto stopped walking and craned his head to look behind him. Gomenasai. He looked at the huddled form of his biological mother, recognizing it as her voice as she continued to chant. Gomenasai. His eyes narrowed to slits, seeing tears still falling from her eyes. Gomen, you should be. He interrupted her chanting, his tone emotionless, making those who heard the interaction flinch at his brutal honesty, before he turned again so his back was to her. You abandoned your firstborn, your own flesh and blood, inside a village which contained stupid, bigoted, savage, fearful, and angry villagers when he was just 2 years old. You kept tabs on him throughout his life in the village, and after learning he survived began to train your new children in the shinobi arts for one purpose, to kill him. So you should most definitely be sorry, especially after learning that all you did was throw away your Sochi. He agreed, before sighing in annoyance. However, despite all that, you should know one thing, Kushina. He paused to give her time to pay attention to his next words. For those 2 years with the clan and you, I loved you unconditionally, and I truly was happy then. He finished, his tone much warmer than it had been moments ago, his words making Kushina, who was looking at his back, renew her tears of guilt, sorrow and regret. Though this time some of them were tears of happiness that her son, despite not wanting anything to do with her, had loved her at one point. Naruto began his trek back to his group, however a presence rushing towards him from behind made him turn around in case it was another attacker, since he noticed the dead Anbu and his death being one on Natsumi's caliber. The moment he fully turned, a body impacted his stomach before arms wrapped around his back, the shock knocking the wind slightly out of him. He looked down only to see a mop of red hair, arms around him, and a youthful feminine face crying against his stomach. Begin playing. Here to stay by. Bleach ost tu, don't sob, don't go Oni-chan, I sob, I don't want you to go. Kasumi's muffled voice cried out against the fabric of his shirt, shocking many of the onlookers, especially the Uzumakis, considering only days ago she wanted his head. Naruto was quite surprised by her outburst, but he couldn't help but smile at her actions. He caressed her head and hair gently, with a small smile pulling at his lips, and just allowed the young girl to cry. In truth, Kasumi really was the only person that Naruto was willing to put any true effort in, not only forgiving for her actions against him, but in reconciliation. Natsumi had been manipulated to believe that he was an evil demon, and was taught specifically to kill him, and while her brothers were as well, she was the only one who seemed to question her clan's teachings. Valios seemed too hard-headed to realize the truth, and Kiyoshiro just didn't care enough. Had either done what she did, he'd have attempted to befriend them as well, but alas they didn't. Finally, after a few minutes, Kasumi's tears dried up and just clung to her brother, not wanting to let go. Naruto, knowing this, pulled her off him, but kept her close and kneeled down to be eye level with her. Gomen Kasumi-chan. He apologized in a warm brotherly tone, as he wiped the tear stains from her cheeks. But you know I can't stay here, and you know I won't be welcomed in the clan. I know, I just don't want to lose you. I get to finally have my Oni-chan back, and I'm losing him already. She sniffled. Naruto gave his half-sister a sad smile, and pulled her close into a hug. I know it's not fair, Kasumi-chan. He cooed, while rubbing circles along her back, before a thought came to him. Nay, Kasumi-chan, how about I give you something that will allow you to see me whenever you want? He questioned. Hearing this, Kasumi stopped the hug and stepped back to look at him. I can give you a kunai that I can use with the Yondaim's Kekkei Genkei. And when you need me I'll be there, how does that sound? Do you really mean it, Oni-chan? She questioned, an undertone of hope on her voice. Naruto just smiled, and nodded slightly before grabbing a 3-pronged kunai out of his supply pouch and handed it to her, no one noticing a genjutsu over it to look like a regular kunai. Now Kasumi-chan, I have a few rules about using it. He stated, his voice turning stern like when a brother spoke to a sister. I only want you to use this kunai when no one from your clan is around, not even Kushina or your Nisans. If they find out you have this, they could try to use it for some unpleasant purposes. Also, don't use it for any little thing. I'd prefer to keep it in the categories of training help, emotional help, and life-threatening help. Simply because I may not always be able to help you, so if we keep the usage down to those 3, I know you'll really need me, so I'll come. Do you understand what I'm telling you, and promise to only use this kunai with these rules in mind? He asked, before childishly sticking out his fist with his pinky extended, making a knowing smile appear on her face. Hi. I promise Oni-chan, she said happily, while interlocking her own pinky with his, sealing the promise. Naruto just smiled, before standing up and ruffled her hair playfully, before noting that Tsume and Sarutobi now stood behind Kasumi. So you're really leaving? Sarutobi spoke, though more as a statement than a question, only getting a nod in response. I'm gonna miss you, you know. He finished with a sad smile. I'll miss you too, Oji-san. The pair moved forward and embraced, knowing it'll probably be a long time before they see each other again, if ever. They released the hug, and Naruto then turned to his mother. You weren't planning on leaving without saying sayonara to your Ka-san now, were you? Tsume said jokingly, with a sad smile on her lips at seeing her adoptive son leave. Wouldn't dream of it, Ka-san, he answered with his own sad smile, before they hugged. You better take care of yourself, Sochi, as well as your mates. If I hear anything about you cheating on them or the like, expect to see me, and to feel a bit lighter after the confrontation, cause your balls will be gone. She threatened, though with a playful undertone, letting a few tears fall down her cheeks at having to say goodbye. Never crossed my mind, with two goddesses as my mates, doubt anyone could ask for more. He retorted. And if you take them, don't expect any grandbabies then. He threatened back while snickering, knowing it was a weakness of all mothers to want grandchildren to spoil. The two finished their private conversation and released each other. Naruto smiled at his family one last time before turning around and heading back to the group. Ready, Naru-kun? Hana asked. Hi, let's go. Matt. A voice called out, confusing many while a few recognized the voice easily enough, and in a swirl of leaves between Sarutobi and Naruto's group, appeared Mitarashi Anko in all her fish-netted trenchcoat barely covering her generous breasts, mini-skirt wearing glory. Gomen Hokage, Sama, she apologized while panting out of breath, her chest heaving up and down with sweat glistening down her flesh, giving a rather nice show for the men in the surrounding area, many of whom had to cover their noses lest they die from anemia. What's wrong, Anko-san? Sarutobi asked, wondering what was so important that even a special Junin would travel in such a way to be so out of breath, while trying to keep his eyes directed at anything but her glistening and heaving chest. I finally finished my resignation papers. She chirped happily with a wide smile, her answer making many fall over and the rest sweat drop. Sarutobi frowned. I see, I was hoping you had reconsidered, but I suppose that was wishful thinking on my part. He said whimsically, reaching out for the resignation scroll she had in her hand. Anko frowned at his words, and in truth hated seeing him disappointed, especially in her. He was one of the few people in the village to keep their word about treating her as Mitarashi Anko instead of the snake bitch. She was always thankful to the Hokage for his sincerity and patience with her. He was her rock when times got tough and no one else was willing to listen to her. And when he proved himself countless times to be on her side, she silently vowed to herself to always make him proud of her. However, with everything that happened with Naruto as well as the arguments that just occurred when she was putting the final touches on her papers, she finally realized that just like Naruto, no matter what she did or tried, she would never truly be accepted by this village. Perhaps by a select few which she will hate leaving, but the majority of the village would continue to vilify her until her dying day. Anko bowed apologetically before speaking again in a soft, subdued voice. Gomenansai Hokage-sama, I know you must be disappointed. Hi, that I am Anko-chan. He began, his words driving a kunai into her heart. But not in you, but in this village. Their past actions are now coming full circle, causing me to lose too. Powerful kunoichi in you and Hana-san, as well as an even stronger ally in Naruto-kun and Natsumi-san. He explained, shaking his head in disappointment. I could never be disappointed in you, Anko-chan, you have served me faithfully and proudly for many years. You are one of the strongest shinobi I have, and while it will hurt both the village and myself to lose you, I agree that it's about time that you make a decision for your own future. Not for this village, not for me, but for you. He explained with a warm fatherly smile. Anko stood up at his words, and couldn't help but feel proud and happy that her elderly father figure praised her still even when she was leaving him. Tears rimmed her eyes, before she shot forward and wrapped the cage in a hug. Sarutobi chuckled at her actions and simply petted her head like a father would a daughter. Arigato Hokage-sama, she cried out. Hi, there Anko-chan, he answered warmly, still chuckling. I'll miss our talks, she confessed. As will I will miss your antics amongst your fellow shinobi as well. In truth, if I had a Masumi, I would want her to be much like you, only not as bloodthirsty, and wearing slightly more appropriate clothing. He joked. Anko couldn't help but chuckle between sobs at his joke, with a broad smile on her face, happy at his warm words, and proud that he basically said he would want her as a daughter. The two finally released their hug, letting one last smile be seen by the other, before Anko turned, picked up her backpack and jogged up to Naruto's group. Decided to come with us, nay? Naruto questioned, though assumed the answer. Hi. And I think I'd fit right in with your little group, if you don't mind, that is. She answered with a mischievous innocence. The group looked at one another, before most shrugged in indifference or nodded in affirmation. Welcome aboard, he answered with a smile. Arigato Naruto-kun, she said in a seductive tease, making him chuckle and shake his head disapprovingly. Well, let's go. Soon it takes about 4 days from here. The now group of 7 adjusted their packs before heading towards the gates. Once they reached them, they stopped when the shinobi blockade didn't move. We've talked to your council, please move. Haku requested, finally feeling that she could talk, since the topics beforehand weren't her business. The shinobi didn't budge an inch and just stared down the group, before hearing, let them passes from their superior. With begrudging murmurs, the Junin and Anbu stepped aside, giving the group barely enough berth to get through. Naruto suddenly turned back to those villagers present before he spoke. There is just one last thing I wished to say before leaving here. He paused, getting everyone's attention. And as I speak, I want all of you to think long and hard about my words and about yourself as human beings. He paused once more, getting odd looks from many. You say you wish to repent for your actions against me. You say you've changed your attitudes towards me. You wish for me to stay because of my human lineage, because I'm a hero of the village, because I'm the clan leader of the Namikaze. He paused once more to let his words sink in. But I wonder, would any of you really give a damn about me if I really was an orphan? Would you really try so hard to keep me in the village if I was born a Kemoner's Sochi instead of a Hokage's? Would you even care about repenting and changing your attitudes towards me if I wasn't born into a powerful clan, but instead born to lowly commoner whom you've never heard of? Or would you keep your backs turned and leave me to starve, be beaten almost to death, cursed for simply breathing? All because in your eyes I'm simply not important enough to put forth any effort into helping, because you won't get anything worthwhile in return from me for simply just doing the right damn thing for another human being who was suffering. He paused one last time. If you ask me, I think it's the latter. Sayonara Konoha. He finished, before turning his back to them, signaling for the group to continue, his words striking many in an odd sense, making them mentally question, am I really a bad person? As they passed the shinobi, an arm shot out and grabbed Anko's, stopping her in her tracks. The purple-haired Junin turned to see who the person was that would lose their arm, only to find the sad, exotic eyes of her best friend Yuhi Kurenai. When were you going to tell me? Kunrai questioned, her sadness dripping from her words, making Anko feel guilty as sin. Anko. Naruto spoke up. Gomen, go on without me, I'll catch up, she answered, getting a nod from the group, before she turned back to her longtime friend. Nai-chan, she began before stopping when Kurenai grabbed her into an embrace. You could have warned me, you bitch, the red-eyed woman said against her, Anko knowing that they used those nicknames with each other all the time and to not take offense. Gomenasai Nai-chan, I was planning on telling you, but with this whole situation in the streets I couldn't tell you alone. I left a scroll in your apartment instead since I wasn't sure if I'd get the chance to see you. She explained, hugging Kurenai harder. Even so, leaving like this. Why? You know why, Nai-chan? Other than you, Ibiki and Sarutobi-sama, no one here even likes me. You know better than anyone the names they call me when they think I'm not listening, as well as the reputations they've spread. And Naruto-kun's argument just now with the council was the clincher to my decision to leave and try to find a place that'll accept me without having to jump through hoops. Hi, I certainly understand that. It's just, I'm sad to see you go. You're my comrade, my best friend, My snake bitch, my dearest sister. The genjutsu mistress confessed. I know Nai-chan Gomen, I wish I could stay. But I just can't anymore. You two are my comrade, my best friend, my red eyes, and the best damn sister I could ever ask for. And when I finally settle down somewhere, I'll make sure to write you. The pair finished talking, and released the embrace, taking a long moment to look at their best friend. The moment finally ended, and Anko smiled a genuine smile before turning and running towards the group that was almost out of sight by now. Naruto-kun, she yelled, though more like a pouty moan. Wait up for lil ol me. She finished playfully. End song. She reached the group soon enough and settled to walk next to Elena. Naruto-kun, where are we going after Suna? Yugito asked, making him quick an eyebrow. Oh, don't give me that, we all know you don't usually wing it when it comes to anything but the battlefield, so. We're going to meet an old friend. He answered cryptically, with a chuckle. So I hope you brought some warm clothes, especially you Anko-chan. Me. Why's that? My clothes are just fine. She looked bewildered while opening her trench coat to see if something was wrong, giving the group quite the show. Because unless you enjoy your nipples being able to cut glass, and certain hairs, to become icicles, I suggest you buy some in sooner or when we get to the harbor that we'll be going to later. He explained. A good minute of silence reigned within the group, before the ramifications of Naruto's words hit Anko like a ton of bricks and she actually had the decency to blush. Hey, all of you know I'm as soft, barren, and smooth down there as the day I was born. And being able to cut glass like that would be useful as a kunoichi. She yelled pseudo angrily, with her arms flailing slightly, before calming down. Besides, I could always ask you to warm me up. She childishly whined, with a cute pout on her face, her words making a few of the women blush at her honesty, and Haku as red as a tomato. Mama, calm down, we'll avoid all that by getting some supples and clothes later, but for now let's get to Suna. The group nodded in affirmation, before picking up speed heading to their next destination. Konoha Gates, the group of 7 were finally out of sight when Hiyashi strode up next to Sarutobi. The village missed a golden opportunity to gain powerful shinobi with what we did in the past, didn't it? The Hyuga leader asked. Hi, that we did, Hiyashi-san, but it's our own fault for being fearful bigots who can't even use common sense when dealing with people different than us. It's a shame, those two would have made incredible shinobi, demon or not. And the boy could have probably become Hokage after Tsunade-san retires. The Hyuga leader stated before shaking his head in disappointment, before turning back and heading home now that there was nothing more to discuss. Sarutobi. A feminine voice called out, making him turn to see his old teammates striding up to him. Are you really going to let them go unsupervised? They may not currently want to take revenge, but you heard what he said. And with his power he could pose a very serious threat to the village if that fact changes. Kaharu stated flatly. And what would you have me do? Send a group of Anbu to keep tabs on him so we know where he'll reside. He already said he isn't staying in Suna, so we should know where he goes for the village's safety. Sarutobi sighed at his teammates' bluntness, but to keep the peace he decided to not argue the fact that he trusted Naruto unconditionally. Very well, I'll have a team follow them. He agreed, getting nods from the aged pair before they left him to his own devices. Hokage-sama. A Junin shouted while running towards him. Now what? He mentally groaned. Hi. Hokage-sama, I was doing my rounds patrolling the village when I noticed something you should know. He began, getting a quirked eyebrow from the Hokage. The Namikaze mansion is missing. What do you mean missing? I mean, sir, that where the mansion was only hours ago, is now only a plot of land and dirt. The mansion is completely gone. Never a dull day with you, is there, Naruto? Sarutobi mentally sighed, just imagining Naruto's large playful grin at the moment, figuring that it had to be him since Jiraiya couldn't have done it, and only a Fuinjutsu could make an entire mansion disappear with no one realizing it. Good work, I'll deal with this, continue with your patrol. Hi Hokage-sama, the Junin affirmed, before disappearing. Sarutobi took one last look at the horizon that Naruto disappeared over, before turning back to the council, and saw Jiraiya, Tsunade and the Uzumaki children helping Kushina, who was still crying to get back to the hotel and get ready to go back home. A true shame indeed. But we only have ourselves and our actions to blame. Sarutobi thought, taking out his pipe, and began to walk back to his office to update the bingo book with 2 extra reward-less SS ranked editions with flea on-site orders for 1 Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, and 1 Natsumi. Stay safe and be happy all of you, you deserve it after so long.